Chapter 71. Firelight spewing out of the thick fog. Leaving the Star Dragon outpost. Bypassing the shadow area where the aura of disaster had long been dispersed. And continuing to move north. This is the birthplace of the undead. And also an ancient battlefield. The piled-up hills and mountains of corpses have been scraped off the last bit of flesh on the bones by wind and frost and scavengers. And the spears and swords that have penetrated the chest have corroded themselves in the rust. The hills and dead trees blocked the slanting sun. And the shadows stretched by the light extended the dead branches and the fangs of the mountains. As if the abyss of disaster was baring its fangs and claws. Going forward through the mountains. The towering mountains around us created a circle. Creating a rotten city-state. The stacked skulls built a rockery. And the dark and dead silence continued to gush out. Crack. A skull rolled. Disturbing the entire dead silence. The skull rolled on the ground and cracked. And a palm-sized dung beetle emerged from the skull's eye socket. Shaking its disgusting long whiskers. It lived a good life. The battlefield ruthlessly abandoned by life. The place hated by all the winners. Except the wind and scavengers. Nothing else was willing to approach. The figure holding the sword stepped on the dung beetle. And the iron boots burst into juice. Is there any here? The red-haired undead turned his head and looked. Asking himself, there should be some here. The sobbing wind made the air whine. And the tumbleweeds that came from nowhere brushed against the ankles. Making people wonder if this place is not far from the desert? The materials are too remote. The other undead shrugged. Not afraid even when facing the miserable battlefield in front of him. There is nothing to be afraid of when playing games. But there is something that can make his heart beat faster and feel uneasy. That is, this trip may not bring any gains. Heart of Disaster is a very precious thing. And many fragments have been accumulated. But there is no option to synthesize fragments. Some people have speculated that perhaps the Heart of Disaster must be obtained from the boss. Or at least an elite monster. So far, no one has been able to get the second Heart of Disaster. And the only beneficiary is named Sydney's brother, the undead, the 11th level two-headed giant. Enjoyed a unique look. Breaking through the server limit. Reaching level 11 in a peculiar way. Although it turned into a huge two-headed monster. No one thought of refusing. In the past 10 days, they have enjoyed enough swords and guns. And magic and extraordinary power are what they pursue. The two stopped at the same time. They walked too far, and there was no way ahead. The white fog blocked the hills in the distance. Habit told them that this should be air wall. There may be more opportunities if we continue forward. But it will definitely be more dangerous. Forward? Go over and have a look. The fog that cannot distinguish the direction completely makes people lose their sense of direction after entering. Both sides can only determine each other's position by sound. Do you want to go back? The red-haired undead man opened up all his senses. And the oppressive feeling brought by the sticky fog made him breathless. And his body muscles trembled uncontrollably. Even when facing Linda and the two-headed man who were firing at full power. He did not have this feeling. There is a boss ahead. The boss means there is Heart of Disaster. The option of promotion is right in front of you. But it's just a matter of dropping some unimportant things after dying once. The option is not difficult. There is water. Listening to the sound of the spring flowing and hitting the stones. A strange feeling filled my heart. Maybe this is the source of the stream between Xinglong Sentry and Prey Town? Smelling the moisture in the air that could not be distinguished from the water flow or the thick fog. The two walked forward step by step. The ground soon became soft. But not muddy. The water seemed to be always ahead. Tempting the creatures that lacked water to follow their instincts and move forward. The two bent down to check. Sand, similar to the soil of the sentry post, does not store water. They should not be too far away. But after walking a distance forward, the touch of the ground under their feet disappeared. And the ups and downs that made it difficult to walk were forced into their feet. Branches. And tree trunks. Didn't we continue to go west? It was undoubtedly a fantasy to determine their direction in the thick fog. The broken stones and the branches of the trees that hurt their feet made them subconsciously think that they had changed their direction and walked south without knowing it. And perhaps walked back to the dead woods west of the Star Dragon post. Maybe they would see the ghost claw tree after walking for a while. It was up to them to choose whether to go north to the crazy sage village or south to the forbidden land. Do you feel hot? Well, it's like approaching a big furnace. As they spoke, they stretched their hands forward and could clearly feel the direction of the scorching heat. Continuing forward and approaching the big furnace was obviously their only choice. Because even if they turned around and left, They could not determine the direction of departure, and there was a high probability that they would circle around in the same place, find out what is ahead, and then use the way of death. Return to the city. The road ahead became tortuous and bumpy, and ruins and other buildings began to appear. Could it be that there was a town here? The town in the fog was naturally attractive enough to make the undead people's hearts boil. Get closer. Splash. A leg accidentally stepped into the deep water and made a loud noise. The red-haired undead reached down and probed. It's a pool of water. Very deep and very cold. He moved the water with his hand, and the splashing sound was very harsh in the silent fog. Wait. Did you notice? The companion reminded him hurriedly. What? The red-haired undead looked up. A gust of wind suddenly hit the front, and the thick fog was rolled into a huge ball in an instant, and dispersed after hitting the two people. The vision in front of them finally became clear for a moment. A quickscan showed the ruined city, the withered forest, and in front of them was a huge black body of water beyond the field of vision, which could not be described by the word pool. Using the knees to push the water surface, circles of rings quickly radiated out from the knees. The thick fog quickly filled up and blocked their eyes again. I feel something is wrong. It seems to be getting hotter. Retreat. The fear instinct in their hearts urged them to retreat. Whether it was the sudden appearance of a huge body of water in the dry area or the fear instinct of the bottomless waters, they told them to postpone their exploration. Be more sincere. The two of them ran away, but they never forgot to stare at the direction where the heat came from. A cluster of light spots suddenly lit up in the thick fog, and the swaying yellow flames flashed and expanded quickly. The air suddenly became hot, and the heat in the original thick fog became insignificant at this moment. There was no time to dodge, and the flames that completely dominated the vision enveloped the two undead. What is that? From beginning to end, they could not see the source of the fire. Chapter 72. Worker Miko. Miss Miko's magic potion shop officially opened. On a morning that made people unhappy, all the busy figures received the reminder and put down their work. The long queue from the door made Miko so surprised that she couldn't hide her rabbit teeth, and also made the female blacksmith Lien next door hold her chest and couldn't help but stamp her feet secretly. After all, her blacksmith shop business can't compare with the magic potion shop. As long as you can supply magic potions. Linda's voice came to his ears like a magic sound. As long as I can supply potions, I can make as much as I want. Right? Swallowing quietly, Miko looked at the first person who came to him. What do you want? All money. All my money. The rabbit's eyes began to turn red. The undead man who was suddenly stared at by Miko was startled. But when he looked at the bottles of potions in glass bottles on the counter of the potion shop, he looked at the light emanating from the bottles. Orange. Blue. Like the dancing fireflies formed by the gathering of magic power. Exuding the initial joy as he looked at it. The potion shop, with only one window open, faces east, but the sunlight is blocked by the low eaves, and stops at the silver hair on the witch's forehead. The shop is dark, but as the undead's eyes fall on the shelves, the jumping light in the potion bottles lights up like lanterns. The magic light illuminates the potion shop with a little European living room style. So beautiful. The charm of magic makes people crazy and want to possess them all. I want them all. The undead waved his hands. All. Money means nothing to the undead. There are so many ways to make money, such as farming, killing monsters, and completing tasks. But there are so few places to spend money, and playing games requires thinking. If the supply of magic potions is not unlimited, he can become a second-hand dealer and sell them at a higher price. Even if he doesn't sell them, he can use them to train his teammates. Damn. Isn't this the rich man? He wants to clear out his inventory. Is there a purchase limit? I don't have enough money. Is there a brother who can help me buy a bottle of orange juice? I can transfer money offline. Someone else was calling for offline transactions, which also made the undead people who were queuing up noisy. What players hate is Krypton Gold players, and they hate it even more when the Krypton Gold players are not themselves. Doomsday Ring does not provide offline Krypton Gold channels, but many people have contacted privately in the past 10 days since the game was launched. Among them, the most ferocious transactions are not anywhere else, but Star Dragon Outpost. Other places are still doing the work of beating mountain people, catching chickens and chasing dogs. Star Dragon Outpost has already opened planting, defeated several boss, and the equipment store has been updated twice. There is even the first level 11 in the whole server. Some people don't want to work hard after farming to the maximum level and turn to exploration to find more interesting content. But some undead people choose to continue farming, sell money, and then trade rand gold coins with offline money 1:1. Only one copy. Listening to the noisy exchange, Mika raised a white and tender finger. Purchase limit. She had never heard a purchase limit before, but her understanding ability was not a problem. She did find from the expressions of those people that they really wanted to buy out their potion stocks. So Mika had to raise her finger to emphasize. Although she didn't understand the purchase limit, she knew Old Cherry from Prey Town. The stingy talent shown by the cunning businessman when chatting with her made Mika fully understand the many characteristics of doing business. She had also seen similar scenes of selling everything to one person at once. Just like Old Cherry often bought out other people's goods in one go, and then raised the price himself. Let others make money. That's all my money. Although the idea was good, the situation was beyond Miko's expectations. The potions on the shelf were sold out in an instant. The potions that had been on display in Prey Town for 10 days and a half months without anyone paying attention to them became hot commodities here. No one bargained, and people even rushed to buy them. As she was selling them, Miko couldn't help but want to raise the price. She was so angry that she thought she had set the price too low. Rand gold coins were indeed useless to her. But as a currency, considering the current resource situation of Star Dragon Outpost, the value of Rand gold coins was undoubtedly several times higher than the gold stamp tickets in Prey Town. Why didn't she know about Star Dragon Sentry? If she had known, why would she still be wasting time in Prey Town? She would have made a lot of money here. With the sound of friction, a tall figure stopped in front of the window of the potion shop. The sunlight was blocked and Mika's eyes went dark. She looked up at the figure standing in front of her. The short golden hair was shining lightly after being penetrated by the sunlight. The Lord is here. Your business looks good? Lind looked at the empty shelves. Lord. Miko tried to keep her mouth straight, but like a rodent hiding a bunch of nuts in a tree hole, she couldn't hide the sly smile on her face. Anyone who saw her knew that she must have made a fortune. Remember what we said? Linda looked at the empty potion shop. The shelves were empty. He had expected the current situation. But Miko's cauldron was not turned on. As a lord, he was very unhappy that the workers were so ignorant. What I want is your attitude. Supply potions? Mike looked at the undead, who had not yet left, but they bought too much. The potions I made by staying up late and sleeping less in the past few nights were sold out directly. 60 people really means 60 pure purchasing power. A 1:1 conversion rate, which would be exaggerated in any place. Supply exceeds demand? It is really a happy trouble. You don't need to solve this problem. You must make as many potions as possible. Linda said, I will find a way to control their purchase frequency. Linda really wants to have an unlimited supply of potions. But this is impossible. Even if the materials for brewing potions can be grown by the undead themselves. Because currently only Miko can brew potions. He has recently studied the gold seal, and has obtained preliminary results. Next, he needs a group of undead to help him decipher. But the opening of the potion shop this morning was too noisy. So Linda had to come over to take a look. Looking at Miko, who was still smug, Linda felt helpless. You always sell out the potions in one go. Are you just a simple laborer? Maybe the rabbit tooth, which doesn't know how stupid she is. She really thinks she has made a lot of money? You are destined to be a tool for making potions. He needs to teach her how to do business. Potions. Linda reminded, you must ensure that your crucible is always boiling. You are also eligible to buy potions. However, today is the first time to buy. And you can buy unlimited quantities and unlimited time. But tomorrow you must buy limited quantities and limited time. Find me after dinner tonight, and I will tell you how to do it in detail. Yes. Miss Miko nodded. But she still didn't quite understand why the quantity was limited. Why not make some money while you can? For the rest of the day, Miko was immersed in the joy of brewing potions. The materials needed for healing potions and energy potions were ordinary. And she still had a lot of stock in her hands. All of which she had saved when she helped Lynn brew potions. She originally didn't plan to pay for the materials herself. But it seemed okay to make some money by herself. Not making any money would be more painful than killing her. But slowly, she realized something was wrong. Why did the undead always buy medicine? Every time she made a bottle, it was immediately bought. For this reason, she had to open 3 crucibles. But the supply still couldn't meet the demand. 5 crucibles. It was already out of control. She was really busy and kept running around. But the supply still couldn't meet the demand. When it got dark, Miko realized that she hadn't eaten yet, and her stomach growled wildly. She opened a bottle of energy potion and poured it into her mouth, and immediately felt her body rejuvenated. "Miss Miko, do you have any more?" Seeing her stop, another undead came up to chat. In fact, almost every undead had bought the potion by now. They just wanted to tease Miko and didn't want to see her stop to rest. It's impossible to pour the potion into your mouth all the time. If you take it for a short period of time, the effect will be greatly reduced. Everyone just looked at her face full of money. But it was very interesting to be busy. It's like a worker in real life who has been promised a pie in the sky and has to come here to spur her to work. "Today, we're closed." Miko quickly closed the window. She felt that the Lord was right. The potion must be purchased in limited quantities. Limited quantities. Turning around and looking at a small box of rand coins, her rabbit teeth showed with a smile. "How about limiting the quantity the day after tomorrow?" Chapter 73. I'm waiting for you. At night, Lin poured himself a glass of precious wine from Ronan, the former mayor of Prey Town. The glass-colored wine bottle, with a swan-like slender neck, is decorated with several golden coils at the mouth of the bottle. The pattern engraved on the bottle is the family crest of an old noble. Perhaps if you trace the origin, you can find the legend of the family crest on the shield in history. But now it is just an inexplicable pattern to decorate the wine bottle. It's not that there are no glass or silver wine glasses, but Lin prefers to use an oak cup to pour a full glass, letting the sour, sweet and spicy taste swallow into his mouth in big gulps, and let the wine occupy his mind. The elegance of the nobility had long been thrown into the abyss during those days of hunger, leaving only heroism. Eat meat with big mouthfuls, drink wine with big mouthfuls, and then laugh wildly. Refreshing. The fine wine from the civilized world before the end of the world made Lin happy. Old Pete drank with a small cup beside him. The tavern seems to be brewing wine. Just as you said, the undead are really knights of God. If he is not a knight of God, how could he have brought about earth-shaking changes in Star Dragon Outpost in just over half a month, making the hungry territory have enough food to brew wine? Lin smiled. Knights of God? They can be, but the premise is that the gods don't show their health bars. Food is necessary for brewing wine. In the Doomsday world where there is not enough food for mutants, many people can't even find a piece of fresh and delicious bark. So how can they waste food to brew wine? Lin took a bite of the freshly baked bread. Old Pete's cooking skills were not very good, but since he would wash his hands before cooking, he was always considered by Lin to be the most trustworthy chef at Star Dragon Outpost. He also knew that the tavern had started brewing wine, and it seemed that they were planning to make distilled wine. Maybe he could try it then. Distilled wine probably didn't need to be too concerned about hygiene issues. Low-alcohol wine tastes boring. The side effects of food that can cause human mutations were instantly eliminated by the extraordinary power after entering Lin's body. The more powerful the power, the greater the initiative. As for ordinary people in the territory, they may mutate after eating for more than 10 years. But who cares? After finishing dinner quickly, Lin convened an emergency NPC meeting. There is no problem with the operation of the blacksmith shop. At this stage, the undead can forge iron by themselves under Lin's guidance. Although the blacksmith shop is open, Linda does not need to find someone to forge iron, and the undead like to forge iron by themselves. As for other functions, he can only wait until he gets enough knowledge from Lin. Lin looked at Linda with resentment. The good business of the blacksmith shop made her the most profitable NPC after the rabbit tooth witch. Although the cute rabbit tooth witch is very popular, the married blacksmith is more attractive, and her competitiveness is still very strong. But if she wants to take a step forward, she must undoubtedly use her greatest advantage. The Lord seemed to want to experience her advantages, but he restrained himself from trying. Did he have to take the initiative? Huh. Man. Linda gave Miko a few words, emphasizing the selling skills of potions. He was most concerned about another point. How are the preparations for Leo and the others to be promoted to great knights? Linda tilted his head and looked at Miko. Can the success rate be increased as much as possible? He had used a gambling method to get promoted at that time. But recently seeing Miko experimenting with the two-headed potion with the undead, he was sure of one thing, that he was lucky to succeed at that time. If it fails, the magic potion swallowed into the stomach will produce an uncontrollable manic reversal. and will quickly merge into the body organs and various tissues, turning the flesh and blood into pus. In the end, even the brain and bones turned into pus. Miko looked at Lind with an exaggerated expression, as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" Okay. Lind also knew that his request was a bit too much. 9 disaster hearts? Not ordinary disaster hearts, but disaster hearts of the Great Knight class, like the two-headed potion taken by the undead. Although it also requires disaster hearts, it is not very strict, at least not at the boss level. Linda can only take out one that meets the requirements now. Finding 9 bosses is not as simple as it sounds. Ahem. Miko coughed lightly. Do you have one? This scene seemed familiar, so Linda immediately realized. Only one. Miko raised a finger. Linda nodded. The result was not much beyond his expectations. But Miko's treasure bag really made people curious. How many good things did she have? When his own strength could not be improved for the time being, Linda would naturally think of improving the strength around him. Along with the witch Miko and the mysterious messenger Renzo, only have the strength of 3 great knights. When the 60 undeads really become two-headed people, even if there is a disparity in strength, the number is enough to fill the gap. Therefore, the 9 soldiers beside me, as my initial force and my die-hard supporters, strengthening their strength has become the first choice. The 9 soldiers who lived and died together have long been completely branded by Lind, and even the Queen of the Land Kingdom cannot reverse it. Being promoted to a great knight means mastering power, but there is also the risk of death. Lind gave the choice to the soldiers, and let them decide for themselves. The NPC internal meeting did not last long. After the productivity was liberated by the undead, everyone had enough time to do their own things. Lind got up and left the room. The undead would not sleep at night, and he had no time to sleep. My lord. Lien stood up and caught up with him. Miku, who was thinking about how to squeeze out more time to make more money, saw this scene and his eyes were immediately lit up. At this stage, Lien should want to get close to Linda, but Linda seems to have some reservations. Could it be that the Lord? Should I make him some medicine? Miko secretly gave a thumbs up for her thoughtfulness. There must be no witch as thoughtful as her in the world, so it is reasonable to charge a higher fee. Standing in the night wind, Linda glanced at the flickering lights in the distance. The first two-headed man in the territory. Sydney's younger brother. He was a little too excited and took the initiative to contract the brute force work. In his words, his level 11 is still temporary. If he dies, he will drop back to level 10. Before enough teammates appear, he must stay alive. The Star Dragon Outpost has a two-headed man with great strength, and the work efficiency has increased several times. According to Lind, the two-headed man has been mining in the nearby small abandoned mines recently, and even worked hard for more than 10 hours today, which made Lind feel that he was really nothing. But the problem is that this is not his order. It is purely because the other party has no tasks to take. If he goes to the Crazy Sage village to farm, other undead people will despise him for stealing experience and wasting it. He is afraid of death when he goes to explore, so he can only stay in the Star Dragon Outpost to show off his power. My lord. A soft voice came from behind, like an iron hook grabbing Linda's scapula. Lien, who broke into the night wind, wrapped her clothes tightly, and the white mist she exhaled when she spoke was blown away by the cold wind as soon as it touched. Cold wind? Married woman. Linda felt as if he could smell a little bit of smell. What is burning? She moved closer to Linda, and Linda's body was like a furnace, which could block the wind and keep warm. What's wrong? It's still about the blacksmith shop. She moved closer to Linda. I sorted out some things and tried to teach those undead, but they said they were not at a high enough level and couldn't understand. So I wanted you to study it together. Really studying blacksmithing? Linda nodded. Okay. But I have something else to do now. I'll wait for you. Then, regardless of whether Linda agreed or not, Lien folded his arms and ran towards the blacksmith shop, leaving Linda with a very twisted running posture. Don't waste bad girls. Don't let down good girls. But the prerequisite is that Linda is really free. But unfortunately he is really busy. So busy that he can't even find time to sleep. The undead has been frantically exploring the surroundings for the heart of disaster in recent days, and he has found a lot of problems, all of which require him to judge according to the situation. The undead's expanded vision is also his source of information. Then you have to wait. Chapter 74. This is the magic world. I am stupid. Linda's body has changed after taking the potion for the first time. His body is as strong as a bear, and his hair grows as fast as a flame. His golden hair grows longer, much faster than when he was an ordinary person. He scratched his half-long hair to prevent it from blocking his eyes, although he still remembers the etiquette of the old nobles, such as more delicate hair care is a symbol of elegance and wealth. The smooth golden long hair is the pride of the Almond family. But as the last heir of the Almond family, Lind prefers shorter hair. And most importantly, it doesn't block his eyes. When the hair grows longer, the cheek contour will become softer. Although Lind feels that he is far from the image and temperament of the so-called elegant nobleman, it seems that long hair has really successfully softened the sharpness of his face. Lind looked at the undead people in the government hall. Their faces are very similar. This is a particularly interesting phenomenon. Most people are not good at face-pinching in games, and playing their favorite characters in the game and directly borrowing other people's face-pinching data is the most efficient way. Lind sat in his lord chair and began to handle daily affairs like a lord. He was the lord. But the people who came to report were not so reliable. The undead, who accidentally took on the role of sentinels, frantically searched for the figure of the disaster, and accidentally eliminated various possible dangers for the Star Dragon sentry. In the way of exploration like a sweep, it is impossible for anything to be hidden, and they will inevitably be pulled out one by one. Lind never said there would be rewards, but the undead were very enthusiastic about the information they investigated. After all, whether at Asador discovered the crazy wise man village and started the farming game, or at Sisterly accidentally discovered the Wanderer, which ushered in a wave of equipment updates, and now the two-headed man potion. They all knew that every piece of intelligence could get unexpected rewards. The unpredictable reward is the driving force. My lord, I have information to report. An undead man stepped forward impatiently. We found Horsehoof prints. Horseshoe prints? I don't know how many times they have been mentioned. There are 2 more bodies. Another undead man stood up and said, it was a massacre. It can be seen that the people who were killed had no ability to resist. And when we found the bodies, they had been dead for several days. Linda leaned forward slightly, not hiding his seriousness. What's the direction? From the Ghost Claw tree. Then follow the stream that passes by the Star Dragon post to the south. All the way east. Someone's expression changed slightly when he heard the stream, but he still held back and decided to report later. There are always opportunities. Don't be silenced by the Lord and fail to obtain subsequent tasks. The mentioned activity range is similar to the route where Lind encountered Horsehoof marks many times. In the past, the range of activities of the undead people was not so wide, and they did not encounter each other, so they lived in peace. But now the situation is different. The aggressive undead will not let go of any possible enemy. No matter if they can't beat them, they will go up and provoke them. Now it can be basically confirmed that the other party is following a certain pattern, moving at a certain time and along a certain path. You did a good job on this matter. I will investigate it. Linda paused and said, there will be results in the next few days. With such a strong enemy around, he is restless and must take action as soon as possible. The lowest level is a great night level boss, and the undead really have no way to deal with this level of existence. It just so happens that he also needs the great night level disaster heart. There is no reward, so there is no need to continue talking. In the eyes of the undead, this is a chain task. Since Lind is interested in this matter, there will definitely be development in the future. Multi-ring chain tasks mainly depend on patience. The red-haired undead, who had been holding back at the side, finally got the chance and took the initiative to step forward. Lord, there may be something terrible around us. Terrible? Yes. This time, a red-haired undead spoke with a serious expression. We went to the ancient battlefield and accidentally entered the foggy area in the west. The fog covered the west. If you don't want to die, don't get close. In this world, the only people who don't take life seriously, don't care about death, and rush into a deadly area to die, are probably these undead. What's next? Lind only knew about the existence of the fog. It is said that the fog has existed for decades, in a world where the average age is only 30 or 40 years old. Decades ago, it was the continuation of several generations. One can even say to a child of a few years old. A long time ago. The apocalypse has only been a few years, but for people all over the world, it seems like a century has passed. When we first entered, we couldn't see anything and lost our sense of direction. But there was always a high temperature guiding us closer. We thought it might be a signal to determine the direction. Lynn looked at him speechlessly. Then, when we walked forward, we found that there was water there. The red-haired undead looked surprised. A huge lake. Endless. And the water was dark and bottomless. Lynn stared at his face for several times, and finally determined that the red-haired undead was just shocked. And he was not born like this. Their similar brothers are increasing, and it is difficult for the undead at Star Dragon Outpost to distinguish their identities. We tried to get closer because we felt the temperature inside was very high. Then we were hit by a ball of fire that suddenly appeared. And then we died. The red-haired undead was upset. That place has existed for a long time. Even longer than the Doomsday. Linda felt that he needed to remind them. Focus on the development of Star Dragon Outpost for the time being. Yes. It's not that Linda doesn't want to prepare for a rainy day. But it's clear that the thing hidden in the fog is very powerful. Definitely stronger than the upper-level knight. Facing such a strong man, even if all 3,000 undeads came to Star Dragon Post, it would be useless. The reason why the other party has not come out is probably because they are too lazy to come out. It is normal for long-lived species to sleep for more than 10 years. Lord, we found a valley entrance in the east. Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. Linda nodded. The towering valley rises from the ground and appears based on the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain. He casually helped popularize geographical knowledge. It is said that a god-level red dragon fell and landed in the wilderness east of Star Dragon Post. The red dragon's body turned into the foothills, and the big mouth roaring towards the west became the entrance to the canyon. The movement of the Earth's crust is not as exciting as the story of the fall of the red dragon. You can tell from the expressions of the immortals that they have started to get excited. Is it possible to get a dragon egg? You want to be a dragon knight, right? That's probably out of the question. The most famous dragon knight in the world is the Dragon Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse under the seat of the sun's evidence. He is carved on the lintel. Dragons are not fertile creatures, and do not rely on eggs to hatch. However, flying dragon eggs are possible. There have been many flying dragon knights in human history. The prerequisite is that you have a lifespan of 100 or 200 years to raise a flying dragon. So, there may be many disasters hidden there. Maybe? Linda said. I haven't left this area since the end of the world. But I still remember the afternoon when the blood of gods and dragons dyed the sky red. Every evening since then, the sky will still be dyed red by the remaining blood. An undead raised his hand. So, is it possible that the red sky at dusk is a natural phenomenon? The other undead turned their heads to look at him. The undead shrank his head. Well, this is a magical world. I am stupid. Chapter 75. I'm programming in the game. After listening to the report of the undead, he had to respond. Of course, there were more important things at this stage. I need a group of smart and intelligent people. A problem is bothering us. He looked at the undead and said, anyone can participate. The golden medal, a blessed weapon from the former mayor of Prey Town, Ronan, finally found some clues after Lynn stayed up all night to study it. The golden medal has no offensiveness, and can neither defend nor attack. In addition to operating within certain rules according to the holder's thoughts, it means leaving uncopyable texts, and has no other function. In Lynn's opinion, it shouldn't be that simple. The green light on the golden seal is several times stronger than the broken sword of the carrion-eating princess. If the broken sword is just a light fluorescent green, the golden seal is dark green. After further research, he found that he could compile certain rules, and then when the golden seal is printed, the content on it will continue to operate. For example, after he set the mathematical logic of 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, the golden seal can become a calculator. As long as enough rules are given under the current common sense, the golden seal can do more and more things, and more detailed. However, as the amount of calculation increases, it will also absorb his power. For the first time, he did not set a good limit, and Linda was almost drained by a formula, and almost calculated the destruction of the world. Although the gold medal can only be used as a calculator, Linda is still very happy. He also specifically asked me to find out. But the answer he got was regrettable. The logic of magic operation in this world tends to be idealistic. Calculation is important, but listening is more important. Just like Mika's exhaustive method of brewing magic potions, it seems to be looking for a successful ratio of a certain formula, which needs to be ground out over and over again. But in fact it is a kind of induction. There is a force that pulls her to the right path in her attempts. The force that pulls the witch is called Uni's whisper. It's like the probability of picking the target out of 100 options is 1%. And Miko puts her hands together and shouts, "Bless me." And then she will win no matter how she draws. Miko tells him with practical actions that when it comes to the magic world, don't think too much about science. Lin tried several times and found that the gold medal still has a lot of uses. Rather than wasting his brain cells, Lin thought of the undead. Logical operation rules. The Lord is worried about calculations, which has delayed him too much time. Use your wisdom to help the Lord complete logical calculations. Reward. Star Dragon Sentry may open new functions. Decryption. This game is really tricky. Some people have started whispering. Just tell me if you want to play or not. If you say so, I will definitely play. I'm really not afraid of anyone when it comes to decryption. Paper and pen were handed out. And then Lin stated his request. He needed a computing system that could calculate based on the facts, unlock permissions, and identify identities. Lin described what he needed. But the expressions of a few undead people gradually became strange. Determine the opening level based on the points level? Points are bound to the honor of the camp. Point store system? Why do I sound like Party A? Someone was about to flip the table. What kind of decryption is this? Isn't this just typing code? It's not typing code. It's handwriting code. I can't do that. Code will be soulless if it is not copied in large sections. Hello World can be written almost completely by hand, thanks to the outstanding contribution of the English teacher. Wait, is this not another way for the production team to ask us to help make the game? It shouldn't be that. This game is the most terrible I have ever seen. It is impossible for us to do it with such a small function. Wait, how to write the first sentence? Some people were scratching their heads and sighing, while others were scratching their heads and writing. Lin also felt that he had to give some feedback to the undead. After the first undead tried to write a paragraph, he took a piece of paper and entered the rule into the gold seal. Identity ID. The logic is very simple, as long as it can be done without repetition. The decryption game is in progress. But unfortunately this task is more picky about players. Many undead can only scratch their heads and cannot participate. They can only shout that the boss is awesome. The programmers are writing furiously. Back off. I'm going to start showing off. Someone in a plaid shirt shouted. When it was daybreak outside, the first version of the points system was finally online. Linda entered the rules page by page with a golden seal in his hand. In terms of operation logic, the Mediterranean men in plaid shirts are strong. It doesn't matter where they work. They don't have to worry about baldness when writing code in the game. In the early morning, Lian walked out of the blacksmith shop with his shoulders folded and looked at the direction of the government affairs office with resentment in his eyes. She waited until she fell asleep yesterday, but the man didn't show up. Before, she wanted to maximize her advantage, but now she was a little unconvinced. Make way. The two-headed man walked by carrying a tree. Make way. What's going on? Updated. The two-headed man, Sydney's brother, squatted down, dug a big hole in the ground, and inserted the straight dead tree trunk into it. Then he carried a piece of wood and made a huge board with nails. The two-headed man shouted at the top of his voice, starting today, Star Dragon Outpost will update the point system. And there will be a point store if there is a point system. Every day I come here to update my points. Point store? When the two-headed man mentioned that the point store can be exchanged for the Lord's fire-playing skills, all the undead became excited. Any other requirements? Choose the point system. Even if you join our Star Dragon Sentry, your points will be cleared if you leave in the future. The two-headed man fumbled and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It seemed that becoming a two-headed man made him think slower, and there is more. Listen to me. Points can be exchanged for things in the point store, but they are based on the evaluation level. Points cannot be transferred. Points are earned by completing tasks. Some tasks give points, and some tasks give gold coins. You can choose it yourself. If you attack a friendly NPC, there will be a red name wanted penalty, and points will be deducted. And, the two-headed man put the paper away. Only those who have received the Star Dragon Outpost number can accept the camp mission. Those who do not want to receive the number can also receive the mission at the Government Affairs Office. The content emphasized at the end is pure nonsense. Unless a better force appears immediately, their loyalty can be absolutely trusted. And when a better force appears, their disloyalty can be absolutely trusted. 60 undead people line up to receive their numbers. and they can go to the bulletin board to copy the points. At this stage, everyone is 0. And it can be predicted that they will complete the tasks frantically in the next period of time. Linda felt the feedback from the gold medal. The calculation amount of 60 people is not too large. But as the number of undead people increases in the future, Linda alone will definitely not be able to support this part of the consumption. Maybe I can make a magic energy battery. There are too many things to do, so we can only do it step by step. The point store is currently managed by Linda Te Lunamomo. As it is gradually unlocked in the future, the 9 soldiers under Linda, Miko, Lien, and even Renzo in the distance can take on some of the point store functions with their own characteristics. The points can be exchanged for Clory's explosion and Clory's fury. No one can afford it, so everyone just looks at it and enjoys it. And after redeeming, if you want to learn, you can only find Linda, who will teach you. The online content of points has controlled the rampant Krypton Gold players to a certain extent, but it is impossible to completely eliminate it. Is anyone going to Longya Mountain Road? Compared with points, the most important thing is to get the two-headed man potion as soon as possible and break through level 11. When the undead people were noisily discussing going to Longya Mountain Road to open up Wasteland, Linda was just about to have breakfast. Lien kept staring at him with a resentful look. This woman, she is still too full. Chapter 76 2 New Nights. The basement of Miss Miko's potion shop was temporarily requisitioned by the Lord before she could start the taboo research. The basement, which was specially compacted by the undead and designed in many ways, is not only large enough and secretive, but also very solid. 2 specially installed ventilation windows are sending cold air from the ground. The smell of potion that makes people dizzy will make people feel uncomfortable at first, but after smelling it more, they will feel relaxed, as if it has formed a threat to the illness in the body, making the disease dare not to cause trouble. Lind looked at the 2 soldiers standing in front of him. Reed and Leo. They were the 2 people who were finally selected. They would also drink the potion of the Great Knight of the Sun's Proof and walk the same path as Lind. Last night, the overtime worker, Miss Rabbit Teeth Miko, brewed 2 potions. At this time, the potions were placed on the table, emitting an attractive amber light. You once swore allegiance to me. Lind held praise the sun, and the light of the torch in the basement hid half of his face in the darkness. We guarded the border of the kingdom together. We witnessed the end of the world together. We have supported each other until now. We have been brothers for a long time. The 2 of them trembled slightly, and they could also feel the trust in Lind's words. This is not a solemn ceremony, but as knights, even if God has disappeared, we must have what we should have. From the uneasiness of God's disappearance to being able to joke with God now. From losing faith to finding the meaning of their own existence. It is difficult to express their psychological journey with a sentence. God has disappeared. But as Lind said, God can disappear, because we can completely rely on ourselves to survive. The ceremony is no longer dedicated to God, but for oneself. I still have faith, but not in God. The 2 soldiers also looked at him seriously. So, don't think of this as a sacrifice or something else. I just like the sense of ceremony. Lind chuckled. I also hope that you can remember this experience. I have had similar feelings. And to be honest, compared to the belief in God, we are actually stealing God's power, which is already a heresy. Even if the magic ring has been broken, even if the gods sleep, even if the world ends, Linda opened praise the sun. We can still find the meaning of living. What connects us is not the oath, and no oath can compare to our brotherhood. We don't need to swear or curse to constrain anything, because our experience of supporting each other through life and death crisis has surpassed everything. Linda raised praise the sun, and the sound of flipping the pages was loud. From now on, we pursue glory, and only death can stop us. Everyone's pursuit of glory is different, but Lind believes that they must be thinking the same thing now. Death is a foregone conclusion, but on this road to death, striding to pursue glory will make this road to death appear free and easy and golden. Leave our names in this world. Glory will last forever, and we will live forever. I swear to follow Lord Lind. I swear to follow Lord Lind. No matter what the enemy is ahead. No matter what the enemy is ahead. With honor as proof. With honor as proof. Until death. Until death. The 2 grabbed the potion on the table and drank it. Linda finally saw what he looked like after drinking the potion. The potion's orange energy penetrated his skin, allowing him to clearly see the potion enter his mouth, slide into his throat, pause in his chest, and then drill into his abdomen. The orange light bloomed, first staying in the internal organs. The internal organs emitted light, then the bones, and then surged up to the brain. At this moment, the two people's bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if their cerebellum was severely damaged, unable to balance their bodies, and began to sway. This was not funny, because their faces were full of confusion. Lin did not like to see confusion on his people's faces. Maybe it was a bit shameless to say that. He was willing to lead these people who had been following him forward. As long as they followed him, there would be no need for confusion. He began to recite Praise the Sun in a loud voice, almost roaring. I didn't see the words turn into chains to bind the two people, but in his voice, the frequency of their trembling became slower and slower. But the change still occurred. The first to change was Reed. His arm twisted uncontrollably, and his muscles were stirred clockwise by invisible forces. Linda rushed forward to grab his arm, and tried to help him smooth out the rotating flesh on his arm with his palm. His palm was wet and slippery, full of blood. Damn it! Linda threw Praise the Sun aside. This book was somewhat useful, but it didn't seem to be that useful. No wonder there were a bunch of double helix corpses in the Church of the Sun. If Praise the Sun was really that magical, how could all the clergy die? In the end, only the Blackfire brothers escaped, leaving only a Luna. Should I say that I was lucky? In this shitty magic world, there is no probability, only luck. On the other side, blood spurted from Leo's body, and his legs began to spiral. Hold on. Although he had seen the fate of the undead who drank the potion, Lin still didn't care about the fucking weirdness. The success rate was furious. Lin shouted Praise the Sun loudly, and the extremely obedient power in his body flowed into the two people's bodies under the traction of the ring on his chest. It was as if he suddenly had extra hands and feet that could leave his body, and then used his own power to forcibly pull the gradually crazy magic potion in the two people's bodies to calm down and smooth it out bit by bit. When Lin stopped sweating all over, Reed and Leo also calmed down. There were still wounds on their bodies, but their aura was getting stronger. Undoubtedly, they are at the Grand Knight level. However, neither of them had a ring on their chests, and their aura was much worse than Lin's. Reed and Leo stood up, and they were greeted by Lin's bear hug. Lin asked them at their shoulders, How do you feel? Very good. Reed and Leo answered at the same time. It is also important to explore the strength of the two. Although they did not have a three-way sumo wrestling match directly in Miss Miko's basement, Lin could detect the gap between the two and himself just by the duel of arm strength. There is a big difference in strength, but it is not particularly obvious. However, without the golden ring, he cannot perfectly control the strength in his body. It seems that it is not like the two of them took the potion incorrectly, but more like something wrong happened to him when he took the potion, making him abnormal. Practice the strength I taught you after you go back. Star Dragon Post needs your strength. Lin refers to the rage and explosion, which can strengthen the combat effectiveness of the two to a certain extent. He is in a good mood now, and he has 2 more great knights under his command. Chapter 77 Dragon in the Lava. Star Dragon Outpost. Tavern. The sudden disappearance of the undead cooled down the bustling tavern. Old Pete poured himself a glass of wine and turned his gaze to the other people. The undead people swept around like a swarm of locusts, making the surrounding area very safe, except for 2 people who were selected to patrol and guard the night. The rest of the people were squatting here. He looked at Miss Miko, who was studying the potion formula on the table. It seemed that nothing could attract her attention, and everyone knew how much the adults valued her. It was almost the same if they didn't say that they would respond to her every request. Lien had already caught the attention of the men present, although Lord Linda didn't say anything. When Lien kept sticking to Lord Linda, the others knew to stay away from this woman. A Luna was praying or in a daze. In fact, including old Pete, no one understood why this old woman, who only knew how to eat, and was also talking nonsense, was left at the Star Dragon outpost. What is this? Old Pete grabbed the wine glass and came to the table, fingers like that. And then like that? This is called shuffling cards. The person being asked gestured. It's a game that the undead often play in the tavern. The rules of the game are not difficult. I'll show you how to play. Cards? Of course I know. The undead get together all day long. Sometimes they suddenly get together to play cards, or use a few small stones to play a game that looks like chess but is not chess. There are all kinds of people, but no undead can sleep. Everyone is used to the undead style of doing things. Why don't we play cards and drink? How do we play? Play and drink at the same time. You'll understand after losing a lot. The wine they drank was made by the undead. It had a lot of residue and tasted ordinary. But it was good in large quantities. Just like drinking water. After playing a few rounds, Old Pete mastered the game before he felt dizzy. King, Queen, Knight, and Old Pete held 2 cards. Why are the 2 clowns the most powerful? It's the jesters. You don't understand. Both sides were shouting about quarreling. Bang! The door of the tavern was pushed open, and the cold wind knocked the door open and hit their faces. But then the person who pushed the door in was hit by hot air, and the cold and hot made the drunken soldiers sober up. Miss Miko, who was indifferent to everything, raised her head. Lien had stood up and walked towards the man. The mysterious Elena continued to bulge her big eyes wrapped in loose skin. But her eyes also had spirit, especially when the other 2 followed Linda into the tavern. We no longer have gods to pray to, but we still have people to pray to. Eluna's eyes became brighter and brighter, and for the first time, those cloudy eyes looked so clear and energetic. Linda strode into the door and snatched the cards from Old Pete's hand. Who taught you to mix Guji and Didizu? Also, this is called a joker, not a jester. A universal card. Do you know? It represents the sun and the moon. Everyone's eyes were already on the 2 soldiers who followed Linda in at the door. There was no obvious change in their body shape, but there was a wave of heat on their bodies. Compared with Linda's restraint, they seemed to be unable to control themselves. The 2 of them were like walking furnaces, so hot that it made people feel frightened. All successful. This is a journey to death. Miko had explained to them before taking the potion that the chance of success depends on luck, and failure seems inevitable, unless they can die and resurrect repeatedly like the undead. Now that everything has succeeded, it may mean that God is still favoring them. Bah! That's not right. It is the glory that favors us. Glory will be created by ourselves, so we will favor ourselves. Since learning the location of the Eastern Dragon Tooth Mountain Road, the undead people have determined a unified direction. Dozens of people march forward in a mighty manner, all wearing the equipment of wanderers. Occasionally, scavengers along the way would hide away when they met them. The Dragon Tooth Mountain Road, the westernmost part of the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain, is like a fire dragon with its mouth open wide. Although the coldest time is slowly passing, it is still a bit wrong to have hot winds rushing out of the mountain road at this time. Late at night, on the charred rocky path, a tiny figure entered the mountain path against the hot wind. He was physically exhausted and mentally exhausted. The road from Prey Town to the Red Dragon Mountains was not short, and he had to avoid all kinds of possible dangers on the way. If it weren't for the magic potion, he would never have gotten here. The figure stood up, sniffed the scorching hot wind, took out the last bottle of magic potion, raised his head, and swallowed the magic potion flowing with the power of the moon and the hot wind into his throat. It was not a good feeling to open your mouth near the volcano. The ash covering the narrow mountain road had reached the point where it would block your vision. As he opened his mouth, the ash immediately flowed into his mouth and immediately became a knife stabbing into his throat. Ahem. He couldn't help coughing. His nose was so itchy that he sneezed uncontrollably. Fortunately, his body had regained its strength, but he had to endure the mental fatigue. He kept walking forward. Although he had never been to Longyam Mountain Road, he had heard of many legends, such as the fire disaster hidden in Longyam Mountain Road, or other doomsday survivors. So he moved with extra caution. Who? A shout suddenly came from the side. His eyes blurred. He was grabbed by the arm and pressed to the ground. The sudden coldness on his neck made him dare not move. I am from Prey Town. I am a subordinate of Lord Rock, the mayor of Prey Town. I am here to find Lord Saran. We have sworn allegiance to Lord Saran. Take him to see Lord Saran. He was pulled up and saw the person in front of him clearly. He was wearing light armor, with bare arms, and a helmet with an iron cage cloth cover that could cover his mouth and nose. In his hand was a long sword shining with cold light. This man was very scary. Faster and stronger than himself after drinking the potion. Yes, take me to see Lord Celine. The mad wolf is going crazy. He kept shouting until he was hit in the back ribs, and then he shut up. There was only one road on Longyam Mountain. It was winding like a maze. If he hadn't been stopped halfway, he really didn't know how long he would have to walk. and he might have died here. But the more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. My lord, where are we going? The air became hotter and hotter, and sweat dripped down uncontrollably. His body was like a piece of meat on a fire rack, which was forced to release more and more oil. The front was no longer pitch black, but fiery red. When he saw the bubbling magma at the corner, his eyes widened. In front of him, a man with long hair and a strong body had his back to him. What's wrong with Mad Wolf? The man turned around, and his handsome face and slightly slender ears made people feel dazed. It turns out that there is such a handsome man. Lord Saran. The messenger knelt on the ground, but he didn't expect the ground to be as hot as an iron plate, and he screamed in pain. Get up and talk. Lord Saran turned around and continued to stare at the magma, as if he didn't want to see his ugly appearance anymore. Mad Wolf has subdued the two-headed wanderer, and our Lord Rock of Prey Town is willing to be loyal to you. But some of his men seem to have gone wrong. The messenger organized his words. The wanderer and Mad Wolf's men had a conflict, and they didn't intend to continue to obey Mad Wolf. Mad Wolf actually asked Prey Town to help him fight the wanderer for power. Sir, whether we or the wanderers, we have sworn allegiance to you. But Mad Wolf is betraying your trust. It is his primary task to make Sir Saran take action to prevent the town of Prey from going to war with the wanderers. Sir Saran nodded gently. I know. I will go there after I catch the little guy. Gudong. The messenger glanced at the magma. The little guy? It must not be the little guy that can roll in the magma. Let's go. The man who brought him here pulled him and said, stay with us. And when Sir Saran is done with his work, we will go to Prey Town. The messenger could see that neither the mysterious and handsome Lord Saran nor the man in front of him took Prey Town and the wanderer seriously. He nodded obediently, although he hoped that Lord Saran would act quickly. Otherwise the Mad Wolf might force him. He had no right to make suggestions, and could only follow obediently. Not far away. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly came from the direction of Lord Saran behind him. The messenger couldn't help but widen his eyes. Master, the one who just shouted is the little guy that Lord Saran mentioned. Sir Saran will become the first Earth Dragon Knight in the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. The man's eyes showed admiration, as if he could already see the scene of him riding the Earth Dragon and dominating the wilderness. So, the thing roaring in the magma is Dragon? Gudong. In this case, surrendering to Sir Saran is the right choice. Sir Rock. Chapter 78 Lord Saran, one of our own. Lord Saran stood quietly by the side, waiting for the lava dragon to emerge from the lava. His face was expressionless. The lava surged several times, and his handsome face was slightly red under the light of the fire. His thoughts also unfolded. But in his action plan, there was no part west of the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. Neither the Wanderers nor the Prey Town were worthy of his attention. The part isolated by the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain was like an abandoned place. If it weren't for the request of the new noble Lord Leon, he would not take the initiative to come here. Barren. Boring. No desire to stop. But Lord Leon's orders are above everything. But there are always some unexpected gains. Maybe even Lord Leon didn't know that he could have a wonderful encounter here. Lord Saran looked at the bubbling magma, which could burn people into charcoal in an instant. But in his eyes, it was as tempting as honey. Things under the magma can persist more. Both sides understand each other's thoughts. And both sides are just enduring each other, waiting for one side to surrender first. Just a little bit more. Lord Saran knew that the dragon did not have the ability to breathe in the magma. Its huge body could not stay hidden for a long time. It would have to float up to catch its breath after a long time. He was waiting for this moment. Lord Saran had tried to catch the Earth Dragon several times before, but unfortunately, it escaped back into the magma every time. However, the feeling of being at ease was getting stronger and stronger, and he would not waste much time. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The magma began to boil, and the things underneath could no longer be hidden. A small mountain raised its head from the lava, its body as big as a thatched house, and the lava was also pushed up, like a drop of water that could not wet a rain cloth, rolling down the thick rock scales. The Earth Dragon stretched out its head again to breathe. Lord Saran was excited. Compared with the hard rock scales of the Earth Dragon, what really made him feel difficult was that the other party never confronted him head-on. Every time he failed, he had to wait for a long time. And during this time, he could do nothing but wait. After waiting for too long, his mentality was also changing. He didn't want to be too ruthless before, but now, he might have to use some violent means. The chain wrapped in black smoke stretched out from Lord Saren's shoulder blades, swirling around his arms like a snake and extending forward. The chain turned and collided on the inside of the mountain road, interlaced and woven into a net, covering the earth dragon below. It seemed that what was in front of him was not an earth dragon, but a harmless kitten. Ah! The earth dragon rolled hard, and its body splashed with magma and splashed hot waves. The charred stone wall was splashed by the magma, and a thick white smoke was generated. The temperature in the space rose even higher. The iron chain swung wildly in front of Lord Saren to block the magma that was coming. A few strands of magma came in from the gap, but were blocked by the fine iron chain that emerged from Lord Saren's body again. The fast-woven iron chain formed a set of iron armor made entirely of black chains on Lord Saren's body. Wearing the iron chain armor, Lord Saren rose from the ground. At the same time, the earth dragon opposite also opened its long and flat mouth, and a touch of red light was brewing from its throat. Walala! The iron chain that had already spread over the magma moved quickly, wrapped around the earth dragon in the first place, and suddenly contracted. The earth dragon's long and flat mouth was suddenly pulled by the contracting iron chain, and snapped, closed. Boom! The flames that had not yet been able to spit out were also held back and unable to erupt as the earth dragon's mouth was tied up. Others could see that the earth dragon's belly suddenly emitted a light, and then the throat, but it could not spit out the fire when it reached the mouth. The flames became heavier and heavier, and the iron chain did not relax at all until the end. Boom! With a muffled sound, it completely exploded in the earth dragon's mouth. Magazine overflowed from both sides of the earth dragon's long mouth, and the earth dragon itself was also dizzy from the explosion. The lava scales in its mouth cracked, and blood dripped out. The severe pain made the earth dragon start to struggle frantically. Lord Saren plunged his legs into the mountain wall along the way, and pulled hard with the iron chain in his arms. He saw the earth dragon's plan. The other party was not angry, but wanted to retreat and escape. If the earth dragon really ran back into the magma, his efforts would inevitably be in vain. This was definitely the closest he had ever come to taming the earth dragon. A one-man one-dragon wrestling match. Sir Saran, who was already a high-ranking knight, was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength when facing the earth dragon. He couldn't pull it. He was being dragged, inch by inch, closer to the lava. Bang! The iron chain was broken. The earth dragon plunged into the lava and hid inside, never to show its head again. Sir Saran landed on the ground, and the iron chain growing from his back was also rapidly retracting. The part of the iron chain taken away by the earth dragon was just a solid entity condensed by his own extraordinary power. Except for the loss that inexplicably increased, it actually had no effect. But there is no way to take down the earth dragon tonight. This earth dragon knows very well. Saran knows that if she turns around and runs away, the earth dragon will definitely come out of the magma to breathe. So all she can do is to endure. Endure the earth dragon until it can't bear it anymore and surrender. Only one side can bow its head. The process is destined to be tormenting, both physically and mentally. While he was concentrating on waiting, Saran suddenly heard a voice behind him. My lord. Saran opened his eyes and looked at the restless magma. The things below must be looking for an opportunity to escape. Now that Saran was suddenly addressed, the earth dragon would definitely think this was an opportunity. But at the same time, he would be very cautious and worried that it was a trap. A group of troublemakers came in from Longya Mountain Road. The voice of the person coming was very tangled. As if it was difficult to define, that group of people killed people as they walked, making a lot of noise. Saran didn't understand. What trouble? Disaster? Low-level disasters are like this, without any purpose, just to attack intelligent life. It's a group of people, the man thought and said. The leader is a two-headed man. Two-headed man. Saran suddenly remembered the messenger who came not long ago. Wanderers? He didn't care what the Mad Wolf was going to do in the west. The power struggle in the area west of Longya Mountain Road was not taken seriously by Saran. What interested him was the further progress in Leon's territory. However, he had learned from the messenger that the Mad Wolf controlled a wanderer settlement led by a two-headed man, with a number of about 50 people. But there was a conflict with the hyena, and the two sides should be fighting. But it is not ruled out that both sides suddenly stopped their actions and chose to shake hands and make peace because they were all loyal to the powerful self. The powerful Lord Saran. This is normal. The strong can enjoy everything. Even just mentioning their names will make people feel afraid. How many people? About 50 people. That's them. Saran smiled and said, they are our own people. Let their leader come to see me. People who respect their own names can also be given some gifts appropriately. Yes. When the undead entered the Longya Mountain Road, they were like being let go of their chains. The paths were winding, and it was impossible to guess what you would encounter on each path. But compared to injuries and dangers, the rewards were the greatest. The resources here are too good. An undead sighed. They would only encounter so many enemies when they were farming in the village of the Mad Sage. But since entering the Longya Mountain Road, they encountered strange and weird red-named monsters along the way. Everyone gained something. And some people even saved up 2 materials for the two-headed man potion and were discussing offline transactions. Wait, there's a red-named monster ahead. The health bar is so long. It looks like a boss. The sudden discovery made the undead people alert and excited at the same time, saying that how could there be no boss in a place like Longya Mountain Road where there are dense monsters. The bare-armed boss held a sword in his hand, probably because he stayed in a high-temperature area for a long time. His skin turned red, and he wore a strange mask on his head to block the dust. However, what puzzled them was that the boss did not attack directly, but looked at the two-headed man who was hiding in the crowd and cherishing his life. Are you the leader of the Wanderers? Ah? Sydney's brother was puzzled and pointed at his nose. Are you looking for me? Lady Saran wants to see you. Lady Saran. The undeads immediately exploded. They had also heard of the name of Lady Saran. But of course, they had only heard of it. There were many undeads with high IQs. Faced with this situation, they immediately put forward their own guesses and used the private chat function unique to players to talk. Is there a possibility that the boss mistook us for Wanderers? Damn. Now that you mention it, we are all wearing Wanderer equipment. And Sydney's brother is a two-headed man. And the situation is exactly the same as the Wanderer copy we encountered at the beginning. Can it be played like this? It's not that they haven't played stealth or dress-up games before, but the current game method opened their minds. It turns out that changing clothes and disguising identities can really deceive red name monsters. So why is it a red name? Nonsense. The Wanderer we killed was Lord Saran's subordinate, and they have been fighting to the death for a long time. The reason why they didn't attack us is because our identities have not been exposed. Sydney's brother. Damn. Hurry up. There must be a big boss waiting for you. I go alone? Sydney's brother looked grim. That's no different from seeking death. The one who can make a boss surrender may be stronger than Linda. You are a two-headed man. You must go. You have been mistaken for the leader of the Wanderers by the enemy. There were also Tycoon players who said, don't worry. If you die and lose your level, I will help you get the potion and get you back up as soon as possible. I'm not afraid if you say that. The people standing in the distance looked at the two-headed man and the Wanderers around him in silence, as if their brains had stopped working, and couldn't help but remind him, Lady Saran is still waiting for you. Obviously. He has 2 heads. Why does he look so stupid? Hey. 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 Here I come, here I come. Sydney's brother followed with 2 heads on his shoulders. Sydney's brother looked around all the way. As he went deeper and deeper, the temperature rose, and he slowly saw more bosses. There were 3 bosses like the one who led the way. When he saw the handsome man, he almost drooled. A level 23 super boss. The health bar is so long. What good stuff will it drop? Saran turned around and smiled at the silly two-headed man. Are you the leader of the Wanderers? Ah? Ah. First he was puzzled. Then he nodded. Sydney's brother hadn't gotten into the role yet, so his reaction was a little slow. But in Saran's eyes, it became reasonable. The potion path in the world and the power of usurping the magic ring all ended up in the same way. That is, they would definitely maintain an absolute human form. When the body undergoes uncontrollable changes, it means that this road is about to come to an end. The two-headed man in front of him was tall and strong, but he had 2 heads, which meant that he would never be able to make any further progress in his life. It's a pity. You can't come to Longya Mountain Road. Sarin said, you will only be allowed to live in the area west of Longya Mountain Road in the future. Don't get close to here again. He drove the two-headed man like a flock of chickens, completely ignoring his expression. That stupid face really didn't show much expression. I understand. Then go back. Oh! The two-headed man nodded. He was alone, so he was prepared to obey. At this moment, suddenly, ah! A roar was heard. And then Sydney's brother saw the lava explode with his own eyes, splashing on the stone wall like fireworks. A small mountain, so ferocious, so heavy, so huge. Crocodile? Or a dragon without wings? The roar made Sydney's brother a little scared. If he hadn't determined that this was a game world, he would have been lying on the ground in fear. Crackling. Countless thick black chains suddenly exploded from Lord Saran's body, tying up the crocodile-like monster that emerged from the lava. The iron chain was entangled, touched the magma, and turned dark red. Sydney's brother watched as Lord Saran successfully rode on the huge monster, and then fell in front of him with a hot breath. Am I exposed? His heart was beating like a drum. The earth dragon twisted its body uncomfortably, but the iron chain locked tighter and tighter, completely wrapping its upper body until it stopped resisting. Phase 2. From Sydney's brother's perspective, Lord Saran suddenly rode on the back of the earth dragon, and then the health bars of both sides merged into one. The earth dragon's breath was hot, and the pungent heat made both of his heads uncomfortable. Just standing there quietly, it was like the strongest fortress in the world. If such a behemoth started running, even the walls of the Star Dragon outpost would not be able to stop it. No movement. Sydney's brother quietly looked up, and his eyes met the earth dragon, and his heart stopped beating. Humph. The earth dragon sneezed, and the sneeze landed on his face. Lord Saran, I'll go back first. Sydney's brother turned around and left with a decision in his heart. Yeah. Serlin nodded gently. I'll be there soon. In Serlin's opinion, Sydney's brother's reaction was normal. He was a high-ranking knight, and the earth dragon was also high-ranking. The combined power of both sides was enough to gallop around the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain. The two-headed man who took a detour should be in awe. The earth dragon has not been completely subdued yet. After it is completely controlled, he will go around and give those people the opportunity to pledge allegiance to him. This opportunity does not come often. The two-headed man who trotted back to the team did not forget to post the scene he had just seen and recorded on the forum. When he stood still, he saw the eager eyes of his companions, who must have seen the video, who cannot be tempted by the top big boss. Too strong. We can't beat it at all. Then go back to ask Dagur for help. Do the task to earn points to buy skills, and then get the potion to level up to 11. The proposal was recognized by everyone. 62-headed men. They should be able to win. Chapter 79 Tianqing Magic School. The black horse hoof reappeared. This time, it was not someone else who discovered its figure, but the mad secret messenger Renzo, who was patrolling near the Ghost Claw tree. When the message came, Linda was teaching the two great knights how to use Rage and Explosion, but the results were mediocre. Linda himself was wondering why he could control the changes of flames at will, but they couldn't even burn. Miko on the side seemed to have seen something, but she always used that. Why don't you ask me? Lin made up his mind not to ask her. From her expression, it was clear that being able to control this power was definitely a good thing, and it was not a big secret. In this case, it would depend on who couldn't hold it back first. Because of the sudden situation, Lind immediately led the team to go. Led by himself, the two great knights, Reed and Leo, had gone out as sentinels to investigate intelligence. At this time, the rabbit-toothed witch who was captured and dragged over was walking side by side with Lind. You don't know about the Star Magic School? The rabbit-toothed witch raised her chin. Even though she tried to look at people with her nostrils, she only aimed her nostrils at Lind's chest. Ah, why is this person so tall? Sorry, I really haven't heard of it. But I have always been interested in magic. He is interested in magic, but magic doesn't seem to interest him. It is true that Lind has never heard of it. His main activity area in the past was Goliath, the city of gold, where there are women, beautiful women, gold, and arenas. But unfortunately there is no magic. Uni's followers are few and proud. How could they be so easily loyal to the nobles? There are not many people in the entire Rand Kingdom who can do magic. We in the Rand Kingdom believe in the sun. Are you looking for followers of magic in the Kingdom of Muscle Knights? That's the greatest magic school in the world. Miko raised her finger. The greatest. The greatest. The most magical. The most magical school. Is this person a chatterbox? When leaving the Star Dragon outpost, Lind asked her who she learned magic from. And then she became excited. Then Miko said, even if you steal Uni's power through the potion, if you don't have enough knowledge to support it, you are just a cripple carrying a hammer. Is this saying that even if there is a potion, Lynn can't even think about trying to become a wizard? Her adjectives are a bit weird, but it doesn't prevent Lynn from understanding it more deeply. What does the school teach? Lynn is like coaxing a child. What did the school teach? Did the teacher give you a red flower? Oh, that's amazing. Clapping and applauding. Of course, if there really is a magic school, Lynn is still quite interested. For example, if he develops a game of riding a broom and playing ball, I believe many people will like to play it. Anything. It took me a lot of effort to get in. Miss Miko hummed softly, as if she was very satisfied with Lin Shun's question. You can get any knowledge you want in it. Anything. She emphasized again. Really? I don't believe it. And he was still emphasizing it and blinking his eyes. That's amazing. Linda sighed. So you can definitely solve a doubt in my heart? Of course. Mike smiled with his rabbit teeth showing. His cheeks pushed up, with an expression of just ask me now. Actually, forget it. I won't ask. Humph. He was choked. The feeling of wanting to say something, but not being able to say it is really terrible. The rabbit wants to bite people. But facing Lin's serious expression, she didn't know how to start. She couldn't just say I just want to answer your question. Otherwise the joy of being asked to answer your question would be gone. You have to hold on. Magic. Lin decided not to ask. He hadn't even returned to the Golden City. So forget about the star magic. Soldier Reed had come back from the investigation, and he cautiously chose to approach the two people who were chatting enthusiastically. But as soon as he approached, Miko frowned subconsciously. Not knowing how to control the power caused the extraordinary power in his body to overflow like a waste. Unlike Lin's small heater-like temperature, the heat from Reed and Leo was full of aggression. If you stayed close to them for a long time, you would feel a burning sensation on your skin. It would not really ignite, but it would hurt a little. Miko, who was delicate and tender, felt it the most. She stepped back behind Lind. Compared with Reed's burning breath, Lind only felt gentle and warm. She didn't feel the burning pain on her cheeks. Miko was very satisfied. She raised her hand and gently patted Lin's arm. It seems that being so tall is quite useful. Although he didn't know why Miko behind him suddenly patted his arm. Lin knew what was more important now. How is it? Reed said, Sir. Renzo from the Mad Sage village is just ahead. A hunched, thin figure wrapped in a large robe stood in the distance, with a dead air all over his body. He was a believer serving madness, but he only had the calmness of a mummy. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Lin didn't want Renzo to go to the Star Dragon outpost. He felt that the picture was not right when he saw him in front of him, and he was a little upset. My lord. Renzo's salute was very strict. It was obvious that he had practiced it again in private, so his movements were not as awkward as when they first met. How is it going? Linda had seen the giant horse hoof many times, but he had never seen its true appearance. Very powerful. Renzo's eyes were blazing. He is a confused traveler who has lost his way. Perhaps he once tried to gain the freedom of indulgence, but now he has become a lost soul knight. What about Leo? Following the horse hoof prints. I caught up with him, Reed replied. Renzo might be very strong, but in terms of comprehensive qualities such as tracking, Lin's soldiers are better. Entering the range of the Ghost Claw tree, the swaying bones hanging on the tree, and the vines that rose from the ground shuttled back and forth, making everyone seem to have stepped into a dead place in one step. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was shaking violently. Fire broke out. Go! Lin noticed something was wrong. Lin rushed to the front, and his right hand had already raised the broken sword of the carrion-eating princess. The flames burned with his will, and quickly climbed onto the sword, using the flames to form the front part of the blade to make up for the broken sword. Miko, who followed Linda, looked surprised. Although she had guessed it, she had never seen Linda take action in person. She only regarded Linda's stories from other people as legends. Those undead people who urged themselves to brew potions all day long were born bards, and they were quite boastful. In a month, people like Reed and Leo who could successfully digest the power of the potion and control the energy in their bodies from overflowing were considered to be talented. Knights need to pray when using their powers, and wizards need to cast spells when using their powers. But what is Linda, who does not need to prepare anything and can easily use his power with a thought? Is this the old nobles? Chapter 80, Flame. Blood Flame. Moonlight. The area ahead was trampled, and the ground was stomped out with huge force, and the soil rolled out, plowing the ground again. Leo, the great knight of Star Dragon Post, held a long sword in his right hand, and a faint red flame was wrapped around the sword. The ground in front of him was already charred. On the ground was a twisted Rand infantry shield, and the huge sunken horseshoe pit almost stepped through the shield. A strange combination of man and horse. When Lind arrived, he saw what the horse hoof that had been tracking him was. It was pitch black with long black hair, and the lower body was a monster without a neck. In front was a big mouth, and the teeth were as sharp as steel knives, reflecting cold light. And on that huge body, there was the upper body of a person. Centaur. But centaurs don't grow like this. At least the upper body of a centaur doesn't grow on the horses, but the strange black knight was bouncing up and down with the flying horse's hoof. But the long spear in his hand was very tricky and pointed directly at Leo's chest. The moment Lind saw the enemy was charging, and the target of the charge was his own subordinate Leo. The gravel and soil on the ground were bumped and flying under the trampling of the horse's hooves. The sand was like a winding and twisted great python crawling on the ground chasing the horse's hooves, attacking with a huge momentum. Leo's left arm was still shaking. Before, he immediately tracked after discovering the fresh horseshoe prints. With his tracking skills, he should not have been discovered. But he still underestimated the opponent's sharpness, or underestimated his perception of malice. After noticing Leo's approach, the other side immediately charged forward. In the first collision, Leo dodged with his quick reaction, but he didn't expect that the Black Knight, who was as big as an elephant, would flexibly raise his hind hoof and stamp one hoof on the shield. The crisp sound of his arm reminded Leo of his favorite dish before the end of the world. The sound of teeth chewing on crisp bones. With his mouth closed, blood flowed out of his nose with the uncontrollable cough. Holding the sword in one hand, Leo couldn't retreat. He encouraged himself and tried to use the techniques taught by Lind. Clowry's explosion. Let the power gather in the palm and then explode. It's very simple to describe. Lord Lind also did it very simply. But no matter whether it was Leo or Reed, they couldn't succeed no matter how much they practiced. As a warrior, he might pray for a chance. But who should he pray to? Damn it! I don't pray. And I don't rely on the god to bless me. The sword in my hand can kill the thing in front of me. The long sword wrapped in a weak flame took the initiative to fight against the huge black shadow that was charging. The side was completely occupied by the opponent. The smelly and oppressive wind blew over, and the soil and rocks along the way seemed to be made of paper. And they fell apart with just a slight touch of the wind. A sword chopped down. Boom! The flame that suddenly broke through the side left a half-moon trajectory, as if it was just a random sword and seemed to follow the truth of some power. The burning heat that made the hair wail wrapped Leo. And at the same time, the half-moon of flame also wrapped the Black Knight, who was rushing with a gun on the opposite side. The violent explosion came without warning. The ground was covered with flying dirt. The blast pushed Leo back, and he smelled a strange burning smell. His first thought was that the burning smell must be related to the dirt. Suddenly, he could not see anything else. He was not injured. And of course, he was not the one who caused the fire to burst. When Leo came back to his senses, he saw a familiar figure. It was Lord Lind. He held the sword with both hands, his wrists trembling uncontrollably. And the flames on the broken sword of the scavenger princess even went out in an instant. Fortunately, he adjusted quickly, and the flames burned quickly again, burning the broken sword again. At the critical moment, Lind successfully caught up and used all his strength to successfully help block the attack of the Black Knight. It's the upper position. Lind's arms were still sore. He had been prepared in his heart, so he was not surprised. He was just not sure whether he could defeat the opponent with all his strength now, or whether his rash actions would eventually lead to the annihilation of all the extraordinary forces of the Star Dragon Sentry. He tried his best, but the opponent just charged once. The power gap is huge. No infantryman would be stupid enough to face cavalry 1v1. If it weren't for the sword dance of the scavenger princess, who saved the situation at the critical moment, the previous blow would have been enough to kill Lind on the spot. The current situation is not too good. The broken sword has been rekindled again, but Lind's body is very uncomfortable. He was slightly injured in the collision. The upper body of the scavenger princess once again emerged from the broken sword, and the flames covered her skinny and ugly body with a layer of fiery red lion mane. My lord, Leo looked at Lind excitedly. Go back and get treated. Lind didn't look back. His eyes were always on the Black Knight, especially when he saw the other side slowly retreating and preparing to charge again. Lind's expression became more solemn. Miko, Renzo, and Reed, who caught up later, surrounded him. Drink. Miko quickly took out a bottle of healing potion and threw it to Leo. Leo bit open the cork with his teeth. The painful experience of drinking the potion last time was still vivid in his mind. But he couldn't care about that at the moment. The potion power rushed into his throat. And when it reached his stomach, it quickly dispersed and rushed to his body. His injuries were healing quickly, including his broken left arm. Reed and Renzo rushed up from the left and right. One guarded Lind, and the other hid behind and began to pray. Watching Renzo chanting and praying, Miko breathed a sigh of relief. This is the correct way to open the power. There must be only a few weird people like Lind. The old nobles can't be too outrageous. Right? She stretched out her hands. Her fair little hands were raised forward like pushing a door. Her lips and teeth colliding. Chanting a spell. A ray of bright moonlight gathered in her palms, and then turned into a wisp of gauze and floated towards Lind. The moment it fell into Lind's body, Lind straightened his back. Boom boom! The heart was beating. Strength appeared continuously, and the feeling of exhaustion caused by the resistance just now disappeared instantly. This is the power of magic. Lind didn't need to look back to know who did it. Woo! Renzo's prayer was over, and the blood-red flame twisted in his palm, as if it had its own life. The Black Knight charged again, aiming directly at Lind. The scavenger princess took the initiative to crawl out, and was shattered the moment she collided with the Black Knight. But she also succeeded in slightly diverting the direction of the Black Knight. Lind took the opportunity to roll over and bypass the Black Knight's lower abdomen. From rolling to half squatting, and carrying a broken sword, Lind definitely couldn't be so flexible. But the thrust of the flames erupting from his feet made his originally clumsy movements really fast. The broken sword was raised and the opponent's hind hoof was cut. The Black Knight stopped immediately, suddenly jerked forward, supported the ground with the front hoof, and then kicked Lind with the hind hoof. Kicked. The broken sword and the horse hoof collided, and the huge force caused the broken sword to almost fly out of Lind's hand. He was also affected by the hoof, and his blood was surging. Ah! The Black Knight's body suddenly let out a miserable howl. Red flame blood snakes climbed up. And Renzo, the mad secret messenger, had already seized the opportunity. While the opponent's body was shaking, Reed also carried the shield and hit one of the Black Knight's hooves. When the opponent was shaking, he jumped up and climbed onto the horse's back, and chopped with the sword. Leo also rushed up with a tired body. Chapter 81. Lick Your Lien. After being harassed and encircled by many parties, the Black Knight, who always won the victory quickly by charging and crushing, finally got into trouble. It couldn't run anymore, and had to throw off all the small things on its body as soon as possible. People were constantly thrown away, and then climbed up. This was destined to be a war of attrition. The most difficult one among them was Lind. The rest of the people had no ability to resist the Black Knight, and he could only fight once with injuries, be knocked over, and then fight again. If the 5 people had not cooperated, if Renzo's blood flames had not taken the initiative, I'm afraid that after a few encounters, Lind would have announced that he was officially running towards the god of death Sasa. The air exuded a pungent smell of burning hair, blood and scorched earth. The rolling black smoke once again enveloped the ground. The ground was covered with dried blood and deep pits, so mottled that there was no place to stand. Redelio lay on the ground breathing. Not dead, but seriously injured. Miko had always stood outside the attack range, just using magic to help Lind stand up again and again. And her face was pale at this time. You have to pay me back. She touched a bottle of energy potion. Even if she believed in Uni, she couldn't continue to absorb the potion in a short period of time. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, she could only drink the potion twice in exchange for a weak recovery. Compared to the disgusting taste of potion in her mouth, Miko was more distressed about her potion. That was all money. Renzo's black robe had been torn by the war, revealing his skinny body that could see every bone. The whole person was curled up like a poor arthropod, with protruding joints from the back. Only Lind was left standing. However, there was a huge wound on his chest. Before the wound could bleed, Lind used the scorching flame to burn the wound. Thanks to the ring's control of power, he didn't blow up his stomach with a single shot. On the other side, the Black Knight was still moving. It was not right to say that he was still alive, because the half-human body on his back was dead and drooping weakly. He died by having his throat cut. It was Leo's move. And it was that sword that turned the tide of the battle. Leo, that sword you just struck is worth hiring 2 bards to blow for you all day, Lin said loudly, lying motionless on the ground. Leo said hoarsely, Sir, can you find a female bard to blow? You'd better say bard. Ha ha ha. The people lying on the ground were trying to squeeze out a little strength to laugh. Only Miss Miko curled her lips. But then she looked at Lin with her eyes. Now only Lin was still strong enough to move. Can he win? Or was it all annihilated? And she didn't expect that this group of people were so good at finding joy in adversity. Linda leaned on the broken sword and looked at the Black Knight, who was spinning around like a chicken with its head cut off. He didn't expect that the life systems of both sides were separated. After the upper body was gone, the lower body could still move. And the movement was even more brutal. The brutal and crazy enemies were not scary, but the enemies with brains were more difficult to deal with. So when dealing with the crazy Black Knight, Linda chose to take the initiative to attack, relying on the thrust generated by the explosion to move at high speed. The Black Knight really spun around like a headless fly, and would no longer use tricks to block his actions, but attack in a more laborious and brutal way. If his upper body was still alive, he would definitely use all kinds of methods to chase him. But now, he seemed to only know how to pounce and bite him. And if he couldn't pounce, he would continue to pounce. The heavy body made a forward movement, with a very large range of motion, which also left Linda ample opportunities to attack. Chop once, dodge, and then chop again. The mail on his body had long been broken. The circular pattern on his chest flickered until it was completely extinguished. The broken sword in Linda's hand no longer flickered. But at the last moment, he cut off one of the opponent's legs. Next was a contest of willpower and madness. And the condition for winning the contest was to survive. Bang! The Black Knight, whose upper body had been turned into rotten meat, finally fell to the ground, with 2 limping legs and scars all over his body. But his big mouth was still open, roaring at Lin. Lin grabbed the broken sword with both hands and raised it above his head. This time, there was no flame to accompany him, no power to bless him, and even just raising the broken sword above his head exhausted his strength. The downward slashing action was more like him being pulled by gravity. Looks like I won. Bang! The broken sword smashed into the lower body of the Black Knight, the Black Beast, but the force was not strong enough to kill it. Lift it up and smash it again. Smash it again. Smash it again. Until the opponent was completely silent, lying against the corpse that was as big as an elephant and emitting a foul smell. Lin enjoyed another victory and another life after a disaster. The sense of survival crisis that was lost when the undead rushed in hastily was finally awakened with this life and death battle. Just like a poet finally found his inspiration, and the various confusions accumulated in his heart finally had a chance to vent. Unfortunately, I don't understand poetry, whether in my past life or this life. Literary things have nothing to do with me. Whether it's Lind, Reed, or Leo, they no longer have high temperatures on their bodies. When the cold wind blows, they don't feel cold. The exciting victory made them laugh. Encounter a strong enemy. Defeat the strong enemy, and then you can enjoy the glory. Just like now. They are enjoying it. The first one to recover was Miko. She pulled out a knife and came to the front of the Black Knight. After reciting a few spells, the knife was immediately covered with a touch of moonlight, and the thin blade became crystal clear and beautiful. Definitely. Definitely. I'm going to get rich. Miko's eyes were full of expectation. However, when her eyes met Linda's, she was like an irritated rabbit and shouted, "What's wrong? What's that look?" Linda didn't say anything. He had no strength left, but his eyes could help him communicate. "You want to say that I deliberately saved my strength and didn't help you just now, right? Your sword is so big." But Linda just looked at her with suspicion. There was no master-servant relationship between the two parties. Linda really couldn't ask Miko to fight for him. And he also believed what Miko said. If she loses this battle, it will be a dead end for her. So when she was blinded by the benefits of the higher disaster heart and dragged into the battle, she was already tied to this worship. If she really wants to be angry, Miko has more reason to be angry. But what is the conflict between this and Linda's continued use of eyes to tease the rabbit? They just experienced a life and death battle. And the entertainment program after the war is also very important. Miko was very anxious and covered Linda's eyes with her hands. Don't look at me with that look. It is true that she was a little reserved. This was her survival instinct. But when she encountered Lin's eyes, she couldn't hold it back. There was no anger or resentment that she didn't work hard. But she used a look of, I caught you. She didn't know whether Yuni knew how to read minds. But at this moment, Miko felt something was wrong under Lin's gaze, covering Lin's eyes. Miko breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at me with that look anymore. Understand? Lin didn't respond. I forgot. You can't move anymore. Miko hummed, and moved her palm down to Linda's mouth, revealing his eyes. Hey, if you look at me again, I will. Ah! She suddenly screamed, and her body bounced up as if bitten by a snake. Are you a dog? Miko looked at her wet palm. She was licked. She shook her hand in disgust. Lick your lotus. Linda grinned and laughed silently. But Miko seemed to have auditory hallucinations in her ears. Linda's laughter in the past appeared all at once, and then kept lingering in her ears. Chapter 82. Can't I defeat you with this? Several people gradually recovered their strength and stood up, as long as they dragged their bodies back to the Star Dragon post, drank the potion, and rested for a night. They would definitely recover. The magic world is so unreasonable. But compared to the undead, who kept coming back to life, they seemed to be a little more reasonable. Higher Disaster Heart. Mike, who successfully dissected the body of the Black Knight, had a disaster heart in his hand, which was purer than the ordinary disaster heart. Can the potion brewed with it help people get promoted to a higher position? Linda asked. Of course it's not that easy. Miko raised her index finger and shook it gently. It also requires very complicated preparations. Each potion path is different. But the potion brewed by the upper-level Heart of Disaster is indeed one of the most important things. For example, the experience potion I got from Ronan before is also one of the auxiliary potions. And she listed a few of them casually, which was enough to give Linda a headache. When I was promoted to Grand Knight, I just ate some grass and drank a bottle of medicine. How come it became so complicated when I was promoted to a higher position? This is just the basic preparation. Each path has its own detailed steps required for promotion. This one is 3 times a day, 1 tablet each time. And this one is twice a day, 2 tablets each time. And the rest of this one is a day. He was a little dizzy, so he decided not to listen to so much for the time being. If he wanted to be promoted to the next level of Grand Knight, he could only find a way from the Blackfire brothers. But it's not easy to find the Blackfire brothers, who disappeared more than half a year ago. At least, they haven't been heard of in the nearby area. It seems that the road to promotion is not so easy. What about you? Linda asked. Are you ready to take the potion to become a higher wizard? Otherwise, you come first. You want to give it to me? Miko was surprised. They spent so much effort to get the higher Heart of Disaster. But Linda actually wanted to give it to himself. His heart trembled slightly. Does this person really not care about the benefits at all? I only care about the growth of my own strength and the strength of those around me. Nothing else matters. As long as I can live longer. Does it matter who comes first or who comes later? Linda leaned on the broken sword. Quite free and easy. Of course. It's not free. Hey, go find your Lien. Mike jumped up and down. Then he rubbed the little hand that Linda had licked on his clothes frantically. It was as if he had accidentally caught something disgusting. Ha ha ha. Linda laughed. And the 2 soldiers laughed too. Even Renzo did the same. Miko is cute. And they survived. So why not laugh? Teasing the rabbit is the most interesting part. Yeah. The unobtrusive murmur of singing drifted along the wind. The laughter of the crowd suddenly disappeared. Let's go! Lind whispered. Fortunately, all the people present were great knights. Although they were seriously injured, their minds were much stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise they would have been wiped out. The burning heart of victory also cooled down. The dangers of this world still exist, and we cannot be careless after victory. Night. Miss Miko's potion shop. The rabbit-toothed witch holding the upper disaster heart in the basement was thinking under the light of the fire, with a somewhat tangled expression. As Lin said at the beginning, if Miko could be promoted to an upper wizard first, he could directly give the upper disaster heart to Miko. No, he didn't take the disaster heart back at all, as if he didn't know how precious it was, and just waved his hand and said, I'll give it to you first if you can use it. The higher level materials that are purer than ordinary great knights exude a strong magical stench, and it is not easy to boil them into potions. And if Miko wants to truly tame this power, she needs to take it in small amounts and multiple times. Chasing the voice of Uni, she counted her heartbeats at the right time. Not even once can be wrong. If they are not careful, the enemy they face today will be a lesson. However, she still has precious experience potions in her hands, which can avoid some minor problems. The materials of potions have never been precious, but the potion formula is precious. After all, if you are not careful, the potion you make may not be the expected potion, but a poison that directly leads to death. Don't you know how precious this is? Miko had a headache. Different levels of disaster hearts also have their own values. And there are earth-shaking changes every time you cross a level. If the disaster hearts of the ordinary Great Knight class can be bought because they can kill ordinary people with numbers and weapons, then to get to the top, it depends purely on strength. After all, no matter where you are in the gathering place, you really can't even think about paying money to hire a Great Knight to help you kill to the top. Miko likes to take advantage and get kickbacks. But when Lin treats him with that kind of absolute trust, Miko admits that he feels a little different. Maybe, it's not bad to stay at Star Dragon Post. There are a group of undead people who will not die and are very crazy. A group of silly soldiers. And the big golden-haired guy who always wants to improve the strength of the people around him. Then I won't be polite. Mike muttered, at most. I can help you cook potions with a little effort in the future. Isn't this enough to take you down? Linda squinted his eyes and rested. That is a heart of disaster at a higher level. If it can be cooked into a potion and drunk to advance to a higher level, Linda's ability to resist risks will undoubtedly be further improved. But compared to this, the rabbit tooth, which is more precious than 10,000 disaster hearts. Since we know that she has a history of running away, we don't bother to keep her. After she has collected what she wants, she will definitely leave without any regrets. Talents must be grasped in the hands. Lions pounce on rabbits with all their strength. In the fight with the Black Knight today, Linda forcibly tied Miko to the warship. No matter what happens afterwards, she will definitely have some complaints. But if all the profits of everyone are transferred to Miko, then whoever benefits the most will bear the responsibility for this action. On the surface, Linda still took charge of everything. One of the reasons for his action was to eliminate the danger near the territory. After this period of contact, he can almost see what kind of person Miko is. Of course, there is a risk of failure. But if he succeeds, he is a wizard who can cook potions. And a high-level wizard. Although the means are a bit dirty. The kind rabbit-toothed which will definitely understand him. Knock knock, the door was knocked gently. Enter. Linda raised his eyelids and looked at the door lazily. The wooden door creaked open. The fire in the room was bent by the wind. And Lin's shadow was pressed against the wall. Lien, who had wrapped herself tightly, walked in with a basket. After seeing Lin, she smiled. Sir, let me help you check your injuries. In addition to the rabbit-toothed witch, the blacksmith's wife is also a person with a head full of knowledge. She must be kept. Chapter 83. What the dwarf Ludo saw and heard. It was definitely not a good feeling to pull weeds with bare hands in late winter. He stuck his butt out and dug his fingers into the mud, hooked his fingers tightly, and pulled hard. It hurt a little. Even pulling weeds requires some skills. Otherwise the saw-like leaves will scratch your palms. And getting injured in this kind of weather means getting sick. And getting sick means losing your labor force, which is not far from death. Ludo stuck his butt out and worked on the road. Although his dwarf body is shorter than some children, his appetite is not low, which means he needs to do more work. He looked up at the mayor's mansion in the distance. The mansion that was once admired and envied by countless people has now entered a semi-abandoned period. It was the first time that he missed Ronan so much. The dwarfs who played ugly roles in the dwarf comedy troupe were one of Ronan's favorite entertainment methods. Although they would suffer some physical injuries most of the time, they didn't think there was anything wrong with using their disabled appearance to exchange for food to fill their stomachs. More often, they would receive envy and jealousy from ordinary people. Why should healthy people go out to beg for food, while a group of dwarfs who are weaker than children can solve their life difficulties by just pretending to be stupid? When Ronan was around, dwarfs who kept pets would only be looked down upon. But food and clothing were not a problem. And some dwarfs could even find women by relying on their favor. But after Ronan left, and the real ruler of the town became a mysterious adult, everything changed completely. Without special treatment, the dwarfs immediately changed from pets to poor creatures, who went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Those who are jealous don't just roll their eyes. Most people are still lawful and just curse a few times. A few people will push the dwarfs when they pass by, or squeeze the dwarfs when they are in line, so that the dwarfs, who already have a hard time working, often go hungry. The elder of the new town, Sherry, turns a blind eye to everything at the moment, because for most people, life in Prey Town is really getting better and better. Not only has the right to live been opened up to ordinary people wandering around, but they can move in directly without paying, and they don't have to pay. They would also give out some work to do every once in a while. Work, and then exchange it for food. There is no such good thing as a reward for hard work. So more and more people gave up their original means of survival and chose to take on tasks instead. Today, Prey Town is equivalent to a small processing plant belonging to Linda. Not only is there no basic salary, no overtime pay, but a group of people are scrambling to get on the assembly line. And people often fight over it. Fortunately, there are always tasks, and there are a lot of them. The most common one is the collection of some strange mutant plants, and occasionally some tedious physical work, sewing work, etc. While lamenting the earth-shaking changes in Prey Town, people also marveled at the magic of that adult, who actually had so much food. But then again, even if some food was delivered, as long as a certain amount of labor was put in, it would barely fill the stomach, which was still too difficult for the dwarfs. Dwarfs were destined not to be able to do difficult work. The cold wind slapped on his face, and Ludo withdrew his gaze from the mayor's mansion. He had to speed up a little bit, so that when he went back to hand in his work later, he could see if he could get a new job. When passing by the small square, Ludo glanced at it. He vaguely remembered the scene that day, when everyone squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. After the task was handed over, Ludo immediately bought a small pile of tubers of potatoes with money. This kind of food is very troublesome to handle, and the skin is also difficult to handle. But it is a rare good thing to fill the stomach. The environment where this kind of mutant food grows is very dangerous. In the past, he would rather starve to death than dare to search for it. Now he can eat as much as he wants, as long as he is not afraid of indigestion. And the premise is that he has enough money. A noisy voice came from afar. What's going on? Ludo subconsciously stood on tiptoe, and then found that his height had not changed. It was still the butts that blocked his view. You are lucky this time. Old Cherry stood on the table. He is the mayor. But most of the time people don't regard him as the mayor. The task scrolls at his hand are the treasures in the eyes of everyone. It is said that some people will go to Old Cherry to get a better job, and even send a lot of good things. Old Cherry accepts the benefits, but never makes any promises. Old Cherry's next shout completely made the crowd explode. The great noble, Lord Lindarman, plans to recruit a group of people to move into Star Dragon Outpost. The food comes from Star Dragon Outpost, and all the jobs are put here after Star Dragon Outpost selects them. Moreover, just being close to the real Lord is enough to make them excited. Does working for the Lord mean that they can also be like Old Shay? Now Old Shay is doing so well because of Lind. Quiet! Old Cherry gave a look to the soldier beside him. The soldier hit the shield with his sword, and the dong-dong sound made everyone shudder. The friction sound of the sharp weapon was like a hammer hitting the bone, and the phantom pain was palpitating. The noise stopped. Old Cherry nodded, very satisfied, although his power could not reach the level of Ronin. And some people even said that he was a dog. Haha. What's wrong with being a dog? Look, aren't the people in front of you fighting for the opportunity to be dogs? We're going to select people who can sing this time, Old Cherry said. There are also tailors, carpenters. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people immediately raised their hands. I can. My father is a carpenter. I can sing now. Old Cherry squinted and smiled. Everyone has a chance, but whether you can do it is not up to you. The smile on his face disappeared. I would rather screen out some trash than allow someone to fill in the numbers. The opportunity to rise to heaven in one step is right in front of you, but whether you can get it depends on your own ability. Entering the Star Dragon Outpost, saying goodbye to hunger and danger, and living under the guidance of a powerful order, it is absolutely correct to say that it is a step to heaven. From hell to heaven. Register to be selected, and then divided into groups. Ludo felt that his only advantage was that he could sing, and he also wanted to seize this opportunity. At this time, being arranged to move forward made him feel like a piglet tied with a rope. The team moved forward with difficulty. Move back. A figure suddenly squeezed in from the gap in front, and the fat ass almost knocked Ludo away. "What are you doing?" Ludo was timid, and the stinky smell from the other party's ass made him frown. Bastard who didn't wipe his ass. The shadow enveloped Ludo, and Ludo looked up at the other party's chin that had become 3 layers because of looking down at him, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously, especially the pair of angry eyes, which made his legs a little weak. It's better to have less trouble than more. Being cut in line. It's not just Ludo who is afraid of the strong man. The people behind Ludo are also dissatisfied, but they dare not express their opinions. They came to register to try their luck. The possibility of failure is relatively high, but if they annoy the strong man, their future life may not be easy. No one cares about the little farce here. The team continues to move forward. Finally, it's the strong man in front of Ludo. The fart-like singing makes Old Cherry's face black. "Get lost. Sir, give me a chance." Clang. A soldier drew his sword. The bully who was always bullying was no different from an ordinary dwarf when he met the soldiers of Prey Town. The strong man retreated in disgrace. But Ludo found that he turned and walked towards another carpenter team. The person who was selecting there was not Old Cherry, but an old craftsman who had just been selected. Seeing the strong man cutting in line, and the people who were cut in line dared not say anything, Ludo just withdrew his gaze. "It's my turn." As a performer, Ludo's voice is pretty good. It's not very melodious, but it can definitely be called a good tune. "Not bad." Old Cherry nodded. "You can stay." "Thank you, Mayor." Ludo smiled. The screening was very fast. By the afternoon, more than a dozen people had gathered. The strong man who liked to jump the queue was unfortunately not selected. He had a lot of strength, but strength was not a feature. Having a skill is more likely to be valued by the mayor. When Ludo followed the team and left, he felt very comfortable when he saw the man's face full of envy and jealousy. From now on, they should be in 2 different worlds. The team walked very slowly. According to what Old Cherry said at the beginning, they should choose to set out in the morning and arrive at night after a long day of trekking. In order not to delay the Lord's business, they could only try to challenge walking at night. There were soldiers escorting them, but everyone was nervous. Everyone knew what the night meant, and the possibility of encountering danger increased greatly. Old Cherry could not have been unaware of this, but he still arranged for them to travel at night, which meant that the danger was not great. The safe journey afterwards made everyone feel relieved. They set out in the afternoon and arrived at the Star Dragon outpost in the afternoon of the next day. What a high wall! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone was shocked, and the yearning for a better life dispelled the fatigue of the body. The towering wall required one to look up hard, and Ludo was definitely the one who felt it the most. Standing lower, the feeling was clearer. After entering the Star Dragon outpost, Ludo and others were stunned. Not because of the flat ground, nor because of the rows of houses. It was a giant. The giant caught his eye the first time. The giant with 2 heads stood there. One head was resting with eyes closed, and the other head was scanning their faces. Such a huge monster exuded a terrifying aura, and it made people feel terrified just standing there. What would happen if the giant moved a step? Ludo was eager for the other party to lift his foot and take a step forward. On the contrary, the state of staring at him motionlessly like in front of him made him anxious and terrified. Just like the thunder and lightning in the dark night. It always makes people nervous. "From Prey Town?" the other party asked in a muffled voice. "Yes." Ludo swallowed his saliva, and after answering, he realized that no one else answered except himself. "Follow me." The other party turned and walked in, and Ludo was panicked to find that his legs had been frightened and almost fell to the ground when he took a step forward. Ouch. There was chaos behind. Ludo turned around and looked at his companions who came from Prey Town like him. They had fallen to the ground in large numbers and looked quite embarrassed. But Ludo understood them very well. Short legs may not be all bad. At least he won't fall easily. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The 2-headed man who had just walked out 2 steps turned around and sighed at the heavy task that was dragging on. "I knew this task was not that simple." "Yes, I'm sorry. Sir, please forgive me." Everyone changed from a sitting position to a kneeling position. Very smoothly. "Hurry up. I have several tasks to do," the 2-headed man complained. Tasks? Does such a powerful and terrifying existence also have to do tasks? Although they had met once before, the image of the Lord was a little more impressive in their hearts. They were like little ducks following their mother duck's ass, stretching the team line. But no one fell behind from beginning to end. Bang! There was a loud noise. Ludo and others were startled. There was another two-headed man running from a distance. This strong man is not the only one? Run slower. If you shake the house down, the Lord will definitely kill you. I'm too late for the mission. Even as he spoke, the two-headed man slowed down his speed. The shock brought by the Star Dragon outpost did not end there. More and more two-headed men appeared. Dozens of them. If they had not occasionally seen ordinary people, they would have mistakenly thought they had come to the kingdom of two-headed men. Ludo and the others were completely numb. When they saw the relatively short figure surrounded by two-headed men, their hearts regained vitality. So many powerful two-headed men actually listened obediently to the scolding of the adults. You are worthy of being called Lord. Lord. Ludo and the others instinctively knelt down. Linda nodded and pointed at a few people to take the new NPCs to work. Functional NPCs are not that bad either. Some jobs have too little income, and Linda can't increase the task rewards for jobs with little income to urge the undead to take them. So he still needs to recruit and absorb the natives to gradually replace the undead and take over some jobs. It's not realistic for NPCs to just stand there and issue tasks and let the undead do the work. If the territory wants to have a virtuous cycle, it must be able to operate normally even without the undead. And even the undead are just icing on the cake. Take those who can sing to find Miss Miko. Linda well ordered. Yes. For Linda, this is just a small matter. The most important thing now is to deal with the problem of Longya Mountain Road. The undead, who went to explore Longya Mountain Road, hurried back and reported that a level 23 boss appeared on Longya Mountain Road. And there were 4 level 12 small bosses around him. In addition, the opponent also had a ground dragon that emerged from the magma. The undead recounted their encounter in detail, including the fact that they were wearing the equipment of the Wanderers, and there happened to be a two-headed man. So they were mistaken for a two-headed man. A Saint Upper Knight is definitely not comparable to the Upper Black Knight. And the opponent also had a ground dragon, which he had heard of swimming in the magma. Ordinary means could not pose a threat unless the opponent could be flipped over and his belly exposed. After knowing that the other party was Lord Saran, Lin started the emergency mission without hesitation. The time-limited emergency mission urged the undead to improve their strength. In just one day, 62-headed people appeared in the territory. But this was not enough. There was no time to build weapons and equipment for 62-headed people, so they could only increase their chances of winning from other aspects. It was too late to build new fortifications. At this time, Lin was teaching the undead to work as a team and maximize their strength. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. Chapter 84 this time. She wants to stay. Mike held a pestle in her hand and pounded the medicine. Sweat beads slid from her forehead to her nose bridge, and a drop of sweat quickly gathered at the tip of her small nose. Tick-tock. Sweat beads fell on the table, counting heartbeats while pounding the medicine, calculating breathing while grinding, even strict to the point that the required spell tone after each step must be followed. Potionology is very advanced and rigorous. How can you do it casually according to your inner thoughts? She stopped her work and couldn't help mumbling. The last time they talked about brewing potions, Lind actually used the so-called idealism to judge, which made her feel uncomfortable for a long time. All the work she did was to listen to Uni. It would be ridiculous if the sensing power used a formula. The steps of making potions are not fixed. The previous generations tried and failed again and finally got this formula that is extremely close to success. It's like narrowing the range of choices and saving a lot of time. Of course, if you are favored by the magic ring, you may not need to take the potion at all. You can just grab a high-level heart of disaster and swallow it, and you can still be promoted. Stop the work in your hands and carefully put the potion in the glass bottle. Open the box where the potion materials are stored and put the bottle away. Snap! The box was closed, and the sound was very abrupt in the room. She muttered again, and her thoughts suddenly drifted away. Last time, she saw Lien carrying a basket and pushing the door into Linda's room. Although he didn't stay for long, it didn't mean that he didn't do anything. Maybe Linda was just fast. I have received such a great benefit from Lind. And for his health, cooking a potion that a man needs should be considered as a reward. There is a strange wet feeling in the palm of my hand. Miko rubbed the sweat on the palm of her hand on the table, and then muttered, "How disgusting." Recently, the scene of a lion catching a little rabbit sometimes appears in her dreams. making her feel that Uni's power is a little dull. And all this should be attributed to Lind. The potion for promotion is almost ready, but it lacks the most critical steps. I believe it will not be too far away. Thinking about it, Miko herself was surprised. She had traveled a long way to this place, and had gained a lot of benefits along the way. But it was not as good as the few days after meeting Lind. Of course, the most amazing thing is him. If he were the Lord, he would definitely choose to suppress the power of his subordinates. Only by ensuring that he is absolutely strong can the power be concentrated. If the people under his command have the power to overthrow him at any time, I am afraid that the Lord will be unable to sleep and eat. Or is this the pedantry of the old nobles? Do you really think that emotions can surpass interests? Judging from her experience of wandering around these years, nothing can resist interests. If there is, it's just that the amount given is not enough. While laughing at the other party's simplicity, Miko suddenly found that she seemed to be more willing to stay with such people. Everyone laughs at upright people, but everyone will choose to be with upright people instead of cunning people. But there is no aristocratic temperament at all. She felt as if her palm was licked by a lion again. Goosebumps are definitely the most vicious curse in the world. They come with embarrassment, making people feel miserable and their toes cramp. Miss Miko. There was a rude voice outside through the wall. Open the door. You have the ability to open a potion shop. Why don't you have the ability to open the door? Only those undead with abnormal brains can talk like this. I really don't know where these people get the energy every day. If it were me who could die and come back to life infinitely. Miko felt that she would collapse instead of happily exploring new ways to die every day. Before, Miko thought these people were normal people. But one day when she saw someone climb to the highest point of the Star Dragon post, and suddenly spread his arms, and jumped down, she knew that she shouldn't use normal people's thinking to restrain them. Maybe this is the price of immortality. Miko left the room, and raised her hand to fan the air. The sudden breath of fresh air made her feel like she was back to the human world. And the emotions of being harassed by the lion in her heart were quickly suppressed. When she opened the door of the magic potion shop, two ferocious heads poked over. The undead who chose to drink the potion of the two-headed man were very stupid in Miko's opinion. But the power of the Star Dragon Sentry had indeed reached an unprecedented peak. To be frank, if there were these two-headed men before, they would definitely not be so embarrassed when facing the upper Black Knights. Maybe. No. They would definitely win easily. The Lord ordered that all shops should be closed during the preparation period. During the preparation period, all shops were closed. And at the same time, the blacksmith shop and the potion shop opened a limited time promotion. One pre-war preparation can almost clear out the gold coins and points of the undead. Miko was puzzled by Lin's constant attempts to clear out the undead's property. After the currency function of Rand Gold was gradually replaced by faction points, Lin racked his brains to squeeze out the points of the undead. No matter from which angle. The undead, who have collectively been promoted to the Grand Knight class, have some savings in their hands. And then, they are the leading force in developing the economy, which is more suitable for Star Dragon Outpost. Even in Miko's view, points are a very backward thing. You can only get points if you make people loyal to you. Points cannot be traded, and they will be automatically cleared if you choose to leave. Not only that, the things in the point store are not sold for a few points, and they need to reach a certain level of evaluation, and even purchase restrictions. It is full of the feudal atmosphere of the old aristocracy, and it is really a pity that the undead, who are jumping out of it, accept it happily. I am not here to buy things. The undead pointed behind him. The singer said by the Lord. Singer? What a strange name. But she has become accustomed to the undead people often saying some strange words. Miko looked at three people who grew up in a ladder-like manner. One man and two women. And the man was a dwarf. She had some impression of the dwarf. If he was from Prey Town, he should be the one she had accidentally glimpsed. An important point in taking a high-level potion is the guidance of sound. If someone sings a poem in your ear, it will undoubtedly increase the chance of success. She even heard that someone can boil the singing into a potion. If you drink it when trying to advance, you can hear the gentle singing in your ears. The efficiency is quite high. Rabbit's teeth poked out slightly. Unexpectedly. Just because she mentioned that taking a potion while listening to singing might increase the success rate. Lind immediately found three people with good voice conditions for her. You will learn a few poems next. After finally lowering her lips that almost exposed her gums and covering her rabbit teeth, Mika told the three people, you must sing with your heart, and it is best to interpret the emotion. I will keep the most suitable person. the most suitable one will be kept. But what about the unsuitable one? The three people, short, medium and tall, looked at each other and knew that they had to work hard to perform. Miko reached out to the two-headed undead, and the other party immediately handed over the task scroll. The magic gathered at Miko's fingertips, leaving a mark that belonged to her, which also meant that the other party's task was completed. Is there 10 points? Miko finally glanced at the mission reward. No wonder the undead would accept the escort mission, even though it was the preparation period. Everyone in the Star Dragon outpost knew that there would be a fierce battle next. And Miko also had a fierce battle. Instead of waiting here, she hoped to be promoted to a high-level wizard as soon as possible. Maybe she could catch up with that fierce battle. In the past, when passing through other territories, if she encountered trouble, she would think of leaving at the first time. This time, she wanted to stay. Chapter 85 120 Bald Men Jump Out. Longya Mountain Road. The passage leading to the western border area at the foot of Red Dragon Mountain has come to an end. The Earth Dragon ridden by Lady Saran shuttled through the mountain road. Every time the huge body swayed forward, the tail swung back and forth with the body, hitting the stone wall of the mountain road and making a loud noise of dong dong and boom, and occasionally accompanied by stone slag splashing. Not far ahead, the road ahead suddenly narrowed, and the Earth Dragon suddenly had the idea of playing a prank and hit the stone wall. A rock trembling in the wind found an opportunity and leaped over the heads of the crowd. The falling rock was swept by a chain hammer with flames and exploded. "Sir, we are going out soon." The speaker was one of the 4 great knights under Lord Saran. He held a sticky meteor hammer wrapped with blood vessels and muscles in his hand, and the bumpy hammer head had some irregular marks. Maybe the hammer had smashed through someone's head. A large piece of the exploded stone fell on the head of the Earth Dragon, and it shook its head a little unhappy. The pursuit of the 4 knights seems to have been inherited from the era of Proof of the Sun. The strong all hope to have 4 powerful knights under their own seat. The 4 knights of the Apocalypse, the 4 knights of the King, and now the 4 knights of Fire Supply of Saran. The 4 people's dressing style is the same as before. Very simple tops, showing as much red skin as possible, and strange masks on their faces. However, unlike the previous lightly dressed battle, the 4 people each carried or held a small stove that looked quite cumbersome. The iron shell of the stove, which was as big as a head, was burned red, and the heat wave distorted the vision. When the body touched the hot stove, there was no sizzling sound of roasting meat, but the skin of several people was always red, as if the heat was constantly transferred to the bodies of the 4 people. After the episode, the journey continued. The Earth Dragon slowly raised its feet, and every time it raised and dropped to the ground, there was a rumbling sound. It was wrapped with chains, neck, 4 legs, and tail. Every time the iron chains moved, there was a rattling sound. All the iron chains gathered upwards and finally gathered in the hands of Lord Saran, who was sitting on the back of the Earth Dragon. The sound of clang la la is clear. Swimming in the magma for many years, and the peculiar structure of the body make the Earth Dragon's body covered with a thick layer of rock clothing. It looks soft in the magma, but after leaving the high-temperature volcano, the rock clothing gradually cools down and turns into black, solid and thick dragon scales. Therefore, every time the Earth Dragon's body rises and falls, the rock and soil will fall off. Just now, the Earth Dragon suddenly hit the mountain wall as a prank, and there were falling rocks on its head, as well as the flaming meteor hammer that occupied the site. All the scenes were captured by the Prey Town messenger who followed behind. He sighed in his heart at the power of the Earth Dragon. He really brought back a powerful helper for Lord Rock. From now on, he will definitely become Lord Rock's confidant. Imagine, as long as the Earth Dragon appears, people will have no other choice but to surrender. Walking out of the narrow and tall Longya Mountain Road, the twisted rock walls embedded on both sides seemed to be waving goodbye to them. What came into view was a wild plain. The cold wind that blew suddenly made the Earth Dragon shake his head uncomfortably. The shaking of his head caused a small earthquake. Crackling, stones flew, hitting the ground and leaving small pits. The wind shook the stoves carried by the 4 fire knights, and the flames flickered. The skin of the 4 people also changed from suddenly red to dull, as if it was about to go out, and then lit up again. It was approaching dusk, and the sun had long hidden in the west of the Red Dragon Mountains. When they were on their way just now, the mountain road was still very dark. Now facing the west, The short and not very dazzling sunlight told them that it would be dark for a while. The red sun's light coming from the front dragged their shadows on the mountain wall of Longya Mountain Road. Like a giant tree growing, winding up along the almost straight slope of the mountain wall. The side was pulled to the junction of heaven and earth. But Lord Saran suddenly felt something was wrong. Go to Prey Town, Lord Saran said softly to the messenger. He attributed the awkwardness and abnormality to his own illusion. After dark, more and more things will emerge. And the sleeping giant monster east of Longya Mountain Road may have awakened. So it is reasonable if the sense of crisis comes from there. Yes, I will lead the way. The messenger was surprised and bent forward, making a humble gesture. When he passed by the earth dragon, he could not feel the heat, but he heard the rumbling of its stomach. The sound of its stomach moving was like thunder. It was indeed a huge earth dragon like a house. This place is not too far from Prey Town. If the messenger walked forward and talked, trying to show his face in front of Lord Saran and the 4 fire knights as much as possible, there might be unexpected benefits. The principle of dealing with people told him that it was better to show his talent directly and be remembered than to show his talent and be discovered. This was definitely a good opportunity for him to rise to the top. Huh? The wind howled. The black shadow interrupted the messenger's chatter, tearing his skull apart in pain, and his consciousness fell into darkness in an instant. Boom! In the eyes of Saran and the 4 knights of the fire supply, a black shadow suddenly flew in the distant sky at high speed, and in an instant it brushed the messenger's head and smashed him into the ground like an onion. Dust rolled, blood and flesh splashed, and after it completely stopped, it was discovered that it was a flying boulder. Someone is using a catapult. Enemy attack. Lady Saran's eyelids jumped, and anger surged in her heart. It seems that the people west of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain have gone crazy and dared to attack him directly. Very good. You have deserved your death. On a small hillside a few miles away from Longya Mountain Road, a huge and bulky catapult was in operation. Fuck. It missed. Next to the catapult, 3 figures and 6 heads gathered together. Didn't you say that you can hit wherever you point? This is a catapult. I can only imitate Li Yunlong and use a thumb to gesture. And there is no fire control radar. How about you do it? I'll do it. Do you think we should pour the golden juice? Get lost. Just play the game. Why do you do something so disgusting? The 2-headed undead led by Lind have prepared an ambush. Lord Saran did not hide his tracks when he acted, and his confidence in his own strength made the other side think that he had no rivals in this area. And Lind just happened to not be a person who liked to talk about chivalry. Not only did he not like to talk about chivalry, but the undead under his command were more dirty than each other, and they were very good at taking advantage of opportunities. Here they come. Get ready. On the other side, Lord Saran, who sensed an enemy attack, stood up from the back of the earth dragon. His eagle-like eyes made him notice a group of people rushing in from afar. This group of people didn't run very fast, but they were very heavy. When they ran, they only relied on their bodies to drive their weight, and the ground jumped uncontrollably. The 4 knights of the fire supply standing on the drum were looking at the dozens of huge figures rushing in, and they were a little panicked. Not only the 4 knights of the fire supply were panicked, but even Lord Saran riding on the back of the earth dragon was also panicked. Why did 50 or 60 knights suddenly appear? 60 knights. 120 bald heads. The ground was shaking, and Lord Saran and others were also shaking in their hearts. Chapter 86. No knives here. Crack. The rope turns with the winch. The catapult is adjusting its direction, and a huge stone is held on it by the undead 2-headed man. Can someone sit on it and rush over? It should be said that they always have strange ideas in their minds. The catapult is not part of the plan for this attack. This is neither a siege nor a large-scale battle with a large number of people. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito is ridiculous and brainless no matter which world it is. To be honest, our side has more people, so it is more suitable for bombardment. But if it is the undead with an extra brain, then it makes sense. Regardless of other things, how can there be no catapults in war? The sense of ceremony is needed. Follow up. The ground in front was rumbling due to heavy hitting, and some undead began to shout at the top of their lungs to stop the battle. Although group messages are not a problem, it is more interesting to shout at the top of your lungs on the battlefield. The last shot. The boulder flew across the sky, and as expected, it did not hit anyone in a long arc, but it hit the stone wall at the entrance of Longya Mountain Road. The entrance, which had already started to produce falling rocks due to the impact of the Earth Dragon, collapsed at this time, and the falling rocks blocked the entrance in an instant. And the entrance that could allow the Earth Dragon to pass through was instantly reduced by half. Well done! The enemy's hope of escape was cut off, and this ambush would at least not return empty-handed. Then the next step was to rush forward together. Don't let the Calabash boys save Grandpa. The 4 disciplined fire supply knights looked ahead, and the fire on their bodies flickered as they ran ahead. Lord Saran. The battle was already tinged with sadness before it even began. The setting sun fell on the battlefield where dozens of great knights intertwined, and a war of living and dying began. The difference was that Lord Saran, who came with the intention of gaining something, did not expect to be ambushed. Lord Saran, standing on the dragon's back with the iron chain in hand, looked down ahead. They are just a group of great knights who have gone astray. They are not very valuable, but their number is indeed intimidating. Lord Saran knows very well that people with power are more careful about their lives. He needs to show his absolute invincibility, and then use his momentum to force the two-headed people to surrender. If you have this power, plus the Earth Dragon. Lord Saran's heart gradually became hot, and his handsome and narrow eyes flashed with a smile. They can't follow him further as subordinates, but they are weapons, and they are very easy to use. Lord Saran really couldn't kill all the 50 or 60 great knights unless he was given an extra Earth Dragon, but he had enough confidence to slaughter them until they surrendered. He was an Earth Dragon Knight. With a flick of his wrist, the iron chain rattled. Roar! The Earth Dragon shook its head and roared to the sky. Its short limbs spread out, and the 4 fire knights around it were the most affected, standing unsteadily. The flames were brewing in the Earth Dragon's mouth. Its belly was bulging, and the sound of rumination and vomiting was brewing on its body. The whole process sounded very painful. Tick tick tick. Magma overflowed from the mouth of the Earth Dragon, falling on the ground and stirring up balls of flames. Judging from the charred mouth of the Earth Dragon, the magma spewing would definitely not leave it unscathed. Ouch. The front half of the Earth Dragon's body suddenly lifted up, leaned back and pulled backward, revealing its belly that was arched outward. The body of the Earth Dragon was like a stretched and taut bow. With a puff of vomiting, magma splashed, and some flowed on the body. The rock skin that was not stained with flames and magma was not affected. After years of soaking in magma, the rock skin was no longer afraid of high temperatures. The body straightened, and it lunged forward and threw out a ball of sticky, hot red magma. Bang! As the magma fireball flew out in an arc, the Earth Dragon's raised upper body also fell to the ground. Dust flew, and the ground sank. The Fire Knight was shocked by the huge force and bounced off the ground for a moment. His heart was beating uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of awe as he looked at Lady Saran. This is Lady Saran. Let's go! Lady Saran pulled the chain in her hand again. Even though he was unwilling, the Earth Dragon still twisted his body and rushed forward quickly. The momentum of his running was huge, and the sweeping tail set off the momentum of thousands of troops running. The arc magma shell finally fell, and the dull explosion sounded in the group of undead two-headed men. The jumping magma was smeared on every undead man around, and the turbid heat tore the skin and flesh, and the smell of meat wafted out. But it did not affect the formation at all. What a scene it was! The flames fell from the sky, and one head exploded on the ground and burned half of the two-headed man's body. And then many two-headed men were affected. There is no need to say much about the vitality of the knight. Even if his head was cut off, he would spin twice in place before falling down. But Saran had never seen a scene as crazy as the two-headed man. No fear of pain, only excitement on his face. Even if his intestines were pierced and his stomach was rotten, he would still rush forward with curses. The ground was shaking, and the stones kept jumping from the beginning without stopping. The two sides were getting closer and closer, and the jumps were getting higher and higher. Collision! A two-headed man was overturned. For the huge body of the Earth Dragon, the opponent's full-strength collision was equivalent to an ordinary punch on the head. It had no other effect except for adding an unnoticeable crack to the rock clothing on the Earth Dragon's head. The long flat mouth was raised upwards, and another two-headed man was thrown away. The Earth Dragon's eyes flashed with excitement, and the iron chain was rattling. Lord Saran, who was standing on the dragon's back, holding the iron chain, did not make a move. No matter how fierce the battle was, he remained calm. More and more two-headed men approached. There were too many of them, and they rushed up fearlessly. Roar! The Earth Dragon howled excitedly, and the four legs exerted force to suddenly tilt the body to the right. After the two-headed man was tilted, there was a little gap around the body, and then the Earth Dragon suddenly turned its body. The tail wrapped in a thick layer of rock clothing followed the body and whipped. Every time it collided with the dragon's tail, the two-headed man was lifted up and flew away in the wind. The Earth Dragon showed its advantage as a giant and easily controlled the rhythm of the battle. A larger body size means stronger strength. Whether it is the muscles that have to evolve and grow to support the movement of such a huge body, or the magic that has no muscles but serves as support. Huge. It means strength. The only thing that makes the Earth Dragon feel a little troublesome is that more and more two-headed people are surrounding it. And the strength of these bastards is not too weak. Its tail can whip 3 or 5 people away, but it can't whip more than 10 people, let alone dozens of people. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon's abdomen was hit. It was not injured, but the Earth Dragon felt it clearly. The meat here is good and does not bounce off the knife. Although they did not understand, both the Earth Dragon and Lady Saran felt something was wrong. Boom! The sudden vibration made people uneasy. The subsequent collision also confirmed their inner guesses. The Earth Dragon wailed. The connection between the legs and the abdomen was not covered by the rock skin. The two-headed people completely ignored the risk of being trampled to death and concentrated on attacking. Turning! Trembling! Someone shouted. The tremors gradually became uniform from being chaotic. Lord Saran, who was standing on the dragon's back, finally realized the source of the uneasiness, which was a kind of power that every two-headed man had. People who have gone astray will be better at using power than ordinary knights. Some people say that after taking the potion and leaving the human form, they are moving closer to the shape of the magic truth. The closer their bodies are to the truth, the more powerful they can be. The huge monster could not stand steadily on the shaking ground, and the attack from the non-knife repelling part made the Earth Dragon painful and even more unable to support. Finally, with a boom, the Earth Dragon fell to the ground. Its belly is exposed. Chapter 87 Heroes appear. The iron chains on Saren's body grew rapidly like thorns, and the chain armor woven together wrapped around her. As soon as the Earth Dragon fell, she jumped and dodged quickly. Then, a group of two-headed people who could not gather around the Earth Dragon to eat it surrounded it. His narrow eyes swept over the two-headed people who were breathing heavily, especially when he heard them say, "Yo, you are still a pretty boy. Smile for me. I like this one. I'll go first." As the dirty words that he could not quite understand, but were definitely not serious, were heard, Lord Saran raised his wrist in anger. The chain whistled as his arm rotated, and the first two-headed man had his head blown up as soon as he approached. The tricky chain hit the heads one by one as if it had eyes, and the chain easily slaughtered the undead. In an instant, 3 corpses fell to the ground, the iron chain with him, as the center point danced like a flexible venomous snake, slaughtering the two-headed man easily. Lord Saran had not been able to hear the voices of his 4 fire knights since the beginning. When the two teams collided, the furnace was overturned. However, the 4 fire knights of the ordinary Great Knight could not stop the two-headed man torrent that rushed like an avalanche. One touch, and then they were crushed. A slightly stronger physique is useless in the face of an absolute advantage in numbers. These 4 are elite monsters. But why are they so weak? The game data balance is not good enough. At the same level, when the number of undeads prevails, nothing can stop them. Lin stood behind with his hands holding the broken sword. Behind him stood the mad secret messenger Renzo and 2 big knights. Miss Miko locked herself up early to listen to Uni. It is hard to say how effective it is, but according to him, the voices of those who can sing have become hoarse. I hope she can have a good result. Lin changed his clothes again. The battle caused great damage to his equipment. The current Wanderer style is also good, and the undead people think it is a limited skin. They stood there quietly, looking at the battlefield meticulously, with solemn expressions. His fingers gently touched the hilt of the broken sword, rubbing the calluses on the palm of his hand. The wind from the battlefield had already blown in, lifting the fur coat that Lind was wearing, revealing the bright halo on his chest. Unkempt half-long golden hair fluttered. "Get ready," Linda instructed his 3 men. It was not that he would wait until the crocodile was at low health before entering the battle, nor did he intend to intervene in this battle. It was just that Lord Saran's strength was beyond imagination. Without a strong enough meat shield in front of him, the undead's body as soft as cotton wool, could not get close to him. Go and help that dragon. Linda really didn't want to call the enlarged crocodile a dragon, but he had to admit that the oppressive feeling unique to the behemoth really made people dare not approach without permission. The skin and flesh of the undead are not as thick as Linda's, and they don't have any offensive means. The vibration ability may be impressive, but in terms of pure attack, it has no outstanding advantages except that it can make people unstable. Maybe the power is slightly greater, but it seems pitiful compared to the giant like the Earth Dragon. So letting Renzo and the two knights take on the role of breaking through the Earth Dragon's defense will definitely further increase the advantage. I am definitely the most resistant one. He sighed for what he was going to do next. There was actually an NPC like him in the world. Other NPCs stood still to issue tasks, and even asked players to be mouthpieces at face-to-face distance. In contrast, he simply took the game experience to the extreme. Not only did he recruit talents from all over the world to increase the role-playing experience, but he also provided various potions and job opportunities. From the official forum post, we can see that Star Dragon Sentry has become the most wanted force for all undeads to join with the appearance of 62-headed men. Now he has to take the initiative to help players hold the line. Lind observed and found that although the attack force of Lord Saran is strong, it is not stronger than the charging Black Knight. No one in the field can withstand a blow except himself. He didn't know what Lord Saran's full name was. Maybe Saran? Maybe Saranda? Perhaps influenced by him. His men shouted Lord Saran. But when they started fighting, they showed no respect for the Lord. The NPC team that rushed into the battlefield caused the undead to exclaim. And the Scorching Wind was the prompt. This Scorching Wind was headed by Linda, and the two soldiers behind him were on the flanks. It blew past, sweeping the ground hot. Finally here. Brother duh. I'm the Decky. Look at me, someone made a strange sound. I guess the conditions for assistance have been triggered. Without the help of the NPC, we would really be whipped to death. Someone shouted, heroes are here, adding some joy to the battlefield full of broken limbs. Linda didn't have time to think carefully about what the so-called Knight of Germany was. His own knight? It was a good name. A concept of royal knights with a bit of honor. But he always felt that it was difficult to hear such a normal name from the mouth of the undead. There must be a deeper meaning. The flame announced Linda's arrival. Lord Saran, who maintained stability, beat the two-headed man with an iron chain while looking at Linda. Although they didn't speak, their eyes had already exchanged. In the exploding momentum, a lion ready to attack was confronting a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. The iron chain wrapped with flesh and blood and limbs was quite heavy, and the organs and flesh from the undead became the best decoration for this iron chain. Lord Saran still didn't speak, but focused his eyes on Linda's chest and the ring on his chest. Just when Linda frowned slightly, the chain bit towards Linda cunningly. Whether it was an expression or a tiny movement, it could become a critical moment on the battlefield. There is no doubt that Lord Saran deliberately made an expression that showed concern for the ring on Lin's chest, and then took advantage of Lin's distraction to attack. The iron chain whipped towards Lin's face, and the broken sword had already been raised. Lin's fighting consciousness and absolute control over his physical strength allowed him to instinctively respond to such situations. Glorious explosion. The flame light that erupted through the sword body slightly dispersed the iron chain's attack, but the subsequent attacking force still made Lin's body retreat half a step uncontrollably. The iron chain was wrapped around the broken sword. Mrs. Saran, who had been maintaining a confident expression, froze, especially when she saw Lin suddenly grab the broken sword with both hands and slam it into the ground. Blessed weapon. He squeezed out a sound through his teeth. In the border area, in a remote place, a blessed weapon would appear? The green fluorescence meant that this blessed weapon was not too precious. But it was also a blessed weapon, a direct manifestation of the power of the magic ring. And he didn't have one. The broken sword wrapped in the iron chain was like pulling the reins of a cruise ship, suddenly fixing Lady Saren's shaking arm. With the strength of the above-level knight, even if he was not good at strength, it was definitely not something that an ordinary knight could resist. And the iron chain was tightened. Therefore, Lady Saren's arm only paused for a moment, and then immediately continued to shake. And the straightened iron chain pulled the broken sword out of the ground quickly. The carrion-eating princess quickly got out of the broken sword again, and slapped the iron chain. The action of pulling out paused again. There is no doubt that if Lin faced Lord Saran alone, it would be a one-sided crushing defeat, and he would not be able to hold on for long. The iron chain is troublesome. And what is more troublesome is that the opponent has more than one iron chain. After one chain was pulled, Lord Saran immediately launched a pursuit, and a number of fine iron chains that made people's scalps tingle extended from the edge of the chainmail, all attacking Lind. But Lord Saran ignored that the undead people he was slaughtering would not stand by and watch. When Lind took the initiative to help attract hatred, the iron chain defense array that opened in an instant attracted the thirsty undead people like honey. Pa! A small bottle that had just been drunk in one breath was thrown to the ground and exploded. Drink the blood of madness. Pa! 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 The undead people whose eyes were burned by madness completely abandoned the language system and rushed towards Lord Saran with a howl. Chapter 88, I Want to Play a Wizard. It is a rule set by the undead at the beginning of the action that you cannot drink crazy blood casually. The most taboo in team battles is disobedience and automatic hanging. It doesn't matter if the output can't keep up, as long as you don't do stupid things. But with Lind's appearance, the undead who feel that the boss in front of them is difficult to deal with have to use all the means they can use. Otherwise they will not be able to keep up with the rhythm of the battle. Lord Saran recognized at a glance that they drank crazy blood. But as the owner of blood lambs, he has the most blood lambs. That kind of mutant monster has a low survival rate, weak body, disobedient and difficult to raise, cunning and changeable. Where did this group of two-headed people get such a large amount of crazy blood? After breaking the iron chain in his hand, he didn't care about entanglement with Linda. The calmness disappeared from Lord Saran's face. Now he just wanted to delay time. Those who drank the crazy blood would not necessarily die. But as long as they could survive this period of time, and the crazy enemies fell, their troubles would undoubtedly be much less. The wailing came from a distance, and Lord Saran quickly glanced at the earth dragon whose belly was facing up and was being pressed down by the two-headed people. He saw the earth dragon's belly being cut open, and he also saw that every time the earth dragon breathed, a crazy blood-red flame would overflow from its mouth and nose, taking away its sanity at the last moment of its life. The war was already lost. And the most outrageous thing was that he didn't know who he lost to, nor why there was an ambush. Apart from sending people here, Lord Saran knew nothing about what was going on here. The enemy's madness is actually not terrible, because madness means losing reason. And venting power without strategy will only make oneself embark on the downhill road to Zasa as soon as possible. If it was just dealing with a crazy two-headed man, it would be fine, provided that Linda didn't rush up waving the broken sword. Intense flames burst out from his whole body, and in an instant, all the flames condensed on the surface of his skin, leaving only the high temperature of his body surface that shook the air as he walked. Let Clory's fury wrap his body and turn himself into a weapon. I'm afraid that even if Clory appeared in person at the time, he couldn't control it as finely as Lind. The circular pattern on his chest was still shining, not eye-catching, but people would notice it at a glance. The scavenger princess poked her head out from the sword and nestled on Lind's shoulder intimately. She leaned forward with every swing of Lind's sword, and quickly retracted with every pull back of the broken sword. Linda, who burst out with all his strength, took the initiative to attack again and again in his own way, blocking the attack of Lord Saran for the undead. It was his meddling that made Lord Saran unable to deal with other people. Although Linda was strong, he could only barely block Lord Saran's iron chain with all his strength. Especially when the fine chains came, he couldn't even fight back. But if he was not strong, it was impossible to completely ignore him. Lord Saran chose to completely ignore Linda, and Linda would definitely chop him down with his broken sword. If the power that could block Lord Saran's chains really hit him, the upper knight would probably be injured. A mad undead hit him from behind, and the chainmail blocked the impact. Lord Saran just shook his body slightly, but this was just the beginning. Here comes another impact. More and more. It's impossible to stop. The defense of the chainmail is very strong, but not strong enough to ignore the continuous hammering like a blacksmith's hammer. On the other side, the undead, who completely let go of their body control and let everything be dominated by madness and instinct, were surprised to find that they were the weak ones. Once the game is turned on, the two-headed man plays the vibration to perfection, and each of them inherits the player's own fighting style. Sneak attack, throat lock, head grabbing. From the perspective of Lady Saran, the ground is rumbling and shaking, and it is unstable to stand. This group of people always attacks their weaknesses in a tricky way. They seem to be able to quickly summarize the weaker parts. They will hit their own heads even if they die. Suddenly, The iron chain in his hand paused, and Lady Saran's face suddenly changed, looking through the gaps between the tall two-headed men, along the direction of the chain. The end point of the chain was a broken sword that was entangled and inserted into the ground. It's him again! After being forced to interrupt the defensive rhythm again, Lady Saran was completely overwhelmed. Miss Miko opened the door, and the noisy sound that rushed into her ears made her irritable. It's not so easy to rely on potions to become a high-level wizard. She tried carefully, but what awaited her was another failure. But the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Ms. Miko. Good morning. A joyful greeting came from the front. She looked at him curiously, and found that he was chewing a big piece of meat. The magical smell made her swallow subconsciously, when she walked to the open space in front of her, which was called Small Square by the undead people. She couldn't help swallowing again. But this time it was not because of greed. A huge figure as big as a house was lying there. It was a ground dragon, with a huge body that was dozens of meters long, a towering back, and a flat front mouth. When she was cleaning the library of Tianqing Magic School, she had secretly read the basic knowledge with the convenience of a broom. And the ground dragon was introduced in it. The undeads held small hammers and drills in their hands, crawling around on top of the earth dragon's corpse, hammering it again and again, hammering off large chunks of rock clothing. Without the protection of the rock clothing, the earth dragon's defense power dropped sharply, and the dragon's skin and meat were separated. The dragon's skin was sent for tanning, which might be made into protective gear in the future, while the meat would be sent to a barbecue stall not far from here as soon as possible. She continued to walk forward and found that many undeads had lost the power of the Great Night and turned from two-headed people back to ordinary people. But everyone's face was filled with innocent smiles. But it was hard to tell what the conversation was about. She never understood it. On the huge wooden board in front of the government office, there were strange names followed by lines of numbers. Every once in a while, the numbers on it would change, and the undead people affectionately called it the driving test display screen. There's a celebration tonight, the undead woman shouted at the top of her voice, and the Lord said that you can set up stalls for a limited time during the celebration. Those who can cook and want to earn some income through a secondary job can come and try. Also, there are new potions online in the Faction Points Mall tonight. In addition to the two-headed potion that is still open for exchange, there are also new ways to get potions online. Get your points ready. The undead, who were not interested at first, immediately became excited. And there are new potions online. Thigh Giant. What new potion is available this time? Hee hee. I heard it's a mage. The Silkless Beautiful Legs is the unlucky guy who was killed by a mouthful of magma sprayed by the Earth Dragon. But who let him sneak into the leadership? Almost all the territory updates and gameplay cannot avoid him. It doesn't matter if the operation is bad, as long as you have a brain. His words immediately excited everyone. Fuck. I want to play the mage. I want it now. I want the update now. Ah. I can't wait for the update. It seems like tens of thousands of ants are crawling on my body. Chapter 89 Post-War Celebration Bonfire. The high-grain liquor named Dragon Slayer's Death Celebration was poured into his throat. The hot alcohol rose up, burning Ludo's big nose red. The name of this liquor changes every once in a while, and as long as the most consumption is there is a chance to name it, such as Ping to Town Lou Brandenburg, I'm Speechless, Poison Claw in Orange, and many other strange names. In Ludo's opinion, it is very stupid. Just for a wine named after himself, he would spend all the hard-earned money, and the taste of the wine would not change. And after a while, the name of the wine would be changed to someone else. He didn't understand, but the undead never tired of it. If they wanted to drink the familiar wine, they could only say I want the old one or I want the one with a new name. Otherwise, they would lose confidence in ordering food after looking at the menu that was so long that it made their scalps numb. This time, the name of the wine was changed after the Lord nodded, in order to celebrate the first successful dragon slaying. When the wine was in his mouth, thinking that it was actually related to the dragon, even Ludo, who had never cared about the name, couldn't help but admire it, and felt proud and passionate in his heart. He seemed to have a vague understanding of what the undead were looking for, but it was too extravagant for him. Compared to the Dragon Slayer's death celebration, he preferred keeping it the same as before. As long as he could drink, it was fine. Hiccup. Life in Star Dragon Outpost was beyond imagination. Ludo, who had a good voice, did not do rough work like others. The dwarfs could not do any rough work either, and people would only think he was in the way. He now performed comedy shows at the Outpost Tavern, and occasionally sang a few songs. Sometimes a group of undead gathered together to play cards, and they liked him to sing beside them, saying that it would create an atmosphere. Ludo, who had long been accustomed to acting like a clown, didn't think there was anything wrong with this. His acting skills were excellent, especially when he played jesters, clowns, and other annoying roles, which were very lifelike. However, in Star Dragon Outpost, unlike in Prey Town, he would not be beaten for playing such roles. His main job here was to sing, and occasionally he would play and drink with them. Yet he continued to say to the undead in a treacherous tone after the performance, "Thank you for the gold coins you gave me. Let the funny and pitiful dwarf have more money to buy wine." Some of the undead would give him money while cursing. There are also skills here. You have to pretend to be hesitant to speak. He found that the undead have no resistance to this expression. More than once, the undead tried to give him money and asked if he had any hidden tasks. But unfortunately there were none. Ludo's identity was no different from those female workers. He was currently at the bottom of the Star Dragon Outpost. He was not qualified to issue tasks that would make the undead jealous. It was just the bottom. But life was not as bad as imagined. He could fill his stomach and drink. Above them are the various craftsmen valued by the Lord. The middle level figures are the soldiers, and the top level is the Lord. In fact, at the beginning, Ludo's task was to sing for the witch lady in the potion shop. Unfortunately, he was the one who was eliminated among the three. The powerless dwarf can only find a way to make a living by himself. Star Dragon Post has no plan to support idle people. Fortunately, there are opportunities to make a living here. There was even one time when the Lord saw the dwarf Ludo cheating the undead for money. Not only was he not angry, but he also taught him a few games and told Ludo that he could continue to work in the tavern and any other place in Star Dragon Post. But he had to pay taxes. He raised his head and raised the cup high, and the last sip of the Dragon Slayer's death celebration poured down his throat. He left the tavern. The dragon meat was roasted early in the morning. The Lord did not regard the dragon meat as a treasure at all, because there were not many sentries, and everyone could taste it. When he walked to the stall, he happened to see an extremely ugly undead with green hair holding a string of roasted dragon meat, shouting in an exaggerated tone, "There are many coins for visiting the store, and the real white silk is true." Ludo bypassed the green-haired weirdo and walked to the barbecue stall. The sizzling dragon meat on the strange grill exuded an attractive aroma. A dragon that has been living in the magma will actually be roasted by flames. Sprinkle a little bit of fire tongue grass and rock salt, and the taste will explode in an instant. It's not an adjective, but someone really shouted this next to him, and he made a delicious look while shouting, "Earth Dragon Barbecue. You deserve it. Each person is limited to one skewer." "Hey, Ludo." The undead, who was roasting, saw Ludo. There are very few NPCs in the Star Dragon Outpost, and each NPC has been followed by the undead. The undead are very familiar with the dwarf clowns, who often appear in the tavern. Whether they have something to do or not, they like to gather in the tavern to play cards. Ludo rubbed his hands. "Look at this craftsmanship. I can already smell the aroma that makes people drool from a long distance." "That won't work. This is for the undead." "Uh-huh. I'm just teasing you. Come, take it." The Lord is in a good mood today, and the undead are in a good mood because the wizard profession is about to be opened. So when they meet Ludo, who is more disgusting, they will also give him a good face. Friendly NPCs, even if they usually have bad mouths. The undead will not say anything. This is the real thing. If they are all nice guys who treat people well, what's the point? Even Butter has a foul-mouthed lady, although they currently only have foul-mouthed dwarves. The most important point is that the son does not feel bad for selling the father's land. Dragon meat belongs to the Lord. You can eat it to your heart's content while getting task rewards and faction points. It's just barbecue. And that's what we do in real life. Thinking of this, the undead in charge of barbecue suddenly paused. I was doing barbecue in real life, thinking of relaxing in the game. But after entering the game, I was still doing barbecue. Ludo didn't care about his mumbling. He urged him twice more, and the other party came back to his senses from his daze. He handed over the barbecue, as if his life had suddenly lost hope and was ruined. After taking a bite, Ludo's face changed. Fragrant. It tasted like chicken, with a slightly sweet taste. I don't know if it was an illusion. even if the roasted meat was chewed between teeth. The meat seemed to be alive, and slightly fighting with his teeth, as if he had really swallowed a dragon in one bite. The most obvious performance was, it couldn't be chewed. He stretched his neck and swallowed hard, and finally managed to swallow the meat into his stomach. There were many people who did the same thing as him. No. One person can only eat one skewer. I just put it in my mouth, and the meat slid into my stomach, and I didn't have time to chew it slowly. Ludo glanced at two undead men and women who were discussing barbecue. The undead in charge of the barbecue was determined, while the undead woman standing in front of him was humble and flattering. It's delicious. Just like grilled chicken breast. Give me another skewer. It's no use crying. You have to pay. Damn. It's just barbecue. Why are you crying? I'll give it to you. Give it to you. Give it to you. You don't know how to eat grass. It's delicious. The female undead, who was holding a skewer of meat and crying loudly, immediately became the focus. Ludo could vaguely hear them saying, "Oh, romantic glutton. It's something she can do." Shaking his head, Ludo continued to move forward. Unfortunately, Star Dragon Outpost had no commercial attributes. The Lord took care of the business between NPCs and undead players. The commercial attributes of NPCs themselves can be ignored, and the undead are the type who dare not bargain. So it is difficult for business to develop here, because there is no connection between supply and sales, and there is no intention to establish a connection. Everything is based on the premise of relying on the Star Dragon Outpost. After walking around, Ludo didn't see anything more interesting, so he found a seat in the small square and sat down, enjoying the excitement in front. Today, the Lord will come to give a speech, and he didn't let everyone come, but everyone came here at the same time. The female workers, who had been sitting down and whispering, were the ones nearby. The days at the Star Dragon Outpost were getting better and better, and their shriveled faces were getting a little fatter. The dusk-red clouds covered the sky, and a ray of light from the slant lit the bonfire. I don't know who started it, but some undead people have stood up to dance and sing. The main theme is that my face is not my face. I am a social bull on the internet, and I can do whatever I want. Ludo, who has always been responsible for singing and performing for others, never dreamed that he could actually see others singing. This group of undead people might be like the elves in the story, always carefree, immortal. Then the next moment the sigh on his face disappeared and became stiff. Two tigers love to dance. Strange twisting bodies. And strange songs. Some of the undead people nearby shouted in unison, "Hey! Forget it. Carefree is theirs." Chapter 90. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 91. Just an ordinary LSP. Quiet. Among the undead, the few surviving two-headed people used loud voices to maintain order. A figure full of energy strode over. Ludo almost instinctively knelt on one knee to salute. In his cognition, no other big man could compare to the one in front of him. He could hear some noises, probably because the female workers also knelt down. But then, the sudden bustle made him subconsciously look up, although the undead also imitated bowing. They did not think that this etiquette was necessary. Linda strode forward. He did not feel any dissatisfaction with the attitude of the undead people. The red tape of the old nobles was not a good habit worth emphasizing. "Undead people," Linda said. "Friends. Although I know you don't want to listen to long nonsense." He chuckled. "Thank you for coming to this boring meeting. But believe me, everyone will gain something." Ludo stood up and looked at the figure. Every time he saw the Lord, he would be dazzled. He could feel the Lord's strong belief in developing the territory, and he was even willing to give up his own enjoyment and interests as a noble. Perhaps this is why the Star Dragon sentry can burst out with strong vitality in the doomsday, he thought in his heart. His golden hair was casually scattered, and his body was wrapped in a fur coat, making him look as burly as a god. His handsome face, which had been chopped by knives and axes, showed the superiority of the bloodline called old nobility, and his eyes were very bright. As if he noticed Ludo's gaze, he quickly looked at Ludo, nodded and smiled. Ludo subconsciously straightened his back. He felt his heart beating, and his cheeks were a little hot because of excitement. "We defeated the powerful enemy who planned to invade," Lynn said. "Everyone present is a hero." "It's a bit like the annual meeting leader speech," someone muttered. The corner of Lynn's mouth twitched slightly. But the noble's speech was just the annual meeting summary. Every hero will get extra points reward. The undead people who knew that there would be new path potions suddenly became excited. No one knew the price of the new potions, but it was definitely the more points they hoarded, the better. This was just like the first sentence of the leader at the company's annual meeting. Pay money first. No one was not welcoming. It turns out that Brother De really kept things short. What a good leader. Applause broke out, and some undead joined in, shouting, I am a lifelong German writer. German writer. When Lind heard German writer again, his expression was slightly out of control. But fortunately, he also planned to end the topic, so that the smile was not too abrupt. After the battle, Lind finally had time to surf the internet. And then he understood what German writer meant. The in the so-called refers to Linda, which is easy to understand, and refers to knight. That is not the knight who guards Linda, but the knight who rides Linda. To put it more, if he can take off his underwear, he must be taken into the harem and made a knight every night. What's more terrible is that most of the people who said this are male immortals. The people who just shouted loudly that they are basically men, excluding a small number of female players who may want to play male characters. In short, most of them are men. Star Dragon Outpost has developed rapidly, and the undead have made great contributions. Lind said loudly. We have solved the food problem, more sheltered houses, and even smooth roads. But this is not enough. The undead's eyes were excited, and they were coming. We need to open up more roads. Go further. Sure enough, when Lind's voice fell, the undead cheered. It is not impossible for the undead to open up new maps with their own strength. But there is one thing here. That is, the task system. Do we really have to leave Star Dragon Outpost and go to other territories to seek refuge with new lords? It's not impossible. But at this stage, Star Dragon Outpost, which can provide 2 ways of potion, is definitely more reliable than any novice village force. If we can lead the mission while exploring the new map, I believe no undead can refuse this double income gameplay method. The Dragon Tooth Mountain Road has a very large and complex road. If we want to return to Goliath and want to return to the throne of Her Majesty the Queen, we must not bypass the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. Lind said, after tonight, every undead can get a new quest scroll. If there is no main quest, he will issue one. Lind's skill in drawing cakes may not be very high, but it should be enough to bind some undead to follow him back to Goliath. As for the future, I hope His Royal Highness or Her Royal Highness has not died yet. The best result is that the Queen has died, and then His Royal Highness takes control of the situation in the chaos, and he will also get strong support. Sitting in the Golden City of Goliath, Lind can issue too many tasks, and it doesn't matter if he lets the undead run wild to a certain extent. They have already started to fantasize, and they must fantasize about a better future. So the prince must be alive, and the queen must be dead. It must be like this. Reward points plus map expansion tasks plus suspected main line. A few short sentences have made the undead excited, and some even want to rush into the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road now. But everyone knows that the main course has not yet been served. There is also good news. You must have heard part of it a long time ago. Linda smiled. We have to thank Miss Miko for her research day and night. The path potion called the Spell Wizard will appear in the camp store. You can still go to Luna, but please remember to respect the clergy. Unexpectedly, her name was suddenly mentioned. The rabbit-toothed witch was stunned for a moment. She looked up at Linda and muttered in her heart that the big golden-haired guy was doing something that was so eye-catching again. She just wanted to study potions well and make a little money from potion materials. However, when the undead people's eyes were cast on him, Miko still subconsciously straightened his back. No matter how lonely a person is, he can't hate someone cheering for him. This time, the cheers and applause from the undead people far exceeded the total of the previous cheers for Lind. The NPCs present, whether the soldiers who followed him at the beginning or the craftsmen, all frowned. They thanked the undead people for their heroic dedication and respected their living in the face of death. But they did not agree with their shouts. Applause and cheers at this time. To let a witch who brews potions surpass the lord amid cheers is the biggest blow to the lord's dignity. Whether it is the new nobles or the old nobles. As long as there are classes, this situation will never be allowed to exist. Even Miko wanted to open her mouth to speak, because she knew very well that she didn't do much and shouldn't put all the honors and credit on herself. But a big hand pressed on Miko's shoulder, and the slight downward force made her shut her mouth. She didn't need to turn around, just felt the warmth approaching, and knew who the owner of the big hand was. The neck tilted slightly upward. The eyes were fixed in a familiar position in advance. and then turned her head. She was already used to the angle to capture the height of the head. Sure enough, it was Lin standing next to her. Miko cast a puzzled look, as if asking why. Facing her puzzled look, Lin lowered his head and smiled. His teeth were white. These cheers are for you. Lin's voice was very low, as thick as honey, and the low voice entered Miko's ears. Don't forget, this is a celebration. Just accept the cheers. It is normal for the undead to cheer when the second path potion is opened. And this cheering is not out of respect or worship. The undead don't have that intention. They just want to cheer for the beautiful and cute rabbit-toothed witch. What's wrong with that? They are just ordinary LSPs. Chapter 92 Lost Soul Night. Most people who play games don't care about what the main storyline is about. Linda feels that his brief speech today probably didn't play a big role. Most people probably didn't listen at all. A few. Star Dragon Sentry's new career direction. Spell Wizard. Miss Miko is so cute. More pictures. I declare Miss Miko to be my wife. More pictures. When Linda looked at the forum, related posts had already started to flood the screen. And the one dominating the screen was the rabbit-tooth witch. Good looking is justice. I think it's just normal. Isn't it just a new profession? Nothing special. Haha. I love being a farmer. It makes my head spin. Your wife is indeed cute. But how would you respond if you released a photo of my wife? Many players have become accustomed to the various benefits that continue to emerge from Star Dragon Post. And many even have a feeling that maybe everyone is not playing the same game. If you don't know how to get to Star Dragon Post, who would dig thorn potatoes in this broken novice village? A small number of people are studying and discussing the first spellcasting profession that will appear in the Ring of Doom. Mage means handsome and cool. Completely different from the hard-working melee workers. And maybe they can wear beautiful robes. Instead, Miss Miko's candid photos caused a dispute in the forum, and set off a beauty pageant that the female NPCs themselves didn't know about. In terms of beauty, Miss Miko is definitely not a top beauty. She is cute, and whether or not they are pretty is very subjective. Lin has many beauties in his memory, such as his fiancée Tioni, and the queen who has passed away, whom he is looking forward to now. But whether an image is attractive is not just a factor of appearance. Other beauties in the novice village are no worse than Miko, but they have too few interactions with the undead. Do you like a templated NPC that keeps people away? Or an excited rabbit-toothed NPC who occasionally dozes off while brewing potions, and scolds the undead for meddling in his business after being maliciously woken up and urged to go to work? Supervising rabbit teeth to cook potions has become a daily routine for many undead. Interaction is fun. Star Dragon Outpost has a different attitude towards undead. And the reason is all because of Lind, which is something that other regions cannot imitate. If the charm of female NPCs can still be saved by the NPCs in the novice village, then other places are really not as good as Star Dragon Outpost. For a month, the lucky ones among them may have become armed soldiers relying on their undead status and hard work, and they clock in and patrol day and night. Those with bad luck may still be digging for food in the fields. Boss? I haven't fought any. I've never heard of it. Except for Lind. No lord would let the undead take the initiative to cause trouble, and even take the lead in resisting the line and helping the undead to block damage. Isn't it good to live well? Even if you can win, if the cost becomes weapon wear, physical injury, increased food consumption, etc., no one will fight a battle that is 100% winnable. Force is a last resort. Minimizing conflicts as much as possible is what a normal settlement should do. Everyone just wants to live well. Of course, crazy people like wanderers are not included. Plundering and fighting are their means to satisfy psychological happiness and fill their stomachs. Linda gave the host of the next celebration to the undead. He also saw the versatility of the undead. Not only did some people dance and sing, but some even played a cappella. The vocal accompaniment made the celebration around the bonfire feel really festive. After leaving, Linda went to check the undead's development of the gold medal. Function. Computing power is the advantage of the gold medal. Although using computing power in the idealistic world is a thankless task, Linda still let the undead study it. It won't be long before the new function is online. As soon as Linda opened the door and hadn't entered the room, a short figure came in from the gap beside him. Linda looked at the rabbit-toothed witch who rushed in with a strange expression. What's the matter? He stood at the door. The door was not closed, and the cold wind came into the room from the gap beside him. Miko rubbed his arms to keep warm and showed his rabbit teeth to Linda. But as if he had thought of something, the intention of demonstration immediately turned into a cute rabbit with ears erected. Acting cute, you killed the Earth Dragon. Did you dig out anything special? I thought you were going to say something. Linda nodded. I dug it out. A thing that looks like the heart of disaster. It's the heart of disaster. It should be called the heart of dragon, she said hurriedly, and then imitated a fly rubbing her hands. Let me see. On how to make a vulgar expression with a rabbit face. If the undead, who put her in the female NPC beauty pageant saw the scene, they would definitely regret pushing her as the most popular female NPC. Wait. Linda strode towards Miku, lifted her up, and put her aside in her doubtful eyes. Miku was stunned for a moment when her feet were suddenly suspended in the air. When she reacted, she found that she was really like a rabbit being lifted up by the ears. Miku wanted to show her teeth, but her feet soon fell to the ground. The room was too narrow, and the place where Miku stood was a bit of an obstacle. Then, a heart of disaster emitting a dark red light was sent to her, completely extinguishing the anger that was about to explode in her heart. What are you standing there for? Go on. Ah? Oh! Miku reached out and held the heart of disaster. The excitement in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. This is the heart of the dragon. Even if she had already made a potion to advance to a higher level, she could not change her desire for the heart of the dragon. Everyone is interested in dragons. You just gave it to me like this? I want to use it to make potions, and I definitely need your help. Linda said, if you want it, I'll give it to you. If she really wanted it, could he hide it? Linda himself didn't know how to cook potions. He was used to being frank, and when facing Miku, who had the attributes of a hamster, only generosity and frankness were the ultimate moves to deal with her. This is actually a high-level disaster heart. It's high-level. Miku moved his eyes away from the Earth Dragon's heart with difficulty, and said with some regret, it's a pity to kill it. I heard that dragons have a strong regeneration ability. It would be better if they could be kept and slowly bled out, and the blood could be kept fresh. Linda glanced at Miku, the rabbit tooth which had too much contact with the undead, and her mind had become very dangerous. She could even take such an inhumane behavior for granted. She must have had similar thoughts after seeing the undead people raising blood lambs as fresh blood. Linda, who couldn't do without small animals every meal, hadn't seen the blood lambs for a long time. He was afraid that he was kind and couldn't bear to see the torture. The last time I passed by, I took a look. The undead had transformed the blood lambs into large beer barrels. When the tap was pressed, the blood of the blood lambs was released in large quantities. It is said that the inspiration came from the intravenous catheters and beer barrels in the hospital. I'll give it to you. Miku held the dragon heart in both hands and handed it to Linda. Although I'm not sure whether this earth dragon has dragon blood, it is indeed a high-level disaster heart. It can be used to make potions and help you become a high-level knight. Linda did not take it, but looked at Miku and said, that's perfect. Help me make a high-level potion. Okay. Wait a minute. Miku nodded subconsciously, and then suddenly realized, do you have a high-level potion formula? Her eyes sparkled, and she jumped to Linda's side, pulling his coat. Looking up and blinking, can you show me the potion formula? Potion materials can always be obtained, but potion formulas are the embodiment of knowledge. A treasure of knowledge that is hard to come by. Linda turned around and took out another piece of paper from the box, and closed the box that was like a treasure chest to her under Miko's eager gaze, taking the handwritten potion formula as if it were a treasure. The rabbit tooth which looked up suddenly, Lost Soul Knight? Chapter 93. You are an old noble. Right? The Earth Dragon died in the siege of Renzo and the undead. However, Lord Saran, the primary enemy, did not die, but was captured by Lind. Lord Saran did not know who he lost to until he was defeated and captured. And he did not even know Lind. In his eyes, the Star Dragon Post was just a stronghold abandoned by the old nobles. The great Lord Leon had killed 2 or 3 barons with titles, so how could he care about a border post? But he didn't expect that he would be defeated at the border post in the end. Worried that Linda would do something unexpected to him, Lord Saran took the initiative to tell Linda how to control himself and restrain his power. And this Soulless Knight Path Potion formula came from Lord Saran's oral narration, and it was also the basis for his promotion to a higher position. The main means of attack of the Soulless Knight is the chain, which has the ability to affect the target's soul and consciousness, which is the so-called soul loss. The object tied by the chain will gradually be tamed by the chain. The main fighting style of the soulless knight is not about himself, but about his mount. In the doomsday when disasters are everywhere, the ability of the soulless knight is highly researchable. The only disadvantage is that he cannot control being stronger than himself. But imagine that Lord Saran, alone with a land dragon, actually fought head-on with more than 60 great knights. If it weren't for the undead people's fearlessness, and if it weren't for Lin's active resistance, I'm afraid the final result would be that everyone would be slaughtered by Lord Saran and the land dragon. This is different from your path. After Miko read the potion formula, the formula she had used to make a great knight potion for Linda was still in her mind. After comparing the two, the difference between the two was so great that she couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to consider it?" Even though she had never seen potions of a later level, Miko was very clear about the two paths that would never go wrong in this world. One was the Great Knight path of the Lion, the proof of the sun, which was the source of Linda's current power. As long as he followed this path step by step, he might become a strong man at the level of the Song White Knight guards of the Everfrost land in the future. The other is the Witch path of Moon Witch Uni, which is the path that Miko has chosen now. The two paths do not have too many fancy and awkward abilities, but they are the most balanced and have no obvious shortcomings. Taking potions is an unstable and risky behavior, so two more stable paths are the key. It is not difficult to switch from the Great Knight path to the Lost Soul Knight path, but it is basically impossible to switch from the Lost Soul Knight back to the Great Knight path. In the past, Miko would not care about Lin's life or death. He just needed to cook the potion himself and put the extra ingredients into his bag. But now, the big guy still has some use value. And as an old noble, he is rich and squandering. I help him to make him live longer. The longer he lives, the more benefits I can make from him. It must be walking on a broader and more correct path to live longer. There are indeed two other options. Linda nodded. I just asked Eluna today. But it's a pity that the Blackfire brothers have been gone for half a year, and it's not easy to find them. If anyone has the potion of the Great Knight, it must be the Blackfire brothers. No one understands Lin's sense of urgency. Not only is there the hidden danger brought by the undead, but there is also the struggle between the old and new nobles. Lord Saran was defeated by him. It would be strange if the new nobles east of the Red Dragon foothills did not react. The opponent, who can make the strong man who can tame the Earth Dragon bow down, is probably stronger than the upper Great Knight. I don't know what to call that level for the time being, but according to the upgrade rules of the undead, 10 levels are 1 level, and the upper Great Knight is more than 20 levels in their mouths. The next level must be level 30. Lord Saran, who was level 20, almost turned the tables. If it was level 30, I wonder if 3,000 two-headed people could withstand it. 2. Do you have another potion formula? Miko returned to her old job again. She was a little worried about Linda, but at present, the second upper-level night potion was more attractive to her. Another new potion formula. The rabbit's eyes lit up. The second one? Not yet. No formula. Hearing his words, Miko suddenly became powerless. When Linda interrogated Lord Saran was very cooperative. This is also a feature of the Doomsday. They like to root out their enemies, but when they are caught, they are willing to take out all their chips just to exchange for their lives. Linda didn't even interrogate him. Lord Saran had already spit out all the information like pouring beans. His handsome face was full of tears. He worked hard to stay alive, which made Linda give up the idea of torturing and interrogating him. But he would definitely not let the other party go. If necessary, he could also chop off Lord Saran's beautiful hands and feet, or feed Lord Saran a two-headed man's path potion to quench his thirst. Lind is a frank person, disdainful of frequent plots behind the scenes. Facing Lind's direct proposal, Lord Saran swore without even thinking about it that he would cooperate seriously, absolutely not struggle, and was willing to be imprisoned until the day when Lind was in a good mood and planned to release him. No one wants to have their hands and feet chopped off, but having their hands and feet chopped off is fine. At least you are still alive. But if you drink a potion that does not belong to you, it is okay for the strong to just feel uncomfortable, but the weak will probably be detonated by the potion on the spot and completely become a twisted thing. Lady Saran is confident that she can withstand 1 or 2 potion attacks. But what if Lind keeps feeding her potions? The second potion formula that Lady Saran heard was located above the volcano on Longya Mountain Road, in a place called Volcano Music Field. The 4 fire knights under her command are the ones who worship fire in the volcano music field. This is a kind of great knight who cannot leave the fire. The hotter the fire, the stronger the temperature, the stronger the strength. In the volcano, the strength almost reaches the peak. But if there is no fire, or even in a low temperature environment, it will completely lose its strength. This is why the fire knights have to carry a red-hot stove on their backs. It's not a big problem for Lind. He controls the wrath of Clowry. And the main offensive means of the Great Knight of the Sun's proof is also fire. So the two sides complement each other. Miko looked at the potion formula again and asked, "Do you really want to try it?" "I remember you said before." Lind said, "The spell wizard bypasses the watchful eyes of God and uses fraudulent means to forcibly seize power through potions. Just like Ronin." "You mean? You want to use a spell to become a lost soul knight?" She understood what Lind meant. Her mouth slightly opened. Her buck teeth were very obvious. Lind nodded. "When I had the opportunity to obtain the upper night potion of the sun's proof path in the future, maybe through this deception, I can regain the opportunity to be promoted. God's gaze is indeed very important. Drinking the path potion can make it easier for you to hear God's voice." She suddenly paused. "You are an old noble, right?" Chapter 94. We are just sitting on the bed to keep warm. Do you believe it? Mike had been holding back for a long time on the question of the old nobles. Seeing that Linda's performance was completely different from that of ordinary knights, he gradually changed from suspicion to conviction. Just like the other 2 knights in the territory, with the same path power, Linda not only showed stronger firepower, but also stronger control. Compared with Rodelio and the others, it was like the difference between an adult and a baby. No one doubted that Linda could slap 2 people away with one slap. The same was true when he participated in the hunting of the Black Knights before. Only Linda could withstand the opponent's charge. His peculiar performance was very eye-catching. He was promoted to the Grand Knight less than a month ago, but he almost became the strongest among the Grand Knights. It sounds like an old antique that is about to be eliminated. Linda nodded self-deprecatingly. Then he cleared his throat and kept a certain distance from Miko. "Maybe I should introduce myself in detail? I am Linda Armin from the Armin family of the Golden City Goliath. If the world had not been destroyed, I would now be an elegant baron tasting fine wine in the royal city." Miko raised his hand and pinched his nose, as if he really smelled the stench of decay. "Uh-huh. Sometimes I also think it stinks." Linda laughed. He had never enjoyed the good life of the nobles for a single day. It was the end of the world when he traveled through time. So insulting the nobles or burying their bloodline had nothing to do with him. "I have no share in the happiness. I deserve to be scolded." But if he could return to Goliath, he would definitely be the most loyal noble. Anyone who dared to scold the nobles must have his armor kicked to pieces. Miko curved his eyes and looked up at Linda. "You are an alternative among the old nobles. Others may not be able to reach it, but you may be able to complete the crazy idea in your heart. The crazy idea is to keep the power of the Great Knight of the Sun's proof path, and steal the power of the Lost Soul Knight by bypassing the attention of the Root Master through special methods. In short, only take the benefits. Don't listen to nagging. And don't bind the camp. Alternative?" Linda didn't expect there was such a name. He glanced back and sat down on the bed. The hardwood board, dong, made a loud sound. "It's better to sit than stand." He breathed a sigh of relief. "You haven't contacted other nobles all this time?" Miko finally didn't need to look up at people, and her neck relaxed, which made her feel much better. Why grow so tall? This height is quite suitable. Suddenly thinking of the old noble lord of Star Dragon Post, Linda Armin turned into a dwarf, and he would have to look up at himself in the future. The rabbit-toothed witch couldn't help grinning. Not laughing was her last respect. Then she met Linda's confused eyes. "Aren't we talking about something important? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? The atmosphere seems a bit off." Her cheeks were slightly hot. Miko muttered, "Why didn't you close the door?" "It's cold." Taking advantage of the dry topic, Miko turned around quickly. The bonfire celebration was still going on in the distance, and no one noticed them here. Since the door had been closed, Miko went over and closed it, so that her previous words wouldn't sound like she was just making small talk. She didn't feel cold standing next to Lin with the door open. But when she walked to the door and closed it, the cold suddenly enveloped her. It wasn't until she returned to Lind again and found the warm feeling emanating from him that Miko breathed a sigh of relief. It was this warm feeling. "Do you know how the old and new nobles are distinguished?" She quietly walked closer to Linda. The temperature around Linda felt just right. Surname. Linda did not ask why Miko suddenly laughed just now, and continued his guess. Or the date when the magic ring was broken? He was just guessing randomly. But seeing Miko's attitude of treating the old and new nobles as two species, there might be a deeper reason. Before, Miko planned to use a certain answer to hang himself, hoping that he would answer. At that time, Linda only knew that it was not a bad thing and did not ask. Just to tease the rabbit. Now that Miko brought it up again, and it was related to his promotion, Linda asked about it. The surname and blood of the old nobles are closely related to the magic circle. It is said that the old nobles are descendants of God, Miko said as she moved closer to Linda and simply sat down on the bed. It was quite warm. Seeing the rabbit-toothed witch approaching, Linda thought she was going to talk about an ancient secret. The atmosphere was already here, so he must continue to speak in a low voice. Lowering the voice meant that an unbelievable but mysterious story was about to be mentioned. The two were very close. The magic ring gave the nobles great power. So after the magic ring was broken, the old nobles lost their power. Linda disagreed with this. Before the magic ring was broken, he didn't have much power, and certainly not as strong as he is now. Mike continued to talk about the ancient secret he heard from somewhere. The remaining power in the blood of the old nobles made them. If you drink the potion that directly steals the power of the magic ring, you will become crazy. You are the only old nobleman I have ever seen or heard of who did not go crazy after drinking the potion. The door was closed. Lien had noticed that Linda and the annoying rabbit teeth had entered the room together. The door was still open when they were chatting just now. The Lord would definitely not be interested in rabbit teeth. After all, Lien subconsciously raised his hand to cover his chest. His rough hands with calluses from holding swords for many years still hurt a little when he recalled it. Rabbit teeth, who could not tell whether it was on the front or the back, was definitely nothing in the eyes of the Lord. Since that day, Lien had trouble sleeping several times. She always dreamed that a golden lion pounced on her and pressed her down. The lion opened its bloody mouth to her, and then she needed to change her underwear every time she woke up. After all, lions are so scary. But looking at the closed door, Lien's expression changed. After a long time, Lien bit her lip and took the initiative to walk towards Linda's room. Although she didn't have the courage to open the door, she knew that the Lord had very good hearing. As long as she made some noise outside and reminded him slightly, it shouldn't be considered an offense. Lien had no status, and she had never thought about getting any status from Linda. But she was also very clear that competing for favor and acting like a spoiled child was also a way to show her charm. I'm not afraid of women getting jealous. I'm only afraid of women not caring. After making sure that she had reminded him, Lien finally walked to the door. She had just stomped her feet deliberately, and then paused at the door for a long time. During this time, she should have had time to pull up her pants. My lord, Lien spoke. What's wrong? Linda's voice came. Come in. The door opened. Linda was reading a piece of paper, and the rabbit tooth which sat next to him without moving her butt. Lien suddenly felt that her fight for favor was as ridiculous as a clown. He glanced at the two of them, and was about to open his mouth to say his excuse. But Miko suddenly jumped up. We just sat on the bed to keep warm. Do you believe it? Chapter 95. I'm the boss. Someone was scared. But that person was not Linda. Feeling such as guilt and fear would increase one's position in the other person's heart. She was able to stay clean and eat dried fruits every day in the doomsday. Definitely not just because of her figure or pretty face. The result was different from what Lien imagined. Someone was shy. No. There must be something wrong. This is definitely the worst case scenario. Lien looked at Miko, who was a little embarrassed, and then looked at Linda, who looked at Miko with a funny face. And suddenly a trace of bitterness surged in her heart. It was obviously she who came first. Whether it was to care about the Lord first when he was injured, or to be so tired that his wrist was sore, it was all her who came first. She admitted that she wanted to control Linda, but it seemed that because of an unexpected enemy's intervention, her mentality changed, and she became the one who was worried and afraid of anger. Linda glanced at Lien, not paying much attention to her, but solemnly said, Miss Miko, I'll leave the rest to you. Yeah. Miko nodded, but we are missing some potion materials. She had spent a lot of materials on making her own upper wizard potion before. Her inventory was enough to make some ordinary potions, even ordinary Great Knight potions. But she was missing a lot of materials for the upper Great Knight potion. This is easy. It just so happens that the undead are going to the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. They should set off tonight. The undead will like this task. They love to open up Wasteland late at night. Miko nodded, and when she walked to the door and passed by Lien, their eyes met. They looked away immediately, and both felt that they had the upper hand in the eye contact. Lien, is there something? Yes, sir. Lien walked in and closed the door. Miko standing at the door. Rabbit teeth gently pressed down on the lower lip, leaving a pair of straight front teeth bite marks on the pouty lips. Don't make the potion. Let me make you some medicine to nourish your body first. But then she smiled. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through the door, and she used a pair of sympathy, looking at Lien behind the door. In the room, Linda was still thinking about the conversation with Miko just now. It might be difficult for others to be promoted to the Cur Solus Knight by actively circumventing. The potion is a summary of the experience of predecessors. The biggest problem of changing the potion formula without authorization is that the potion turns into pus and corrodes the body. But Linda, who has absolute control over the power in his body, has a very high tolerance rate. This is also the answer he got after communicating with Miko. Knowing that he could really control the power in his body perfectly, Miko wanted to cut Linda open with a moonlight knife to check whether the old nobles were really so magical. Just like when he helped Reed and Leo successfully survive the danger. When Lin mentioned this, Miko's eyes were full of envy. It is normal for the old nobles to go crazy. The old nobles are stronger. The old nobles have the power in their blood. Linda thought about what Miko said, and the more he recalled, the more he felt that something was wrong. This doesn't sound like a positive character, but more like a powerful organization that was forced to turn evil, then obstructed the protagonist, and was eventually defeated, and sighed, this is no longer my era. Sir? Lien saw that Linda was in a state of thinking again, and couldn't help asking, what? Is there something wrong? Linda looked at Lien and repeated the sentence, his mind still immersed in the previous topic. If it was really an urgent matter, Lien would not have come here. The 9 soldiers under his command were absolutely trusted, and would definitely rush over at the first time. Lien walked to Linda, took a look at the small but mark on the quilt, turned around, smoothed her skirt, and sat on it with her, but sticking out. The big peach crushed the small dent. Linda suddenly reached out and hugged Lien's waist, and held her on her legs as she exclaimed. She lowered her head and took a deep breath on Lien's neck and hair. My lord, she called softly. How about the blacksmith shop? Linda said, I want you to make something. Hearing Linda mention serious things, Lien's expression also became serious. It doesn't matter what posture you use to chat, as long as the content of the chat is serious. We still need some blacksmiths. It's no problem for the undead to do some ordinary armor and weapon maintenance, Lien said, like the enchantment you mentioned before. Ordinary blacksmith apprentices can't do it. Also, do you really want to teach those undead? The blacksmiths in the novice village must master the means of enchantment. Unfortunately, the blacksmiths in Prey Town were killed by the undead. Fortunately, the techniques of enchantment are all in Lien's mind. She was not a weak woman. Maybe she had already imagined countless times what would happen if she was caught alone, and then came up with an answer. As long as she had valuable knowledge in her mind, no one would hurt her easily. Now she could sit on Linda's lap and communicate with him thanks to the blacksmith knowledge she forced herself to learn early on. Otherwise, as a woman, she would have been abandoned long ago. No teaching. Linda shook his head. I can't teach for the time being. He could be the undead's nanny and organize a super large role-playing game for the undead's gaming experience. But he could never let the undead learn to do everything by themselves. Appropriate role-playing is fine, but the supply and demand relationship must not be messed up. I'll keep an eye on it. Linda was thinking about where to get a blacksmith. If he could find another novice village, he might be able to bring a real blacksmith over. Are you busy tonight? Lien asked softly, hinting at something. Not tonight. Linda shook his head, not for the near future. He wanted to be promoted to a higher-ranked Lost Soul Knight, so he would choose to follow the precautions that Miko said, whether they were true or false. You can twist it, you can lick it, but you can't soak it. Compared to the improvement of strength, nothing else matters. Lien looked at Linda with resentment, and then raised her hands. How about this? Linda reached out and pressed her hands. The meaning was self-evident. When she left Linda's room, Lien's face was full of resentment. She knew without thinking that the rabbit tooth must have done something. Watching Lien leave, Linda looked at the box on the ground. and then took out the letter from his fiancée Tioni. The old nobles will go crazy. If what Miss Miko said is correct. The old nobles are almost born strong. Even if the undead appear and new nobles are born. The old nobles are born with stronger power. As long as they come into contact with magic potions. The old nobles will definitely be stronger under the same circumstances. In a game. What kind of character was once powerful and then fell? Causing the crusade of new forces. And still pedantic. Tragic but crazy when the gods disappear. After a little thought, Lin already had the answer in his mind. And there was only this possibility. So I'm the boss. Chapter 96. Too much material to share. Great Alman. Old Cherry rubbed his hands. With a respectful and fearful expression on his face, those merchants came from the east. But they never revealed their trade routes. An absolutely stable and safe trade route is the biggest secret for their survival. Being summoned from Prey Town by the Lord is an honor. And being received alone is an extremely noble gift. But if he cannot respond to the Lord's doubts, he should worry about whether he can bear this special favor. There are definitely more ways to the east of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain than the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. Linda came to the conclusion after the undead went to explore the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. Although no more useful information has been obtained so far. From the fact that every road taken by the undead, who have dispersed to investigate, is dangerous. The Dragon Tooth Mountain Road is not suitable for ordinary caravans without even a great knight. The terrain is too dangerous. Not only there are many types of monsters, but also a large number of wild beasts. The premise of making money is to be able to successfully deliver the goods to the destination. Merchants can take risks for profit. But it does not mean that merchants will still move forward without hesitation even if they know they will die. Lind looked up and down at Old Cherry, but did not respond immediately. It was obvious that Old Cherry had been living well recently. His wrinkled face had a slight blush. And he had more flesh on his face. So he could see his double chin when he lowered his head. It was not easy for a man of his age to gain weight. And he had to eat more good things than a young body. Sometimes silent gazes can bring more pressure to people. Old Cherry suddenly knelt on the ground. Sliding his knees skillfully, I will always be loyal to you. He was more eager than anyone else to prove his loyalty. On the way here, he had heard that a very powerful man had come from the east of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. It was said that the Mad Wolf, who had once controlled Prey Town for a short time, was a very inconspicuous one of his subordinates. It seemed that he was a big shot that he would hardly meet in his life, and that big shot was riding a dragon. Then what? Look at what he saw when he came to the Star Dragon outpost just now. There was a huge and ferocious head with a flat and long mouth on the small square. Every tooth in the open mouth was like a dagger, and his fingers couldn't even block the gap between the teeth. The Lord killed a dragon knight, and the dragon head was left outside. So, Old Cherry is now extremely loyal. And his loyalty can last until the world collapses, until the second dragon slayer, or someone who can kill Lind appears. I will arrange hunters and farmers, who are most familiar with the area in Prey Town, to investigate. And they will definitely bring you good news. No matter how difficult the secret trade route is to find. Old Cherry must find it. Don't be nervous, my friend. Lind bent down and stretched out his hand to Old Cherry. After the other party trembled and placed his wrinkled hand in Lind's palm. Lind gently held his hand, and then pulled it upwards. And Old Cherry was pulled up lightly like cotton. I believe in your ability. Thank you for your kindness. Old Cherry raised his arm, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He began to reflect whether he was wearing too much. Otherwise, why would he sweat so much on his back? It is very important to be able to pass through the secret road at the foot of the Red Dragon Mountain. Just like opening a back door in your own home. But he called Old Cherry, not just for the secret trade route. Old Cherry, Prey Town needs you. But not just Prey Town. Old Shay kept his hunch back and looked up, trying to look respectful and listening. What do you mean? To the west of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. All, Lind said, whether they are wanderers or refugees. As long as they are alive. They belong to Prey Town from today onwards. And they can all be blessed by Prey Town. Lind has enough strength. So he won't wait for people to be inspired and take the initiative to surrender. It's too slow. Old Shay swallowed his saliva. There are indeed not many people west of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. But that is only relatively speaking. There are many people who dig for food in the forest. And there are small families that can live in a cave in groups of 3 or 2. There are still 500 or 600 people. This group of people has bad personalities, is greedy, and is powerless. throwing so many mouths into Prey Town. Old Shay has a headache. Yes. He still nodded. The Lord should only want to hear his answer yes. Old Shay said to himself in his heart. Select talents from there. Forget it. Linda thought for a while, and shook his head. There is no need to dig for gold and shit. You just need to tell those people that after living in Prey Town, they can have job opportunities, and have enough food. Those who are willing to join can join. And those who are unwilling to join can be captured and let them join as captives. What he needs is not only population, but also stability. It is safer to clear the area west of the foothills of Honglong Mountain and build a relatively stable logistics base. People are adaptive. If they have food and drink, any temper can be changed. Yes. This time, Old Cherry answered very straightforwardly. Everyone is important. But if there is something extremely bad, I hope to hear rumors of you wielding a two-handed sword to execute the villain in the tavern. Yes. Whenever Lin made a request, Old Cherry would think about it quickly in his mind, and then nod in agreement. He would not answer hastily, as it would seem that he did not listen to Lin at all, and it would seem perfunctory. But at the same time, he would not deliberately pause for too long. Old Cherry only needed to show that he had received the order completely, and analyzing the specific meaning of the task was what he had to do after leaving here. Lin was very satisfied with Old Cherry's attitude, no matter whether the other party was cunning or not. As long as he could suppress him, he would only offer his loyalty. After Old Cherry left, the Star Dragon Outpost also began to get busy. The process of exploring the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road was much more time-consuming than expected. But the good news was that the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road was indeed a place where Earth dragons could live. And the Disaster Shadow area was not small, which was very suitable for growing crops. There are still too few Disaster Shadow areas in the Mad Sage village. This time, the area of the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road is very large, so we can cultivate some farmland. The huge harvest made the undead people happy and reluctant to leave. They wished they could soak in it all day. Therefore, Linda had to mobilize his NPCs to quickly build a warehouse. Otherwise the materials would not be able to fit. It was really a distressing happiness. I have never been so rich. In the morning, Linda bent down, scooped a handful of water from the basin, and splashed it on his face. The skin that had slowly become less fair under the sun and wind was quickly moisturized when it came into contact with water, and jumped for joy as Lin slapped his face. His hair was a little longer, pressing on his shoulders, furry and not very smooth, like a lion's mane. Today he made an appointment with a skilled barber. Lien stood behind Lin with scissors, and ran her slender hands through his long hair. Your long hair grows so fast. Lin's vitality was getting stronger and stronger, although his height did not increase. His hair grew vigorously, and even the wounds left on his body a few days ago were healed to the point where no scars could be seen. After the potion came into contact with the body, it became more and more active. The scissors clicked, and strands of golden hair fell. Lien's craftsmanship was very good. It might also be that Linda's face was really handsome. As long as it was not a Mediterranean hair, he should be able to easily control it. Linda touched his temples, and was quite satisfied. Short hair still suits him better. Chapter 97 Experience Potion. At lunchtime, Linda saw Miko. Her aura became a little strange, in a mysterious state, as if she was in front of him, but not in front of him. She finally had the expected reaction after drinking the potion. This is really good news. The first high-ranking wizard will appear in the territory. Will the speed of brewing potions be faster? Such as one person guarding 30 or 50 crucibles. What are you thinking about? Miss Miko's eyes stayed on Linda's hair for a while. When she met Linda's gaze, she said, I think it's good when it's furry. I didn't expect her to take the initiative to comment. It will block my eyes. Linda stretched out his hand and gestured near his eyebrows. Long blonde hair will make Linda's cheeks look softer, while short hair will make his tough temperament more aggressive. Lien likes him when he is aggressive. Linda walked to Miko with a bowl of soup and sat down next to Miko. How is the potion prepared? Are you sure you want to try it now? Miko glanced at Lien secretly and found that Lien was eating calmly. But there was a noticeable pause when he was talking. Maybe he was leaning over to eavesdrop. I can help you prepare some experience potions. Miko was already helping Lin cook potions. But it was too risky to rashly let someone who had just become a great knight for only a month to be promoted to a higher position. If it were an ordinary person, the potion in the body would not be fully absorbed in a month. And if he forced himself to drink new potions, he would either turn into pus, or turn into a monster, or even completely turn into a disaster. Miko had no one to learn from in dealing with Lind. She had only seen or even heard of Lind as an old noble who could guarantee his rationality. If Lind had not been standing in front of her, she would have believed that his body had been robbed by the disaster. Blood and soul are connected. After the magic ring was broken, the old nobles who tried to master that power would only collapse and go crazy. Or even die. Even if the body did not die, the soul would definitely die. You can try to drink it for a while, and then take the potion when you are sure it is almost done. Almost? When is it almost? Anyway, you'll understand once you feel it. You still say it's not idealism. In the spherical potion bottle, there is a strange potion that emits green light. According to Miko, Experience Potion is a potion that can help people digest potions quickly and enter the next stage faster. In order to get the potion formula, she chose to cook potion for Ronan in Prey Town. But it is hard to say whether Ronan lost or gained, because she had to earn at least 2 portions of potion from cooking 1 portion. Linda pulled the cork out with a pop. The moment the potion collided with the air, a cluster of white mist exploded. It floated upwards and swayed, and finally dissipated. He put the potion bottle under his nose and sniffed it. The taste was sour, and the mist that crackled on his face was like a carbonated drink. It didn't look as disgusting and difficult to drink as other potions, except for the color. He took a sip and it was a little sweet. But there was no need to drink it as sugar water. The cost was so high that a large sack of sugar couldn't be exchanged for such a small bottle of potion. Can potions with this taste be mass-produced? Linda is sure that this is definitely the thing called Fat House Happy Water on Earth. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have the potion effect, as long as it has this taste. Mike stared at him like a fool. There are people in the world who would give up the efficacy of potions for the taste. Okay. Linda, shut up. He just wanted to add a little sweetness to his boring life. Life is about using a little sweetness to get through the bitterness of most of the time. Fortunately, the most painful thing in my previous life, taking medicine, has now become the sweetest thing. He tilted his head and poured the whole bottle into his mouth. He didn't have time to feel the sweetness, and the urge to hiccup had already surged to his chest. Then, a force exploded in Lin's body. It was like an invisible hammer hammering in his body, and some blocked parts in his body seemed to open suddenly, and he seemed to understand everything in an instant. This medicine is amazing. Lin turned his head and looked around, and the world in front of him became extremely vivid. He could notice every corner that he had never seen before, and feel every trace of irritation and every pothole left on the wall. Wake up! Mike raised his hand and waved it in front of Linda's eyes. What? Linda frowned, a little dissatisfied with Mike for calling him out of that state. Do you feel as if you understand everything? As if you have mastered all the truths in the world? Yes. Linda clenched his fists, and only after Mike's reminder did he wake up. His brain was absolutely clear and rational, but it made him make a very irrational judgment. He even felt that he could defeat the combination of Lord Saran and the Earth Dragon alone. This kind of medicine will have some minor problems. Mike knocked on the table to show that everything was normal. At this time, the effect of the experienced medicine in Linda's body had not yet completely evaporated, and his 5 senses were very sharp. The sound of Miko knocking on the table quickly attracted his attention. His eyes subconsciously stopped on the little hand. Is this hand so small? Linda reached out and grabbed the hand, then compared it with his own hand. Ah, it's really small. Ah, wake up! The hand knife hit his forehead. Not as hard as a tickle, but Linda was still awakened by the hand, looking at Miko in front of him in shock. Then he noticed that he had actually grabbed Miko's wrist, and the palms of the two, one big and one small, were aligned at the wrist, with the palms completely pressed together. Miko's cheeks were red, and his rabbit teeth were bared, indicating with his behavior that if Linda didn't let go, he would pounce on him and bite him to death. Linda let go of his hand, as if nothing had happened. Is this how experienced potions work? He just felt that whatever he did was natural, with strong self-confidence. Just because he saw that Miko's hand was small, he immediately followed his instinct to reach out and grab it. It was even more terrible than being drunk. Miko said, when you drink this magic potion, it will be very painful. Very painful. Linda has not experienced it yet. How is it? Do you feel a special feeling? Miko gestured. Special feeling. For example? Everyone is different. Miko said, Some people will feel full after drinking the experience potion if they have a chance to be promoted. The more full they are, the more likely they are to be promoted. Others will feel exhausted after exercise. And the more tired they are, the more likely they are to be promoted. Linda recalled, now that you mention it. It's true. I burp a lot. Isn't it because of the carbonated drink? Miko didn't say anything. Just stared at Linda's face. Why? Does the world favor the old nobles so much? Miko was a little out of spirits. I drank several bottles before and didn't feel full. Let alone burp. Ha ha ha. Linda laughed. Just because the rabbit's anxious look was very cute. If he was likely to be bitten, he might even reach out and pinch the other's face. Chapter 98 Lion Badge. Linda's road to promotion began from drinking the first potion of the Soulless Night. In addition, Linda will read Ronan's handwritten poems and praise the sun to prepare for the next period of time. He believes that the knowledge from the sun and the moon may help him again, considering that he is also a Zhengwang Banner old noble. Time passes. The undead people have made frequent reports of success. They have pushed the Dragon Tooth Mountain road to a position close to the crater, except for the occasional need to come back to deal with items and experience. The number of undead staying at the Star Dragon Outpost has been decreasing. Most of the undead people choose to stay at the Dragon Tooth Mountain road. Old Cherry did a good job collecting population, and everything was developing in an orderly manner. At noon, the sun above our heads still did not disappoint us. Not bright enough. Not hot enough. And even when the wind blew, we were worried that the sun would shake and suddenly go out. Prey Town. The noisy voices gathered, and the crowds gathered together in groups of 3 or 2 to discuss. When the news of Prey Town's opening to the outside world spread thoroughly, many people chose to hide. They would rather beg for food in the fields than believe in this sudden kindness. Kindness will be eaten by others, and people who believe in kindness will also be eaten without spitting out bones. You are very lucky. The speech has begun. In the crowd, a man who was huddled in a robe lowered his head slightly and covered his head more tightly with a hood to avoid being noticed by too many eyes. Fortunately, the people here are a bit stupid. Everyone is busy worrying about themselves and never stops looking at others. Compared with the chattering above, the man really wants to know what happened here. The previous Prey Town was not so friendly. I remember that it was difficult to go anywhere in Prey Town without a gold stamp ticket. This time he came here and accumulated a lot of gold stamp tickets. But who knew that after coming here, he found out that Prey Town had changed hands and all the gold stamp tickets were invalid. It was too late to turn around and leave. No matter who was in this area, they had to enter Prey Town, choose to join voluntarily, or choose to join voluntarily after being beaten. Friendly? Sneer. The man secretly mocked himself for being so bad-natured, and turned his head to look at the people around him. They were pale and thin, and had not been able to get enough food for a long time. So they were unable to resist the soldiers from Prey Town who were searching for them, and could only surrender. Gathering so many people, are they planning to sacrifice? Those lunatics who believed in the Lord of Madness were as difficult to deal with as cancer no matter where they were. The first person he thought of was the lunatic of madness. But it didn't look like that, because he didn't see the altar or the blood-red flames. There was only an old man who kept talking. He was still giving a speech. Next, everyone has to register their information. Everyone. The people above were still shouting. Horse, just remember, people with a skill are more likely to have enough food. Of course, having a lot of strength is also okay. No one asked what would happen if they didn't even have strength. They were just dizzy from hunger. Which didn't mean they were stupid from hunger. The man followed the team, which moved slowly. He watched the crowd in front of him being driven forward like pigs, and then stopped in front of the long tables, were questioned, and then arranged to go to different teams, regardless of age, whether they were a family. They were all forcibly separated. A father and daughter were separated in front of them. The girl cried loudly. The father wanted to run back to hug his daughter, but he was beaten with a short solid stick wrapped in leather, telling them that queuing was more important than anything else. The man watched all this with a blank expression. Everything is what the Oathbreaker deserves, he murmured in his heart. Finally it was his turn. He cooperated and took the initiative to move forward, so as not to be annoyed by the tentative stick shaking in front of him. What's your name? There was a person sitting behind the table, holding a pen. This scene made him very interested. Writing. There are still people using it. And I saw it here. Han. The man answered. The man quickly wrote down Han and continued to ask questions, including age, what he is good at, etc. Hunting? Of course. My elder brother is a well-known archery master. I mean before the end of the world. So my archery skills are not bad. Good at? Ironwork. I guess. I am familiar with the surrounding area. The more Han answered, the more he felt something was wrong. It wasn't that the questions they asked were weird, but that they didn't fit the current situation. Are they asking these questions to find a job for themselves? Here. This is your identity. The other party handed over a piece of paper with a line of numbers written on it. 122. Which might mean that Han was the 122nd person. The other party waved his hand. And then Han was driven away by the soldiers who were waiting eagerly. Han knew very well that he was not a step behind. But the other party just wanted to wave the stick at him to show his power. The teams were divided into several categories. Han took a look and didn't know which team he should join until he swung a wrestling wooden stick closer. It seemed that he had found an opportunity to swing the stick. Here. This. Han took a look at the stick. If he burst out now, he could take the opponent's stick in an instant. And he could break the opponent's neck within 3 breaths. However, it was not easy to escape from this place. Whether it was a crossbow or a chain mail, it would make him unable to move forward or backward. Yes. He lowered his head. And his peripheral vision also caught the satisfied expression on the other person's face. What a pathetic privileged villain. Han walked into a team. Soon, he learned what was waiting for him. There really was a new job. Blacksmithing. There were not many real blacksmiths here. And Han began to prepare seriously after receiving the job requirements, not giving the eager little sticks a chance to attack. It was not ordinary blacksmithing, but making a special badge, with drawings sent over. And it was very detailed. The badge was a lion with its mouth wide open. What is this? Han thought he must have seen it wrong. He quietly took out a badge from his arms, and compared it quietly. His fingers gently stroked the dragon on the badge. His thick callous fingers could feel the rough feedback on the badge. It was very similar to the lion badge on the drawing. But the difference was that his badge had a dragon on it. This was an honorary badge only given to nobles with titles. Wearing the badge allowed one to move freely in the Golden City, and even perform simple greetings when meeting nobles, compared to the convenience that is almost useless. The honor that the badge itself carries is the most precious. Recalling carefully, Han seemed to have seen a lion flag before, and he even remembered that a certain famous noble seemed to be related to lions. However, he had only heard of it, and did not know it. Maybe this badge would have a certain relationship with the other party? A noble figure appeared in this area? Han's body was slightly hot, and his heart was beating fast. This was undoubtedly great news. But he calmed down quickly. I should go back. No. I can't go back now. Maybe it's a false alarm. I shouldn't disappoint Lord Lance and Lord Bard. Han took a deep breath. He decided to be patient and finish making the badge. Maybe he would have a chance to get information related to the badge. Chapter 99 Miko's Successful Promotion. This is a slow job. The production of the badge cannot be sloppy. Every detail specially marked on the drawing is for anti-counterfeiting. It is precisely these details that make Han more certain that the person who took out the drawing must be a noble. Being able to contact a noble is definitely the biggest gain of his trip. A busy day. Backache. The blacksmiths came out hammering their shoulders. But no one dared to complain, because they just heard someone calling for dinner. Eat? Someone actually provides food after work. But it won't be delicious. Han rubbed his rumbling stomach and decided to sneak into the bedside of Old Cherry tonight, believing that he would answer all his questions. Before that, fill your stomach first. The fragrant smell surprised Han. Each person can only take 2 pieces of bread at most. The little stick again. Someone has given those who maintain order an unpleasant nickname. The little stick. Because they always wave the whizzing little sticks and hit you with them when they have nothing to do. The dinner was very sumptuous. Toast and soup. You can tell how delicious it is by looking at the oil floating on the soup. Han paid special attention to it. Children were given 1 piece of bread and adults were given 2. Everyone. Eat here. The little stick shook the stick in his hand, also. Don't grab others. He emphasized it a step too late. Someone was already grabbing it. 2 pieces of bread were actually enough to fill the stomach. After the swollen toast and soup mixed in the stomach, they would swell and make the stomach round and bulging. But no one can guarantee whether there will be another meal after this one. So it is always good to have some food on hand. Han's burly figure and broad back discourage many people. But those with thin bodies are not so lucky. Some people choose to eat half of the bread themselves, and then voluntarily hand over the rest of the bread to obtain asylum. 1.5 loaves of bread can be exchanged for half a loaf of bread, and many people are satisfied. Han ate the bread slowly, which was toasted bread made from mutant food. He had eaten this stuff before, but not often. It wasn't because he didn't like it, but to get the mutant food, he had to go to the disaster shadow area. Normally, everyone was hiding and couldn't get there, so how could they deliberately go there? Then Han saw 2 small wooden sticks rushing out. One of them looked familiar to him. After a closer look, he realized that it was the father who was forced to separate from his daughter today. When he was forcibly separated from his daughter, his face was full of pain. But now he had the small wooden stick in his hand, and his expression when he waved the stick was extremely happy. That's how people are. Han watched them beat up the idiot who stole the bread, and then tied him up with a rope. He would be the typical one for a while. Unfortunately, there are always people who think they are the exception, as long as they are careful not to be discovered. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys is enough. Even Han guessed so, until he saw more than 40 idiots tied up for snatching other people's food. Age ranges from old to young. Every bread must be eaten by yourself. The little stick waved his arms, and people from a distance shrank their necks in fear. I don't care who you are. If you dare to eat the bread given by others, I promise to make you eat as much as you can. You will spit out as much as you can, even if it is given by your family. It is not okay. Prey Town does not care about food and drink. Old Cherry knew what excuses these people would use to get benefits, so he eliminated it from the root. As long as the bread does not belong to you, then you can stick your butt up. If you are seriously injured and cannot move tomorrow, you will have nothing to eat. Many people were frightened. Before this, they thought that Prey Town was a fool. If they supplied a large amount of food, what else could they be but fools? There is another benefit to doing this, Han thought to himself. He glanced around and found that except for a few wiser leaders who did not take action, most of the leaders among the hundreds of people were picked out. I don't know what Prey Town will do. If it were Han, he would definitely chop these people. A leaderless group is the best opportunity to conquer. Do we really need to distribute the food to those people? It doesn't matter if they don't have enough to eat. Han heard the whispers behind him. He turned his head and saw that they were guards from Prey Town. The crossbows shining coldly on them made Han lower his head subconsciously to avoid attracting their attention. He didn't want to be aimed at his head and shot by a crossbow. What do you know? This is the order of the adults. Old Cherry, the miser, didn't deduct anything? You really don't understand why Old Cherry is where he is today. Because he is stingy? Because he knows a master, If we also know that master, do we have a chance to become the mayor today? You? TSK. Han had been eavesdropping with his ears erect, and he also knew that Old Cherry was not the most powerful person. Above him was Alman, who was the one who controlled the life and death of Prey Town. At the same time, the other party was also the one who implemented the strange policies in front of him. Maybe he was looking for the other party. Poured all the soup into his mouth. Han patted his clothes and stood up. He should prepare to make a plan and meet the current mayor, Mr. Old Cherry. In the evening, at the Star Dragon outpost, Miko finally took the last bottle of potion, closed her eyes and waited. Constantly seeking new knowledge and obtaining new potion formulas broadened her knowledge, which was also her way to increase her success in taking potions. The more potion formulas she learned, the higher her chance of success in promotion. So, success was already destined. When Miko opened her eyes again, except for a flash of bright moonlight passing through her eyes, there was no strange phenomenon. The best result is to have no visions, which is reassuring. Reaching the upper level made her figure out many problems that were stuck in her mind in an instant. The promotion of rank was like using a hammer to violently smash the wall blocking the road in front. She couldn't wait to return to the ground from the basement, light the crucible and start stewing. Compared with the use of magic, Miko was more familiar with brewing potions. So if she wanted to see how much progress she had made, the best choice was to cook potions with the strength of a higher wizard. The most intuitive manifestation was the speed of brewing potions, which was not only faster and more multitasking, but also more effective and less wasteful. If she uses the exhaustive method to reverse the potion, she is confident that she can get the answer quickly without too many people dying. In this way, I can save at least 3 potions for each potion. looking at the bottles of crystal-clear potions. Miko's mood became very good, and she laughed softly. "Miss Miko, give me a few bottles of orange juice." It was another strange name. A strange word from the undead. As she was exposed to it for a longer time, she learned a lot and could understand it roughly. For example, they would nickname the healing potion orange juice and the energy potion blue bottle and move. Chapter 100. Don't learn the weird words of the undead. During this period, the undead brought back a lot of disaster hearts. Disaster hearts can be exchanged for camp points, and the fragments can be used to feed blood lambs. They are the most important strategic materials in the eyes of the undead, and Mika can use these materials to help the undead cook various potions, including the path potion of the spell wizard. But the undead points are not enough. So far no undead has successfully exchanged. The reason why Miko never suspected that Linda was a noble was probably because he showed the cunning that was unique to nobles from time to time. The path potion was indeed precious. But the undead fought and plundered various materials without fear of death, and they had already earned more than 10 times the money. They could exploit the undead in a way that both sides thought was reasonable. Miko was the first to disagree that Linda was not a noble. As soon as his strength was successfully improved, Miko thought of looking for Linda. When he found Linda, he found that Linda was practicing with his soldiers. Several people gathered together to practice, competing in everything and using all means. Lind always said that the soldiers were his brothers, living and dying together. He knew who were his loyal supporters, and was willing to repay them in the same way. He would not favor one over another just because someone was already a great knight. And he repeatedly winked at Miko at the dinner table, asking her to cooperate and say that everyone had the opportunity to become a great knight, eliminate everyone's doubts, and consolidate the relationship. He didn't want anyone to feel that they were being neglected and despised. Likewise, no one felt insignificant. The 9 soldiers showed absolute trust in Lind from beginning to end, which could be seen from the fact that they did not doubt his orders at all. Not only these 9 people, but also the craftsmen, women, and children. They were happy every day for living in Star Dragon Outpost. Maybe it was the same for me. Miko walked to the open space and watched Lind knock someone down with skill. And then, ahem. She coughed lightly. Lind turned his head and looked at her. "You succeeded?" He smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." He was so happy that he wanted to express his inner happiness in Earth slang. She knew he wouldn't be jealous of her. So Miko's desire to show off was not satisfied. She felt that Lind might want to be promoted more than she did. They had been on guard against each other in the Doomsday for many years, and it had been a long time since they had seen someone who was willing to be happy that he was stronger than him. Even in the Tianqing Magic School, that place was not so much a gathering place for geniuses as it was a gathering place for the most jealous people in the world. "I know. It's the language of the immortals." Miko understood Lind's words, and decided to respond in the language of the immortals. "My husband is better than me." Lind glared and quickly covered her mouth. "Who did you learn this from?" Running too fast also raised a gust of warm wind. Silver hair was blown by the wind, and Miko leaned back slightly, as if she was held in Lind's arms. She blinked and signaled Lind, who was covering her mouth now. When Lind let go, she immediately p't, p't, p't. Miko's face was full of disgust. "It's all sweat." Then she said, "What did you say? Husband is better than me?" Seeing Linda glaring again, she pursed her lips. "Don't many immortals like to call you like this?" "I see you seem to smile and say nothing." "Linda, don't learn it," he emphasized. "It's not a good thing." He was really afraid that the immortals would deliberately teach Miko to say some dirty words. Fortunately, those people have a bottom line. But Miko just learned it secretly. Is Rabbit too so idle? It seems that the potion-making work assigned to her is still too little. What do you feel? Linda looked her up and down. A living, friendly, high-ranking wizard. It's novel no matter how you look at it. Star Dragon Outpost is getting better and better. Mike didn't have any physical mutations, which means that she completed the promotion almost perfectly, and the possibility of success in the next promotion will be higher. I can punch you and make you cry. She gestured with her fist, still remembering Linda's glare just now. Rabbits hold grudges. Lind didn't take her words seriously. I just wanted to talk to you about potions. Your potion is almost done. She could feel it more clearly, and the power in Lind's body gave her a slight sense of oppression. Although he knew that the other party was an old noble, and was very good at fighting, he was already a high-ranking wizard. and the two sides could not completely distance themselves. During this period, he seemed to be stronger than before. If he met the Black Knight again, would Lin be able to deal with it alone? If the five of them went together, maybe not everyone would end up seriously injured, but Lin would be used as the spearhead to directly tear the Black Knight apart. It's not my potion. Lin shook his head and said, the current situation is that Longya Mountain Road is too far from Star Dragon Outpost. If the undead rush back, they will waste most of the day on the road every time. So I want to send some people to Longya Mountain Road. Are you going to let me go? No. I mean, you should work overtime to cook potions. I should buy a lot of potions from you, and then open a temporary shop on Longya Mountain Road to sell potions. Let you have nothing to do and learn weird words from the undead. You are more considerate than my mother, Miko complained. I am afraid that the undead will have no medicine to take. So I sent someone to deliver the magic potion. Do I need to send a blacksmith and a chef? Linda smiled. This is how our service industry works. Since listening to Miko's, the old nobles will go crazy. Linda has been nervous. I am like a living target. Even if I can fool the undead, the conflict between the new nobles and myself is irreconcilable. All the investments in the undead can be converted into returns of more than 10 times. Or even dozens of times. How many bottles of potion do you have left? The last one, Lin said. Wait. So fast? Mike didn't expect that as she was a little slower. Lin might be promoted before her. Maybe the magic ring favors me more. Mike muttered silently, then smiled. She was also happy that Lin could be promoted. In this world, it is always better to have strength. But when Mike saw Lian coming over, the smile on her face could not be suppressed immediately. The rule of ammunition cannot be consumed while taking potions was something she made up at the time. She was discussing it with Linda, and Lian was walking around outside. She definitely couldn't let Lian get what he wanted. She believed that Linda was a strict self-disciplined person. He would abide by it regardless of whether it was true or not. He would not allow himself to fail. But what about when he succeeds in getting promoted? Lian was like a fox, hiding aside and watching for a long time. Sir, the first batch of badges has been delivered. What do you think? Lian seemed to not see Miko's eyes, and stayed in front of Linda, raised her hand to lift a strand of hair, and put it behind her ear, revealing her ear. One big and one small. One sexy and one cute. Two beauties stood in front of Linda. The soldiers who were competing in strength in the distance stopped and sighed at the same time. You are worthy of being the Lord. Chapter 101 Star Dragon Sentry Update Announcement. The proposal for this update announcement came from the programmer, who was responsible for finalizing the Gold Chapter Update function. They felt that this would be more ceremonial, and could explain the update content in the shortest time, and in the most detailed way. The game official has not made any moves since the last bug fix. Although it is good to directly create an immersive feeling in another world for players, the excessive lack of gameplay is also very discouraging. Acting as the development team, it turns out that only the players themselves can come up with such a cool operation. However, Lin still insisted on adding an extra copy of the Star Dragon Sentry Badge Reward book, which was read by Iluna Momo in public. He knew that he should maintain his status as a lord, not an administrator. Accompanied by Iluna Momo's vicissitudes of life, the update of Star Dragon Sentry was officially launched. Update 1. The undead in the Star Dragon Sentry camp added a lion badge, which has points display, map and other functions, and will be updated later. Update 2. Fix some bugs in the faction points, and improve the response speed of the points display. Update 3. Open the limited time peddler on Longya Mountain Road. Undead people can trade with peddler in Longya Mountain Road in the future to avoid wasting time running around. Update 4. A large number of interactive NPC units were added to Prey Town. Many undead people also suddenly realized that they didn't know when Star Dragon Outpost and other novice villages in the game became two different games. For example, at the beginning, Star Dragon Outpost updated the faction point store, but other novice villages did not. At the beginning, many people felt it was normal. After all, no one had the opportunity to enter the faction. But as more and more undead people emerged and entered the faction with their own strength and talent, they found that there was no such thing as faction points. For example, magic potions are completely taboos that cannot be mentioned actively within the faction. Every bit of power must be controlled by the leader. The leaders will not give out this power casually, and the object of the power is still the undead. But in Star Dragon Outpost, as long as you join the camp to do quests or dig materials to get points, You can redeem them. Maybe it's experimental. Internal testing? Internal testing within internal testing. Right. What are you testing? Can I test it? I want to go to Star Dragon Outpost. No matter how you test it. The update of Star Dragon Outpost has attracted a group of people who are jealous. The biggest manifestation of this update is that all the undead who join the Star Dragon Outpost camp have received honor badges. As long as you take off the badge and press it on paper, you can quickly write down the current points. And there is also a most practical map function. Draw a map on paper through the badge. The badge is like an external game system, carrying a large number of internal functions unique to the Star Dragon Sentry. It is low cost but effective, and is Lin's most advantageous competitive product. Undead people can explore around by wearing badges, and record the map, and then upload it to the Golden Seal, and finally synchronize it with the powerful computing power of the Golden Seal. The addition of more functions also caused Lin to feel the consumption when injecting energy into the Golden Seal, so he directly dragged Lord Saran over. The other party happened to be tied up, and there was nothing else to do, so it was better to become a power supply battery. Lord Saran himself agreed with this, as long as he was still useful. Giving him a chance to live would gain his trust more than Linda's verbal assurance. The upper knight was the battery, and I believe it could support the future updates of the Golden Chapter. Linda personally led the team to the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. The entourage was Renzo, who would also be a traveling merchant and temporarily responsible for the commodity transactions of the undead. Renzo's personality was dull enough, and this was not a bad comment. In Linda's opinion, Renzo had the advantages of being a leader, because he had tasted too much pain and could tolerate failure. At the same time, he also knows what he wants, and is willing to make sacrifices for it. It is definitely not suitable to be used in an attack, because he is too stable and introverted, and does not know how to be aggressive. But if Renzo is allowed to defend a place, then this line of defense will definitely become a flawless shield, because he will never slack off. Every once in a while, the knight under Lind will be responsible for bringing the team to transport materials and hand over to Renzo. When Lind made the decision, everyone accepted Lind's order without hesitation and regarded it as the best choice at the first time. Even those who were not familiar with Renzo did not question whether he could do the job. In the eyes of many people, being sent to Longya Mountain Road was like being stationed on the front line of the battlefield. No soldier could resist this sense of honor, but their loyalty and trust in Lind made them willing to believe in every decision made by Lind. When Lind looked at Renzo, he also felt mixed emotions. Before, he only thought that Renzo's pursuit of the old nobles and his eagerness to devote themselves to the old nobles were a little funny. There were more than one nobles in the world, but after chatting with Miko, he found that maybe there were more than one old nobles in the world, but he might be the only one who had not gone crazy. This special loyalty to the nobles may also turn into loyalty to themselves. The team set out from the Star Dragon Outpost, carrying the goods at a very fast speed through the barren land. After moving eastward for half a day, they finally saw the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. The foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain are like a huge monster that can cover the sky and the sun with its wings spread out. Just looking at it from a distance will shock your heart. This giant beast is still sleeping. If it really wakes up one day, the surroundings will surely turn into scorched earth in an instant. At the entrance of the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road that was collapsed by the catapult, Linda blew the hot wind coming from the mountain road, as if he was standing at the dragon's throat, bearing the breath of the red dragon. He held a map in his hand. After the first update that belonged exclusively to the Star Dragon Outpost, the undead immediately set out from the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road back to the Star Dragon Outpost, replaced the lion badge as soon as possible, and then immediately got up and returned to the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. Everyone couldn't wait to update their own maps. The golden handwriting quickly passed on the map, leaving a series of concise but accurate strokes. Every fork in the road that the undead had passed was marked in detail on the map. There is a disaster shadow area at the fork in the road ahead. I heard the sound of a child crying at the right turn. But there are only cliffs, and nothing has been found so far. It is possible that someone is imitating human voices. This way leads to the Earth Dragon Magma Pool. Lind quickly scanned the map. He quickly decided on a location. The foot of the volcano where the undead are currently advancing. The foot of the volcano, which has been completely cleared, is flat and closer to the fork in the road, making it easy to reach the next few main roads. It is his duty, as a lord, to make the undead feel more comfortable spending money. Chapter 102, Reclamation. Let's just stay here. Linda looked around and saw an undead passing by in a hurry. When he saw Linda and the others, he said hello and left in a hurry. A temporary tent allowed Renzo to rest here temporarily. There was no need to worry about food. It made people suspect that Renzo might have been out of his basic material needs. Maybe his main food was human madness, nightmares and the like. And maybe the tooth fairy that he suddenly caught under his pillow. With Renzo's skinny body, even if he suddenly held a small wooden stick and shouted Avada eats big melon one day, it would not be abrupt at all. In fact, some undead have tried this. But it's a pity that Renzo remained silent. Every item has a price list. Len didn't give Renzo too many instructions, and turned to talk about other things. His voice was low, as if it contained a strong force that was about to explode, like pulling the bowstring of the full moon. But the tone was soft and not aggressive. We will return to Goliath. But the situation may be different from what you think. Since he was sure that he was the only old nobleman, a sense of loneliness took root in Lin's heart. He was labeled as a remnant of the old nobles, and the gap in identity could not be crossed. He had stronger talents and strength, but he was also the target of all new nobles. So Lin was always thinking about what he could do. The arrival of the new era could not be stopped, even without the participation of the undead. It was inevitable that the new nobles would replace the old nobles. Lin, whose identity was bound, had no choice but to stand on the side of the old forces and block the torrent of the new forces with himself. He was unwilling to sit and wait for death, so he had to make all preparations. It was inevitable to take the initiative to embezzle the new nobles before they could react. What else? Contact those crazy old nobles? He had not seen the second crazy old noble, so this decision was temporarily put aside. The best option could be to gather the forces that had sworn allegiance to the old nobles. The end of the world was not too long away, and perhaps there were still a small number of people who held on to the old beliefs. I understand what you mean. Renzo raised his head and answered in a calm tone. So I never asked you to do anything. I don't want to trick someone into working for me. But I may be the last one who is not crazy. Lin trusted Miko's words very much, because she was not from Goliath, but from a stronger area than Goliath. Even though the Rand Kingdom is big enough, it is still nothing in this continent. The magic land outside the Rand Kingdom has a broader vision. After all, it is close to the gateway to the god's realm, which is more than that of himself. The countryman knows more. I understand, sir. Renzo's tone was calm. As always. Linda watched the soldier set up tents and set up potions. The two suddenly stopped talking and fell silent. You are strong, Renzo, able to withstand loneliness and endure madness. Linda spoke again after a while. Fight for me. Renzo looked up at Linda. His thin face under the cloak showed no expression. And then he lowered his head. I will always fight for you. Starting today, the Star Dragon Outpost will add a new NPC. Exploring the land is one of the favorite activities of the undead. You can encounter many new things along the way, and the fun of exploration comes from this. There is an upward road from the foot of the volcano. The road is tortuous, and it is impossible for two people to go up side by side. It takes a very long time to walk along the way, which also causes many people to prefer going up the mountain to going down. After coming up, I decided to nail myself here, and I would rather die than go down. It's not that they would rather die than go down, but someone really stepped on empty air and fell into the abyss when going down the mountain. After several days of advancement, they have already touched the crater. The environment here is very harsh. Even if the undead people adjust their senses to zero and use the dizziness of the brain to exchange for light equipment along the way, they are still in a bad mood when looking at the various debuffs hanging on their bodies. It's too hot. So hot that it loses blood. Romantic Glutton shook her hair. She was almost able to go back and exchange for a spell wizard potion. The reason why she suddenly surpassed the other 59 people and gained a lot of points was that she found several rare potion materials. She just wanted to try out whether there was anything edible in the new map. But she didn't expect that. God bucket tasting hundreds of rice. She could unexpectedly eat a lot of good things with her mouth. The European emperor doesn't need to work hard. The non-Europeans all have to work hard. But the winner is always the European emperor. The last time she ate roasted earth dragon meat, she lingered for several days. But it was a pity that the meat had to be bought later, and the flavor was greatly reduced after it was made into jerky. It tasted like chewing slippers. When she stretched her taste buds to the limit, the plastic-like stench left her, with a great psychological trauma. People are different. She hated the taste she didn't want to eat. But it became the best food in the eyes of other undead people. Only a small piece of earth dragon meat can replenish the body's strength, relieve hunger and fatigue, and it is very small in size. It can be put into a bag and hung around the waist, and it doesn't take up any space. Complaining in his heart that the meat jerky is simply inhuman food. The romantic glutton finally crossed the difficult mountain road and reached the crater. There was a circular mountain pass ahead, and hot wind blew out from the mountain pass every once in a while. The hot wind blew diagonally over the head, and the scorching air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. A large amount of dust would also cover people's hair and clothes in the shortest time. Romantic Eater breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly took out a piece of dried meat to replenish her energy. As a person who loves eating so much, she could only shut down all her senses and chew mechanically. There were still some undead people exploring ahead. The circular flat top of the volcano is large enough for more than a dozen carriages to pass side by side. Although the range is very large, it can be seen clearly at a glance. There is probably nothing ahead. All they want is to be inside the crater. Get close to the edge of the crater and look down. Acrophobia can deprive a person of consciousness in an instant, even if they know it is fake. Standing at a height that takes a whole day to climb to the top and looking down. The dizziness is definitely not something that ordinary people can accept. Wow! An undead person held his hands to his mouth like a trumpet and shouted. It seems that many people have accepted it. Romantic Eater looked down at the inside of the crater. There was an obvious mountain path, which meant that their real goal might be inside the volcano. One misstep, and you will fall into the volcanic magma. The thrilling low tolerance made the undead people curse in their hearts. But almost everyone present chose to go down this way. Romantic Eater bent over, making sure that every step she took landed on the strongest stone. She suddenly wondered why there was no rope. It might be more convenient if there was a rope. But then she thought of another situation. With such a high temperature, would the rope be ignited? Let's just rely on ourselves. A clacking sound suddenly came from below, with a woman's sad voice. When the other party approached, the clacking sound immediately turned into a heavy hammer hitting the heart, making everyone's ears buzz. Something flying is approaching, someone shouted. On the difficult mountain road, being approached by a flying thing suddenly, everyone knew what was waiting for them next. The next moment, an undead was dragged away from the mountain road and turned into a black straight line to hit the volcanic magma. I don't know who shouted, and everyone immediately reacted and climbed up desperately. Run! Chapter 103 Moon Ring. Linda looked at the bundles of food and the soldiers scratching their heads, and couldn't help asking, did the undead clear out any granaries recently? All of them were mutant food, and there were so many that the temporary granaries couldn't hold them all. Who would have thought that in the doomsday when everyone was going to starve to death, Linda would actually worry about too much food. There was no place to store it. Reed, who took off his helmet, looked pretty good. The long journey didn't make him too tired, and he was still energetic. He was gradually able to control the overflowing power in his body, but he still felt a little hot when he was close to him. All the undead are planting food in the disaster shadow area of Dragon Tooth Pass. Reed's expression was a little strange. He was also shocked when he went to deliver the potion today. I remember that there was a large open space when I went to Renzo's place last time, but this time it was full of various foods, even with a car towing, plus the strong bodies of the knights. They only pulled back 1/3 of the food, and the remaining 2/3 were piled on the open space waiting to be transferred. It can be imagined that the Star Dragon outpost must not be able to release so much food. What happened? Linda suspected that the apocalypse had passed suddenly in just a few days. For example, the magic ring was suddenly repaired. Otherwise, why would he see the spectacular scene of a good harvest? When he prayed to God, it was estimated that God was not generous enough to distribute food, and many people died of starvation before the apocalypse. I heard from Renzo that those undead people could not pass through the crater path. Reed scratched his hair. Then what? Linda's eyes were on the food. The variety of food had increased, and there were some types he had never seen before, probably new varieties found in the Longya Mountain Road. He squatted down and picked a fruit the size of his little finger. He squeezed it gently with his fingers, and red juice splashed out. He put his finger next to his lips and licked it gently with his tongue. It tasted like strawberry, but the skin was harder than strawberry. Strawberry is a fruit that needs both juicy taste and sweet and sour flavor. The thick skin has greatly reduced the score of mutant strawberry in Lin's mind. But the sweet and sour taste is not bad. Maybe he can eat not only dried meat, broth and bread for every meal in the future, but also some sweet and sour snacks. Thinking of this, he pinched another one and tried to peel it. What was annoying was that the peeling failed, and a lot of flesh stuck to the peel. And then the juice flowed through the fingers into the palm of the hand. It is a fruit that makes people feel very upset when eating. It is better to squeeze the juice and drink it. Juicy fruits cannot be stored for a long time. It is said that there is a volcanic bird. The undead people say it is called the resentful bird. That kind of bird will sneak attack the undead when they enter the crater, grab people and throw them into the volcanic magma. So the undead people decided to use the most simple method to brush points. Reed chewed on his words, nodded and said, "It's to earn points." They said that to earn points, you first get the magic potion of the spell wizard path, and then deal with those volcanic birds. Reed's expression was a little strange. They said that the reason you gave the magic potion of the spell wizard path was to deal with the volcanic birds. They also said that this was specially refreshed for the new profession, forcing them to keep up with the progress. The points are not difficult to understand, but the NPCs don't understand the existence of the points model. Honor and loyalty can be expressed in numbers, which is the biggest insult to honor and loyalty. However, seeing the undead people accept it happily and even fight for it, they don't know what to say. Linda was speechless. Although it seems like this now. A long-range profession appeared, and then a monster flying in the sky appeared. According to common sense, it is a special type of monster that allows the undead to experience the long-range profession setting. But this has nothing to do with him. It is definitely a coincidence. If they want to farm, then they can farm. It's a good thing that there are people farming. There are more than 20 people at Star Dragon Outpost, and the soldiers have big appetites. There are also hundreds of mouths waiting to be fed in Prey Town. However, the farming style of the undead people is a bit disregarding of the life and death of the fields. They are completely farming towards death. Now the Mad Sage village has been completely abandoned. It is clean, and there is no shadow of disaster left. When the messenger from Prey Town comes, let them go to Prey Town to ask for some people to come and deal with the food. Linda pointed at the food with bone spurs or thorny vines, which were very troublesome to deal with. After Linda gave his instructions to his men, he looked at the mutant strawberries again, plucked a few of them, and left with the juice. Finally, it was a little sweet. The last bottle of magic potion was poured into Linda's mouth, avoiding the whispers of the god believed in by the Lost Soul Knight, and directly stealing its power rudely. It sounds mysterious, but when Linda swallowed the magic potion, that strange feeling came. It is indeed an idealistic world. He made several preparations for his promotion this time. Luna Momo held Praise the Sun and Nico held Ronan's handwritten poetry collection. Others could not come to help, and the soldiers needed to supervise the construction of the new granary. The site of the new granary was not at the Star Dragon post, and the post range was still too small. All the procedures were ready, and Lind also entered the dizzy state when he drank the potion last time. The circular pattern on his chest released light, and he didn't need to open his eyes to know that it must be glowing. Now he has figured out its origin, which is the ring in the blood of the old nobles. To use a game-style phrase, this is the boss template. The magic potion of the soulless knight hit his body. Then, a golden chain made of words flew out from Praise the Sun, just like the last time it helped him tie up his body. Then a chain flew out from Ronan's handwritten poems. The chain made entirely of the moon was more illusory, and not very powerful. But Lind was overjoyed, and controlled the golden chain to make way for the moon chain. At the same time, he also had to guide the power of the magic potion in his body to prevent it from suddenly going out of control and exploding. Guide it little by little, until the two powers of the sun and the moon stabilize, according to the steps that he and Mika had simulated and calculated countless times. He guided his body to adapt to the power of the Upper Lost Soul Knight, so that it could be separated from the power of the Great Knight, without affecting each other. However, a sudden change occurred, and the resistance of the sun chain to the Upper Lost Soul Knight was very strong. And after contact, it had a tendency to switch to the other side. Lind immediately pulled the sun chain apart, and at that moment, the gentle moon chain moved closer, slowly merging with the power of the soulless knight. At the moment of successful fusion, the moon chain burst out with a light that completely suppressed the sun chain. When Lind opened his eyes again, he found that there was another bright silver ring inside the golden ring on his chest. and the silver ring seemed to be made of chains. And at first glance it looked like a rune tattoo. Huff. He panted heavily. His skin was covered with a layer of white light. And as he stretched out his hand and grabbed his body, the white light was torn off like a robe, revealing a body that seemed to have been tempered by lightning. The body contained landslides, tsunamis, thundering clouds, but all of them were suppressed and hidden in his body. 2 powers, guided by the power of 2 poetry collections, were stored in his body. Although there was a little problem. It seemed to be developing in a better direction. Linda opened his hand, and a thumb-thick chain appeared in the dim light. This was a skill that Linda had learned from Master Saran a long time ago, called Lost Soul Chain. Unfortunately, it lacks offensive power. However, there is a defensive ability called Lost Soul Mail, which can make up for Lin's shortcomings in defense. Under Lin's perfect control, the chain is like his extended arm, completely showing a control that far exceeds that of Lady Saran. The dense chain quickly weaves around his body into a set of chain mail. In addition, he seems to have gained another new power besides absolute control, because he suddenly becomes very eager for moonlight. With a thought, the flames wrap around the chain. 21st level Lost Soul Knight, plus 19th or 20th level Great Knight. Chapter 104. The Crow is going strong. A Luna stared at Lind in a daze, watching Lind play with the 2 powers in his hands. Miko had already approached Lind, and she couldn't help but reach out and poke Lind's chainmail. And a slight dizziness hit her head. What's going on? Miko quickly stepped back to distance herself from Lind, shaking her rabbit head. The Lost Soul Knight. Lind patted the chainmail lightly, making a rustling sound. The Lost Soul is the most important power. The target that is actively bound and locked by the chain will be gradually controlled and surrender. And the target that touches the chain passively will also be affected. And the mind will fall into a state of lost soul. The effect is not obvious, but it is better than nothing. Mika curled his lips and praised reluctantly, not bad. Ha ha ha. Lind put away the chain mail on his body. Maintaining this set of chain mail also consumes a lot of energy for his body. It is estimated that with the energy of a senior knight, he can wear it for 3 days and 3 nights at most. The biggest improvement is his physical strength. If he doesn't wear this chain mail, he should be able to fight for 7 days and 7 nights. Turning his head to look at the wall of the Star Dragon outpost, he couldn't help but sigh. The wall is still too low. The sun ring and moon ring on his chest are like 2 energy slots that don't affect each other at all. He can use them easily, except that they can't be used together. It doesn't matter if they are used at the same time. The improvement in strength makes Lind in a good mood. It's a pity that there is no earth dragon. Linda felt very sorry. If he could tame a ground dragon, the Star Dragon outpost would definitely be stronger. Speaking of taming, how could the Lost Soul Knight not tame a mount? Who should be the first one to be tamed? Lien, what do you think? Linda climbed up the crater on the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. The mountain road that the undead walked on was as flat as the ground under his feet. The volcanic playground that could not be breached for a long time delayed him for too long. And Linda was very curious about the existence of the Fire Knight in the volcanic playground. Besides, Miss Miko had urged him to go there in person many times. It was hard not to care about the Fire Knight, who relied on fire to survive and become stronger. The hot and ready active volcano was like a crouching red dragon, ready to spit dragon flames at any time. Standing on the edge of the crater, Lind witnessed the power of nature. The upper knight was just a slightly larger ant. If this was really a red dragon, how strong would it be? Level 100? He heard the whistling of the wind, and the high-pitched sound of the storm spewing out from the bottom of the volcano. And every time it spewed out hot air, it would produce a rumbling tremor. Lind carried the broken sword and refused to let his men follow him. If the Great Knight had no means to deal with air raids, he would be nothing more than a punching bag. The magma would not treat the Great Knight differently. Going down the path from the crater, the temperature rose visibly. But Lind did not feel uncomfortable. Although the sun ring did not make him immune to fire, his tolerance to fire was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Below was a shocking scene. Overlooking the huge hollow belly of the volcano, he seemed to be hanging between the teeth of a monster that could devour the world. And the rolling heat waves were just the breathing of this giant beast. He descended very quickly, and soon caught sight of a huge platform right next to the bottom of the volcano. The undead people had to climb from the outside foot of the mountain to the crater on the top of the mountain, and then climb from the crater to the bottom. The round trip took more than a day, And there were also attacks from volcanic monster birds during the period. No wonder they chose to farm and earn points first. The sound of whirring wind and flapping wings came, and Lin turned his head to look at the large bird that was comparable to a human in size. Bald, very ugly, and uttered a woman's sad cry. The thick 3 claws were as sharp as spears. It saw Lin, and Lin saw it. Lost soul chain. It soared up and successfully grabbed the neck of the volcano bird. The volcano bird didn't expect Lin to have long-range means. It flapped its wings to break free, but the power from the chain tied it in place. Immediately, a series of mental attacks bombarded the volcano bird's head, directly hitting its soul. The chain became tighter and tighter, and the volcano bird slowly lost its will. The power transmitted from the chain. Submission. The will was very strong, and its chaotic and violent brain chose to obey in the blur. Taming was successful. Lin pulled the chain, quite surprised. Probably because the volcano monster bird was not strong. It was just a low-level disaster monster. Pat-pat-pat. The sound of flapping wings came again. This time it was a dozen volcano monster birds. Lin shook the chain in his hand, broke the soul-losing chain that tied the volcano monster bird, leaving only a section for it. The remaining chain was thrown out in circles as he turned his wrist, and the chain tied up all the volcano monster birds that were approaching like a ring, pulling them into a straight line like flying a kite. They all flapped their wings and struggled to fly upwards. When their featherless wings flapped, they made a slap sound like slapping buttocks. However, given the huge gap in strength between the 2 classes, they could not break free from Lin's chains even if their strength increased tenfold. The speed of taming was still very fast. More than a dozen volcano monster birds had soul-lost chains wrapped around their claws and necks, circling above Lin's head. The soul-lost chains are really useful. Lin threw out the chains again, this time only tying up the claws of 3 volcano monster birds, and jumped up. "Let's go!" Amid the mournful and shrill cries of the volcanic bird, Lin easily skipped the trouble along the way and slowly flew to the platform where the volcanic playground was located. Standing on the platform, he could feel the terrifying heat that could instantly turn a person into charcoal. The platform was about the size of 3-star dragon sentinels, and pieces of volcanic rocks divided the platform into several small areas. Lin's arrival immediately attracted the attention of a large number of volcanic birds, and Lin also noticed their eggs. His. So many? There were nests of bird eggs as big as human heads, and at a glance there were at least hundreds of them. In addition, there were bones of various animals in the bird nests, but not many human bones, probably because no human would take the initiative to go near Longya Mountain Road. Unfortunately, the undead were not the new diet for the volcanic monster birds, and Lin was not either. Lin's arrival made the remaining dozens of volcanic monster birds excited, but what was waiting for them was not a feast, but a hateful soul-lost chain that was enough to deprive them of their freedom. Get lost soul knight. The powerful Lin also wanted to see where his limit was. It was obvious that dozens of volcanic birds could not exhaust him, and he could still control more. Judging from the state of Lady Celine, his limit was definitely not lower than that of an earth dragon. At the foot of the volcano, in front of the temporary store affectionately called Voldemort's shop by the undead, the favorite Bicey who delivered the mutant food to complete the exchange was calculating how long it would take for him to collect the points required to exchange for the spell wizard. Woo wow wow. Woo wow. A shrill female voice came from above. He looked up at the sky, and dozens of volcano birds flapped their wings and rushed towards the foot of the mountain. Fuck. What's going on? Just as he was ready to fight, he found that these volcano birds seemed to be tied with chains, and the figure pulling the chains looked familiar. Lord Lind. Boom. Lind landed. Dust flew, and the ground shook. Dozens of volcano birds were tied by chains and circled in the sky, neither attacking nor leaving, flying in a smooth line. They were just following the only figure. Gudong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fuck. Crow is using the ultimate? It's kind of cool. Chapter 105 Overflowing Food. In the next few days, the undead went into a crazy farming mode. The entire Star Dragon outpost was forced to enter a busy farming season that they had never dared to think about before. A huge windmill was built. This was because Lind issued a high-score mission to attract the undead back. Without enough rewards, most of the undead would definitely ignore it. In addition, there were also windmills and stone mills under construction in the new warehouse in the distance. There is even a professional studio team that specially exchanged for the Eden Pathway Potion, and used the power of the Eden to quickly build infrastructure and increase the speed to a new height. They can always roll up in certain places. The effect is also very good. In addition to the windmill, the stone mill can also be driven by manpower, and livestock can also be tied to it. However, considering the appetite of livestock, they need to eat a lot after hard work. There are few wild grasses on the ground that can be eaten by livestock. It is better to let people push the mill, and manpower is cheaper. If they are sick, they will endure it by themselves. If they are hungry, they will bear it by themselves. If the animals are hungry and sick, they will really not work. Having said that, Linda is still very humane, and there is no need to oppress. But what he didn't expect was that even though he didn't oppress them, and was even very humane, the NPCs started to scramble for the job of grinding for the Lord. All jobs going to Star Dragon Outpost have now become popular jobs. After the first group of people who went to Star Dragon Outpost to work came back with a message, the people living in Prey Town had already outlined the concept of a perfect city-state in their minds. The tall city walls blocked out the sun, and the fully armed knights formed a perfect formation, behaved in unison, and surrounded the sentry post under the command of the elegant nobles. People there could drink fine wine, eat their fill, sing and dance. Just like before the end of the world, no one could resist this temptation. So when the Star Dragon sentry sent news that a large number of people were needed again, a group of people lined up and squeezed in, fearing that they would miss the opportunity to return to the utopian world. Han mixed in the crowd. He did try to rush to Old Cherry's bedside at night, and use the ruthless punches of the 2nd Infantry Regiment to make him cooperate. But he miscalculated a little. Night curfew. Everyone was managed uniformly, and was absolutely not allowed to go out at will after the time. There were guards at the door. Han obviously did not have the strength to kill through the entire defense force of Prey Town, so he had to give up the plan to capture Old Cherry, and wait for other opportunities. But there was one very humane thing. If a couple was registered, they could live together. It was even heard that if they could get pregnant and give birth to a child, the woman could receive the minimum subsidy without having to work. Encourage childbirth. These past few nights, Han was annoyed by the shouts from the next room. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, then glared at the listless blacksmith next to him. This guy was one of the culprits. What's wrong? The blacksmith yawned. There are countermeasures for every policy. Many women don't want to work, and some even think that if they get pregnant, they can work and get another subsidy. So they choose to have children with men. And the blacksmith became famous because of his strong body. Stallion, working as a tinsmith during the day and tilling the fields at night. He is simply the busiest person in Prey Town. Han is the strongest, and he is the one that women flirt with the most. But he is currently focused on figuring out the identity of the Lord, and it is absolutely impossible for him to linger on a woman's belly. Don't die on a woman's belly. Haha. I know that too. The bearded man scratched his cheek, and the friction between his nails and the hard stubble made a crunching sound. But they like me like this. What should I do? He was quite proud. Han shook his head and decided not to waste words with the other party. From the perspective of ordinary people, this kind of life might not be bad. He had a job and food every day, and different women took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms at night. He didn't even need to take responsibility for having children. Number 122? Yes. Han raised his identity and quickly explained his advantages. I'm going to Xinglong Sentry. I can forge iron. I can do carpentry. And I have a lot of strength. Go over. Yes. Han was overjoyed. He didn't expect to pass so easily. Next, he should be able to meet the possible noble lord. The team set out on the same day, and a group of people set out with dry food. In Prey Town, there is a hunting team composed of old hunters who sweep outside and search for the road to the east of Honglong Mountain Road. People pass by this place every day, not to mention disasters and large beasts. Even small animals are invisible. It is truly safe to move outside at night, and there will be absolutely no danger. But as they walked, Han realized something was wrong. Are we going to Star Dragon Outpost? Of course not. The leader was a messenger, who was responsible for running between Prey Town and Star Dragon Outpost. They had strong legs and ran very fast. It took ordinary people a whole day, but they only needed half a day. Your job is to do odd jobs and handle food. The messenger couldn't help but sigh. The Lord is really great. You must have never seen that kind of scene. Food overflowed from the warehouse and scattered all over the ground. In order to store food, they had to build a granary farther away. Wouldn't it be better to build it in Star Dragon Post? Why must the granary be built farther away? Because the granary we chose this time is in Prey Town, which is closer to the Star Dragon Post and the farmland. The messenger was not sure. It is said that the entire Star Dragon Post can no longer do anything else, and even the powerful soldiers have dropped their swords to do farm work. Han really couldn't bear to listen any further. There was actually someone who could brag so much. Not to mention now, even before the end of the world, which lord would dare to say that his territory and farmland could have such a good harvest? Farmland? Planting? Han was alert. As far as he knew, most of the land could not allow plants to mature, and the mutant grains that could mature grew in the Disaster Shadow area. Planting a bag of grain would cost the lives of 2 or 3 farmers. Those Disaster Shadow monsters would not show mercy. Who was the lord? He could actually plant grain in the Disaster Shadow area. Although he didn't believe that the other party would really have a full warehouse of grain, he believed that the other party could grow grain. He ate mutant grain for every meal, and it was a daily ration for hundreds of people. The consumption was quite terrifying, until Han and his team stood in front of a huge warehouse. Warehouse, or castle. The low row of warehouses lying on the ground made them feel like ants. When the guard opened the door of the warehouse and showed the mutant food stuffed inside to Han and others, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The food was so much that it was about to overflow. Chapter 106 Poetry Collection. All things serve the master of the furnace. Star Dragon Outpost Update Announcement. Update 1. The road from Longya Mountain Road to the Fire Supply Church is rugged and difficult to travel. The Lord has personally captured and arranged 2 groups of volcanic birds to wait at the foot of the mountain. Undead people can pay to hire volcanic birds to travel quickly. Update 2. The Lion Badge can receive territory announcements within the sphere of influence. Update 3. Fix several issues such as weather around Longya Mountain Road. The volcanic birds spread their wings and circled upwards. They were like huge turntables that cut through the night sky. Their bald wings shone brightly against the warm Mars in the crater. Woo! The undead, holding the feet of the volcanic birds with both hands, flew high in the sky, looking at the ground getting farther and farther away, and the crater getting closer and closer. They couldn't help but make a strange sound. A large number of undead rushed to the foot of the volcano as soon as they received the update notification from the Lion Badge. The dozens of volcanic birds that Linda deliberately arranged completely turned into model workers, shuttling back and forth between the foot of the volcano and the large platform inside the crater. The mountain range that used to take at least a day and a night to climb can now be crossed in a very short time. The humanized update of Star Dragon Outpost has once again aroused the envy and jealousy of the undead in other territories. Why is the gap so big? Are we really playing the same game? No matter how dissatisfied the undead are, the high development of Star Dragon Outpost has been exposed. Almost everyone can only watch the undead inside the outpost rise all the way, and there is nothing they can do. For the undead people of Star Dragon Outpost, there was nothing to gain from entering the volcano, apart from an empty church that looked strange. There were only a bunch of volcano monster bird eggs outside. The undead people, who believed in the idea of thieves not leaving empty-handed, immediately tried to take the bird eggs away, but the volcano monster bird was unwilling to cooperate. Is it only possible to climb out on foot for a day and a night with the bird eggs in both hands? Absolutely impossible. But looking at the volcano monster bird eggs, they were all thinking about how many points the eggs could be exchanged for. I always want to try. Linda held a book with a fiery red cover in his hand, which was as big as 2 hands, but only a few thin pages were recorded on it. The cover was very thick, and the palm of his hand gently brushed across the cover, just like touching human skin that had not completely lost its life. If you look closely, you can see the pores. All things serve the master of the furnace. This is another collection of poems, similar to the complete version of Praise the Sun. Ronan's handwritten poems with several errors, both of which come from a certain belief. After Lind entered the volcano and dealt with the volcanic bird that kept invading the sky, he immediately entered the fire church. There was no danger inside. Perhaps for everyone who wants to become a fire knight, the biggest ordeal is to climb from the foot of the mountain to the crater, and then follow the path from the crater to the large magma platform below. The volcanic bird is also one of the tests, but it is not a problem for Lind at all. He can directly tame the volcanic bird and fly over. Although he skipped the ordeal, he still received the rewards he deserved. Moreover, unlike those fire-offering knights who served the flame faithfully, he took the books and poems offered inside the church directly. How should it be read? All things serve the master of the furnace. All things serve the master of the furnace, or all things serve the master of the furnace? Linda pondered the name of the poetry collection. Now he has 3 poetry collections on hand. Just looking at the contents of the poetry collections, almost all of them are praising the gods served by their own paths. Praise the Sun is the only official poetry collection of evidence of the Sun Leo Lion. Almost every bishop of the Sun Church has such a book. And the text is completely correct. After all, the Sun Church is the most popular Orthodox religion in the Kingdom of Rand and even the entire continent. Ronan's handwritten poems is the poetry collection of Moon Witch Uni. Although it is unknown how Ronan got into the group of secret people and secretly dictated this poetry collection, there should be no mistakes in the content. After obtaining the moon ring, Lind longed for the moon, and only understood the reason when he was bathed in the bright moonlight. As long as the moonlight shines on his body, his overall attributes will be improved by nearly 20%, including but not limited to physical strength, power, speed, reaction, internal energy, and even the strength of the soul lost chain, including the range of the chain. The master in all things serve the master of the crucible is probably similar to the mad master served by Renzo, an evil god from a certain niche sect. With Lin's character now moving forward courageously, he would not hesitate at all. And he also wanted the power of the 3rd poetry collection. And this called book not only contains the path potion formulas for the Fire Knight and the Upper Fire Knight, but also contains potions called Hero Class. According to his reasonable speculation, it should refer to the 31 to 40 level range. Before this, the Kingdom of Rand did not have many great knights, and Lind himself had not seen a few. But at least he had heard of their stories. But they were more often on the battlefield to influence large-scale battles. Individual power is weak. But now with the end of the world, individuals have stronger power. Perhaps this is an opportunity for humans to break free from the era of being ruled by the gods, plunder the power of magic, and then replace it. The use of power recorded in all things serve the master of the furnace opened Linda's eyes. Serving the furnace. Use your body to endure the burning of the flames. And finally let the flames replace your heartbeat. After this step, it can be said that as long as you are not afraid of being burned to death, standing in the magma can theoretically double your strength. The other worship the furnace is a bit confusing. It uses the extinguishing of one's own flame as a trigger to send the anger of the furnace to the enemy and ignite the enemy. No matter how many enemies are injured, suicide is definitely inevitable. Lin read it several times and finally determined that most of the Fire Knights were serious people who did not write diaries. But this group of people seemed to be eager for others to believe in the master of the furnace and become Fire Knights. So there was no hiding in the potions and skills. If it weren't the end of the world, it is estimated that this group of people would be like the crazy wise man, pulling people on the street to promote. Close the poetry collection. Lin pushed open the door. He was going to talk to Miss Miko about the feasibility of his promotion to hero. However, the promotion to hero would require the heroic heart of disaster. However, just when everything was going well, a post appeared in the official forum of Doomsday Ring. It was this post that made the existence of Star Dragon Outpost more and more glaring. I found a territory called Frost Outpost, but it was full of red-named monsters. Chapter 107 Frost Post. The long journey made the tough-talking man exhausted. Since the bug occurred in the last transmission, he became the only poor guy among the 3,000 undead who was left in the wilderness. The various terrifying beasts roaming in the wilderness were not a big deal. As long as they were not in combat, he could just log off and hide. Even if they were in combat, he would just die. The real trouble was those unknown believers and forces. He couldn't beat them, but he couldn't run away every time he met them. He wouldn't die immediately after being caught, which consumed his energy for a long time. If he hadn't gotten some good equipment by chance, and had gradually become richer and barely caught up with the main group to reach level 10, he would have probably given up the game. Seeing the dragons of Star Dragon Outpost showing off again, he calmly left a sentence. Feeling average. Isn't it just a map function? Isn't it just opening the two-headed man profession first, and then the spell wizard profession? Isn't it just that points can be exchanged? Isn't it that flying birds can be used? Isn't it that you can farm? Isn't it? That's all. But if he could find the Star Dragon Outpost, with his own strength and perseverance, he could definitely get a good result easily. In his opinion, those undead were too weak. It had been such a long time, and no one had gotten the potion of the spell wizard. If it were him, he would definitely work hard for 24 hours. If he couldn't get it, he would just hang in for. The altitude ahead was high, and the air was thin. After dodging the attack of the centaur like Black Knight, the day finally came. The morning sun shone through the mist and fell in front of him, who was still stubborn. The reflected light like star spots pierced his eyes. Finally out. Sneaking out from that place before it had wasted several days of his time. Those crazy villagers almost wanted to eat him alive. Fortunately, he finally found the pattern after countless deaths. Before dawn, those villagers returned to a strange state of prayer, which was completely different from their crazy gatherings when they lit bonfires at night. They were very afraid of the arrival of daytime, kneeling on the ground, making all kinds of annoying whimpering sounds. Next time I come back, I will kill you all. He said something vicious in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud because he was afraid that someone would hear him. As the strange crows with tumors on their heads flew across the sky, he was still suppressing his inner restlessness and anxiety. After the mountains, there was finally a flat land. The surrounding peaks that soared into the sky were like fingers growing out of the ground, making people wonder if they were just living in the palm of a giant's hand. This game is ridiculously big. He escaped from one of the mountains. He ran day and night for a long time before he got here. Just based on the map area, he probably crossed half of the province in the real world. There is no edge, no matter how far you go, and the geographical environment is varied. It is easy to get addicted and lose the distinction between reality and the game. He was still walking on the deserted path, heading towards a destination he could not determine. However, a building that looked like a beetle lying on the ground soon appeared in front of him. The familiar architectural style startled him. Since the game started internal testing, the Star Dragon Post, which has the most Tianlong people, has been on the hot list more than once. And the architectural style inside and outside has been seen by the undead people. When he saw the building for the first time, apart from the surprise in his heart, the rest was all surprise. Star Dragon Post? No! It's not Star Dragon Post. There are mountains scattered like jagged teeth near the Star Dragon Post. But there is no finger mountain that reaches straight into the sky. And the surrounding environment is also very different. That means they are from the same faction as the Lord of Star Dragon Post. He was excited. It was no secret that Star Dragon Post belonged to a faction. The land under their feet belonged to the Kingdom of Rand. And they were infantrymen of the Kingdom of Rand, responsible for guarding the border. However, as accidents continued to occur, the duties of these soldiers had quietly changed. It had been more than once that the undead thought that the Kingdom of Rand was a hidden faction. And perhaps there was a main quest to restore the kingdom. But most people spent a lot of time and could not leave the novice village too far, let alone explore. As the second person to discover the outpost of the Rand Kingdom, he was still congratulating himself in his heart, thinking about the terrifying resources and benefits of the Star Dragon outpost. The same forces should not be too different. The gloom on his face due to the torture in recent times disappeared without a trace. And the thin air could even smell the sweetness that made people's brain excited. This is the gold content of the 10th level undead. He is no longer an ordinary weak chicken. The severe cold still exists. After walking completely on the plains, the cold wind without the protection of the mountains is icy and biting. The thin clothes of Mixed could not support him. And the most obvious sign was that he began to lose blood. The eyes that were still stubborn were still focused on the sentry post in the frost. It was snowing in the front part, and the weather was terrible. It was very torturous to walk in the pits with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Fortunately, the sky had reached the front of the sentry post. There were soldiers on the wall wearing the same armor as the Star Dragon sentry. They were still stubborn and overjoyed, and they opened their hands and waved at each other. Hey, I'm an immortal. Although the other party is a red name, he should be on alert. So he just needs to reveal his identity. Swoosh. A short arrow accurately pierced the toes of the stubborn man, signaling him not to get close. I'm one of us. He was still stubborn and still shouted, Do you know Lind Armin of Star Dragon Post? It would be more appropriate to bring up an acquaintance at this time. Although he was not very happy with the popular NPC, he should be able to get preferential treatment by reporting the other party's name now. The attack really didn't continue. After a while, another person came up. They whispered on the wall. And then, whoosh! An arrow pierced through the head of the still-mouthed Hard. Fuck? There must be something wrong. After the resurrection of the still-mouthed Hard, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. There must be some misunderstanding. But the sentry didn't show any kindness, which made him feel that something was wrong. So he approached again. After seeing that the still-mouthed Hard was resurrected, the soldiers on the sentry were a little surprised. But the end of the world has come. What does resurrection mean to him? Then the door opened. You told me I was one of them. Zheng Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and approached him. Then, two soldiers rushed out with shields. One of them hit him in the chest with the shield and pressed him under his body weight. This familiar sense of deja vu reminded Zheng Zheng of the scene when he watched the video before, when the Star Dragon Sentry soldiers slaughtered the scavengers. He was as high as level 10, but he was completely controlled by the other party, and the other quickly tied him up with chains. He was caught again. Chapter 108 Leon Territory is the main city. No, buddy. What are you doing? The man tied to the X-shaped wooden frame was still stubborn and embarrassed. He was stripped naked. Only his white shorts were left. His shorts can't be taken off, the sentry soldier in charge of the investigation said, with a bright red name and blood bar on his head, indicating that the other party didn't care about what he had been repeating from the beginning. The bearded man who seemed to be the leader of the sentry garrison pulled out a knife and stabbed it into his white shorts while he was still stubborn and terrified. Ouch! He didn't feel any pain. His pain sense had been turned off. But his phantom limb hurt. What is this? A new type of disaster? Or a mutant? But his mutation is different from others. His pants are sewn to his body. They were talking to each other without paying attention to others. Let the old military doctor come over and cut him open. Hey. 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 There's no need. He was still stubborn and felt a strong sense of crisis. Could it be that these people wanted to cut open his white pants? Damea? The group ignored the stubbornness of the man. Soon, an old military doctor came over. He was hunched and weak. He was wrapped in a heavy cotton coat but not armor. He probably couldn't bear the weight. Very interesting. After briefly understanding the physical condition of the stubborn man, the old military doctor gave his evaluation, resurrection from the dead, and the pants can't be taken off. It's like punishment. Punishment? The stubborn man was confused. What kind of punishment is this? It's so cool. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. I have never heard of a monster like him in my limited life of several decades. The old military doctor poked his finger in front of the man, who was still stubborn, and the mud between his nails made him hold back the intention of biting off the other's finger. Then, the hand was placed on his pants. Fuck. Old man. Don't mess around. Don't mess around. He can live without it. But he can't be touched. The man who was still stubborn suddenly regretted trying to look like a human being, because the bachelors in front of him looked very likely to do something inhuman. We can still communicate. The old military doctor thought it was amazing. I am a human being, not a dead person. Still stubbornly complaining. I said, don't you know Lin Armin? He has mentioned this countless times. I know him. The old military doctor nodded. I once saw him wearing the Order of the Lion and following behind the Grand Prince. At that time, we could only kneel down to pay our respects. It's really nostalgic. Noble. Then we are one of our own. Still stubbornly saying excitedly, I know him very well. He is now at the Star Dragon outpost. So what? This time, the one who spoke was the bearded man. He was the leader of the garrison. And the difference could be seen from his armor. Goliath has fallen. We have lost contact. The Rand Kingdom has perished. And we belong only to Frostwatch. The bearded man paused and said, but I won't kill you. An enemy who can come back from the dead cannot be killed, but can only be imprisoned. You'd better kill me. He was still stubborn and annoyed. He knew he was wrong. The power of the Rand Kingdom had disappeared. The so-called outpost runs independently. And it is not a hidden novice village at all, but more like a wild monster base. This speculation has caused many people to discuss. I feel something is wrong. It is true that the Star Dragon outpost is different from the ordinary novice village. The configuration is completely different. It seems that the pharmacist was updated later. In addition, posts our lovely poster girl Brittany. A foodie lowly. Grandpa Nyo, where is my tutu? Is there a possibility that you did not trigger the hidden plot? You can try to join. Maybe you can gain some favorability and turn the outpost into a second Star Dragon outpost. with the Star Dragon outpost, which was previously participated in by a large number of undead people. As a precedent, they have long regarded infrastructure and farming as part of this game. However, among everyone's free speech, no one doubted that there was a problem with the Star Dragon outpost, and only thought that it was deliberately made by the game beta test. On the contrary, the next post immediately caused discussion. It seems that the main city is about to be opened. Let me first talk about my current situation and position. My current novice village is called Harbor Village, a small fishing village near the sea. We are not very lucky. Our daily work is basically patrolling and protecting the village, fishing, and sieving. By the way, I have a good position now, because I am also a fisherman in real life. The fish here are really fat, and not afraid of life. There are not many undead people. Only about 30 people. There are disasters wandering around at night. Some big guys tried to fight them out, but they were beaten back and basically trapped in the small fishing village. There is nothing much to say about the surrounding geographical environment. Let's just say that in the past 2 days, an NPC suddenly came to the village. Not only is he handsome, but he is also very powerful. He took a magic wand and swung it lightly to kill all the disasters blocking our village. Unfortunately, the video is a bit blurry at Portal. Watch it yourself. He claimed to be from Leon territory, and was a subordinate of the new noble Lord Leon. His main task was to recruit survivors to join. And we can go to the Lord City of Leon from today, when the novice village couldn't be beaten out. A powerful NCP came to help the undead overcome the difficulties on the road, and then guide them to the main city. This is good news for most of the undead, as they finally saw a real strong man. By the way, this guy is much stronger than the Lord Linda of Star Dragon Post. Although he is a friendly party and cannot detect detailed data, I estimate that his strength is definitely above level 21. And he can easily defeat Linda. Comparing combat power is a topic that will never be lacking. The group of undead in Star Dragon Post were the first to disagree. How can you talk to our caring Nani? Do you know that if we poop in our pants pockets, our Nani will come over to help us shake out our pants to get rid of the smell? You are right. But Lynn defeated the Scavenger Queen, Blood Rage Old Man, the Etten, the Earth Dragon, and Lady Saran. You are right. But Star Dragon Outpost provides the Path Potion for the Spell Wizard and the Path Potion for the Etten. You are right. But Lynn looked at the post and his expression changed. Sure enough, the new noble forces were unstoppable. And the Leon territory was the force that Lady Saran was loyal to. Just to the east, he simply restored the correct direction in his mind. If he had not shown goodwill at the Star Dragon Post, but had directly killed the first undead, the other party would have definitely arrived at Prey Town after countless trials and errors. Where was the novice village? Afterwards, Lord Saran rode the Earth Dragon to Prey Town and opened up the road from Prey Town to Leon territory. Like the defenders of Frust Post, he was waiting to be killed as a red-named wild monster. What awaited Lin now would be a large number of undead from the novice village being led to the new noble forces. And the conflict between the new nobles and the old nobles was due to blood and was unavoidable. The most important point was that there were many new nobles. But for the time being, there was only one old noble. Chapter 109 Volcano Egg Tarts. The faint cry of a baby came from the Longya Mountain Road, making people feel anxious. The undead, who had successfully survived the crater and the fire church and successfully cultivated a piece of disaster shadow farmland, were tortured by this sound. The sound from nowhere invaded everyone's ears, and the enemy seemed to be completely invisible, leaving them like headless flies flying around. Many undead have collected enough points to exchange for the magic potion of the Spell Wizard Path, and even exceeded it by a lot. But the contribution level is insufficient. It was like they had to be VIP to be eligible to buy. They wanted to complain, but seeing other undeads looking at them eagerly, as recognized celestial dragons in Doomsday Ring and loyal fans of the Star Dragon Sentry, they felt they should be content. It's just a level up. Come on. Let me grind. The green-haired undead stopped and tilted his ear to listen to the baby crying echoing in the mountain path. Keep going, another undead said. Just ignore it and keep going forward. They will definitely jump out. It would be better if they didn't jump out. They could explore new maps. Exploring new land is the fun of the game. To see more scenery that you have never seen before. The undead formed into a team and moved forward silently. The heavy iron-studded boots led them deeper and deeper. The road ahead suddenly narrowed and then widened. The carriage could not pass through here. Even if they did not move forward, they could guess that the road ahead was definitely a dead end. Another dead end? Longya Mountain Road is just like its name. Like crisscrossing teeth. Even if you have walked on the road, if you don't hold the map to check it, you will definitely get lost. That should be right. An undead squatted down. Look. There's a corpse here. There was a half-inconspicuous corpse hidden in the corner, which was rotting very quickly in the high-temperature environment. Some kind of volcanic moss that absolutely could not exist in the real world was lying on the corpse. It was precisely because of this moss that could be seen everywhere that they ignored the existence of the corpse. The undead who had just squatted down pulled out a short knife and gently poked the corpse. And the technique looked like picking a boil. The baby's cry broke out. And it was on the corpse. Damn! Everyone was startled by the strange cry so close to their ears and retreated together. Someone reacted quickly and had already picked up a hammer and smashed it down. Stones flew everywhere, and the corpse shrank after the hammer, making a puff sound. The moss exploded and turned into a ball of powder floating in the air. Toxic. Back off. Everyone retreated quickly and skillfully took out the healing potion to replenish blood. The baby's cry was finally figured out. But how to move forward next? This thing is growing everywhere on the road ahead. When a gust of wind brought the powder of volcanic moss, the undead people cursed in unison. It was a dead end. And because their rash actions seemed to have angered the volcanic moss, the cries of babies echoed in the Longya Mountain Road. Do you want to ask Dagur for help? Yes. How about we hire the volcanic bird to fly directly over? They always find a trick to skip class, or let the volcanic bird drop us off on a nearby mountain, and we climb over. Can the authorities give us this kind of opportunity to skip classes? Everyone was silent for a moment, and then said in unison, yes. That's their nani. They even suspected that the game development team members were giving special care to Star Dragon Sentry. Otherwise, why would their demands always be met in the first place? When they arrived at Voldemort's shop, everyone prepared to first process the materials they dug out to exchange for money and points, and then go into battle lightly. A familiar face came over from the stall next to them. Want some food? I am calling you Ohauchen, the undead from the Star Dragon Outpost Tavern, because his business philosophy provides Lord Linda with a vast amount of ways to earn money from the undead. As for how much money he made, it's all. He always manages to make a name for himself and then empty the pockets of the undead. This is clearly the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road, an area full of tension and death. But the undead have opened a tavern business here, and it is as lively as a market. It can be said that only the undead have such a strong heart. Farmland near the Shadow of Disaster produces a lot of spices, so this is the perfect place to open a shop. The secret sauce that was prepared after countless deaths, combined with lava barbecue, is full of flavor. Here, almost all food related to grilling can be eaten. Eating can replenish physical strength, and fighting monsters all the time can easily make people mentally tired. So the tavern business has become very good, and this open space has gradually become a communication area for the undead. What's new? Volcano egg tarts. The egg tarts are as big as fists. The egg tarts made from volcanic bird eggs must be baked in the high temperature of volcanic magma to be cooked thoroughly. They are naturally resistant to flames. Smelling the fragrance of sulfur and egg tarts in the air, several people nodded, and the green-haired undead man added, let's go. And some more skewers. After all, they come from a country of foodies, and they can't forget to eat no matter how busy or tired they are in the land reclamation. Okay, wait a moment. Then the undead people turn their attention to Voldemort Renzo. Undeads are very good at judging people by appearance. At this time, there were a lot of volcano bird eggs behind Renzo. They were not transported from the volcanic magma platform, where the fire church was located. After trying it several times without success, the undeads completely gave up this method. They found a more reasonable way, which was to let the volcano bird lay eggs by itself. The volcano bird was indeed a disaster monster. As long as there was enough energy to replenish, it could produce bird eggs continuously. So there was a group of undead people who used bugs to brush bird eggs here. After renting the volcano monster bird, feed it disaster-type food. After having enough energy, the volcano monster bird will start laying eggs. They are not normal creatures at all, so they do not have the physiological logic of normal creatures. And disasters are things that expand endlessly. The specific process is the undead plant in the disaster farmland to obtain materials, Rent the volcano monster bird to feed it. Harvest and sell it for points to go back to farm. Make use of every point in every link. We want to contact the Lord. The undead said to Renzo, we have encountered some troubles and hope to get help from the Lord. Every day, teams would come and go to transport potions and materials. So the undead knew that it was best to ask Renzo for help. Renzo looked up. What trouble? There is a kind of highly toxic moss blocking our way. I can help. Renzo remembered what Linda had said, and he didn't want to bother the Lord for such a small matter, but you need to pay a certain amount of points. However, these words changed their meaning when they fell into the ears of the undead. Vocal. Can points directly hire the Big Daddy? Chapter 110 Cyclops the Hard. Stepping into the narrow long road filled with volcanic moss again. The eyes of the undead stayed on Renzo, who was walking in the front. Renzo, wearing a thin black robe, brought a strong sense of oppression, especially when the blood-red flame burned in his palm. The beating of reason made the undead breathe nervously. The booth stepped heavily on the ground, and the slight vibration caused by each movement affected the volcanic moss. And these annoying things in people's hearts would make a baby cry. There's one ahead, an undead reminded. Then he saw the blood-red flame in Renzo's hand turned into a long snake and fell from his palm to the ground, quickly crawling close to the volcanic moss. The baby's cry broke out the moment it was touched, but it was like a big hand had grasped the other's neck before it knew it. And the sound stopped abruptly. The red flame snake grew a little bigger, swam back to Renzo's palm, and turned into a ball of blood-red flame again. The threats hidden in the long road finally met their nemesis. The enemy that had previously left a group of undead helpless became insignificant in front of Renzo. Boss level. I don't know who said this. Renzo's strength was obviously not as good as that of Lady Saran. Even when fighting with a level 20 Earth Dragon before, Renzo could only serve as an auxiliary in front of the huge body of the Earth Dragon. Renzo's role was almost negligible. But now, they really realized that the man in front of them was a boss level, and 5 or 6 two-headed men would probably not be his opponent. The blood-red flame snake swam quickly, released one after another, and returned after a full meal. Renzo's momentum seemed to be increasing rapidly. He, who feeds on some conceptual things, can finally eat with an open stomach, even if the food is small. It is a rare income after following Lind. The undead people following behind him walked in small steps, and then turned into a fast run. It was the first time that it was so easy. The points are really worth it. Grabbing the first batch of revenue from the land reclamation and getting more difficult materials to hand over to the Lord is really making a lot of money. If they could meet the boss and get a complete Heart of Disaster, it would be a pure profit. The points exchanged for a complete Heart of Disaster plus the points they have accumulated can definitely be exchanged for the spell Wizard Path potions. Mage, I'm here. After walking for a long time, the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road finally came to the end. Boom boom. Thunder? The sound coming from the front kept hitting the mountain wall after entering the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. The echoing sound did not reduce the volume, but turned into surround sound. The stones on the ground bounced with every thunder. The soles of his feet were gently scratched by the vibration. And Renzo, who was walking in the front, slowed down. The front was getting brighter and brighter, until the light replaced the sight. And then a wide space replaced the previous narrow mountain road. The road was wide, but looking ahead, you will find that there are still mountains. Boom boom. The sound sounded a little wider. They looked around but couldn't find the source of the sound. There is a bridge ahead, the immortal reminded. The wide stone bridge connected the east of Longya Mountain Road to the other end. There was a deep pit under the bridge, and there was a faint wind blowing from the deep pit. At this point, no matter what the truth of the thunder was, they had to move forward. Nothing happened when they stepped onto the stone bridge. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They held their heads high and walked forward, as if they had entered a new world after leaving Longya Mountain Road. After crossing the bridge, they needed to follow the road to the south. Boom boom. Huh? The dull thunder finally changed. But the nasal doubt made everyone feel something was wrong. Could the owner of the thunder be a living creature? The one who reacted the fastest was Renzo. Blood-red flames burst out in his palm, and the spewing blood python opened its mouth and bit the hill in front. Mountain? It was a mountain. Boom boom. The hill was moving, and in the eyes of the undead, the shaking of the mountain peak drove the earth and rocks to roll down, and the mud splashed. The most frightening thing was the blood bar that was so long that it made people's scalps numb. And the red name of Level 38. Monster Lizard Conqueror Cyclops Ehad. Several dead trees grew on its neck like roots. After waking up, it just sat on the ground, and its body was more than 4 meters tall. When it stood up completely, it was more than 10 meters, almost 3 or 4 floors high, so the undead could only look up. Damn! Good news. It encountered the boss. Bad news. It was a mid to late stage monster. Renzo's attack finally arrived, and the terrifying crazy blood snake in their eyes bit it. And then, did it lose blood? A stone was thrown by the Cyclops, and 2 undeads were hit. The ground seemed to be blasted into a big pit. The huge vibration made the people around unstable. The undead who was hit died immediately, and his health bar was emptied. His twisted body was thrown out, hit the mountain wall and rolled down, and finally rolled into the abyss under the bridge. Everyone didn't think about anything now, just wanted to run away quickly, hoping that the tall guy wouldn't catch up. The crazy running made them breathless, and their bodies were pressed to the limit. Fortunately, they rushed back to Longya Mountain Road before chasing the flying boulder. Listening to the roar of the Cyclops outside, the undead looked at each other. Are we on the right path? If Lady Saran really came from here, how could she escape the pursuit of the Cyclops? Is it possible that the Cyclops has legs and can walk by itself? I hate bosses without a sense of boundaries. They looked at Renzo, but Renzo had already turned around and walked back. We must tell the Lord about the situation here. The undead looked at each other. It's probably useless to tell the Lord. Well, after all, he is just the head of the novice village. Do you think the scene is a bit similar? I remember a post saying that they were also blocked by the disaster and couldn't leave. And then a super NPC came to help solve the disaster and invited them to the main city. That's a level 38 Cyclops. I don't think there are such high-level NPCs in the main city. Wait, I have a crossbow. An undead man pulled out a crossbow. Because the Cyclops couldn't cross the stone bridge. Its body was too heavy, and walking on it would undoubtedly be suicide. So they could only throw stones to rage helplessly. An arrow crossed the distance between the 2 sides and connected the crossbow to the Cyclops. It's losing blood. The undead man was excited. Do you think if we keep the view here, can we kill it? It's difficult, because it will also recover blood. Oh my god. You're right. Wait. What if we successfully change our job to a spell wizard? Several people's eyes lit up. They are familiar with the terrain bug. But the points are still not enough. What should I do? Go back to farming, raising birds, and selling eggs? Chapter 111 Talent Skill Tree. Han straightened his back and shook his body left and right, making a crackling sound. The recent high-intensity work of picking food has left him with wounds all over his hands. The things grown in the disaster shadow area are so delicious that he wishes his whole body was covered with teeth and claws. But except for him, no one else would be dissatisfied with this job. Guarding the food. No one will starve to death. You can eat as much as you want here. But how much can you eat? The dream of sleeping in the granary could not be realized even before the end of the world. And everyone here was happy. Pushing the door open, the earth welcomed Han with a biting cold wind. The wind was mixed with raindrops. And then someone shouted, "Quick! Close the door!" The voice was swallowed by the wind. But everyone woke up. There must be no problem with the grain. A group of people rushed out against the strong wind to check the doors and windows of the granary. The raging strong wind seemed to overturn people. And the people who had just finished their work forced themselves to stand up despite their fatigue. Han grabbed the door with both hands and pulled it hard. The wind and rain that rushed into the granary were blocked as the 2 doors closed, and turned into a rapid sound of crackling hitting the wooden door. A rain in the cold winter is enough to kill people. And no one can be sure whether there are other things hidden in the rain. When everyone ran back to the room, their hair was wet, and their cotton-padded clothes and thick armor were half full of rain. Hurry up and make a fire. Take off your clothes and warm yourself by the fire. Everyone sat together, and the benefits of looking after the grain were also reflected. They could stew some soup and rice to their heart's content, and eat a meal after catching a cold. Filling their stomachs must be more effective than any medicine. This is a new variety grown on Longya Mountain Road. It's similar to the flame-tongue grass, but not as spicy. The person who spoke was from Star Dragon Outpost. He used to be a craftsman in Prey Town. Later, because he was very efficient, knew a lot, and could deal with various emergencies, he was assigned to manage the operation of the granary. What made everyone present envious was that he had the right to enter Star Dragon Outpost. And the Lord patted him on the shoulder and said that he did a good job. The wind was howling outside, but the people in the room were enjoying the rare quiet time by the fire. It felt like the mountains and the sea were cheering for them, and everything in the world was cheering under the storm. The card game at Star Dragon Outpost has become their rare pastime. Lord, is it a noble? Han did not participate in the card game. He has become familiar with several people in recent days. Although he has no chance to go to Star Dragon Outpost, he can at least ask about it. Of course it's a noble. Han felt that his question was a little problematic. He wanted to emphasize that there was only one kind of nobles in the world, and it had nothing to do with the so-called new nobles. But he swallowed the idea. The Lord is an ancient noble from the golden city of Goliath. The man continued, I heard it when I was chatting with the soldiers in the tavern before. Our Lord once swore allegiance to the prince. Ordinary people don't know what the relationship between the prince and the current queen is, and they don't even know that the two are siblings. As long as they know that the prince has the opportunity to become king, then as the prince's direct subordinate, Lin's status will be extremely noble. Ancient noble? Han's eyes lit up, and his pale face, which had been chilled by the rain, suddenly turned red. Are you sure? He grabbed the other shoulder, and the people around him were shocked. What do you want to do? I mean, are you sure the Lord is a noble? Of course. It was hard to pull Han's hand off his shoulder, but he didn't dare to attack. With Han's big and strong figure and the oppressive feeling of looking down at him, he had better pretend that he knew nothing. If the Lord is not a noble, what else can he be? He was a little confused about what Han was thinking. I want to go to Star Dragon Post to meet the Lord. He felt that the opportunity was with the man in front of him. What do you want to do? But the other party did not nod in agreement. If he was not summoned to Star Dragon Post, he didn't want to be shot into a sieve. I am an infantryman of the 2nd Legion of the Land Kingdom loyal to Her Majesty the Queen. He took out the dragon badge. I want to see the Lord. Before he was sure whether Lind was a new noble or an old noble, Han would never reveal his identity. But now, he no longer needed to hesitate. Time was running out, and they needed a leader they could trust absolutely. The old nobles, who were born from blood and could never change because of the times, were leaders they could trust absolutely. No, absolutely not. Mike shook his head and rejected Lin's wild ideas. You have just become a high-ranking official, and the Soulless Knight is just a power you obtain through spells. In essence, you have not obtained permission from the god you believe in. It is impossible to be promoted directly to a hero based on the Soulless Knight. Linda and Miko talked about the division of Great Knights, Upper Knights and Heroes, which sounded not as interesting as first-level warriors, second-level warriors and the like. But in a remote place like the Rand Kingdom, Great Knights are rare, and only the royal family probably knows something about the origin of their titles. The Rabbit-Toothed Witch from the Magic Land is well informed, and many secrets may be just an inconspicuous sentence in the corner when she flips through a book, especially when Linda heard that the Star Magic School has the most books in the world, and also has a collection of poetry from various religious sects. He was deeply moved. The title of the Great Knight comes from the first knight in history who was famous. He seemed to have the blood of a giant, and was huge. Therefore, in the subsequent story records, those who were stronger than the knights, and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Big Knight, were called Great Knights. The title of the Upper Knight comes from the detailed stratification of the knight's power. Even the Great Knights can be weak or strong, and the sense of strength and weakness will be very obvious when they are promoted. The one above is the Upper Knight. The hero. Each hero represents a story of being invincible for several years, or even decades. Therefore, the judgment of rank often comes from history and people's recognition. In Lin's opinion, this vague evaluation is not very useful. It is better to use the 10th, 20th and 30th levels of the undead, which can be distinguished at a glance and are clear and intuitive. They are discussing about the Fire Knight Path potions. Lin tentatively asked if he could drink the hero-level potion directly, and directly reach level 31. But Mika gave an absolutely impossible answer. Judging from his current state, his real foundation is still the Great Knight of the Sun's Proof Path, which is 11 to 20 levels in the eyes of players, with a Great Knight as the main trunk. Branches extend outwards. For example, with the Great Knight as the foundation, the Upper Soulless Knight extends out. But it is impossible to jump over the Great Knight's trunk and use the Upper Soulless Knight to jump to the Fire Supply Knight, who is not related at all. You must first be promoted to the Upper Fire Supply Knight. And then from the Upper Fire Supply Knight to the Hero Fire Supply Knight. Isn't this the talent skill tree? He understood it after saying it. Are you sure you want to do this? Miko didn't quite agree with his idea. Although he could gain more powerful power, no one had ever had 3 different sources of power at the same time. Although, she had never seen or heard of an old noble who could remain rational after gaining extraordinary power. That's a hero. Lin curled his lips. Besides, fire is the most basic power of the sun's proof. His fire power is not quite compatible with the Soulless Knight, but it complements the Fire Knight. In fact, the Fire Knight's weakness of not being able to leave fire does not exist in him, as long as he is not dead and his heartbeat is not extinguished. The flame ring on his chest will keep jumping. Chapter 112 The First Mage. It is not difficult to prepare the potion of the upper-level Fire Knight. The difficulty only comes from the key materials. There is no extra supply of upper-level Disaster Heart. If Lin wants to get out of the Fire Knight path, in addition to preparing the upper-level Disaster Heart to successfully enter the upper-level Fire Knight, he also needs the Heroic Disaster Heart. In other words, the most reasonable development for Lin is to upgrade the path of the Sun's Proof Knight, which is more convenient. Talent skill tree. However, he could first drink the potion prepared in advance to adjust his body's adaptability to the best, and then wait until the upper heart of disaster is obtained. And then Miku would directly prepare the potion. It can greatly shorten the time. Miku didn't understand why Linda was so anxious. In her opinion, the development of Star Dragon Outpost was very good now, and Linda's strength had jumped continuously in more than a month. He shouldn't be so anxious. But she still agreed to Linda's request, because Linda gave her all the potion formulas for the 3 levels of Fire Knight. Who can refuse the benefits that are delivered directly to the face? Tuya tried hard to control the smile on his face, but the rising cheekbones were unstoppable. After leaving the magic potion shop, Linda went to the city wall to patrol again. Recently, the Star Dragon Outpost was not as deserted as when the undead left. NPCs have arrived one after another, and are busy every day. A sparse drizzle fell from the top of his head. After leaving the city wall, Linda continued to patrol the territory, looking at the Star Dragon Outpost filled with various warehouses and houses, and stood in front of the wooden board in front of the government office to read the undead points that were constantly refreshed on it. The wind gently swayed the tough sawtooth weeds beside the path, and raindrops hit the grass leaves one after another, but were stubbornly bounced off by the grass leaves. Someone has already collected enough points. Lin was a little surprised when he looked at the scoreboard. He was already very unkind, but he didn't expect that the liver of the undead was stronger. I believe that the other party will rush back to exchange for potions soon. However, with the current strength of the Rabbit-Tooth Witch, it should be easy for her to boil potions of the Spell Wizard path. She is a great person who can boil more than 20 pots of healing potions at the same time. If she is pushed to the limit, it will be no problem to double it. What a good tool, man. Sir. Old Pete came over with an umbrella. Rain would not wet Lin's clothes. Before the moisture got close to him, the fire and high temperature in his body would drive away the rain. Unless he was soaked in water, his hair would always remain dry. What's wrong? Renzo sent a letter back just now. Old Pete looked serious. It's urgent. Sir. Lin walked towards the government office and picked up the letter. The content was not complicated, but it made Lin frown. Cyclops? After passing through the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road, we should reach the east of the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain, which is the territory of the new nobles. But why did a Cyclops appear? According to Renzo, the strength of the Cyclops is definitely greater than that of the Earth Dragon and Lady Saran combined. A terrifying disaster monster that could be at least a hero. It is called a disaster because Lind has never seen the existence of a Cyclops before. And the content of Renzo's letter also confirms this. It was said before that the Land Kingdom would never see many heroes in a lifetime. But now, before even a small piece of land has been left, all kinds of strong men have come one after another. Moreover, the strength gap between races of the same level will be quite obvious, as both are in a higher position. Lord Saran dare not stand there and let Linda chop him once. But the Earth Dragon can let Linda chop him more than 10 times. Post a task, Linda said without thinking. Emergency task. Defeat the Cyclops. Task item location. Hand in the Cyclops' heart of disaster. Rewards. Open the purchase qualification of Volcano Bird to participants. And increase the level of the camp by 1 level. Increasing the level of the camp by 1 level is useless at present. But as long as Linda puts new path potions on the shelves, the undead can directly exchange for new potions. I believe no one will refuse this benefit, especially after a long period of hard work. The convenience of Volcano Bird can save many undead people time running around, and many undead people may take shortcuts directly. Linda has not opened this function not because he is afraid that the undead will go astray. He is just a passerby NPC. He did not develop the game. He is just too lazy to tame so many volcano monster birds. Too many volcano monster birds will occupy his control quota of Lost Soul Knight. Suddenly there are 60 more volcano monster bird quotas, which will still be very tiring. But it must be said that the appearance of the Cyclops is simply a pillow for sleepy people. He is not worried whether the undead can get rid of the Cyclops. It will be solved eventually, and there is no time limit anyway. This time, Lin will not appear as a nanny. He needs to concentrate on developing his own NPC forces. The clash with the new nobles is imminent. It is always worthwhile to take all the time to improve himself. If the Lost Soul Knight can also reach the hero, maybe he can subdue the Cyclops. Whether it is siege or defense, the Cyclops has a unique advantage with its huge body. But it is a pity that the Lost Soul chain cannot bind things stronger than itself. Killing the chicken to get the eggs is the least efficient way to use it. But if you don't take this egg, it will be a real waste. This is also the reason why he has no interest in the Soulless Knight, even though he has successfully been promoted. He is somewhat useful in assisting, but not very useful. The mission to defeat the Cyclops has not been sent out yet, and the undead, who rushed back to exchange points for the magic potion of the spell Wizard Path, has already returned. Linda adheres to the principle of selling goods when there is money, and the contribution made by the other party can already be exchanged for dozens of bottles of magic potion. So it is impossible to continue to exploit. Anyway, there are other ways to exploit after promotion. As long as the other party dies accidentally, he will be restricted to the current level 10 of the internal test and drop from 11 to 10. You will still need to come back to redeem the potion. But he thinks he should add a restriction. The points exchanged for potions can only be used by yourself and help take them, instead of letting the undead take them away directly. Otherwise, many Krypton Gold Tycoons will destroy the balance of the game. Should Krypton Gold Tycoons spend money to find someone to buy potions directly for them? Or should Krypton Gold Tycoons spend money to hire someone to help them get materials and points, and then use the points to redeem potions? Which one has more advantages can be seen at a glance. Points are not the purpose. Materials and other benefits are. The first successful job change wizard appeared in Star Dragon Outpost. The news is like a snowball. The wizard who throws fireballs gracefully and calmly, and uses various gorgeous magic is the favorite of most people. You can be weak, but you must be handsome. And with the skill display of the NPC who appeared in the harbor village before, no one will think that the wizard is not strong. Some people even suspect that T0 may have arrived. Chapter 113 Red-named monster arrives at Star Dragon Post. At Frost Post, a bound undead, who was undergoing inhumane experiments, saw the content of the post and curled his lips. Nothing special. The old military doctor, who was studying the secrets of his body, with a knife changed his face. He dared to question him. Very good. He hasn't been provoked like this for a long time. In a novice harbor village, the undead who were pestering the gentle NPC daddy suddenly crashed collectively, and then issued a burst of the shout of fuck. Puzzled the NPC, who had always been gentle. He had long noticed the difference between these undead people. Otherwise, he would not have stayed to explore their secrets. They were immortal, and their strength could be improved. Who else could be more suitable than them to promote the progress of the times? In a town surrounded by mountains, a fully armed undead team, with the hopeful eyes of the village chief, resolutely embarked on the journey to conquer the bandit camp blocking the road. Miss Brittany, wait for me to come back. The undead looked tragic. The girl named Brittany waved her hand. When I come back, we'll get married. The girl's hand froze, but she still smiled and was polite. Then the undead suddenly shouted in unison, fuck. Wizard? The tragic atmosphere was completely destroyed by the inexplicable collective swearing. We were still struggling because of the bandit camp outside. How come you suddenly entered another life? I suddenly felt sour in my heart. The official website also uploaded a post-job display of an undead player named at Romantic Eater, and even gave various reference data. First of all, its health is displayed. At level 11, it has 800 health points, which makes it look particularly fragile compared to the health points of the two-headed man. But it doesn't matter. It's normal. There is no change in the body shape, which finally makes the undead, who love beautiful appearance, feel relieved. The scene of 62-headed men slaying the dragon in the Star Dragon post is still vivid in their minds. It is really strong but also really ugly. Then came the skill display. Chanting, rubbing hands. More than half a minute passed. And then a fireball gathered in her palm. She swung her hand, and the fireball drew an arc, not very accurately brushing the straw target prepared in advance, and hit the back. Boom! Fire burst. The ground shook slightly. The power was not small, but it was also different from the imagined wizard. Your skill chanting time is long, and you need to stand still, but you can't automatically search for the enemy. Ha ha ha. A wizard who can only rub fireballs dares to call himself a wizard? Nothing special, lemon.jpg. This profession suits me. I am the little prince of the night market. I can trap anyone I point at. After seeing the skills of the wizard, I feel that the knight is stable. From the comprehensive data, whether it is attributes or tankiness, the two-headed man completely beats the wizard. Finally enough. Asaimu has been farming on Longya Mountain Road for nearly a week. As a former friend, the romantic glutton completed the ascension first. His good luck makes him envious. But today he finally accumulated enough points, and he can also start the long-range mage profession. Long before him, a group of people have successfully changed their professions. From the Star Dragon Sentry Two-Headed Legion to the Star Dragon Sentry Mage Corps. They are called Tianlong people by other players, and they attract hatred all the time. I am timid in real life. If I can't pretend to be cool in the game, then why should I play games? The only pity is that there is no mage clothing. Most people still wear the set of equipment with the highest attributes that they piece together. They are mages, but they are much stronger than ordinary people. So they can walk without being able to walk in armor. They can walk very fast. Star Dragon Outpost is right in front of us. The floating black smoke and the bustle that can be heard from afar make Asaimu speed up his pace. The walls of Star Dragon Outpost have been upgraded several times by the undead, who are good at infrastructure. The heavy rocks have been made into armor, trenches, iron gates, etc. to protect the outpost, announcing that it is ready to fight anytime and anywhere. Suddenly, Asaimu's face changed. Red named monster. Hammer-carrying Manhan. Level 17. A humanoid red named monster is approaching. Asaimu immediately sent a message to her friends without thinking. What's wrong? Asked Romantic Eater. As the first undead to change her job to a spell wizard. She is in her prime. To give the simplest example, if there is a disaster shadow when farming in Longya Mountain Road, Romantic Eater will have a group of people come to help as long as she joins. Everyone will take the initiative to help resist damage and actively attract hatred, just to see the wizard throw fireballs with their own eyes. A red-named monster has spawned near the sentry post. Level 17. You hurry up and bring people here. I'm on Longya Mountain Road. I can't go back. When did you go back? Oh, Houchin said he has developed a new product, lava toast, and wants me to help taste it. An impeccable reason. If it's not for being able to eat a lot in the game without worrying about gaining weight, why bother to grind for points and upgrade? Asaimu did not hesitate and turned around to contact Zuei Baisi, Xuanwu Shield and others. As the first echelon of the pioneers, these people had already distanced themselves from Asaimu, and they also responded quickly to Asaimu. The 17th level red humanoid monster must not be let go. This game is different from other games. All the equipment on the body can really be taken off, including pants. The undead, who can't take off their pants, are really envious. So tough? Asaimu looked at the red humanoid monster actually striding towards the Star Dragon Sentry, and his face changed. But he was not worried. They could kill the Earth Dragon Knight of more than 20 levels, and they would not be afraid of a 17th level red monster. Here we go! My favorite Baisi has sent a message. Go! Seeing this, Asaimu no longer waited and rushed out with a shout. 7 or 8 undead jumped out and blocked the way of the red-named monster Hammerman Han. Undead? Han's expression changed. Wait! Wait! My lords! The man leading the way jumped out quickly. He knew how crazy these undead were. My lord! He is here to see the lord. Red-named spy? Want to assassinate the lord? If you want to hurt Brother Da, step over my decky first. The undead were making a lot of noise, but they were not prepared to give way at all. Red names represent the enemy camp, and they will never lie. The lord is here, someone shouted. and Linda appeared. Linda, who was discussing the update of the gold chapter with the undead in the territory, suddenly heard the undead outside making a fuss and rushed out. It really scared him that a red name dared to walk to the Star Dragon post. He thought that the new nobles of Leon territory had sent someone again. What appeared in front of him was just a man wrapped in a cotton coat, who was surrounded by the undead. After seeing Linda, the other party immediately raised his fist and beat his chest, straightened his back, and shouted loudly, "Han, the 2nd Regular Army Infantry of the Land Kingdom, greets the Lord." Chapter 114. The Boss's Subordinates, who came to the door. Linda belongs to the 1st Regular Army, also known as the 1st Legion, the 1st Infantry. The Kingdom of Rand is close to the sea, but the navy is not well developed. So most of the time, the Infantry Legion is directly called the 1st Legion. There are 3 legions in the entire kingdom. The 1st Legion belongs to the noble soldiers and is the strongest. Nobles will bring their own private soldiers when they join the army, and they will pay for the training of private soldiers to build their own careers. In comparison, the 2nd Legion was much worse, with most of them being ordinary civilians, who were responsible for charging into battle, serving as cannon fodder, and paving the way for the 1st Legion. The 3rd Legion was the Cavalry Legion, belonging to the Royal Guards. "Sir!" Another person trotted to Lind and handed him a dragon badge with a flattering smile on his face. If he really sent a big shot from the royal city to Lind, wouldn't it be a great achievement? It would be good to let the Lord remember his face. Lind looked at the dragon emblem with a blank expression. The dragon emblem was the emblem of the Headwing family, which had the same function as the lion of the Almond family. They were both rewards given by nobles to their subordinates, and were emblems of honor. The problem was that Headwing was the king's family, and the eldest prince Kurt, whom Lind had followed, was named Kurt Headwing. If he was really the eldest prince, he would definitely recognize him. But he was unfamiliar with the man in front of him, and his opening words were not Lord Lind or Lord Alman, but Lord Headwing. "My lord, are you Queen Rania's man?" He couldn't help cursing in his heart. Didn't they say that the nobles were all crazy? Why didn't that woman die? Linda and Rania had no conflicts or contradictions. As the eldest prince's follower, he had met Rania many times in the palace. He even bluntly said that if Linda had not been engaged as the heir to the Baron, he would be qualified to compete for the future husband of Her Majesty the Queen, the Prince. But he had hoped countless times that the eldest prince would survive, instead of the Queen, who had exiled him gently. At least she would be crazy. "I have made some achievements and have been rewarded by Her Majesty the Queen." Han raised his head with pride. Linda wanted to let the undead kill Han directly. He was the Lord of Star Dragon Outpost. He couldn't just surrender to her while the Queen was still alive. "Madam Rania, are you okay now?" Linda asked. "Is that woman crazy or not? Give me a definite answer. And how many people are under her command? Is it worth my surrender?" The undead entered the melon-eating mode. Their lord actually chatted with a red-named monster. Either there will be an exciting execution scene later, or there will be a special plot. "We have lost contact with Goliath." Han shook his head. "We are now staying at the Old Territory Lookout, making the final effort for the last ray of light in the kingdom, in Prey Town. I heard about your noble status, so I took the initiative to find you. Please allow us to swear allegiance to you." The amount of information is a bit too much. Lin pondered for a moment. "We have a lot to talk about." "Han!" Looking at the undead people around him, who were on the verge of a fight, he said, "The undead people wearing the lion badge are all warriors of the territory. You should not be hostile to them. They are our own people." Being able to let the undead see red name means that Han is naturally hostile to the undead. And there are probably many things he doesn't know. "Yes." Han nodded. Then Linda heard the undead exclaim, "Red name disappeared? Has he really become one of us? Oh my god." Red name little boss came to join him because of his reputation. It's confirmed that Dagur is a boss succubus. I remember that last time in the Mad Sage village, Voldemort also knelt down and begged for shelter after knowing that Dagur was a noble. Fuck. Is the king back? Brother duh. Please twist your mouth. Please. I feel uncomfortable if you don't twist your mouth. The corners of Linda's mouth twitched. The undead people could not understand this blood worship. The so-called old noble blood worship is the worship of the magic ring. Magic worship is power worship. As his strength continued to increase, Linda felt more deeply about this aspect. Bringing Han into the meeting hall, Han's expression did not change when he saw Reed and other soldiers. He was looking for nobles, not Rand Kingdom soldiers. Han waited for Lin to sit down before he began to tell his story. After the apocalypse, before Goliath lost contact, we received an order to station at the sentry tower behind the unforgettable hill in the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain. Our leaders were Captain Lance and Vice Captain Bard. I've heard of them, Lin said. Lance, one of the best archers in the kingdom. The kingdom of Rand has many mountains and few plains. Otherwise it would not have vigorously developed infantry. But Lance can ride and shoot on a horse galloping in the mountains. And Bard, Linda said, the armorer. The dragon scale armor he made for His Highness Kurt is very beautiful. There are many armorers who can make beautiful armor. But Bard is the only one in the entire Rand Kingdom who can use various small mechanisms to make armor to form in a small range of joints. However, it is not very practical. It is purely fancy and handsome, which fits the eldest prince's character. At that time, Linda also wanted to make a set. Bard is not from the Rand Kingdom. His skin is dark yellow and dull, and his face is very thick, like old tree bark. It is said that he comes from the desert area outside the Rand Kingdom. It was also because of the racial differences that Linda was impressed by Bard after meeting him from afar. Hearing that Linda, a noble, had also heard the names of his captain and vice captain, Han felt a little proud. What happened next? Linda asked proactively. The hill collapsed, and we gave up our guard at the watchtower and prepared to return to Goliath. But we met a deserter from Goliath on the way. Deserter? Linda suddenly became alert. How is Goliath? When did you get the information? Thighs. My own thighs. There are only 3,000 undeads in total. But the Kingdom of Rand has 3 legions. If these forces can be concentrated, His Highness the Great Prince wants to save the kingdom. So he chooses to use magic potions to gain power. Damn! Lin punched the armrest of the chair. And the armrest. Crack. Cracked. Shocking Han with wide eyes. Why is the Great Prince so impatient? Alas, we can't go back to Goliath. So we chose to stay in the old territory lookout tower. And now there are only 90 people left. 90 people. Everyone's strength is about the same as yours? Lind asked. Han is obviously a great knight. A small part. Han shook his head, but Captain Lance and Vice Captain Bad have successfully promoted to the upper position by drinking the magic potion. Finally, there is good news. Chapter 115 Plan to attack Novice Village. Han talked about what happened before, including how Lance and Bard led the soldiers to hunt down the disasters, and how they killed the disasters through traps. And they also tried to grow crops in the disaster shadow area. We just killed several high-level disasters under the leadership of the 2 captains. Han exhaled, and the long list of content he just said made him a little dry in the mouth. However, seeing Lord Lin nodding with joy on his face, he knew that what he said finally interested the nobles. Where is the potion? Who made it? There is an old military doctor in our team, Han said, but the old military doctor seemed to have a hard time making the superior potion. Captain Lance and Vice Captain Bard's bodies have been partially transformed into disasters after taking the potion he made. Lin frowned. How many disaster hearts do you have? There are more than 30, including 4 superior disaster hearts. Han never thought of hiding it. They needed a noble, which was like a belief. The answer made Lind very satisfied. He was just worrying about how to get the upper heart of disaster. He didn't expect that the people of the 2nd Legion had been busy hunting disasters around and accumulated a lot of materials. It's a pity that the pharmacist's level is too poor, and the 2 have cut off the opportunity to improve. It's not impossible to force the improvement, but it will definitely turn into a disaster, become a twisted thing, and abandon everything, which is not worth the loss. Wait, how did you get here? Linda then thought of another question. A secret waterway. Han replied. The waterway is east of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain, near the location of Leon territory. You can reach the west side of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain by passing through the underground river. He turned around and gestured while thinking. It's the stream you pass by on the road between Star Dragon Post and Prey Town. I see. Linda finally understood why he couldn't find the secret path after sending people to search for a long time. It turned out to be an underground river. Han also raised his own question at the right time. Sir, please allow me to ask. Why do you allow the undead to act in your territory? They are a group of people who can be used but not very trustworthy. Han nodded in agreement with Lin's words. he continued, but they are also a force that cannot be ignored. If we don't keep them, the rebels will fight for them. The rebels are already fighting for them, and have achieved good results. You mean? Han actually didn't believe in the abilities of the undead. Although the undead were powerful, the undead were too weak. Unless they numbered in the hundreds of thousands or millions, it would be meaningless. But since it was Lin who said it, there must be a reason. As long as he fought against the so-called new nobles and the rebels, Han felt that everything was reasonable. Our territory was harassed by the undead many times. Han then began to explain why he didn't like the undead. They are just like flies. Ha. Linda couldn't help laughing. Undeads are much more annoying than flies. The stronger you are, the more they like you, and the more they want to kill you. They need guidance. Linda said, they are confused but determined. If you can't understand the core of undead players, you can never really guide them. To be precise, the more you cheat Krypton, cheat liver and don't treat players as human beings, the more they love you. Star Dragon Post has now become a good place in the eyes of the undead. But the undead have not noticed how much Linda's territory has gained. The richness of Star Dragon Post is all the result of the undead working day and night. Even so, the undead still affectionately call Lin Daddy. We are preparing to capture Holy Water Town. Han turned to talk about the current situation of his own forces. The rebel Leon and the territory he occupied are gathering forces everywhere. We happened to meet the messenger going to Holy Water Town some time ago. Messenger? A woman. In power. Han pulled the corner of his mouth. Lord Lance shot her with an arrow. Lord Leon's move is really big. He sent Sarin to the west of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain to try to subdue the local forces, mainly in Prey Town, and sent a high-ranking wizard to the harbor village. Holy Water Town seemed to be a novice village, but he didn't expect the so-called messenger to die under Lance's arrow. What about other novice villages? Lin still didn't know how many novice villages there were in Leon territory, but he was very clear about one thing. He must not let the new noble take all the undead under his command. Otherwise he would be in trouble. The undead must be snatched away, and gentle means are no longer enough, because the opponent has many high-ranking knights under his command, and they have already come into contact with the undead. Lin will never allow the new nobles to control the undead, and must snatch all the undead without leaving a single one. His thoughts turned. Then let's change the gameplay, and change this player competition from first come first serve to a competition. A brand new gameplay can change the way Lin's boss siege is described, and it can also allow the undead to accept the setting of surrendering after defeat with peace of mind. The new nobles who don't know what the game is probably just think that the undead are a group of spineless people who surrender after being defeated, and there is no way to deal with it. The contradiction between the new and old nobles cannot be adjusted. After joining the forces of the new nobles, the old nobles are red names. Thinking of this, Lin said, I need you to pass the situation here back and tell Lance and Bard that I will go to the old territory lookout to help you capture the Holy Water Town. When the forces of the 2nd Legion merge, take the Heart of Disaster to improve the strength, and attack the novice village at the same time, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yes! Han was excited. Our goal is to defeat the rebellion of Leon, reorganize all forces, and return to Goliath. Goliath's palace library is definitely not as good as the collection of Tianqing Magic School mentioned by Miko, but there must be many poetry collections. I am willing to be your spear to defeat the evil. Take a few bottles of magic potion when you leave. Linda walked up to Han, patted him on the shoulder and said, Our current situation is a bit difficult, but when our strength is gathered, we will be unstoppable. Yes. Han nodded in agreement. The food in the old lookout tower was barely enough. But looking at Lord Lin's territory, it could not only easily feed hundreds of people in Star Dragon Outpost and Prey Town, but also more and more. Han left quickly with energy potions, vitality potions, and healing potions. He had to tell Captain Lance and Vice Captain Beta the good news as soon as possible. A true noble with superior power is waiting for their loyalty, with military force and food, even if their loyalty to the kingdom and the nobles is exhausted after the end of the world. As long as they see the living patterns of Star Dragon Outpost and Prey Town, I believe people will happily choose to be loyal again. No one will have a problem with having a full stomach. Chapter 116 Deer Shooter. Outside Holy Water Town, the undead team, who walked on tiptoe and tried not to make any loud noises to avoid disturbing the sharp enemies, finally succeeded in reaching the vicinity of the bandit camp again. Over there, the leading undead gestured. After meeting the reception NPC in the harbor village, The undead in Holy Water Town were also waiting. But they had not seen the main city NPC for a long time. After they found that the Tianlong people in the Star Dragon outpost were getting more and more comfortable, they felt that they could not continue to wait like this. So they took the initiative to attack again. If the obstacles are not solved, you will be trapped in the novice village. This game is different from what you imagined. Probably because of the internal test. There are many things that go against the game's intuition. Except for the Star Dragon outpost. Other places don't seem to care about the game experience at all. Jumping over the rocks, you can see the camps and huts where they are stationed. Occasionally there will be a few patrolling soldiers, but they are far away from each other. Each soldier's patrol position is explored by them little by little through their lives. There are not only open sentries, but also hidden sentries. After we go in, we'll first take care of the sentry here, lest he makes a noise and alerts the others, and then sneaks in from the back. Everything is ready. The steps for the attack have been prepared long ago, and now it's just emphasized again to wake people up. The sentry didn't seem to notice their approach. Go! Lu Guan took the initiative to take on the task of sneaking up and taking care of the sentry. In the real world, he learned street dance, which has no effect in the game, but it is more useful than the other cubicle office men in the same team. Lu Guan can at least make the moves he wants, while the others are really useless, lamenting that more and more people are suffering from sub-health. King Lu Guan suddenly reached out and grabbed the mouth of the sentry from behind. Success? When he was about to imitate the way of raising his hand and slashing the throat with a knife in movies and TV series, the other party suddenly leaned back, and the huge force drove the undead to the ground together. It was a sneak attack, but the other party was not an enemy that could be solved by the execution button. In fact, it was not the first time that he felt that these people were not ordinary robbers at all, but the hostile forces would automatically display red names. And this group of people was called chaotic robbers, who lost their target in the system reminder. Bang! The sound was muffled, and his back hit the ground. King Lu Guan felt a burst of pain. In order to immerse himself more, he pulled his senses to 70%, which made him more sensitive when throwing props in 1v1. But the consequences and side effects were also reflected at this moment. The huge force made him subconsciously loosen his hands, and a muffled groan came out of his nose. The attack failed. The moment he made a noise, he attracted the attention of the enemy. Run! King Lu Guan shouted at the top of his voice. He was exposed and probably couldn't run away, but he could let his companions save their lives. The novice village in Shunshui town is not like the Star Dragon outpost. Every level here is very precious. It takes a long time to get it back after it is lost. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of brisk footsteps came. The sound was brisk like running, but the sound was getting closer and closer, and the distance was crossed almost instantly, making him suspect that maybe it was not running, but the other party was just gliding at low altitude. The sentry soldier in front of him had climbed up, turned over and stuck to the Deer King, pressed his knee on the Deer King's belly, and pressed his right elbow on his neck, exerting force with his elbow, being controlled to death, unable to move at all. And this scene of being subdued gave King Lu Guan a strong sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen this scene several times in the videos uploaded by netizens on the official website. But now there is no time to feel those things. The suffocation feeling fed back by 70% of the senses makes him feel terrified, and death surrounds him like a tide. I will really die in this game. With this terrible thought, his breathing became more and more difficult. His body became more and more painful. And then the pain became no longer painful. A black shadow approached quickly. As his consciousness gradually blurred, King Lu Guan vaguely heard the other party's voice. These jumping little flies are coming again. We don't have much time left. Swoosh! Suddenly, a piece of ice crystal color lit up in front of him. King Lu Guan just saw that the black shadow seemed to raise his hand towards him. And then something was released. You have gained the frozen state. You have gained the slow effect. You have gained frostbite. You have gained the piercing effect. A series of reminders popped up, and King Lu Guan suddenly regained consciousness from his dying state. He opened his eyes and looked at the thing that pierced his forehead. It was an arrow wrapped in silver-white frost, and the feathers on the tail of the arrow were shaking gently. Dead? King Lu Guan did not stop after helping the sentinel. He moved his legs lightly, and his body jumped between the mountains and forests. He walked on the rugged and rocky areas that ordinary people had difficulty walking on as if they were walking on flat ground. The undead people who had heard King Luguan's reminders gave up the sneak attack at the first time. If they could not capture the king first, their ambush would be meaningless. In the entire Holy Water town, only their team could gather a set of good equipment. Most of the remaining undead were still carrying hoes and pitchforks. After more than a month of struggling in the game, the undead players did not improve at all. They just spent half a month to gain the trust of the NPC of Holy Water town. And the bandit camp ahead, with an unknown number of people, was said to have been entrenched here for more than a year. Fuck? The undead, who turned around, clearly saw a figure jumping between the mountains and forests. He was wearing tattered armor, and his body was jumping lightly like a deer in the forest, rising from the ground, falling flexibly. A quick glance didn't allow him to see what he looked like, but he caught the key information, a pair of small deer horns on his forehead. When the undead turned his head to look at the other party, the fleeing figure paused, and then he saw the deer man raised his hand. In his hand, he held a small and exquisite ice bow that exuded cold air. He pulled out an arrow from the quiver on his back and put it on the bow. When the bowstring was pulled, the undead's heart was alarmed. Whoosh! 100 meters away, crossed with one arrow, the corpse fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and then rolled down the slope of the mountain path. This was a complete massacre, and the undead were killed almost without any resistance. Holy Water town. The resurrected King Luguan and others looked at each other in silence. That was a subhuman boss of more than 20 levels, said King Luguan, with the strength of himself and others, let alone insufficient equipment. Even if they all changed their equipment, dozens of people would probably not be able to get close to the deer male shooter, who could shoot bows and arrows like automatic rifles. I lost experience. I'm going to find Brittany for comfort. Wait for me. I'll go too. Chapter 117 Old Territory Lookout. Linda left Star Dragon Outpost with only Reed and Leo, using the map Han gave them when they left. They came to the stream between the outpost and Prey Town. Having passed by here many times before, Linda never thought of following the river. Human inertia is really terrible. Everything is ignored even when it is right in front of us. The road ahead was muddy. The two people were wearing heavy armor, although Linda's armor was completely scrapped. He was carrying the broken sword of the scavenger princess, and his weight was heavier than that of an ordinary person. He walked in the muddy river bank with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. You should step on the water ahead. Reed took the initiative to move forward and took off the torch from his waist. After waiting for a while, a small flame burst out from his palm. He touched the torch with his palm and lit it. Pa! Linda walked over and slapped Reed on the back, making him stagger forward. Do you have to use this method to light the fire? I don't use my ability very well, but I still want to show it off. Reed laughed. My lord, I want to show you how to use my ability. It's a poor use. Lin complained mercilessly. He knew how to use the power of fire when he used it for the first time. But these two people now have to stand still and wait when using Clory's fury. Let's go! The voice echoed as he spoke. The road ahead was pitch black, but with torches lighting up, the vision was not greatly affected. This section of the road was very long. Lind estimated that the total length of the underground waterway should be much longer than the Longya Mountain Road. But he did not encounter any trouble along the way. Coming out of a cave, Reed immediately extinguished the torch. The broken moonlight sprinkled down, and the sky was completely dark. They walked from dawn to dusk without noticing. The moment the moonlight enveloped Lind's body, the moon ring on his chest began to beat. His body became better than ever. Lind felt as if he had taken several rounds of moonlight from Miss Miko in a row, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. It was easy to indulge in a strange state, and he now liked the night more than the day. Wait here for a while, and investigate the surrounding situation first. Yes! Yes! The two immediately turned into sentinels, and went out to investigate the situation. Linda took out the potion. He had almost finished drinking the Fire Knight potion, but he was still missing a material for the upper-level Heart of Disaster. The boiling potion in the bottle became more active under the moonlight, and the surface of the potion was like magma bubbling. Before it became hot, Linda pulled out the cork, smelled the burnt smell, and held his breath to pour the potion into his mouth. He strongly suspected that Miss Miko had not put much effort into making the potion this time. Otherwise, how could the taste be so much worse than before? And he almost forced himself to swallow the medicine. The body cells became active again. The quiet sun ring also began to jump, and it felt a similar power. The sun and the moon alternated between bright and dark. Sir, there are wheel tracks around, and someone should have passed by in the past few days. Where is the map? Here. He unfolded the scribbled map of Han painting, which was abstract. But as a soldier, there would be no problem with the accuracy of the map. Linda pointed at the map. We are here now. The cave exit east of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. And Leon territory is to the north. He looked up at the north. But unfortunately the darkness blocked his sight, and the broken moonlight could not let them see too far. Moreover, they were now on the downhill, and the undulating road ahead had blocked their sight. If they wanted to see Leon territory, they had to stand in a higher position. Lowering his head, Linda's attention returned to the map again. Leon territory is not far from here, but they should not know this road. Otherwise they would not take the Dragon Tooth Mountain road. Here. He slid his finger down and stopped at an intersection. The intersection was in the shape of a trident, and the fork represented the intersection extending to the southwest, and the tail of the fork pointed to Leon territory. From Honning's clear drawing of the map content, it can be seen that the people of the 2nd Legion have been eyeing Leon territory for a long time, but they have not taken action due to strength issues. The upper fork of the trident made a circle and extended to the depths of the Red Dragon Mountain in the north. The middle fork extended straight to the southwest. The next one pointed to the south, and there was a sign, Old Territory Lookout, which was Lin's destination. Let's go. Time is running out. When Lind arrived at Old Territory Lookout, he was shocked by the ragged but energetic soldiers of the 2nd Legion. This group of people is very imposing. They are indeed elite soldiers who have fought their way up from the bottom. They did not stop fighting even after the end of the world, and their ferocity was soaring. Sir! Two figures walked towards Lind, and his eyes lit up. The man in the front had a pair of antlers on his head. Alienation. He had seen the most horrible alienation. Like the Black Knight, who had completely turned into a half-man, half-horse monster and completely lost his mind. He had also seen alienation that could still be controlled, such as the two-headed man. Lance? He recognized him. It's an honor to meet you again. Lance bowed and saluted. As a former archer of the Rand Kingdom, he was more famous and could come into contact with more nobles. For example, he had met Lind, who was in the core circle of the Great Prince, more than once, but the two sides did not communicate much. I'm happy too. Linda walked to Lance and hugged him tightly, showing great enthusiasm, as a knight loyal to Her Majesty the Queen. You know how excited I am when I see you again. Although Linda had been repeating in his heart that he hoped to use the Queen's death or madness to exchange for the normality of the eldest Prince Kurt. But in front of the people of the 2nd Legion, he still said a few more words for Her Majesty the Queen. If there is an old noble lord of the Queen's faction who is living well like himself, maybe he will have to stage a Armin's betrayal. Lind always felt a little alienated from Her Majesty the Queen. He turned his eyes to Bard, whose skin still looked so special, compared to Lance, who often showed up in front of the nobles because of his archery skills. Armor Master Bard obviously had never met Lind properly, and most of the time, he just glanced at him from a distance. I am Bard. Your Excellency. Bard's alienation was even more serious than Lance's, and he had 4 arms. It seems we still have a lot to say. He walked to Bard's side, patted Bard's shoulder, then reached out and grabbed Bard's extra arm and pinched it. Same as normal? It works better. Bard laughed, not thinking that there was anything wrong with becoming a non-human. This was the guarantee for him to survive in this world until now. Not bad. Linda nodded. Since Linda's identity has been confirmed, it's time to get down to business. How much do you know about Leon territory and the nearby Holy Water town? Chapter 118 Cursed Weapon Reverse Injury Ice Bow. Years of fighting have caused Lance's team to have serious wear and tear on their equipment, and it is difficult for the soldiers who have never mastered the iron or smelting technology to repair their damaged armor. In this case, their equipment is getting worse and worse. Until now they are wearing the same as the characters such as the downtrodden wanderers and bandits. The living quarters are very ordinary. But these are just appearances. 90 elites are Lin's gains on this trip. Of course, the biggest gain is the 2 upper-level positions in front of him. The 4-armed armorer Bard did not have much improvement in combat. He only carried 4 swords or 4 shields on the battlefield and relied on his superior power to suppress others. With more arms, his fingers became more flexible. In Bard's words, He should be able to make more sophisticated armor and mechanisms if there were materials. Lin liked to hear this kind of words. Materials were not a problem. Bard had enough time to verify. On the other hand, Lance's combat effectiveness was greatly improved. Not only did the alienated deer man image make him more agile, he was also more flexible in the mountains and forests, ran faster in the plains, and even moved lightly like a gazelle on cliffs. With his amazing archery skills, it is not an exaggeration to call Rand the enemy that Lin least wants to meet. And Rand also got an ice bow by chance. Blessed weapon. Lin held the small ice bow, feeling the chill on it that was incompatible with his temper in all aspects. Lance took the initiative to hand over an arrow, and Lin drew the bow and shot the arrow. Bang! The bow was easily pulled to a full moon. Bard's eyes widened. He could feel that Lin's strength was not weaker than his own, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Even Lance was the same. It was not easy to pull this small bow to a full moon, and most of the time he wouldn't pull the full moon. It was too difficult and too slow. He only needed to gently pluck the bowstring, and the arrow would be enough to hit accurately within 100 meters. And quick and light pluck without force. And then use thrust to control the enemy as Lance's attack method. The eyes quickly moved towards the arrow. Not only that, but also condensed towards Lin's arm holding the bow, and the fingers hooking the string. The flames overflowed from Lin's fingers, barely dispelling the coldness that tried to hurt himself. He randomly found a direction and let go. Puff! Boom! A strong airflow burst out as Linda loosened his hand, and the cold wind pushed the nearest people back half a step. It was as if the ice bow fired a shot in an instant. Bard raised one arm to wipe the ice chips off his face, his expression dull. He had seen Lance use this trick, but he didn't think it would be so easy for Linda. The ice arrow flying close to the ground could not withstand the force forced on it, and it shattered after flying forward for about 20 meters against the strong wind. Only a frost trail was left on the ground, and the surrounding weeds were blown around, and the cold wind disappeared. Flames appeared from Lin's body, wrapping his hands, just as he pulled the bow. The burst of frost also reflected on his body. This is not a blessed weapon. Lin returned the ice bow to Lance. It's not suitable for me. Lin didn't care about the so-called attribute restraint, as long as he could achieve a better effect. With the power of the ice bow just now, he could completely ignore it. However, the biggest problem is that the ice bow will hurt the user. And broken sword of the Carrion Queen. And gold seal. Completely different. The greater the force used, the greater the damage that will be fed back. He had heard Miss Miko mention cursed weapons, and he had also heard about them when chatting with Saran. Using such weapons requires sacrifice and dedication. The flames helped Lin dispel the chill in his blood, and his frozen fingers finally regained vitality. Then, a stinging feeling came over him, like sticking his hand into a snow pile on a snowy day and then pulling it out. Lin shook his head as the needle stabbed him. If he used this bow every time, there would be huge side effects, which was no different from committing suicide. Although he really needed a ranged weapon, it was not this bow, and it belonged to Lance. Linda did not have the habit of taking away someone's favorite. Only Linda. Lance and Bard were left in the meeting room. Rebellious Leon is a hero-level warrior. All we know is that he was promoted more than a month ago. More than a month ago, when the undead just started the internal test? Today's discussion is not about how to break through the Leon territory. Whether it is Linda, Lance, or Bard, they all know that when a hero appears, the city walls will not be able to stop the opponent, and the traps will not affect the opponent. All they can do is run away and try not to attract the opponent's attention. Lin couldn't help but think of the Cyclops outside the Longya Mountain Pass. If he could control the other party and use it to attack Leon territory, he might be able to successfully defeat the other party. But that was a heroic Cyclops, and he only dared to think about it, which was not practical enough. He has many superiors under him, but no more than 10. Lance didn't have much information, but he barely helped Lin to unravel the mystery of Leon territory, so that his impression of Leon territory was not just new nobles, enemy, and other vague concepts. Lin once tried to ask Lord Saran, but he did not ask again after he was sure that the other party could not reveal the information of Leon territory. Even Miss Miko said that in order to prevent some people from revealing key information, there are many potions, magic, props, etc. to do this. A hero, that is, above level 31. A maximum of 10 upper positions, that is, above level 21. There are 3 upper positions that have appeared now. Namely Lord Saran, who has been captured, the messenger who went to Holy Water Town but was shot dead by Lance, and the Storm Upper Wizard of the Harbor Village. Put Leon aside for now. Lin knocked on the table. We are going to attack Holy Water Town. How much strength does Holy Water Town have now? With the strength of Lance and his group, Lin didn't believe that they couldn't take over Holy Water Town. But thinking of Lady Saran, he felt that he might not be so sure. In some cases, Lady Saran riding on the Earth Dragon was strong enough to crush Lance and Bard. Lance's arrows were high frequency but low damage, and Bard was not the main combat force. Facing the Earth Dragon that could spew magma and Lady Saran wearing the Soul Lost chain armor, he could only be crushed. No more than 200 people. Lance replied, Holy Water Town is built behind a mountain. You need to go through a tunnel. After coming out of the tunnel, there is a sloping valley. They have already controlled the highlands on both sides of the valley. If you force your way through, you will be ambushed by the highlands on both sides of the valley. The slide is easy to defend and difficult to attack, combined with the rolling stone attack. No wonder Lance can attack it. His arrows have a range of about 100 meters at most. And even if he is in a high position, he can't stop the fierce falling rocks. What about strength? I once shot an arrow through the arm of the mayor of Holy Water Town, Bauer. He is a right-handed swordsman. Lance, who had always communicated with Lind in a humble manner, showed disdain on his face when he mentioned his former defeated opponent, a swordsman whose right hand was disabled. Huh? A higher position? Just an ordinary knight. Lance shook his head. In addition, there is a pharmacist who is a wizard, and a wizard who is a little special. There is no higher position. Special? A new profession has appeared again. Lance thought and said, they are good at creating illusions. If they are accidentally attracted by illusions, they may kill each other. Linda frowned. It sounds a bit troublesome. He likes to fight with fists, and doesn't like any opponents who shrink back. But since there is no upper position, there is no problem. With the power of 3 upper positions, we can forcefully advance. With his own tank role, Lance's archer, and Bard who is in charge of the mechanism, and is useless for the time being but also considered an upper position. There will be no accidents in the siege. If the head of the novice village is also in a high position, there will be a problem. About 200 residents plus dozens of undead who are not afraid of death, and mastering the terrain advantage. It is considered to be all the trump cards of Holy Water Town. However, the biggest reason why Holy Water Town can survive until now is that the imaginary enemy of Lance and others is the new nobles of Leon territory. They have never taken the novice village seriously. Otherwise, if they really want to attack, there will always be a way to break through. Lin quickly made a plan, and then wrote a letter to read. Return to Star Dragon Post and give the letter to Miss Miko. She knows what to do. Yes. And these. Lin was not polite to Lance at all, and took away all the hearts of disaster directly. Give them all to Miss Miko. Chapter 1 1960 Wizards Collective Bombardment. Miss Miko is very tired. In just 1.5 days, she cooked 59 magic potions, and more than 300 bottles of energy potions. Even though Miko is now a high-level wizard, she still feels dizzy. This group of undeads came to her as fast as if they had gone crazy, changing jobs. Although Linda repeatedly emphasized to her that she must not learn weird words from the undeads. Sometimes Miko felt that the language of the undeads was very interesting, and the summary was very accurate. Especially some interjections, which can help her express her emotions perfectly. Thinking of Lind, she pouted, knock it. Undead are like dumb beetles. When the first spell wizard appears, a group of wizards will appear next. The sales of energy potions have also increased greatly. The fireballs of spell wizards are very useless. The attack range is insufficient. The chanting time is too long. The consumption is large and the energy is small. So the power is not bad. But so what? If you don't experience new professions when playing games, it's a waste of time. Miss Miko, who finally completed the work of converting 60 undeads into spell wizards, closed the potion shop. A large amount of potions will be sent to the small shop on Longya Mountain Road. She should be very idle in the short term. However, Miko has made up her mind. If I help you make potions before I have enough rest, I will be a dog. The last half sentence was also learned from the undead. She felt that the curse of self-poisoning could strengthen her determination. The exhaustion of the mind could not be compensated by drinking any potion. Only rest. She wants to rest. She is hungry. She can eat some volcanic egg tarts, and a glass of volcanic strawberry wine. The sour and sweet taste makes Miss Miko sigh that there are other things worth enjoying in this world besides taking advantage of others. The large amount of food and spices transported back from Longya Mountain Road enriched the menu of the tavern. The undead people also generously taught the recipes. They really don't have so much time to cook. When they found that they could teach NPCs and hire NPCs to help cook, they were even more excited to teach them. I really want to throw hundreds of recipes in the face of the NPC. Never doubt the enthusiasm of the foodie country to promote its own food. Let the Doomsday Middle Ages become your own shape. As the center of the undead's activities shifted to Longya Mountain Road, the operation of the tavern was taken over by Old Pete. And women who knew how to cook became cooks. With sufficient food supply, many people would choose to come to the tavern for a drink. This is no longer an area where undead gather, but has become a paradise for NPCs again, where you can enjoy a leisurely time. The NPC role-playing service that Lind had deliberately cultivated at the time has now been eliminated. Everyone has their own job, and they just need to do their own thing. Miss Miko. A wave of heat hit, looking at the soldier Reed whose shoulder was about to burst into flames. Miko took a step back. This is what the Lord asked me to give you. He handed the sturdy deerskin bag to Miko. Give it to me? Mentioning Lind, Miko remembered that he seemed to have left the Star Dragon outpost with the two of them yesterday. Now Reed rushed back in a hurry. Maybe something big happened. Miko immediately untied the rope tied to the deerskin bag. Looked down, and her heart couldn't help beating violently. This. The little rabbit teeth were exposed as the cheeks pushed up, and the eyes were already curved with a smile. This time it was Reed's turn to step back. He always felt that Miss Miko's eyes seemed to be shining just now. A bit like the eyes of those blood lambs when they were fed. It was undisguised greed. Where is Lord Linda? The voice was coquettish and soft. Reed shuddered. No. This was not something he could listen to. He stepped back 2 steps. The master has something to do. He asked you to make the potion as soon as possible, including the potion for Old Pete, and the others to be promoted to the Grand Knight. There is also a letter inside, which the master asked you to make. Okay. Leave it to me. Mickey patted his chest and made a banging sound. I will definitely cook it tonight. I'm leaving first. Reed breathed a sigh of relief and turned around and ran away. Turning back to the potion shop, Miss Mickey was suddenly stunned when she picked up the crucible. Then she looked around and made sure that there was no one around, and whispered to the air. Woof. Everything was quiet, and the only sound left was the processing of potion ingredients. No one knew that the rabbit tooth, which knew what true fragrance was on this day. Star Dragon Sentry Update Announcement. Update 1. Enable Siege Game Mode. Participate in Siege, and win to get a lot of camp points rewards. Update 2. Enable Prisoner Recruitment Mode. Undead captured by Star Dragon Sentry can be recruited. When recruiting prisoners, you can choose to enter the identity number of the undead in the Star Dragon Sentry camp. The undead in the camp can get points rewards. 60 undead wizards have passed through the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road and arrived not far from the Cyclops Ahard. The lion badge flashed rapidly. They were a little confused when they suddenly received the update reminder. What plot did they not know about? Why did they suddenly start the siege mode? What should we do? Let's fight the Cyclops first. Although they didn't know why the Lord suddenly started the siege mode. They had already touched the face of the Cyclops and couldn't retreat now. It would be a waste of time to rush back to the Star Dragon post. Let's do what we agreed to do. Someone was organizing on the spot. They had seen the attack power of the Cyclops, who could use stones to hit 60 of them like bowling balls. So it was important to guard the exit of the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road and throw fireballs with a blocked view. Now no one could gain experience, and there was no dispute over heads. In the end, it was just a matter of distributing the upper-level Heart of Disaster. But because a rich man stood up in the team, there was no point in arguing about this matter. Everyone can get 100,000 yuan. And the rich man also promised that there will be financial compensation after death. And he can hire a studio to help farm materials and points to exchange for potions. And he will definitely be upgraded to level 11. Some people didn't believe that he would directly pay 5.9 million yuan and hire a studio. But when the rich man took out his game account that cost tens of millions of yuan, they believed it. If the points reward can be divided equally, then divide it equally. The rich man only wants the reward of increasing the camp level by 1 level. He is too lazy to grind points. It's too tiring. for everyone present. It is not difficult to earn points. At most it wastes a little time. There are also players who are not short of money, but how they negotiate with the rich is their own business. At least 60 people are very satisfied with the distribution of spoils that has not yet begun. It seems that they have already won this battle. The 60 people began to divide into teams, with 5 people in each row, standing on the left side, leaving a row on the right for the people in the front row to retreat. The first row chanted, gathering fireballs, and the second and third rows also began to chant, fireballs gather and throw together. After throwing, the first row retreats from the right. The second row's chant is ready. They take a step forward to the first row and continue to throw fireballs. Then the third row's chant is ready. Throw fireballs in this way in a cycle. Make sure you can survive. If you don't have enough magic power after retreating, take drugs. The dozing Cyclops was suddenly startled by the crackling explosion and raised his head blankly. Chapter 120. The Lord is Red named. Lizard Conqueror Cyclops the Hard. Level 38. Life 11950/12,000. Keep going. The Cyclops has a high defense, and 5 fireballs only took away 50 drops of blood. But the result made the undead excited. It's good if it works, even if the speed is increased to the fastest. Without any mistakes, it will take about 10 minutes per round, and each round can take away 600 blood. It only takes 20 rounds, and they can maintain this high frequency and non-stop bombing for about 3 or 4 hours, and they can successfully grind the Cyclops to death. The potions were ready, and the spell wizard's magic recovery speed was not too bad, so there was no problem with endurance. The dawn of success was just around the corner. The flames jumped in the palms, and the dripping high temperature stirred up bursts of white smoke. Everyone got into the rhythm, raised their hands and threw, and turned around and walked away. There was no need to see the result. The big man, who was more than 10 meters tall and was furious, could not cross the stone bridge. It was there and could only be beaten. Boom! A huge sound suddenly came, and the storm almost overturned the undead in the front row. The Cyclops threw stones to launch an angry counterattack. He didn't hit anyone, but the broken stones broke into scattered bullets that bounced in the mountain road, crackling and hitting the bodies of the undead. Unfortunately, an undead was hit, and a stone almost seriously injured him. His body was knocked down by the stone and almost broke the formation. Fortunately, he saved his life. After a brief commotion, the team stabilized the rhythm under the shouts of the organizers on the scene. The Cyclops threw stones to vent his anger, and his thick skin became mottled under the bite of the fireballs. The swarming flames hit the Cyclops' eyes by chance. The Cyclops covered his eyes and fell to the ground howling. But in return, the undead swarmed in fireballs. The high temperature has dominated this area. The flying sparks burn the stones and dead trees. The ground gradually turns into scorched earth. The terrain affected by the collision of stones and flames from both sides has also become miserable. A large number of stones hit the mountain wall. The Cyclops tried to tear the mountain with fierce attacks, but the Longya mountain road has never been shaken from beginning to end. Large pieces of rubble were overturned by the force of the mountain wall and rolled into the abyss under the bridge with a booming wail. More and more undead were injured, and the formation became more and more scattered. But no one retreated, and their eyes became brighter and brighter, even without looking at the length of the health bar. It is not difficult to see from the state of the Cyclops that the Cyclops is now seriously injured. The burn of the Cyclops has the greatest impact. The Cyclops has learned to use one hand to cover his eyes to avoid being focused, but abandoning one hand has caused the attack frequency of the big guys to drop sharply, giving the undead a break. The health has been reduced to 4,000/12,000, and the dawn of victory is just around the corner. Many people have begun to operate mechanically, and their minds are empty. Fuck! How did it run away? A sudden shout awakened many undead, who were still chanting subconsciously. The seriously injured Cyclops actually turned around and ran away with his seriously injured body. Although it was an emergency, it was impossible to let the low-health boss escape. Chase. Must chase. They invested too much, and the sunk costs made everyone grit their teeth and unwilling to give up. The undead wizard bombing team, which had been curled up in the Dragon-Tooth Mountain Road for more than 3 hours, finally left their fortress. In front, the giant was still fleeing. The undead followed the Cyclops, but now the formation was disrupted. They had to stand still to cast spells. The first row stood still, but the others would not stop and wait. They had to continue chasing. The team was scattered. The fireballs bombarding the back of the Cyclops began to become scattered. And some of the fireballs missed. Ouch! The Cyclops turned around suddenly and grabbed a dead tree as a weapon. The undead, who were too close, did not react and were swept away by the dead tree trunk. Death at the first touch. A large area around was cleared. No. Retreat. The Cyclops actually used a trick, escaping after being seriously injured to lure them out of the Longya Mountain Road. But it could also be a trick. In any case, they were played. Escape was the beginning of the real chaos of the team. Shoulders bumped, blocked each other, and even trampled. The Cyclops did not chase. Perhaps it also understood that if it continued to chase, what awaited it would still be the undead people retreating back to the mountain road. Just like a turtle retreating back into its shell, constantly throwing fireballs at itself. Endlessly. Boom. The dead tree was thrown to the ground. And the seriously injured Cyclops staggered away, eventually disappearing from the sight of the surviving undead. Are you really giving up like this? I think we can follow it. Why give up? The undead are not afraid of death. And watching the low-health boss walk away is like throwing away a lot of money, which makes people feel very unhappy. It seems that we have entered a large cave in front. The front is most likely a monster nest, and we can continue to follow. But it is impossible for everyone to squeeze in. The Star Dragon Guardian Dragons failed in their crusade, but no one mocked them in the official forum. Instead, everyone was envious. The entire official forum has almost become the Star Dragon Guardian official forum, where undead people come every day to update information related to the Star Dragon Guardian. Whether it is the discovery and crusade of the Cyclops Ahard, or the siege mode updated by the Sun Star Dragon Guardian, it makes people's eyes red. Envy. Too much envy. Although they failed to crusade the level 38 Cyclops. As long as they think about the fact that they have not even defeated the level 11 boss, they will not even have the confidence to mock. Many people are still guessing how to play the siege mode. A new post quickly answered the confusion of the undead people, because their novice village was attacked. No extra nonsense. Only a video, which can be seen to be hastily recorded and uploaded immediately. Maybe the opponent is defending it this time. The video is shaking, and there are no subtitles. Damn. Are those bandits crazy? Here. Where is the mayor? How do we defend? I think we should take the task. I'll go find Miss Brittany. At first, it was just two undeads chatting, and they didn't think it had anything to do with the updated siege mode of Star Dragon Outpost. As we all know, Star Dragon Outpost is unique, and other novice villages can't take advantage of it. So before the official siege of Star Dragon Outpost, other novice villages should not have a chance to experience it. And when Frost Archer Lance, level 22, and Dragon Leather Armorer Bard, level 21, appeared, the two couldn't help but take a breath. Boss siege. And there were two subhuman bosses. Maybe throwing rocks can kill them? Someone tried to move a huge rock and smash it down. The two red-named bosses were obviously unable to cope with it. Frost Archer Lance dodged with the agility of a deer, and Dragonhide Armor Master Bard carried 4 shields and wrapped himself like a turtle shell. In the chaos, a broken sword with a chain suddenly flew over and violently split the falling rock. The body that popped out of the broken sword was a scavenger princess. The sudden change made the undead in the video burst into swearing. Looks familiar. The iron chain was stretched straight, and the broken sword was quickly recovered. When a figure with blonde hair, wearing burning Solos mail, and holding a broken sword appeared, the video kept saying fuck. Dagur. Since the first day of the game's internal test, he has been constantly showing up in the player group. Almost every boss is related to him. The exclusive nanny of the Celestial Dragons. Dagur. Big Daddy. Nicknames like the Undead and the Star Dragon also made him famous. He always trusted the undead with the highest trust, and would respond to any request as long as you gave him money and points. As the most famous NPC on the friendly side, many people may not have thought that they would meet him on the battlefield. The red name above his head was extremely eye-catching. Star Dragon Sentry Lord Old Noble Linda Alman. Level 22. Chapter 121 Sun. Right. Holy Water Town was built along the ramp leading down, and the narrow tunnel through the mountain was piled with rocks. This stalemate has lasted for more than 10 minutes. The undead, who had already felt that they had no chance of winning, understood completely the moment they saw the figure holding the broken sword. No matter how strong they were, They could not stop the attack of the three red names in front of them. Everyone knew that Star Dragon Sentry had updated the siege gameplay, but no one expected that they would be the one being played. Three red-named monsters of over level 20 were walking towards them, and every step seemed to be stepping on their heartbeats. Crossbow arrows cut through the air and pierced Lind. As undead, they would not die, and of course they would not be afraid. The arrows pouring down in 2s and 3s looked a bit shabby, but with the help of the natural terrain, the top-down shooting made the attack more powerful. Lind stood still and let the arrows hit him. But unfortunately, the arrows could not even penetrate his chainmail. He didn't know what material the armor was made of, so he could only leave a missed reminder. And then the undead shouted again. Damn! It didn't break the defense. And some national treasures. Sir? Lance stood beside Lind, holding an ice bow. His arrows could barely shoot high, but the opponent was hiding behind the bunker. No matter how good his archery skills were, he couldn't control the arrows to turn around the bunker and hit the person behind. Can we go up? Lind glanced at the cliff. He could climb up by brute force, but he would also be attacked by concentrated attacks. Lance's agile figure was obviously more suitable for this action. Lance nodded, jumped lightly, and climbed up the cliff. His speed was too fast, like a gazelle, rolling and moving on the wall. Whether it was stones thrown down from above or arrows shot, it was difficult to catch his figure. Ignoring Bard with 4 arms, he could not provide much in this battle. Apart from being a high-ranking knight, Bard's combat ability was not strong. With Lance climbing up the cliff to attract firepower, Lind immediately took action. He was like a golden bird of prey with wings spread, gliding towards his target. Shoot! Accompanied by someone shouting in front. There was a loud rumble, and then a huge stone rolled towards Lind. The stone was as tall as a person, and it rolled faster and faster. There was only one slide, and there was no possibility of dodging. To Lind, this scene was more like a trap made by the undead, full of wild imagination and impracticality. But it must be said that people like Lind who chose to attack head-on were just the audience for wild imagination traps. The sword dance of the scavenger princess was performed, and Clory's anger burned. Lind turned into a fireman completely wrapped in flames, burning loudly enough to burn people's eyes. The scavenger princess, who was covered with fire mane again, snuggled up to Lind. As Lind's strength increased, the scavenger princess also began to cross the boundaries of the rank and reach the upper disaster level. This means that when Lind attacked, he and the scavenger princess were 2 superiors, or to be more precise, 3 superiors, because he was not only a superior soulless knight, but also a superior fire supply knight. The overlapping of professions has made Lind so powerful that he himself can hardly explain it clearly. He could probably kill himself, who was still an ordinary great knight at the time, with a few punches. The rolling stone that tried to tear the body collided with the flame man, and everyone could hear nothing else except the rumbling sound. The violent flames exploded at the moment of contact and successfully detonated the rolling stones. The stones flew like raindrops in the narrow road, and wrapped in the flame snatched from Lind, turning into bullets more fierce than gun bullets, gnawing out a patch of messy and mottled pits on the stone wall. The waves of fire surged, and Lind smashed the rolling stones with a broken sword, and easily overturned the largest piece of rubble with his shoulders. The fluttering flame showed his tyrannical power at this moment. How can we play this? King Luguan felt dizzy. As an internal test player, he had done a very detailed study on Linda and his friends. After all, the dragons of Star Dragon Outpost love to show off their lords every day. From the strength Linda showed before, it can be seen that he is at most between level 11 and 20. The difficulty he had when fighting Lady Seren also shows this point. But now the situation is that Linda is level 22, and he is strong enough to form a crushing situation. I would believe it if you said he was level 32. It seems that this is what happened when the group of celestial dragons were beaten by the Cyclops Ahard. And this is a humanoid monster. Compared with a bulky Cyclops, it probably has less health and a lower level. But the damage is not low at all. The only defense for the undead is the rolling stone trap, which looks like a stupid way to block the door of your own house. Lind can overturn the rolling stone by himself. Elite boss level. Damn! The boss like Lady Seren is more terrifying than the Earth Dragon. The Deer Man Lance, who had easily defeated him and his friends with an ice bow before, was a boss. Why did he hang out with Lind and treat him with respect? All these questions disappeared after seeing Lind take action. It was reasonable that someone followed him because he was powerful. But why would the head of a novice village attack another novice village? What happened during this period? My head was itchy. Lin had already rushed to the gate of Holy Water Town, and the flame slowly shrank back into his body. The walls of Holy Water Town are stronger than those of Prey Town. They should have been specially reinforced by the undead. However, cement was not used, which is normal, except for the Star Dragon Outpost, which is housing subsidies and tasks. Other territories do not have them. Nowadays, the low walls can't stop Lind at all. He raised his hand and swung it. The broken sword was thrown to chop the undead who tried to escape. The huge force and sophisticated weapons made it easy for him to kill the undead with one blow. The iron chain tightened, and the iron chain tied to the broken sword of the scavenger princess was pulled back, pulling the broken sword back into Lin's hand. Ah! This time, 7 undeads rushed up. It was the first time that Linda had a face-to-face conflict with the undead. In his mind, it would be best not to have a conflict with this group of people forever, because they were annoying and held grudges. But some things had to be done. He couldn't just watch the undead and the new nobles get together. If that happened, he would really become a remnant of the old era. Then a group of undeads killed him. And he said again, "This boss is hard to beat." That won't do. He stepped forward with his left foot, swung his broken sword, and the 7 undeads that rushed over immediately flew back at a faster speed. Seeing dozens of undeads rushing to the entrance of the novice village, Lin moved forward with a tense face. The whistling sound caused by his rapid movement suppressed the shouts of the undeads, and the flame blades that stretched out like ink hit the enemies again and again. The undead bodies were charred, beheaded, broken arms, cut in half, and the twisted and tattered appearance made people feel terrified. The resurrected King Lu Guan held his breath and concentrated. Someone was attacking to attract hatred. He took the opportunity to take out a bottle of potion with a strange fragrance, which was a medicine reward from Miss Brittany. He applied the medicine on the arrow, and without caring about the pain, he drew his bow and shot. Whoosh! Hit! The arrow successfully pierced Lin's body, and suddenly hit 20 points of blood, which made King Lu Guan excited. But then, because he successfully dealt damage, he successfully triggered Lin's hostility, and successfully saw deeper information. Star Dragon Sentry Lord Old Noble Linda Armin. Level 22. Life, 4980/5000. Profession? Talent? How much? 5000 HP? He is only level 22. No. When was he level 22? A growing NPC. Not only that, he has 5000 HP at level 22. So when he reaches level 38, which is similar to the Cyclops, he will have tens of thousands of HP. You are a humanoid monster, but you are also a top-level HP cow. Son, right? King Lu Guan remembered that the two-headed man from Star Dragon Outpost seemed to have only a little over 1000 HP, which was considered by many players to be a useless profession except for its high HP. However, as flames erupted from Lin's body, the wound was covered by flames. The next moment, under the desperate gaze of King Lu Guan and others, Lin's HP recovered quickly. 5000/5000. Recovered again. Damn it! How can we play this? Kill them all and break the gate. The gate of Holy Water Town was split open by Linda's sword like a broken wooden board. From the beginning of the game to now, almost no undead has ever been killed by the boss at the gate. Is this how siege works? Ladders, battering rams, crossbows, catapults, etc. all were not used. It was also because the overall strength of Holy Water Town was too weak. When Linda completely broke open the gate, Lance had already killed up under the rain of arrows above his head. A new round of massacre. The undead were hit by arrows shot from the ice bows that were pulled open like plucking the strings of a harp. Corpses fell sideways, falling from a height, but exploded into ashes before they hit the ground. The 3 stood at the gate of Holy Water Town. Bard, who was at the back, blew the whistle, and the infantry of the 2nd Legion rushed forward with weapons. Lind looked at the knife-wielding man with a broken arm. The aura emanating from him was only that of a great knight. Unless the other party also had a few blessed weapons, he would not even be qualified to fight back in front of Lind and the other 2. Surrender, Lind said. The large number of soldiers pouring into Holy Water Town also represents Lind's attitude. The knife-wielding man was very tough. He suddenly rushed towards Lind. Holy Water Town will never bow to any force. Another person with an unclear mind. Lin didn't know how the new nobles could get the NPCs to swear allegiance quickly. Surrendering to a stronger person is a survival instinct. However, if you regard Holy Water Town as a novice village, it seems understandable. Main plot? Inevitable development? Linda stuck the broken sword into the ground. When the opponent's knife came, he suddenly rushed forward half a step and punched the opponent's head. Empty! The fist failed to smash the opponent's head, and the imagined scene of blood splashing did not appear. The feeling of punching the air made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, his strong body control ability allowed him to restrain the discomfort. Not only Linda, but also the two people behind him were equally stunned. The next moment, swish, sparks flew. The sudden vibration attracted Lin's attention. Was he hit by an invisible knife? It's that wizard, Lance reminded him. Lin suddenly realized what Lance was talking about. There was a special wizard who could create illusions. He had just been tricked by the other party. He raised his right hand and grabbed in the direction of the attack. Although he didn't see it with his eyes, and didn't hear it with his ears, his hand successfully touched a familiar touch. He pulled back suddenly. The weight made him sure that he was grabbing the man with the knife. The other party seemed to be stunned and unable to move. Even if he was caught in Lin's hand now. He didn't move. Linda smiled. He knew very well that the reason why the opponent did not move was because of the soul loss mail. The person who took the initiative to attack him did not cause much damage. Just a little pain. But the soul loss power that was fed back by the mail shocked the Great Knight, who was obviously one level lower. Linda broke the opponent's neck without any regret. According to his reasonable guess, the village chief of the novice village basically tends to be the role inserted by the game party, mainly to force development. Otherwise it will really operate in a doomsday way. Whether it is Holy Water Town or Prey Town, the first choice is definitely not to grit your teeth and endure. For example, the wisest choice for Holy Water Town should be to declare loyalty to Lance and others, and ask them to help maintain the order of the village, rather than waiting for a new noble who may or may not come. Lin strode forward. He did not believe that a wizard, who was one level lower than him, could continue to influence him, no matter what method the other party used. He just had to keep moving forward and chop down whoever blocked his way. Lu Guanda Wang and others have been resurrected. 60 people gathered together, with serious expressions. They are no match at all. Linda and Lance, despite the traps and mechanisms, killed them hard. No. It should be said that they killed them easily as if they were drinking water. After learning that the mayor was dead, their expressions became even weirder. What should we do now? They have no feelings for the village chief, except for the Star Dragon Sentry. In fact, all the undead have no feelings for the village chief of their novice village. They have always been treated as freaks, or assigned to do the kind of thankless and low-reward work. This is like in real life. Other people's bosses not only don't allow holidays, but also don't allow overtime. They pay 15th salary at the end of the year, invite celebrities to perform at the annual meeting, and directly give bonuses to everyone on a table. But my boss makes me work like a cow, without overtime pay, and forced me to work 14 consecutive days for a day off. He would rather not leave work to keep an eye on me to prevent me from being lazy. There is no emotion, and everyone wants to chop off the village chief of their own novice village, just like wanting to chop off their boss. It's a bit embarrassing to be killed by the boss in front of you. Why don't you surrender? The armed forces of Holy Water Town are not strong. One Great Knight and one wizard are the standard configuration. This is also the basic configuration of other novice villages. In the early stage of the game beta, the level of the undead was only 10. If it weren't for the magic potion that appeared inexplicably in Linda's Star Dragon post, they would still be in the era of cold weapons. I really can't beat him. He also has blood recovery. Even if he stands there motionless, his blood recovery speed is faster than what I kill. Just as they were struggling over what to do, another voice came from the other side. It's Miss Brittany. We can lose the war and the novice village, but nothing can happen to our elected poster girl, Miss Brittany. I'm coming. 60 undeads rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 122 Perfumer Brittany. The team blocking the way in front quickly dispersed without forming a defensive formation, as if they were worried that Lind would misunderstand. When the infantry of the 2nd Legion behind Lind entered the gate, the weak defense force of Holy Water Town surrendered at the first opportunity, just as Lord Saran had shown disdain when facing Prey Town. Lind's strength and power at this time were stronger than before, enough to make the undead feel extremely oppressed when they looked at the red name that made their scalps numb. The walls could not resist. The shields could not resist. And without the village chief, who was the official NPC to resist, everyone chose to obey. Linda stepped over the corpse of the novice village chief, who he could not see, with no mercy in his heart. This was not the first time he killed his enemies. His identity as an old noble was originally a villain, and his bloodline and identity could not be changed. So, all enemies, all killed. On the road he walked, people knelt on the ground one after another, circle after circle. The guards of the holy water town dropped their crossbows with complicated expressions, looked at Lind with fear, and then bent their knees. The skinny townspeople trembled, their eyes always on Lind's boots, even when they were kneeling on the ground. When Lind's eyes swept over him, their bodies began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. It was as if a god had come to inspect the territory. Some people also saw Lance, and the pair of antlers on his head were really impressive. The mayor, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, had once been defeated by the antler man holding the ice bow. But now the antler man followed Lind obediently. The powerful mayor was killed by the enemy after the sneak attack. They lowered their heads, indicating that they wanted to live. This is a normal reaction. Where is the wizard? Lind asked. The soldier who was asked the question had a broken leg. There was fear and resentment on his face. When Lind looked at him, there was only awe. Miss Brittany is in the back, in the house with the spikes. Don't worry. Lind comforted the other party. I am not a bloodthirsty person. Welcome to join. Apart from the chief of a novice village, he really didn't kill another person. Immortals? They wouldn't die anyway, so they don't count as people. Linda strode forward and saw the so-called pointed bamboo shoot house. The house looked quite narrow, with a circle of flower pots outside, and many magic potions were cultivated in the flower pots. The lavender mist and the barely detectable fragrance drifted in. Linda pushed open the door, and his vision was pitch black. When his eyes were fully adjusted, the space in front of him was larger than he could imagine. Splash, he lowered his head and found himself standing in a shallow pool. The huge moon buried half of its head in the water, and the radiant light made him mistakenly think that he had come to the deep space of the universe and stood in front of the moon. Looking up, there were stars all over the sky. The vastness of the universe can also make people afraid, and that fear will go straight to your heart no matter how strong you are. Tick-tock. Black liquid dripped from above. Lind subconsciously looked up, his eyelids twitching. It was a huge creature similar to a dragon, without dragon scales and skin, and you could see its beating heart and every thin blood vessel. The huge fangs that are as uneven as stalactites are probably the only entity. Its body is filled with various star elements, as if the universe and the stars are contained in its body. The worst thing is that this dragon, representing the void of the universe, is looking down at Lind at this time. It is obvious that Lind has become his meal. Control the five senses, or only hearing and vision. Lind ignored the dragon that was baring its fangs and claws at him, but didn't come closer, and muttered to himself, if you don't disperse these troublesome things, I can promise to the god who has already run to who knows where, I will chop off your head. How did you find it? The moon, the shoal, the strange dragon, etc. all disappeared. Linda stood in the bamboo shoot hut, and in front of him sat a mysterious woman. She wore a veil, tall and sexy, with a red dot on her forehead, and her exotic style made Linda raise his eyebrows. Brittany. He knew her. In the NPC beauty pageant, Miss Miko won the first place, and Brittany won the second place. But in Linda's opinion, the results should be switched. The lovely Miss Miko is obviously not as attractive as the lovely Brittany, because I don't feel the power of the moon. Lind answered seriously. A wizard who can create illusions. He thought of too many possibilities, and after thinking carefully, although the other party was a little lacking in atmosphere when creating the dragon, the illusion of the one-armed novice village chief he created really fooled Lind. The moon? Brittany's big eyes suddenly lit up. Lind didn't want to continue answering the other party's question. He turned his head and looked at the furnishings in the sharp bamboo shoots hut. Although he was a wizard, he didn't have Miss Miko's stewing crucible, but only a large medicine mortar. The ground and the table were full of bottles and jars, some of which were constantly emitting strange fragrance. At first, Lind didn't take these things seriously, but combined with everything he had just experienced, he could boldly guess that Brittany's illusion was related to the strange fragrance. Are you a wizard? Perfumer. Brittany noticed Lynn's unfriendly look and explained. Those are just spices that make people feel better. Then she stood up. Perfumer's magic is related to spices. We use spices to create illusions. Lynn didn't ask what would happen if he covered his nose. He stretched out his hand and fanned the faint smoke of the spices. But the smoke was not affected at all. I'm afraid that as long as she still has senses, she will have a way to make the target fall. Star Dragon Sentry welcomes you to join Miss Brittany, Linda said. Just based on Brittany's appearance, he must accept her into his camp. Combined with Miss Miko, one is enchanting and exotic, and the other is a cute bunny. He doesn't believe that there will be undead who will not be tempted. With these two people harvesting, the undead should also be happy to rush to be the leaks. Brittany bit her waist like dancing. My pleasure. Lynn only slightly expressed his optimism for the other party. In fact, the other party was still a prisoner and had no chance to refuse. The sun was still hanging overhead without a single shift. The entire siege took no more than 30 minutes from start to finish. When Lynn and Miss Brittany came out of the spiky hut, the outside had been reorganized. Lance and Bud, who came out of the army, had already divided the 200 people into teams according to gender, age and other conditions. Under the threat of the cold weapons, no one dared not to cooperate. Only one novice village chief died in the whole battle. And no one on Lynn's side died. And no resources were consumed. Ms. Brittany. The undead rushed over in a hurry. But when they faced Lynn, their expressions froze. They couldn't beat them. They couldn't beat them at all. Lynn didn't treat these undeads well. Confiscated their weapons. And then imprisoned them. The setting of attracting newcomers mentioned in the previous update must be used. This siege started in a way that all the undeads expected, and then ended in a way that all the undeads expected, because the entire broadcast was recorded. Many people have seen Lynn's strength. There are many discussions about Lynn, and many people are stuck on that cannot be specifically reflected on Lynn's panel, and they speculate what it should be. But the game currently shows too little. But I saw something familiar. The chain used by the gear. It must be from the Earth Dragon Knight Saran. Yes. I think it looks familiar too. Is it really a growth NPC? The head of the novice village is actually a growth NPC. And this NPC is also a recognized nanny. What does this mean? It means that the thighs can be hugged tightly. Someone immediately had a wild idea. What if I use resources to feed Dagur to the maximum level? And then let him take me to the map? Resources are not a problem for the undead. The only problem is the level limit. But some people also complained. Linda is really the official son of the game. Is this really the head of the novice village? Why is the other head so rubbish that he was easily killed? I am more curious than this. Why the group of bandits were suddenly incorporated. I can tell you're not an old player. We call him Boss Succubus. But we don't even know what a succubus is. Red-named monsters will immediately pledge allegiance to him once they see him. That's true. The old Voldemort, the Hammer Man, and the current Antler Man and Four-Handed Man. Old nobles. New nobles? Someone else grasped the key to the problem. So, this is the real main plot. Right? Isn't the main plot about saving the world? When it comes to the main plot, a group of undead suddenly discovered a problem. They still don't know what the main plot is. And everyone is playing the game in a daze. Moreover, there are a lot of unique dialogue texts in the game. Not only for each person, but also for every day. NPCs are exactly the same as real people. So it is not easy to find the main line through chat dialogues. At present, the undead only know to kill disasters. They have not experienced the gameplay such as farming, breeding, magic potion job transfer, etc. They just watched the undead in Star Dragon Outpost play, and then followed their imagination to satisfy their addiction. So the one who appeared in the harbor village is the new noble, and Dagur is the old noble. Does choosing a camp mean a different gameplay? Just the little information revealed by Linda's red name is enough to cause 3,000 people to brainstorm. The emergence of the camp also means that the undead need to make a choice. And it can be seen from Linda's ruthlessness and decisiveness in attacking the novice village that the camp problem is more important than anything else. No matter how good the benefits given by Linda's forces are, there will always be people who are curious about what it will be like to be loyal to the new nobles. So it is absolutely impossible to monopolize the undead and recruit them completely. All Linda can do is to do his best and attract the undead with benefits, treatment, and game experience. The most permanent way is to kill the new nobles. Killing all the new nobles will definitely make the undead surrender to the old nobles. Chapter 123 Pleated skirts must have attributes. 122nd year of the Kingdom of Ran. 3rd year of the Broken Magic Ring. End of January. 2 months have passed since the arrival of the undead. Star Dragon Post was silent. And Holy Water Town was also silent. The undead gathered at the Old Territory Lookout, which was once called the Bandit Camp, outside Holy Water Town. Today, 60 undead captives will join Lin's Star Dragon Post. The newly resurrected old undeads there did not even have time to earn points to exchange for potions, and they immediately ran over. The undead imprisoned in the cages did not fight or grab, but instead folded their arms and chatted like a big boss. On the other hand, the undead outside, who were ordered by Lin to guard the prisoners, were servile and had smiles on their faces. Such a weird scene can only be seen here. Is there any brother who wants an invitation code? I am very efficient in farming, and I will help you to earn points. I guarantee that you can exchange for the 2-headed path potion within 3 days, and spawn a spell wizard within a week. Sisters, bring a team. Don't worry. There are beautiful clothes, high farming efficiency, and equipment. Watch movies plus VXXXX. Are there any girls? Are there any girls? Give away equipment and accessories. Only play games online. No offline involvement. 5-person team 1 is equal to 4. I play 2-headed people. No experience or points. Help you resist damage. Noisy. A rite of demons. The root cause of this phenomenon lies in the invitation code mechanism given by Lind. The captives can surrender directly to the Star Dragon Sentry and swear allegiance to join the camp. In this process, they can enter the numbers of other undead people. The process will not change much, but the number entered is invitation code. Undead can get a lot of points reward. Now it is difficult to earn points. You need to work hard. It is necessary to invite the captive brother to enter your invitation code, which is equivalent to free money. And the captive undead also has benefits. They can quickly get a group of old undead who have grown up to help improve themselves faster, work harder to get points, and help Lin build a good territory faster. There are also local tyrants waving money. Krypton gold is still useful. In Lin's eyes, local tycoon players are a very important type. Although Doomsday Ring does not require Krypton gold, as long as the undead has the awareness of Krypton gold, he can handle the rest by himself. Either grind or Krypton gold. Otherwise, how can you become a celestial dragon in my Star Dragon outpost? Lance walked to Lin's side and hesitated several times. That is the action characteristic of the undead. Lin did not try to make Lance understand the undead. In this world, no one except himself can understand them. Even if the undead tells all their secrets in detail. People in the magic world cannot understand what online games are, what game experience is, and what cutting leaks is. Even if they force themselves to understand, they don't know how to operate. He has already taken in 60 new undeads. Now it is more important to stabilize the mentality of Lance and others. Before the new old nobles appear, their loyalty can be absolutely trusted. An aggressive attitude is very important. If Lin wants to break through Leon territory, the 90 people of the 2nd Legion are his reliance. Of course, after the 120 undeads are fully grown, they will be even more terrifying. The tentacles of rebellion have extended to a place that we cannot reach. Those rebels who were once guided and favored by God now only want to seize God's power. They call us old nobles, and think we are remnants of the old times. Lin pointed at the map with his finger. They think that they can achieve stability by destroying us all. But they forget that the disasters surging everywhere are the source of chaos. They try to portray us as villains in the eyes of the undead. My lord, are the undead really that important? Lance and Bard both expressed doubts. No death. No fear. Strength can be improved quickly. Linda pointed at the undead outside and said, "Do you believe that they will all be promoted to great knights or wizards within half a month?" The two looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. 120 great knights. Or 120 wizards. That scene would make them scalp numb even if they were replaced. Maybe it is not enough to deal with the heroic new nobles of Leon County. But it is definitely a force that cannot be ignored. But this is not enough. 120 great knights can't change the direction of a large-scale battle. In the battlefield, they can only jump a little longer. What if I tell you that there are thousands of undead people now? And there will be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands in the future? The two were completely shocked. This is no longer a powerful force, but a force that cannot be ignored. Now the Leon Lord has taken the initiative to contact them, and has even attracted a group of undead people. Lin said, "We are running out of time. If tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of great knights rush towards them." That scene, the two of them shuddered together. "No. We must not let Lord Leon succeed. This is aiding the enemy." But Lin changed the subject and stopped talking about the undead. "Now I don't believe in God either. But it's not like the rebels who don't believe in their existence. But I don't believe that they still remember us. We can only rely on ourselves now. Defeat the so-called new nobles. Even if we, the remnants of the old era, die on the road, our glory, and we can become immortal. They will suffer, and then realize that they have offended the wrong people." Lance's answer was full of irony. "I hope they can understand one day that the nobility of the nobility comes from blood. Not that a thief really thinks that it is his own after stealing something. I sympathize with their ignorance. So we must use cold and ruthless facts to wake them up. If we can't wake them up, let their lives come to an end sooner. Discussing the punishment methods of the new nobility is like making harsh words before a war, which can cheer people up. Kill the new nobles and rob the undead." The final tone of this discussion has been set. As a caring father, Lin is seriously improving the attitude of his NPCs towards the undead. He needs win-win cooperation. "Where are there any disaster areas nearby?" Lin asked. "The Longya Mountain Road is too far away. Although the farming there has not yet ended. Lin does not want the undead to run so far for the time being. He needs the undead to participate in the next siege with him, because he has determined the approximate location of the harbor village. It is necessary to strike while the iron is hot. But before that, the undead must also be allowed to release their energy. 200 mouths in Holy Water Town also need food. It's time to plant the land. There are only a few areas." Lance replied, "There are Dogmouth people, but not many. With their presence, the surrounding disasters have been almost cleared." Dogmouth people? Linda didn't know much about this kind of disaster monster. Before he crossed over, Linda was considered a relatively brave soldier, but he only wanted to endure the hardships and never took the initiative to leave and explore. "Not strong," Lance said roughly. "It's like a hyena, with a very sensitive sense of smell. It is not suitable for the undead to attack collectively. If the number is not enough, they will not hold back. Wasting the time of the undead will delay Lin's own interests." Then, they discussed the disposal of the NPCs in Holy Water Town. It is a good choice to transfer all the NPCs to Prey Town, where there is sufficient food, or rebuild the town around the Star Dragon outpost. But the most reasonable development direction is to leave the west of the Red Dragon foothills, and build a town based on the well-connected Trident Crossing or the Old Territory Observation Tower. Convenient transportation can quickly reach every novice village. In this case, it is more appropriate to directly conquer Leon County and take it for yourself. Move everyone to Prey Town for the time being. It is safe enough. There is sufficient food, and we can build more production lines around demand. Even if Lin conquers Leon County, it is still the same. Compared with the Golden City Goliath, Leon County seems remote. In this case, everything should be based on convenience. When resources and time are sufficient, consider building a large settlement town. Then, they talked about the potion formula of Lance and Bard. The potion cooked by the old military doctor cannot be said to be successful. But Lance and Bard are lucky. Maybe they can also succeed in advancing by chewing the heart of disaster. After the discussion, Bard could not help but walk to Lind and said, "Sir, did you really kill a dragon?" "To be precise, it is an earth dragon," Lind emphasized. The mouth became longer. The legs were very short. The tail was thick. And there were no wings. "I don't think it should be called a dragon. That's an enlarged crocodile. As long as it can be stained with a little dragon's breath." Bard rubbed his hands like a fly, looking at Lind with a flattering face. "Do you still have the dragon skin? I may be able to make a set of dragon skin armor for you." Lind suddenly remembered the gorgeous armor that the eldest prince had worn. Although Bard's products have always been mediocre in terms of defense and practicality, it is difficult to find better armor than is in the entire Rand Kingdom in terms of the beauty of the armor. "Sure." Linda nodded. "It's okay to give you all." He looked down at Bard and suddenly asked, "Bard, can you make some beautiful gadgets? By the way, design some clothes." "Gadgets? Clothes?" Bard was at a loss. He was an armorer, not a tailor. But he had to obey the Lord's order. just looking at the very short skirt that the Lord had casually drawn. Bard couldn't help asking, "What is this?" "Pleated skirt." He cleared his throat. "Can you make one with attribute bonuses?" "Pleated skirts with attributes are killer. The less you wear, the higher your defense is. This is the truth of the game." "Sure." Bard nodded. "The less you wear, the higher your defense is." Linda thinks that the little skirt made by the Dragon Skin Armor Master will be very popular because it combines defense and beauty. Although the undeads have earned a lot of points this time, and they are about to attack a new novice village to earn more points. But Linda still wants to empty all the points to prevent someone from sitting on the credit book and eating the old capital. He hates people who are not motivated the most. Chapter 124, Small Commodity Processing Town. Squeak. The hot blade fell on the dragon's skin spread on the ground. After being scaled, tanned, and finally dried to make leather, the dragon's skin was easily cut apart like a piece of thin paper under the sharp blade. Bard raised one arm to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and the other 3 arms continued to work. It is not easy to make a dragon skin armor. The knife in his hand is not an ordinary knife. The blade engraved with special magic patterns is sharp, high temperature. These 2 effects, plus the strength that only those who are in a high position have, barely cut the dragon's skin, all in one go. Bard casually threw the knife into the barrel, and the high temperature instantly ignited the air. The empty barrel burst into flames and high temperatures, and the huge sound attracted other people around to look over here frequently. "Huh?" Bard turned around, picked up the wine that had already cooled in the cold wind, and gulped it down his throat to relieve the fatigue and heat accumulated in his chest. This dragon skin armor made for Lord Lind was the result of Bard's hard work. Just from the material point of view, the Kingdom of Rand would never have dared to imagine killing a land dragon and skinning it to make armor. More elegant, more comfortable, and more beautiful. Bard kept in mind the requirements given by Lind. These were not a problem for him. Being able to put aside his scruples and make what he wanted to make was the source of his motivation for doing all this. After breaking through the Holy Water Town, they did not stay in the old territory lookout for too long. Bard was arranged to travel through the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain by water and enter the town of Prey. A group of soldiers were arranged to cast fortifications, as the undead also knew the existence of the waterway. It was difficult to guarantee that no undead would sell this information to the NPC of the new nobles. So 92nd Legion infantrymen, now they should be called Lion Soldiers, or Star Dragon Sentry Soldiers. They were responsible for guarding sentry towers, secret sentries, traps, etc. were erected within a day, and they were prepared for the worst. At this time, Bard was enjoying life in Prey Town. He wore a lion badge unique to NPCs on his chest, with the word NPC on it. It was very eye-catching and glowed at night, which was clearly distinguished from the badges of the undead. As the functions of the gold badge became more and more, Lind didn't care whether it would destroy the immersion. In his opinion, if the whole world was immersive, then not being immersed was the greatest immersion. Later, Lind even planned to develop more new functions. For example, when an NPC wanted to issue a task, he could no longer use the task scroll, but absolutely eye-catching. If the algorithm is good enough, and there are a lot of brains to help Golden Seal calculate, he will also add and truly monopolize the task system, and each undead number will be individually matched. But this requires a huge amount of calculations. Golden Seal is capable of achieving all this, but cannot become a computer. It seems that a little bit of brain power is needed. However, judging from the current state, Lord Saran is a little depressed every day. The amount of calculations for the lion badges he has to deal with has expanded from 60 undead to 120 undead plus 600 residents of Prey Town plus 90 soldiers plus 200 residents of Holy Water Town. The amount of calculation is far more terrifying than torture. Lord Saran's brain was forcibly borrowed to think, and she couldn't control her fatigue. Now the other party was begging. But Linda, who had no tools, basically pretended not to hear. It was also important for Linda to design all this. Who would dare to say that the new nobles were orthodox? You don't even have an exclamation mark or a question mark. You are a wild monster. After drinking the wine in one gulp, Bard hadn't experienced such a leisurely life for a long time. He put away the dragon skin, and every scrap could be made into something very interesting. Marching bags, leather boots, leather ropes, or other small mechanism buckles. This is the dragon skin of a superior earth dragon. Fortunately, the earth dragon skin is not afraid of fire. When the Lord bursts out with all his strength, his body will burn with terrible flames. If it is replaced with ordinary armor, it will definitely be burned and deformed. Bard is a little regretful that he lacks the heart of disaster. Otherwise he can still borrow a little bit of the power of the earth dragon before his death. And perhaps this set of dragon skin armor can get some bonus of magma power. But this is not bad. After cutting, it needs to be soaked in magic potion. And then, there is the enchantment process, which is quite time-consuming. Bard turned around and left. Compared with making dragon skin armor for the Lord to please him, Bard has more important tasks. The town of Prey, which was filled with nearly 1,000 people, seemed to have returned to the bustle before the end of the world. And everyone was working hard. Craftsmanship is always the most popular. And Bard walked to the blacksmith factory. In the open-air blacksmith factory, nearly 100 strong men were hammering with iron hammers. In the cold winter, they were bare-chested, and the sweat on their bodies slid down the texture of their skin and muscles like rain. Bang! Lord Bard, the hammerman Han, who was busy with his work, turned his head to look at Bard and stood up to salute. The other blacksmiths also stopped and followed suit. Although Old Cherry was still the mayor, everyone knew that the group of iron-blooded soldiers from outside were the real confidants of the Lord. And the four-armed Lord Bard in front of him was far superior to Old Cherry. Keep working. Bard frowned. We must get everything out within the time limit. Yes. The blacksmiths were well fed and had more energy to work. How is it? Bard walked towards Han. These blacksmiths have poor skills. It may take several months to produce 90 sets of armor. Han was helpless, and the armor produced is not very good. First produce light armor with iron plates. At least let our brothers change to thicker ones. Linda has already repeatedly stated the seriousness of the new nobility. Bard, Lance, Han and others also clearly know that this confrontation between the new and old nobility is inevitable. The only thing they could do was to produce as many armors as possible so that their people could gain a greater advantage in the war. Unlike Lin's confidence, everyone had a strong distrust of the undead. They didn't know why the Lord was so sure that the undead would act according to his orders. Because occasionally they would often hear some undead say shocking things. For example, would killing the Lord result in equipment being dropped? Would killing Lance result in an icebow? Etc. Rebellion? Treason? These undeads were born to be with the bastards of Leon. But the Lord's orders are absolute. If they wanted to betray, like Fruscinto, they would have already betrayed. Those who did not betray would become more loyal. What kept them alive was not only the desire to survive, but also the tiny hope. Or it would be more appropriate to call it what if. The existence of Lin meant that the kingdom of Rand still existed. All the nobles had royal blood for several generations. So even if Lin became the king of the kingdom of Rand, it would be legitimate. Not to mention that Linda is very strong. How is the manufacturing of the trap going? Bud did not forget his other job. Producing traps. Hunting. Tracking. Delayed firing and other traps are not a big problem for Bud. More materials are needed. But the production scale and quality of the blacksmiths in Prey Town can never keep up. Currently, out of 10 pieces produced, only 3 can be used. And the rest are either too big or too small, which is completely useless for the precise traps. If you want to use it, you have to polish the parts by hand, which is quite time-consuming. Let's have a drink together tonight. Bud patted Han on the shoulder and turned to leave. He was busy. He happened to meet Old Cherry on the roadside. Lord Bud. Old Cherry knew how to put himself in the right position. Lin never mentioned pulling Old Cherry down from the position of mayor. And Bud never said that he wanted to seize power. Their eyes were only on the new nobles and Goliath. The town of Prey was just a mud pit. The tacit understanding between the two sides is that Old Cherry manages the lives and discipline of ordinary people, and Bud is in charge of production and commodities. They do not affect each other, but they are mainly obedient to Bud. Mr. Mayor. Bud did not despise him because of his weak body, and nodded and greeted him in response. Are you going? Bud looked at the group of people behind Old Cherry. To move food. Old Cherry said helplessly. Now Prey Town has to feed nearly 1,000 people, and a large amount of food needs to be transported every day, with the storage capacity of the granary. Not to mention thousands of people. Even tens of thousands can easily support a month. However, seeing that the number of people in the territory is increasing, Old Cherry is naturally worried. especially since it is said that the granary has not had any food for a while, eating up the mountain, even though thousands of people are working hard now. When they have no food to eat, the situation will probably become quite ugly. Ah, speaking of food, but seem to remember something. The Lord asked me to study a circulating water system before. Lynn just mentioned soilless cultivation casually. Not only Bard, but also Miko and Brittany were assigned the task. They needed to study the cultivation nutrient solution. Only by truly breaking away from the constraints of the land can we truly achieve self-sufficiency in food. But it is too early for all this. The undead will do any work as long as they give the camp points. They don't mind the hard work. At most, they will say a few words of cyber labor, and then they will rush to work happily. They are more useful than any slaves. At present, the food problem can be solved by the undead. After saying goodbye to Old Cherry, Bard walked to the other side. Clothing processing factory. This is the most important batch of goods at present. Bard has never seen this type of clothes. It is too small to be called a skirt. It feels only the size of a palm. I don't know what effect it will have on a person. And he is also responsible for enchanting these clothes. Good looking is the first point, requiring more exposure. And secondly, with various additional functions. For this reason, Bard has to recruit a large number of female workers. Women who have always lived at the bottom of the society have an opportunity. They can earn more food through their own work and live a better life. In addition to clothes, there are also various pendants, accessories, etc. Gold, gems, etc. are worthless in the doomsday, and all of them are used to make various accessories and pendants. These small things don't need to be enchanted with great effort. Their only function is to look good. Nearly 1,000 people are fully operational, and production lines are laid out one after another. The entire prey town has fallen into a hot and enthusiastic atmosphere of work. They eat well and live well. They love this job too much. The cruel lord squeezes the NPCs by piecework, and then turns around and squeezes the immortals with the things produced by the NPCs with cheap labor. But no one feels that he is doing something wrong. Everyone is praising the Lord. The Great Lord Lind. Chapter 125. New Nobles Undead. Linda held a thumb-sized golden pendant in his palm, on which a craftsman carved the shape of a volcanic bird. Well done. He nodded with satisfaction. From the perspective of workmanship alone, it is not as good as lathe processing, and there are slight flaws. But it is this pure handmade flaw that makes the value of the pendant unique. Undead may be able to make and produce by themselves, but what they do is unofficial. Everyone wants to get the official version, and Linda happens to be the official one. Everything he makes will belong to Star Dragon Sentry. This is what he had seen in the post before. Even a bowl will be marked bowl from Star Dragon Outpost. Looks no different. In addition, there are many things placed in front of Lind. For example, pleated skirt, black cloak, long leather boots, birdbeak mask, etc. Although it does not quite fit the background setting of this world. If the word linkage is added, then there is no problem at all. I believe that no undead can refuse to wear a beautiful little skirt, a slim black cloak, long boots, and a birdbeak mask. Elegant. Linda also felt the tiny attribute bonuses above, including speed, strength, and resistance, etc. Most of the materials come from the undead farming and the shadow of disaster. There are also trap props. These gadgets are helpful in combat, especially the delay trap, as long as it is used well. Even the opponent is a small boss above level 11. Playing games means using all means. The no props flow is not applicable in Doomsday Ring because this game is too real. Linda grasped this point and hoped that consumable items would gradually become the mainstream of the undead, so as to cultivate their consumption habits. Let's put a batch up for sale first and see the effect. At present, the Old Territory Lookout is a gathering place for the undead, and they occasionally return to Holy Water Town to rest. The new equipment that needs points to be exchanged ignited the undead's enthusiasm for changing clothes as soon as it was put on the shelves. When the undead cosplaying Harry Potter appeared one by one, Linda knew that his linkage played a significant role. Defense is important for wizards, but not for players. It's not the opening period, so I can change clothes later. But now, I have to look handsome. Lind even decided to reproduce all the clothes of popular characters in the future, and add special effects to them one by one. Just flash. And if there is a chance, 2 pairs of big wings can be added. Most undead have stamp collecting attributes, such as the small pendants that Lynn specially asked people to produce, including Volcano Monster Bird Egg, Two-Headed Man, Blood Lamb, Potion Bottle, Earth Dragon, Lord Saran, Scavenger Princess. Wait, all of them have been sold out. And because of the low price, they are quickly sold out. What really surprised Linda, but also made sense, was that the skirts really sold the fastest. Among the 120 undead, the ratio of male to female characters was about 3 to 2. But more than 100 skirts were all sold out. But the pants were a bit slow to sell. When Linda looked at the eye-catching skirts under the undead robes, he felt complicated. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing. In addition, more than 30 hearts of disaster were being boiled into potions by Miss Miko. In less than a day or two, Linda would have more than 30 great knights under his command. From now on, the knights under my command can only be regarded as standard equipment. Located in the eastern part of Leon Territory, Persimmon Town. After the winter, the Persimmon Creek, which is diverted from the north, is still turbulent. The surging water is like hundreds of white horses galloping, with rumbling water sounds and gurgling water mist. This is another novice village. Most of the undead will encounter a problem after arriving at the novice village. That is, they can never cross the enemies, who have completely tied them up. For example, there are the 2nd Legion Infantry outside the Holy Water Town. For example, there are Earth Dragons and disasters on the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road outside Prey Town. For example, there are disasters outside the Harbor Village. And in front of Persimmon Town is the territory of the Lizard Men. The Lizard Men, with a layer of scales as thick as iron rock on their backs, sway their tails and walk on the road. There are a lot of them. They are cunning and good at sneak attacks and ambushes, and their range of activities is very large. The 2 level 12 NPCs in Persimmon Town can't play any role at all. The undead people who are completely trapped can only wait for the plot to develop, hoping that someone will help to open the way. They even expected that it was Lind who led the troops to kill them. Now the invitation code for the Star Dragon Sentry prisoners has been sold offline at a high price. Hundreds or even thousands of yuan. In particular, Lind's camp has been selling new products. Just like today, they suddenly started selling various official joint collections. Especially the set of clothes imitating Harry Potter, which is so tempting. The most exciting thing is to pinch yourself into the undead of Harry Potter's popular character when pinching your face. Once you put on the small clothes and throw a fireball, you will be superb in your head. It's really like being treated like a son. Some people have been begging for the linkage of The Witcher and Dark Soul. The petition they posted on the official website has been seen by a certain NPC lord, and the other party has very considerately chosen to reject it. They can't be satisfied, so they are greedy, and they still think it's too easy to buy it directly with points. No one knows what a certain upright NPC lord is thinking in his heart to cheat all their points. Everyone just envies the life of the Tianlong people. Fishing is one of the few tasks for the undead people in Persimmon Town. And the disaster fish that looks like it can squeeze people juice is also a rare ingredient. The 60 undead people who stayed in Persimmon Town had a harder time than other novice villages because the area was too desolate. Only a few people reached the maximum level. Probably because there were only a group of casual players who didn't work hard. If they couldn't get out, they wouldn't. No matter who came, the plot would always move forward. The treatment of the undead in Persimmon Town was not good. If you were abnormal, you would be discriminated against. Fortunately, the mayor protected the undead and allowed them to live in Persimmon Town. The undead who was sharpening his scimitar suddenly raised his head, and a huge commotion broke out at the door. Here they come! Here they come! Some undead excitedly ran around to tell each other, as if they had suddenly passed the imperial examination, and their mental madness made people worry whether they would suddenly foam at the mouth. NPCs are coming! We are opening the main city. Finally someone could say everything. The undead quickly gathered together and immediately smelled a strong and familiar smell, which was the stench of the lizard men. After cutting off their tails, the special smell would evoke the undead people's memories of being brutally slaughtered. For most undead people, it was not a good memory. Myrem held a piece of lizard meat in his hand. This piece of meat cut from the broken tail was full of vitality and chewy. It only needed a simple frying and a thick layer of fat wrapped around the meat to become a fuse that ignited the flame with a sizzling sound. It tasted without any sour smell. You must eat lizard meat quickly. The meat that is not dead will continue to wriggle after being cooked. It is like a little lizard struggling when you put it in your mouth. The bursting juice is irresistible. She looked at the low city wall in front of her, and remembered Lord Leon's order. Lord Leon heard the voice of Original, and arranged for her, and the other 5 people to go to the surrounding towns. Lord Leon's words were too vague. He only said to conquer those villages and towns. Myram just randomly chose the Persimmon town in the east, and didn't know what was waiting for her. The 2 exquisite crossbows on her waist swayed gently, as she walked forward with cat steps, rubbing against her thigh armor, and sending out paw, paw sounds. Looking at the group of people who suddenly squeezed in front of her, Myram was a little confused. Fox Hunter Myram. Strength. Rise to the top. 2 light crossbows are her main means of attack, and her flexible body can ensure that no prey can escape her hunting. She thought of using coercion and inducement to tell these people that the powerful Lord Leon has set his eyes on their deserted and dilapidated villages and towns, and if they don't want to die, they should quickly swear allegiance. But the development of everything was beyond her imagination. "Are you from Leon County?" someone asked in a hoarse voice. "Yes." Myram felt that she had to show her strength, but the attitude of the people in front of her made her a little unsure. They knew that Leon County was nothing special. Since the title of New Nobles by Lord Leon appeared, everyone around knew Leon County more or less. The New Nobles represent a new order. "We join the Leon territory. Take us there. Please." "You're finally here, Master. I'm the special messenger appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva to obtain the sutras from the west." The scene was in chaos. Milan was stunned. She looked fierce, with drooping eyes and a scar at the corner of her eye. Many men were unwilling to get close to her, even though she had a hot body. There were people who would tease her before, but those people shut their stinky mouths forever after being deeply kissed by her crossbow arrows on their foreheads. But today, Myram once again tasted the feeling of being slapped by a group of people. The crossbow arrows were merciless, but when she saw the bastard with a pierced head exploded into a pile of ashes, and stood in front of her again after a while, Myram vaguely felt that she should have grasped the key to the problem. This is a group of undead. They also call themselves undead. "You follow me back to Leon territory." Myram felt that she had known the real intention of Lord Leon, with Myram's escort along the way. Although the 60 undead chattered and were annoying, none of them fell behind, and they were all very obedient. Linda frowned. He noticed the post from the undead in Persimmon Town as soon as it was posted, but it was too late. The Storm Wizard in Harbor Village has not taken any action yet, and Linda is already preparing to send the undead and several of his NPCs to attack Harbor Village. Even if they really set off, they can be stopped halfway. Just guard the Trident intersection. But where is Persimmon Town? He can't rush to the gate of Leon territory with a group of people to block the road, which is no different from seeking death. He could only roughly guess that Persimmon Town should be a place too small to be marked on the map. After the apocalypse, the old town was abandoned, and the new gathering place was revitalized. Whatever happened was normal. The first batch of undead who joined the hostile forces still appeared. Linda gently lifted the table with his fingers, and his thoughts unfolded. He knew very well that this was something he could not avoid anyway. Even if he gave the best treatment, it would be useless. The undead were naturally curious. Instead of hoping that the new nobles of Leon County would be wary of the undead and cause trouble for them, I would rather speed up the improvement. Harbor Village must be taken down immediately. It's just that the excuse must be found well. Linda must ensure that he is an upright image and will never take the initiative to become a perpetrator. We are passively counterattacking. I, Linda Alman, feel wronged. Chapter 126, Escorting Our Weak NPC. This is a long journey. Since following the Fox Hunter Myram to the Leon territory, the 60 undead have gradually become sluggish after the excitement of the previous 2 days. They are looking forward to the emergence of new game content, and are eager to get rid of the bad situation in front of them, where they can't do anything. The long journey is wearing out their patience bit by bit. And the Fox Hunter Myram also slowly understands the undead during this journey. She knows that the undead will disappear out of thin air, but will reappear after a period of time. They don't seem to need to sleep, or they disappear when they sleep. The restless wind blew along the high slope from the front, and the stench it brought made all the undead people nervous. Whenever this smell appeared, it was the time for the lizard men to appear. Myram quickly took off the 2 crossbows. Her fighting instinct made her point the arrows in the direction they should be aimed at the first time, and the mechanism was gently turned. Puff! The stench became stronger. The cunning lizardmen hiding in the dark jumped out. They were very large, 2 heads taller than Myram, and were completely upright lizards, with red tongues constantly sweeping outside their mouths. The first lizardman who jumped out was hit in the shoulder by a tricky arrow. Myram's archery skills were amazing. She could immediately detect the enemy's weakness. The lizardman jumped up, aiming directly at Myram. She quickly moved back, pushing the ground with her long legs, making Myram look like she was being pulled back by an invisible rope. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came. First a boom and then a pop. The lizard's tail, which seemed thicker than its body, whipped the air and the ground. The best piece of meat is hidden in the tail. The strong wind caused by the heavy object hitting the ground rushed towards Myram, sweeping the hair on her forehead, itching. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken care of her hair for a while, and it blocked her vision a little. But long hair can also cover scars. The lizardman failed to pounce on her, and felt a little bad. But he quickly changed his attack method. The lizardman rushed towards Myram, bent over, seemingly on all fours. But actually his front limbs were in the air. When he ran, his long tail was also swinging wildly, brushing a cloud of dust on the ground. It was like a big rock flying close to the ground. Myram opened her mouth and swallowed the stench and fierce wind, adjusting her state, and ran forward as the other party approached. Approaching, touching, she stepped on the lizardman's head, and then her body flew into the air. It didn't seem like a collision, but more like the lizardman deliberately sent his head over to step on, just to make it easier for Myram to step and jump higher. She jumped into the air, adjusting her state in the air, head down and feet up. 2 crossbows were already aimed at the lizardman. Puff! Puff! 2 arrows with special effects pierced the lizardman's eyes and pierced his chin. The flight close to the ground was also suddenly interrupted. Boom! Another sound. Maybe because it looks like a stone. It makes a huge noise every time it moves. The lizardman fell to the ground. Myram landed lightly, feeling calm. For her, it was just a battle that did not interest her at all. Her fighting style was relaxed and agile, and she had never lost. The remaining undead surrounded them, but the ending that awaited them would not change at all. Arrows easily slaughtered the lizardmen, and Myram was like a butterfly flying on the battlefield. Free and elegant. The undead cheered and rushed up. Tasting the madness of the undead, she had expected it, and she found that the undead were very obsessed with killing. Myram was very concerned about who killed the prey in the end, which was the honor of the hunter. Listening to them say, "I didn't get any heads again." Myram always feels good when he complains like this. Finally, Leon got it. The towering city wall stands in front of the undead, like a cliff, passing through the gate that can accommodate several ox carts. The undead can't help but sigh. It's a bit rubbish. It's really not as good as it sounds. Dirt road, low slope, and pits everywhere that can't tell whether it's feces or mud mixed. There are not many houses on the roadside, and most people live in tents. The pedestrians coming and going were divided into different levels. The undead people who had high expectations regretted their decision after entering Leon territory. This place is indeed better than Persimmon Town, because Persimmon Town looks like a refugee camp, where a group of doomsday residents, who have no bottom line, and can't use various tricks to take advantage. The NPCs are rejecting the undead, and the undead are also rejecting these unscrupulous NPCs. No matter how dirty I play, I also hope to make friends with honest people. This is why Star Dragon Outpost can retain the undead, and why Lynn's reputation among the player community can be ranked in the top 5. The top 10. First, Miss Miko. Second, Miss Brittany. Third, he is also the only male NPC who can enter the top 10, which is enough to see the value of Lind himself. They thought they could see the real magic world when they entered the Lion territory, but they found that they were wrong. The imagined medieval magic world, chatting in the tavern, playing cards, teaming up to kill monsters, then watching the funny dwarf performance, and then talking to the beautiful NPC. The real medieval magic world, rickets and dying people, infectious diseases, mutated bodies, and people are divided into different classes. Normal people from a harmonious society absolutely cannot accept that people are divided into different classes. It will be very uncomfortable to see. What era is it still playing feudalism? So when they saw the interior of Leon City, their first thought was, Star Dragon Outpost is more suitable. In any case, they successfully joined Leon County. Myram contributed a lot of effort. She explained the situation of the undead in detail to the great Lord Leon, and attracted Lord Leon's great attention. We've suddenly transformed into patrol soldiers? Sweet Mushroom put on a set of leather armor and a leather hat. The sudden distribution of equipment made him feel like tears welled up in his eyes. The undead next to him had the same reaction. So this is what it feels like to join the main city. So happy. Newbies get free equipment. Wait, what are the rewards for our patrol missions? The 60 undead suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was the gameplay still so vague? Could it be that the game mode of Star Dragon Outpost has not been updated yet? But since we have a mission, let's do it. Spread out the patrol. Tian Mushroom suddenly saw a man in leather boots kicking someone, and the shriveled and hunched woman used her body to protect the child under her. The muddy leather boots stepped on the woman, leaving wet and smelly footprints on her already tattered cotton coat. Here comes the mission. Hey, what are you doing? Tian Mushroom rushed over, and seeing that his shouting was useless, he kicked him. Hack you. Are you fucking deaf? The man got up, turned around and ran without saying anything. Are you okay? Tian Mushroom looked at the woman, feeling a little uncomfortable. The woman didn't dare to talk to him. She got up and ran with the child in her arms. Fuck. How can this game be played so aggrieved? Tian Mushroom cursed inwardly. The patrol continued, and the presence of the undead did indeed rectify the atmosphere in Leon County. And there were indeed fewer fights on the streets. But when the undead gathered together, another question arose. How long do we have to defend? When will the mission be issued? When will the reward be given? With these questions in mind, the undead found the leader in charge of defending the city. Your work for Lord Leon is an obligation you must fulfill when you are granted asylum. There are so many people who want to do this job but can't. And you still want a reward? Giving food and work. Why do you need a reward? This is already a great gift from heaven. The other party felt that the undead were unreasonable. The undead also thought that Leon was unreasonable. They didn't even give us a chance to do cyber corvée. Look at those celestial dragons at the Star Dragon Outpost. They only need a broom to play Quidditch. And we are still here as city management officers. Sweet Mushroom got off work. He thought it was ridiculous. As an office worker, he thought that he could put on a helmet to play games and sleep after get off work. Killing two birds with one stone. Who knew that he was still working with a helmet on? It's okay to go to work. But the life of a worker is so cheap. But you don't even give him a reward. This is no different from my boss asking me to work overtime, but not paying me overtime. It's all for the good of the territory/company. So we need to be dedicated. If he hadn't been defeated, he would have beaten every NPC here. Fortunately, there was a shift change, so Sweet Mushroom could walk around. He guessed that the game should have a hidden plot, so that he could get the path potion to complete the upgrade. After walking around, Sweet Mushroom found that the division of the 3, 6, and 9 levels in Leon City was very clear, and the outermost level was the lowest level, and people were no different from feces. In the middle are ordinary residents, such as patrol soldiers, merchants, etc., all active here. It really feels a little bit like a magical world, and people's expressions are relatively normal. The innermost is Lord Leon's private territory, and Sweet Mushrooms are not allowed to enter. Brother, what's in there? He approached a soldier, and everyone was dressed the same, so it was not difficult to start a conversation. I just came. I'm not allowed in. Only those who are trusted by Lord Leon can enter. The soldier raised his chin with some pride. That's right. That's right. Sweet Mushroom rubbed his hands. Can you talk to me? I'll treat you to a meal. A meal? The soldier's eyes lit up. I do know what's going on inside. But it's just this meal. No big deal. Sweet Mushroom patted his chest. He didn't have a penny anyway, so he was just talking nonsense. It's Lord Leon's private residence inside. But it's more than that. The soldier pulled Sweet Mushroom aside, laughing at him for being so stupid. He wanted to treat himself to a meal for something that anyone knew. The residences of the 9 lords are also inside. In addition, there are 80 knights, various shops, potions, armor, blacksmith shops, etc. They all serve Lord Leon. So they are inside. Sweet Mushroom was delighted. That meal. The soldier came over and rubbed his hands. Next time. Next time for sure. Thinking about how to get in. Sweet Mushroom trotted away, leaving only the soldier standing there cursing. New mission? Sisterly Wansway held the lion badge and asked her favorite Bicey beside her, Do you want to take it? Mission. Strong uneasiness came from the west. Perhaps the cry of the Great Rift Valley disaster. Or the strange sound in the deep sea. Escort a team to investigate near the western harbor village. Try to avoid fighting. Ensure the safety of the team members. And find out the problem. Limited number of people, 20. Reward, 10 points. 10 points reward. Many undead people are not interested. However, when the harbor village was mentioned, some people also reacted. Isn't it one of the novice villages? It is said that it has been incorporated by the NPC of Leon territory. But it has not yet set off for Leon territory. Could it be that a new siege is about to begin? But the quest description doesn't seem like it. Then, there is only one other possibility. There must be a new plot. From the quest description, you can tell that it's going to be a big one. The 20 undeads gathered quickly. And it was interesting for them to go to the harbor village. I'm already equipped with godly equipment. So it's not too much to show off in front of you. And the weak NPCs that need the protection of the undeads also appeared. There are 4 people in total: Frost Archer Lance, Star Dragon Sentry Knight Reap, Leo, Mad Secret Messenger Renzo. For some reason, when the undeads looked at this weak team that needed to be protected, they had a very strong and strange feeling in their hearts. Who protects whom? Chapter 127. Does this NPC still need our protection? The escort team assembled very quickly, with 20 places on a first-come, first-served basis. They were all spellcasters, dressed in light clothing. We walked north from the old territory lookout and returned to the Triton Crossroads. We did not encounter anything on the road. The area around here was completely cleared by Lance and others. We took the road to the southwest. The 24 people marched very quickly, and there was almost no communication on the road. However, compared to the undead people's high spirits, the 4 NPCs were very calm. They remembered Lord Lin's orders. Recover. Linda's words are still ringing in his ears. There are no strong people in the harbor village now. At most, there is only one upper wizard. An ordinary knight and a wizard. If we don't take this opportunity to take down the harbor village, the new nobles will still take action. Not only to prevent death, but also to get rid of the upper wizard in advance. Everything will become serious as long as it is related to the new nobles. Needless to say, Lance and the other 3 soldiers from Goliath instinctively worship the old nobles and hate the new nobles. Renzo is a staunch supporter of the old nobles and a loyal subordinate of Lind. It is precisely because he saw the screen recordings of the undead on the official forum and saw the combat effectiveness of the upper wizard who released the terrifying storm after chanting that Lind paid so much attention. He now has 2 wizards under his command, among which the Rabbit Tooth, which is a higher level wizard. But Miko is not good at fighting. She can only use moonlight enchantment. And what she is really good at is cooking various potions. Another ordinary wizard, the perfumer Brittany, has a worse combat effectiveness than Rabbit Tooth. At least after enchanting, Rabbit Tooth's weapon will have the attributes of the moon. And it will also increase buffs. So there is no problem at all in assisting. They haven't fought together since they were promoted to higher positions. So their skills must be more effective. Brittany, the perfumer, can also be considered a school of potion use. But they are all illusions, without any lethality. Unless she is prepared to scare people to death. Neither of them is a main combat wizard. So Lind has always ignored the combat effectiveness of wizards. Looking at the Great Knight, Lind himself doesn't need to be said much. He has been called the official son by the undead. Lance, Lord Saran, the Two-Headed Man, Bard, etc. are all variants of the Great Knight's path, belonging to the branches extending from the main road. And they have also shown good combat effectiveness. It is not difficult for 4 NPCs plus 20 spell wizards to penetrate the harbor village. And Lind did not let them attack actively, but passively. Lance can accurately execute Lind's orders. As a former archer of the Land Kingdom, Lance occasionally has the opportunity to participate in war discussions. It is not difficult for him to let the enemy take the first step. Keep going southwest. And the terrain ahead is suddenly open. The 20 undead are excited because they can take this opportunity to expand the map. It's completely different from Star Dragon Post. This area is too empty. It is indeed very empty. Except for the mountains that can be seen in the north. The rest of the place is empty. And the sight is finally blocked by the horizon. Empty. Traveling is undoubtedly boring. Especially when the road is calm. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone lit up the oil lamps. Oil lamp needs to be replenished with oil. Good windproof effect from Star Dragon Post. The durability is average. The lighting effect is okay. And the appearance is also an ordinary oil lamp. It's not that Lin doesn't want to make a better looking oil lamp in one go. But he needs to wait and let the undead accumulate enough points before harvesting them all at once. In fact, he has asked Bard to design a new series of skins. No one knows the value of skins better than him. When playing games, the first thing to look at is of course the attributes. But if the attributes are not much different, the skin is the key to victory. Moreover, he can also link with boss, link with Earth cultural works, and even with the more famous NPCs under Lind, and even let NPCs bring goods. It is not impossible. Lin knows the value of skins far better than anyone else. He uses cheap labor to make good-looking skins that have no effect and then sells them to the undead at a high price. And everyone will be very satisfied. The cost is low. The profit is extremely high. And it can also solve the employment problem of a large number of ordinary people and completely complete the economic cycle. The only problem is that the undead will choose to be loyal to the new nobles, which will lead to a decrease in the population of undead under his command. The competitiveness is still insufficient, and the new nobles must be completely overthrown once and for all. Lance and others saw the light, and their faces changed slightly, and they wanted to remind the undead to turn off the lights. It is best not to have a little light when traveling at night. The fire in the dark is extremely dazzling in the eyes of disasters and beasts, and will attract things that you can't imagine. But the undead didn't care about this. Compared with the possible encounters, not being able to see the road clearly was more annoying. Unless the mission required it, the undead would definitely take their own comfort as a prerequisite. The sound of the wind suddenly came, and the undead suddenly became alert. They heard hoarse and strange cries. Here it comes! Whoosh! Lance raised his hand and shot an arrow. He held the ice bow flat in his left hand, and his right hand ran between the quiver on his waist and the bowstring. His slender fingers shook out after images under the swaying oil lamplight. The sound of the bowstring was like the sound of a lute being plucked. After a few breaths, Lance put down the ice bow. The undead had only run halfway. Kill! The roar had stopped. The wind was no longer roaring, and only the awkward roar of the undead remained in the air. All dead? The undead were not waiting for a fierce battle, because Lance's speed was too fast. Even the spell wizard had just chosen to draw his sword and rush forward, just to grab a few heads. But what they didn't expect was that they only saw corpses on the ground. No. This NPC still needs our protection? The undead were a little anxious. They hadn't even chopped the enemy yet, and the enemy had been knocked down by the weak NPC that we needed to protect. But it wasn't completely fruitless. There were many interesting materials on the body of Disaster, and some of them could be used to complete the task. After the perfumer Brittany joined, the demand for potion materials increased sharply. The undead also copied a potion material form before going out according to their previous game habits. If they could find it when they went out, they would take it. If they couldn't find it, they would forget it and just take it. In addition, the fragments of the Heart of Disaster are also very important resources. They are useless for exchanging points or money, but they can be used to feed blood lambs and exchange fragments for crazy blood. The magic medicine for hanging up has always been popular among the undead. The undead returned to the team without interest. The following journey was similar. Disaster loves to act at night. Sometimes you will encounter some mutants. The mutants that have not lost their minds will scream and run away, fearing that their ugly appearance will be seen by others. Those that have completely lost their minds will rush up, and Lance can kill them accurately every time. The journey was smooth, but the undead no longer complained as they did at the beginning, because they were enjoying harvesting materials. Anyway, the level had reached the upper limit, and there was no way to gain experience. After passing through the open area, there was a relatively obvious high slope in front of us. The road sign stuck on the ground looked like an old man who was raising his arm to point the way, leaning weakly on a dead tree. Crossroads of Faith? Chapter 128 Storm Wizard. The wind, sun, acid rain and other factors have caused the once dazzling road signs to lose their golden color, and the dragon emblem representing the royal family has mottled traces of pale gold. The handwriting on it has also become blurred, as if someone deliberately crossed out the words with a sword. Looking at the appearance of the Antlerman Lance, it is clear that he must be lost in some kind of memory. Going south from this road, it should be the Great Rift Valley that the Lord mentioned. Well, but we should go west first. The Great Rift Valley is not important, nor is the investigation. The most important thing is to snatch the undead and deal with the new noble subordinates, compared to investigating the Great Rift Valley that may be connected to the abyss. It is more attractive for them to reorganize their forces and return to Goliath. Going due west from the crossroads, a star-speckled light suddenly lit up in front of him. Fuck? Don't curse. No. I mean fuck. The sudden appearance of the sea of stars in front of them made everyone confused. It seemed that they had stepped from the desolate magic wasteland to the mysterious sea of stars in an instant. An undead man drew his sword and tentatively swept it towards the mottled starlight grass. The sharp sword cut the grass and shaved the starlight grass shorter. As the finger-wide starlight grass was cut off, the spots attached to the grass leaves seemed to be startled and spread silently. Some flew into the sky, while others fell on nearby grass leaves. It's quite fun. The undead swung his sword again. Every time he swung his sword to cut the weeds, he felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. And then, there would be a mini sea of stars flying up. Swinging the sword once, he enjoyed it twice. Is there something over there? It seems to be a horse. Fuck. A horse with starlight on its body. Do you want to catch it? Let's talk about it later. Escorting the NPC is more important. As they chatted, the undead officially stepped into the starlight meadow. The weeds that grew above the knees were swept away, and the group seemed to be wandering in the Milky Way, with star spots flying around like fireflies. If you look closely, you will find that those star spots seem to be planets hidden in the depths of the universe. They were safe all the way, and even the horses covered with starlight ignored them when they noticed them approaching. The huge number of horses also stopped the undead people from wanting to go up and fight alone. It was hard to say what the benefits would be, but if hundreds or thousands of horses rushed over, even Lind would have to give up here. The horses, which were obviously also of the disaster type, looked gentle, but their strong bodies and ferocious horns had fully demonstrated their deterrent power to keep strangers away. After passing through the grass emitting starlight and carefully bypassing the horses, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The dreamlike illusion had been left behind, and all that was left for them was the relief of surviving the disaster. Attention! Lance's voice came, and the wind blowing in the face scattered the ice chips from the ice bow on the faces of the undead. Is there an enemy? There is an enemy! Unlike the undead, who can only find the enemy when they see the red name, Lance and others who have trained their strength little by little in their bodies can feel the breath very clearly. He can keenly capture the opponent's strong breath approaching. Two big knights stepped forward with shields. The mad secret envoy also ignited the blood-red flame, and the long snake danced in his palm, choosing people to bite. Oh my god! Red names. Red names everywhere. The undead finally saw the red names. But what the undead didn't expect was that there was something wrong with those red names. Floating Life Space, Rich King Farmer, Pear Autumn Creek, Favorite Pokemon. They are all players. They found each other. And of course the other side found them. Kill! That's right. The first reaction of both sides was to rush up and fight. If there is no competition in playing games, then what is the previous cyber corvée? They work hard behind the scenes just to show off their skills in front of others. After this period of research, Yaza has completely understood the characteristics of the undead. Today, he will bring the undead back to Leon. However, not long after leaving the harbor village, the face of the upper wizard Yaza changed, and a message came from the wind. There is an enemy. Yaza's magic is related to the storm. Although he cannot drive the wind to do too much for him, it is still easy to use it to explore the way forward in the dark. Strong enemy. Yaza felt bad the moment the wind blew on the opponent. The wind with magic could not be hidden at all. Yaza was not worried about the safety of the undead. Even if they died, they could be resurrected in the harbor village. Magic was brewing, and the wind in the sky seemed to be drawn to gather here. Yaza stirred the storm in his palm, but his eyes were always looking forward. Yaza saw the traces of the enemy. A high-ranking archer, 3 great knights, and 20 wizards with very weak breath. No match. But what Yaza didn't expect was that the undead on his side suddenly rushed up with a shout. The chanting in his mouth could not be interrupted. Yaza watched them rush up. And then, the chanting ended. A twisted tornado, like a drill, erupted from the center of his palm. The tornado stuck to the ground, rolled up rocks, and rubbed against the undead people, and crashed into the enemy. 20 fireballs hit, and ignited Yaza's storm. The surging flames instantly lit up the entire night. The storm was not only not dispersed, but the power was further increased with the help of the fire. The surging air wave overturned the undead people in the harbor village, who rushed out first, and continued to rush forward with undiminished momentum. The flames burned half of Lance's face red, and the other face hidden in the shadows became darker and darker. He stepped on the ground with his left foot, hooked the bowstring of the ice bow with his right hand, and exerted force suddenly. The ground shattered like an old spider web. The ice bow, which suddenly became full, chose to attack Lance in the first place, covering his arms with a thick layer of ice crystals. But at the same time, the arrow on the bowstring had completely turned into an ice arrow, crystal clear, bursting with coldness. The wind and fire rushed to his eyes in the blink of an eye. Release the bowstring. Boom! The cold current surged out and hit the firestorm head-on. After shooting the arrow, Lance immediately used his super flexibility to roll and dodge. Ice and fire collided, and the flames were immediately stopped. But the storm was not over, just a little less powerful, and flew past Lance's tumbling figure. The people behind him had dodged at the first moment, and the storm dissipated into nothingness. The undead were shocked by this battle. Why is there such a big difference between the same wizard? His 20 fireballs were swept away by the other party, becoming an assist, and almost helped the other party to annihilate him. But the next scene shocked the undead in the Star Dragon Sentry camp even more, because the upper wizard who had just burst out with powerful storm magic had an arrow stuck in his forehead. Boom! Fell to the ground. Dead. Chapter 129 already in the shape of a Star Dragon Sentry. Lance got up from the ground. His body had been transformed after drinking the potion, and it was closer to the essence of magic. Although it was possible for him to transform into a disaster and never have the chance to be promoted again in this life, he also got more than the upper knight, who had not changed at all. While rolling to avoid the firestorm, he aimed his bow and shot arrows, even worried that his right hand would not work well. Lance took the initiative to send his right hand covered by ice crystals to the edge of the fire to thaw it with the help of the high temperature. As a result, he succeeded. The magic of the upper wizard was very powerful, but his own reaction speed was very average. If the opponent stood within the range, he would be confident to kill the opponent with one arrow, just like he treated the last rebellious leader from Leon territory. The left hand was frozen and the right hand was burned. Lance took out a bottle of healing potion, because the old military doctor was old and his skills were not good. Healing potions were very scarce, but since he followed Lord Lind, as long as he didn't drink it as water, there was no problem with supply. After a bottle of magic potion, the injury improved a lot. Following Lance and the others, the undead, who were almost fleeing in panic after being hit by the firestorm, were stunned again. According to the regular game process, the player should escort the NPC, and then encounter the hostile boss, and then the NPC will flee in panic, and the player will defeat the boss and escort the NPC to the territory to complete the task. But here the situation seems to be completely the opposite. The boss came to attack the NPC that we were protecting. Not only released a big move, but was also strengthened by the skills of our stupid players. In this situation where the whole team was doomed to be wiped out, our NPC, who needed to be protected, directly turned the tide and killed the boss alone. No. You are so awesome. Do you really need us to escort you? Why do you feel more like a boss than a boss? The only ones left are the undead people in the harbor village. They also thought about resisting. But then they thought, why not choose to join the Celestial Dragons instead of going to Leon territory? It is not known what the benefits of Leon territory are for the time being. On the other hand, Star Dragon Outpost has been dubbed the title of beta tests since the game's beta test, and the continuous benefits make the undead people jealous. Before, they had no choice, and they were thankful to be recruited by NPCs to go to Leon territory. But now, we also want to wear pretty little skirts. So, the atmosphere between the two undead parties, which was still tense a moment ago, immediately changed. Although the undead party of Harbor Village was still red-named and had become prisoners, their status and treatment had completely changed. They were not like guards and undead at all. The captive undead stood there calmly, but the undead of Star Dragon Outpost had already begun to kowtow. Give me mine. My activation code is useful. Brother, how many points do you earn this time? I will help you to exchange materials for points. Okay? What points? Hey, I just want to make friends. The two camps chatted unexpectedly. Lance couldn't adapt to this way of getting along for the time being. Does it mean that the undead have no sense of shame and loyalty? Even the most cunning jester in the world would not change so easily, even if such a person surrenders to the Lord. Is he really trustworthy? Lance cast a doubtful look at Renzo and the other two, but found that they looked normal. I've gotten used to it. Harbor Village was easily taken. The village chief was still resisting. I don't know if this is a restriction of Doomsday Ring on the few NPCs that belong to the official game. I can't say why, but I must be loyal to Leon. No matter how good the welfare benefits of Star Dragon Outpost are, it won't work. Faced with the corpse of the upper wizard Yaza, the collective rebellion of the undead, and the strong men like Lance, the villagers of Harbor Village didn't listen to the opinion of the novice village chief at all, and directly chose to surrender. Lin received the news of the successful capture of the Harbor Village at the first time. His eyes moved away from the post. We have been successfully incorporated into the Star Dragon Sentry. Great news. On the official forum, the process was simpler than he imagined. But after thinking carefully, it was just a novice village. Except for the upper-level wizards, who could barely be considered as a fighting force. The rest of the weak novice villages, let alone Lance, even Renzo or Rio could easily massacre the village. He was no longer the sentry monster that had a headache because of jackals and scavengers a month or two ago. The 180 undead under his command could be transformed into 180 two-headed people or spell wizards in a short time. After the potion is cooked, more than 30 great knights will be added, and there will be 2 upper-ranked knights under his command. If Lin can break through to the hero level, it is not impossible to attack Leon territory. It is necessary to relocate the people of the Harbor Village. It is not necessary to include them in this small commodity processing town Prey Town. But it is indeed a waste to let a group of living forces fish on the seashore. In the direction of the Harbor Village, Lin asked Lance to investigate in the southwest direction, which was definitely not a random direction, although snatching the undead was his main goal. He also hoped to learn more or less about the Great Rift Valley. According to Lance, the Great Rift Valley seems to be connected to the Abyss, and it is said that some people have heard the roar of dragons around the Great Rift Valley. You can't provoke it casually, but you have to investigate. Intelligence is always his most effective weapon against players at any time. It will take a few more days to trek from the Harbor Village back to the Old Territory Lookout, and the undead will also have to take on the task of escorting hundreds of Harbor Village villagers. There is also a very interesting scene in this, which has been captured. The undead people in the Harbor Village actually helped to maintain order, although they were captives. Their hearts were already in the shape of a Star Dragon Sentry. Leon leader? Sorry, I'm not familiar with it. It's really made. Sweet Mushroom looked at the man in front of him in surprise. After 2 days of unremitting efforts and racking his brains, he finally succeeded in gaining the trust of an NPC in the inner city. After several attempts, he finally got the other party's approval, and got a bottle of magic potion. The other party was just a doctor, not a pharmacist, but he agreed to cook a magic potion for him once. Just drink it directly, Sweet Mushroom asked uncertainly. Great Night Path Potion. After drinking it, there is a 10% chance of successfully breaking through to level 11, and obtaining the Great Knight profession. The success rate is shockingly low. He still remembers the promotion of the dragons in the Star Dragon Outpost. At the beginning, when they were used as test subjects, many died, but since the finished product was available, the probability of successfully changing jobs after drinking the potion has long been increased to more than 90%. It can't be a defective product, or something with small ingredients. In the face of his doubts, the man reached out to snatch the potion back. If you don't want to drink it, leave quickly and give it back to me. Hey, brother. How can you take back what you have given away? I drink it. I drink it now. Sweet Mushroom no longer hesitated and drank the potion in one breath. Then he felt a very strong discomfort, and his brain seemed to be forced to slow down, and his body felt like it was filled with lead. He subconsciously reached out and touched his nose, and the thick black liquid that spread out from his palm made Sweet Mushroom couldn't help but swear, "Fuck. Isn't this pus?" It is said that if you fail to advance after drinking the potion, the power of the potion will not disappear, but will frantically devour everything in the body until it completely turns into pus and flows out, leaving only a thin layer of empty shell. His first thought was that the potion was wasted. Sweet Mushroom tried to cover his nose to stop the pus from flowing, but more and more pus dripped out. Soon the pus got rid of the pull of gravity and wrapped around Sweet Mushroom's head, completely wrapping his head in magic pus. The man in front frowned as he watched this scene, as if he felt it was unlucky. He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly heard Sweet Mushroom laughing. I succeeded in changing my job. At this time, Sweet Mushroom had changed a lot. His head was completely alienated, and black hair grew from his neck to his chest where the magic pus dripped. At this time, he looked more like a werewolf than a human. The speed increased greatly, the strength increased, and the defense also improved. The undead people led by Leon may also have a chance to strengthen themselves collectively. Chapter 130 Update. Stable Station under construction. Star Dragon Post Update Announcement. Update 1. Stable Station under construction. After the undead tame the warhorse, they can store and feed the warhorse at the stable station, and can buy horse gear for modification and upgrade. Update 2. Miss Brittany's Spice Shop. Miss Brittany's Spice Shop is officially online, and now the undead can buy related spice props from the merchants of Star Dragon Post. Currently on the shelves are spices, speed enhancement spices, magic recovery spices, disaster-inducing spices, and vigorous spices. Subsequent updates will continue, so please continue to pay attention to Miss Brittany's Spice Shop. After the undead and NPCs in the harbor village returned with Lance and others, Lynn briefly understood the situation and took the time to update the Star Dragon outpost. In fact, he just used the lion badge to inform the undead, and there was no new gameplay online. Updating from time to time will give people the feeling that the game has been in internal testing. The stable was built temporarily because a group of horses appeared on the grass that was shining with starlight. In Lynn's plan, the bird's nest of the volcanic monster bird was planned, but who knew that the undead could not beat the Cyclops at all? And now the undead were dazzled by one thing after another, and had no time to desperately find trouble with the Cyclops. It's because there are too many ways to play, and everyone has become a slave to the faction's points. Because he knows the undead. Lynn knows that the undead, who have been suffering from the lack of means of transportation, will definitely not miss the opportunity to ride a horse. Playing games is like this. When you see a high place, you want to climb it. When you see a horse, deer, or other creatures, you want to ride it. When you see a female character wearing a skirt, you want to squat, etc. Instead of letting them sneak around, it's better to help them. And you can also monopolize all the subsequent peripheral products related to war horses. Earning points is never afraid of many tricks. Of course, taming a calamity horse is not that simple. It is not that you can make the other party obedient by riding it. Lynn even thought about whether he should train a group of new Lost Soul Knights to let them mainly be responsible for taming low-level calamities. Whether it is a volcanic bird or a strange calamity horse, it should be no problem to tame dozens of them at the level of a great knight. The only problem is that the Lost Soul Knight is not suitable for combat, especially compared with the Great Knight of the Proof of the Sun Path, whose values are balanced. It is a bit unremarkable, but the shortcomings are obvious. It just so happened that Miss Mika was not that fast at cooking potions. Out of more than 30 potions, it was enough to squeeze out a few for the Lost Soul Knight. Standing in front of Linda was a middle-aged man. He was the only wizard in the harbor village, and also the standard pharmacist in the novice village. Unlike Miko and Brittany, he was a local, and was accidentally promoted to a wizard a month or two ago. He did not know many potion formulas, and was weaker in character. He knelt down, and swore his loyalty, as soon as he saw Linda. Unlike the inexplicable resistance of the head of the harbor village, the middle-aged man in front of him just wanted to live. In his eyes, new nobles and old nobles were all the same. A noble who could keep himself alive was a good noble. So the communication between the two became very straightforward. Lind asked directly, and the other party answered almost every question. There is a mine cave up from the crossroads of faith. The other party was very well behaved and spoke very honestly. We occasionally have some contact, but basically we don't affect each other. They will go to the harbor village to exchange or for food. Mine cave. Linda was in great need of ore now. When he heard about the mine cave, his first thought was to rush over and rob it. He didn't need to do it himself. After nearly 200 undeads became powerful, they could really walk sideways in this area nearby. If they used the kite-flying tactics against the Cyclops again, the result would definitely be different. However, Linda still hoped that he could be more reasonable. The favor of the undead came quickly. But if he did something that angered the heavens and the people, they would also turn around and leave without any reluctance, and might even stab him a few times. Do you know the details? Will they trade with the outside world on a large scale? Food is not a problem. Lin can also buy it. I only know that they are very powerful, and have a mysterious origin. They never come out except for mining. Lin nodded. I know. He paused and looked at the pharmacist in front of him. Regarding your arrangement, I hope you can be mainly responsible for brewing some magic potions in the future. He wanted to conquer the novice villages one by one, and then snatch all the pharmacists, and send them to the assembly line to help him produce magic potions. Now he has captured 3 pharmacists from the novice village, and there will definitely be another one. He believes that these pharmacists will also like the assembly line work. As soon as Linda updated it, the stable station began to be built. The construction work was still done by the Cyber Corvée undead, but compared to other tasks, most of the undead were in high spirits. Finally, there will be a mount. In the eyes of most people, it would be absolutely great if they could get a flying volcanic bird. Who doesn't want to fly freely? However, it is difficult for the volcanic bird to drag the undead to move quickly, so they have to ride horses if they want to travel quickly. There is a huge open space in front of the old territory's lookout tower, where a stable post will be built, but the grass problem is the top priority. Linda has already ordered people to fetch some grass and try to plant it. If it can be planted, it doesn't matter where the stable post is placed. But if it can't be planted, the construction of the stable post must be planned. Linda looked at the green grass, and in a trance, he thought he had returned to the end of the world. Maybe a roe deer will jump out in the next second, and then the eldest prince Kurt will wear his gorgeous dragon scale armor, pull up the heavy bow inlaid with gems, and shoot an arrow. Then he shot in vain amid the sighs of the crowd. At the same time, Lind would draw his bow and shoot arrows, and pin his prey to the ground without giving the prince any face, which earned him an unhappy scolding. The horse in front was grazing leisurely. Lind looked at the strong warhorse. He had never seen such a horse with such low body fat. Muscles stretched the thin skin tightly, and a strong sense of power came over him. He had reason to suspect that if a lion pounced on it, the horse would kick the lion to death with just one kick. Lind aimed at the warhorse and strode towards it. His unauthorized approach attracted the attention of the disaster warhorse. This is the first time I've seen a disaster monster so calm. Lind looked at the disaster warhorse in surprise, but his steps did not stop, getting closer and closer. When the disaster warhorse snorted restlessly, Lind jumped up, and the soul-losing chain in his hand was thrown out, successfully grabbing the neck of the disaster warhorse. The disaster warhorse neighed and twisted to escape, but the chain was now in Lind's hand. He pulled the chain with one hand and watched the warhorse struggle with a smile, looking at the taut iron chain, and looking at the disaster warhorse that was struggling and getting more and more impatient. Lind pulled with his right hand, and the warhorse, boom, he was dragged to the ground. He didn't even look at the warhorse. The soul-lost chain would help him complete the next steps. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the disaster warhorse to stand up again, and was very respectful to Lind, and took the initiative to come over and bow his head to show his goodwill. Lind patted the warhorse and turned over to ride on it. It was very fast. Lind was not a knight known for his speed, and he couldn't outrun the disaster warhorse. As the disaster warhorse ran up and down violently, Lind kept shaking his right arm, and the chain in his hand turned over and over again like a hoop. Aim at the target and hit it. The horse was hit successfully. After pulling the disaster warhorse down again, Lind didn't even look at the horse and continued to look for the next target. Chapter 131 Spice Illusion Clone. Bard met the Lord again. After he successfully made the dragon skin armor, he took the initiative to send it to Lind. Designed to fit the Lord's powerful body, the tanned earth dragon skin is tough and soft, with inherent fire resistance, and a layer of golden plate armor is inlaid on the outside. People from the Golden City are born with a passion for gold. After the special armor production, the enchanted golden plate armor has become one with the dragon skin. The streamlined golden armor has lion and dragon designs on the shoulders, helmet, chest and other places. As the most aesthetic armor in the Land Kingdom, Bard's aesthetics and skills are always trustworthy. Defense and durability are what Lind cares about most, and he was not disappointed in this aspect, because he knew that Lind had the ability of the soul-lost male armor. Bard deliberately left a gap in the middle of the armor, as long as Lind used delicate means to guide the chain through. The soul-lost male armor and the golden dragon skin plate armor could be integrated into one in an instant, combining defense, fire resistance, etc., plus the soul-lost male armor's own counterattack. For Lin, as long as it was his own strength, it would not be too difficult to control it. He even wore a set of dragon skin armor that gave him the feeling of exoskeleton armor. Seeing that Lin was very satisfied with the armor, Bard was relieved. Unlike Lance's strong desire for war and returning to Goliath, one of Bard's main jobs was to make armor. Making dragon scale armor for the prince was even the most honorable thing in his life. In Bard's opinion, the honor of being praised by the Lord for the armor he made was enough to surpass the pleasure brought by his right to control the entire small commodity processing line in Prey Town. His loyalty is to offer the best work to the one he is loyal to. Just as a chef wants to be praised for his excellent cooking skills, Lin is very satisfied with the whole set of plate armor. His body is strong enough, and he can walk very fast in the plate armor, and his speed will not be affected too much. Bard left enough holes in various positions, so that he can easily extend the chain. For example, there is a buckle on the back for hanging broken sword of the Scavenger Queen. The mechanical bag on the waist is also quite interesting. Bard is very fond of mechanical devices. Folding it takes up a smaller space. It seems that he has been studying similar mechanical devices recently. I don't know whether it's a mechanism or magic. The things in the magic world are too idealistic to be explored in detail. Lin himself knows very well that he will never learn magic in his lifetime. He can use as much strength as he can. But if he uses magic in an idealistic way and explores the relationship between chanting spells and releasing them, he will probably scratch his head. Fortunately, with the Sun Ring, Lin not only doesn't need to worry about magic, but he can also use all kinds of skills of the Great Knight easily without waiting, guiding, or trying. I need you to make a batch of harnesses, horseshoes, reins, saddles, etc. Oh, and make decorative pendants for the warhorses. Harnesses are necessities, but compared to these, pendants that can be used to decorate warhorses are obviously more important. Even if their role is almost zero, they can help Lin harvest a large number of undead points. Forget the grooms. Disaster warhorses are different from ordinary horses. To be precise, they should eat meat instead of grass. But what Lin saw was a group of disaster warhorses, living leisurely on the grass, and not being aggressive when approached by people. His reasonable suspicion should be about the starlight grass. When Bard left, Lin specifically asked him to take a bag of broadleaf grass that he named Star Grass. Now, only Miko was able to investigate and study it. With her sensitivity to potions, she could probably find the problem. Prey Town, Holy Water Town, Harbor Village. The 3 novice villages have been completely controlled by Lin, and 2 of them were directly abandoned. He instinctively didn't want to be linked to the game official. Otherwise, who knows what will happen. 2 days passed in a flash. The post station was initially built, and the NPCs in the harbor village also returned to Prey Town after a long journey. Before returning to the Star Dragon outpost, Lin decided to take care of the things in front of him. Is this the new spice you researched? Lin looked at Miss Brittany's latest work and was about to take a deep breath, but she stopped him unexpectedly. It's not for smelling. Brittany took the spice. She always covered the lower half of her face with a veil, and her big eyes and the red dot between her eyebrows were full of exotic charm. Although it was winter and Brittany's figure could not be seen clearly, judging from her slender fingers and almost no flesh on her neck, she should be very good. However, the 2 sides were not close, and the relationship between the Lord and the pharmacist remained unfamiliar. For Lin, as long as the tool man did his job well, nothing else mattered. Miss Brittany threw the spices on the ground, and clouds rose. Then, a Lin wearing golden dragon skin armor stood in front of the 2. Lin blinked. Is this an illusion? He could even feel the breath of the upper night coming from the other person, as if there really was another self. When he reached out to grab the other party, he didn't expect that the other party was ignited by the flames. Clory's anger? Linda subconsciously retracted his hand and turned to look at Brittany. The Great Knight's skills that can be directly exchanged with points. But without the path of job transfer, son, it is impossible to learn them. These skills are essentially the guidance and application of one's own power. An illusion can actually use the same ability as himself. Can you see it? Linda asked. He is all on fire. Brittany answered. That means you can really see it. Which means the effect you see is not produced in your brain, but the other party is using his ability right in front of you. In a trance, Lin seemed to see himself raising the sword high and then smashing it down heavily. Although his heart tightened, Lin would basically choose to rush forward instead of shrinking back when facing danger. He punched the other party in the chest, but found that his punch was completely empty. It was really an illusion. The body of Linda, who was hit, swayed for a while, and finally disappeared. Linda's heart suddenly accelerated, and he said quickly, "There are still many unreasonable places in this spice. Why did I look like a puppet just now? Because the more familiar the object is, the more real the illusion is. The implication is that we are not familiar with each other. And it is already very good for me to do this." "Can those illusions talk?" Linda asked. Brittany looked at Lin in confusion, not understanding why he changed the subject so much, but nodded gently. "Very good. I need you to create a spice clone that is as similar to me as possible, including momentum, tone of voice, etc. It would be great if it can respond to fixed lines in a fixed location. This is a tool man. Lin himself is probably the only one in the world who uses himself as a tool man." Lin passed his thoughts to Brittany, but she shook her head. "It's difficult. I have never tried it. And it definitely requires the heart of disaster." The heart of disaster again? Lin suddenly felt that maybe one day the disaster would no longer destroy the world simply because the disaster was killed to extinction. Pharmacists really prefer the heart of disaster. Chapter 132 Internal Beta 1.03 Version Update. That's it. Newt of Star Dragon Post threw a punch that was powerful enough to smash a mortal's head. His fist wrapped in flames broke through the air and hit what? But was blocked by the opponent's quickly raised arm. The fire burst out at the collision between the fist and the arm like forging iron. And there was a dull sound of impact. Newt quickly pulled his fist backwards, crouched down, and punched the opponent's chest twice in a row. What? Who was hit hard in the chest, couldn't help but make a muffled sound, and was knocked down by a leg that swept diagonally from below. The sound of his back hitting the ground was like the collision of metal and iron, like the hammer of a blacksmith. And the sound echoed. Ha ha ha. Newt. 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 The soldiers watching cheered. The fight between soldiers was like this. The strong gained all the honors and took everything, and the loser lost everything. Newt walked in front of Right, bent down and stretched out his hand. And Right also stretched out his hand to grab his arm. They were the 9 most loyal soldiers under Lind. And they were also all the great knights who had successfully been promoted. "Next time, I will definitely beat you up and make you call me Mom. Haha. I will first put my fist into your mouth, which stinks more than your asshole." The strength of the Star Dragon Sentry has entered a period of rapid development. But there are no more undead here. And the shift of the center of gravity is inevitable. But it does not mean that people can spend their days leisurely. The daily squeeze of work is enough to make people feel happy and scared. Pa pa pa. The sound of applause came. Several people turned their heads to look at the figure wearing golden plate armor. And the smiles on their faces did not disappear. They bowed their heads and greeted, "Sir." Being able to salute simply is their privilege of being together in life and death. And they trust each other as closely as brothers. Leo. Reeve. Reed. Pierre. Pim. Newt. What? Right. He quickly called out the names. "You have new jobs." "Yes." The 8 people stood still, waiting for Lin's further orders with bright eyes. "Go to the crossroads of faith and organize a group of people to capture the disaster horse. The brothers of the 2nd Legion will cooperate with you. Even if we don't mention how much benefit the disaster horse can get from the undead. Just talking about the disaster horse's own transportation attribute is enough to make people excited. The Kingdom of Rand does not have that many cavalry. Among the 3 legions of the entire Kingdom of Rand, the 1st Legion is the noble soldiers. The 2nd Legion is the civilian soldiers. And it is also the largest legion. The 3rd Legion is the cavalry, also known as the Royal Guards. In the magical world, the increase in cavalry may not be as strong as imagined. But the premise is that the mount is also an ordinary mount, not a disaster. In addition, there is a mine to the north. I have arranged for people to negotiate. Remember not to have a conflict. The other party wants food resources, and we need minerals. There is still a chance for cooperation. Linda has too many troubles now, and he doesn't want to provoke new unknown forces in the short term. The new nobles have made great efforts to recruit undead people. Many undead people have gained extraordinary power after joining the new nobles. And the golden body of Star Dragon Post has been broken. Since the potions needed for promotion can be obtained in other places, there is no need to come to Star Dragon Post. And most of the 3,000 undead players don't even know where Star Dragon Post is. There are not many novice villages that are sure they are in the Rand Kingdom. And most of the undead are not in the Rand Kingdom. But even other undeads have the opportunity to come into contact with extraordinary powers. After all, Lind is just an NPC disguised from a wild monster in the base. Not an NPC who can grasp the overall situation. My lord. What about me? The remaining old Pete pointed at himself. You follow me. Lind said. I heard that you learned a lot of recipes from the undead? My lord. Don't worry. Dozens of dishes. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Leon leader. The undead suddenly drank the potion and caused a huge commotion. But after confirming that they had not lost their minds, no one cared. Anyway, they are just a bunch of freaks that will never die. Milan sat on a small stool. She had already disassembled 2 crossbows, and was wiping every part with oil. Each part was the key to whether she could win the next battle. When she had nothing to do, Milan would wipe and maintain them over and over again. Not only that, there were also arrows, ropes, etc. A bottle was placed on the wooden table with a bang. The crossbow parts bounced suddenly under the recoil of the table. Milan frowned, and the scarred eyes covered by the long hair looked up through the gap in the hair, and saw the disgusting toothless smiling face. No front teeth. Yang. Lord Leon has a total of 9 superiors. But in fact, his real confidants are only 3 Legion commanders. Others, including Myram, are voluntarily loyal, but have no military power. Some people hope to gain military power, while others may not care. Each of the 3 Legion commanders has 20 to 30 great knights under their command, making them the most powerful people in the entire Leon territory, except for the new noble Lord Leon. Like the wine in front of him. Myram wants to drink it, but it won't be so easy. The food problem is not so easy to solve. Should the knights charge into the disaster shadow area and risk planting mutant plants on a large scale? Or should the ordinary people whose lives are already cheap eat less to save food? As long as the superiors are not stupid, they know what to choose. Strong power is indispensable. And ordinary people are not much nobler than dung beetles. What's the matter? Milan began to assemble a crossbow. Yang unceremoniously pulled a stool and stuffed it under his buttocks, turned his head to look at the mess behind him, and then said, Persimmon Town is far away from Leon territory. Farther than Holy Water Town, Weeping Town, and Kazan Town. Never been there. Myram had already assembled 1 crossbow, and was concentrating on assembling the other one. I haven't been there either. Yang raised his eyebrows. We came from Morphus Gate, and stationed in Leon territory. We were defeated by the monsters in the Great Rift. But with Lord Leon's leadership, we will definitely be able to fight our way back to Morphus Gate. Pass? Myram had already assembled 2 crossbows. It's Morphus Gate, Yang emphasized. Morphus Gate? Then what? She glanced at the wine bottle on the table. I can't help you fight back to the Gate of Morphus. I'm just an ordinary hunter. Grabbing the bottle, pulling out the cork, Myram tilted his head back and took a sip. With a satisfied expression on his face, I just followed orders. The 2 bastards Xiao Luba and Stang started playing a power struggle. Seeing this, Yang stopped talking nonsense. He found that he didn't have the ability to play the emotional card. The 2 missing front teeth made him more clumsy in speaking than others. Maybe he had to spend more effort to make the sound of the teeth leaking sound less loud. Do you know the abandoned port? Yang reached out and snatched the bottle from Myram's hand, raised his head and took a sip. Myram raised his sleeve to wipe his mouth. Those areas occupied by green skins? It's not far from Persimmon Town. Of course I know. Disasters, mutant monsters, crazy old nobles, crazy believers of various religions, monsters that have been alienated after drinking potions, etc. There are all kinds of messy monsters in this world. And the biggest problem and source is disaster. But for the new nobles, the biggest problem is the old nobles. Because the power in their blood makes them more terrible than disasters once they go crazy. The blessing of the magic ring still favors this group of remnants of the old era after the ring is broken. The old noble lords, who once occupied various regions, are now nails in every key post and castle on the ground. Religious believers, alienated monsters, etc. are not important. They are weak. However, mutant monsters are different. In essence, mutants are also mutant monsters. Ordinary people who often eat mutant food are said to mutate after consuming too much disaster. The reason why it is said is that it has only been 3 years since the magic ring was broken. And the inference results given by experienced scholars will not be confirmed until more than 10 years later. The Greenskins in the abandoned port are a group of mutant monsters who gather there for unknown reasons. They are large in number and strong in body. They have reason, but not much. You want to provoke those Greenskins? Millem reached out to grab the bottle back, shook it twice to hear that there was still a lot in it, and then nodded with satisfaction. It's those two bastards. The most important thing for us now is to gather all the strength in our hands. Yang clenched his fist. His right hand had lost its ring finger and pinky finger, and the fist-clenching action looked like a chicken claw. Luckily, he was the commander of the Legion and could just stay in the rear. Yang was angry. His front teeth were broken, and it sounded quite laborious. They are actually preparing to attack the abandoned port. Both? Shaluba. Where's staying? He's going south, attacking the snake catcher's fortress, defeating that tough crazy veteran, and then killing Goliath. Yang scratched his cheek with 3 chicken claw-like fingers. I've never been to Goliath in my life. Why should we go to Goliath? We should go to the Gate of Morphus, and then be beaten back? Millem laughed, although she felt that she shouldn't laugh. It was really funny to see a chicken claw man with a gap in his front teeth scratching his cheek with a silly action. We have undead. Yang shook his head and said, I have been observing undeads for some time. They will not die. They are very valuable. You brought them here. Saran, Yaza and others have also gone there. I think they should also bring them back. Well, forget about Kazan Town. That madman simply doesn't take Lord Leon seriously. He talks about his church every day. He is not even a human being. He is a complete madman. Yang said. But that doesn't matter. I want you to help. How can I help? I want to make those undeads work for me, not patrol. I can't help you convince Lord Leon. Millem put the bottle in front of Yang and waved his hand to signal him to take the bottle and leave. Yang picked up the bottle and shook it. You've already drunk it. I have to help you. Okay. Tell me what to do in detail. I need the loyalty of the undead. And then I will arrange for them to handle some things. Show their value. And let them be tied to me before Stang and Xyaluba can react. Aren't you playing tricks too? Myram mocked the other party with disdain. The number of great knights under the 3 Legion commanders is similar. But if Toothless Yang suddenly has 60 more great knights under his command, the result will be completely different. I can help you talk to Saran. Yang grinned and showed his gap teeth. Help you take down that proud handsome boy. Myram's cheeks were slightly hot. It's not impossible to help you. Things went much more smoothly than Myram and Yang had imagined. After obtaining Lord Leon's indifferent consent, the two found the undead people and just asked them questions. They rushed to join Yang's army, a group of strange undead people. Each of them was sentenced to death and alienated. But if they would be resurrected after death, the so-called alienation would really become a joke. Points? What is that? We in Leon have our own currency. But most things cannot be bought with money. You need to wait for unified distribution or the Lord to reward you personally. Maps? Maps are military secrets. But there are some maps. If you need them, I can give you one. Inner city? Of course you can enter. Blacksmiths. Potions. Everything is fine. Mounts? We don't train backward cavalry. The food for raising livestock is enough for us to raise 3 or 5 people. They can fight more than livestock. Tavern? There is one. But I don't recommend you go. There is no alcohol in it. But there are other things. I heard that you can't take off your pants. Right. So don't go. Little skirt? Linkage? Post station? Mission? Yang and Myram were confused. You dare to call it the main city when there is nothing? The undead expressed strong dissatisfaction. Although they were full of complaints, the undead still accepted the recruitment. The undead of the new noble camp embarked on the journey of making achievements and establishing their careers. They could finally play the game as happily as the dragons of the Star Dragon Outpost. Although many functions are missing, as long as you put aside those rewards and guidance, they are actually the same in essence. There was no choice. Of course, I could only lie to myself. After the undead received the mission, their first reaction was to fight back to Persimmon Town. They wanted to teach those lizardmen a lesson. While the territory was developing in full swing, and the undead were excited about infrastructure construction, Lin's expression was not very good. He had just left Star Dragon Post today. And he also left the pharmacist of Harbor Village at Star Dragon Post to help Miss Miko. If it weren't for Brittany's specialness, he might have let her stay behind Star Dragon Post, riding on a Calamity Warhorse with a volcanic bird following him. Lin doesn't look like a good guy now. He looks like a boss on a trip. While on the road, Lin focused on the official forum, reading one post after another. More and more undeads gained power without going through the Star Dragon Sentry, which made him feel more urgent. But the game was currently locked at level 10, and forcibly breaking through to level 11 through potions was already the limit for the undead. So it would be useless even if Lin took out a higher level potion. 3,000 Great Knights. The wizards still have some deterrent power, but not much. Lin's attention has been moved away from the undead. The undead at this stage are just more useful tools. Unless the level cap is opened, it won't be long before they don't even have the chance to become the main force on the battlefield. Lin found it quite interesting to watch some fashion videos and listen to the ideas of video bloggers. The only thing that made him unhappy was that his popularity ranking among the undead had dropped again. Aren't female characters so unpopular? Because the witch Morina from the novice village Weeping Town was on the list. With her appearance as an intellectual magic sister, she successfully squeezed Lin down one place. As soon as he saw the low wall of Prey Town, Linda was suddenly shocked. Official update announcement. 1.03 update. The content is still concise, but it makes Linda subconsciously think more. The 1.03 version of the internal test of Doomsday Ring is updated, and the hostile camp boss will appear near the main city. Chapter 133 NPC Ratman. Version 1.03 has no more hints, and players need to guess everything. But Lin can almost instantly determine that it should be him. Or, his appearance is actually part of the game process? No, it is definitely not the case. If it is not his own action, then this faction boss may be Lance from the Old Territory Lookout. And besides here, there should be faction bosses in the main cities of other regions. He scanned the posts quickly, not even noticing that his warhorse had stopped. No! Currently, only Lin's Star Dragon Outpost has launched. Siege gameplay. The official game may not exist. Lin boldly guessed. Update 1.02 is nothing. But Update 1.3 is definitely related to me. Maybe the old nobles can also become officials? For example, after killing all the new nobles, Lin finally noticed the change in the scenery in front of him. And he had already ridden to the gate of Prey Town. The appearance of Prey Town, which had not been visited for a long time, had not changed much, except that the gatekeepers had been replaced by regular soldiers, riding on a disaster warhorse, with a volcanic bird behind him. Lin appeared like a disaster knight. Just now, when the patrol soldiers saw a figure wearing golden plate armor riding a strange and ferocious warhorse on the horizon, they immediately went on alert, and the newly built crossbow bed on the city wall was aimed at Lin. Fortunately, someone recognized Lin's identity in time, mainly because they had seen the armor on Lin. Sir! The soldier looked at the bloodshot eyes of the Calamity horse in awe. As a soldier, he should have gone up to lead the horse. But the teeth of this thing were different from those of ordinary horses. Why did it look better than the teeth of a lion? Would it eat people? The sticky saliva dripping from the mouth of the Calamity horse, and its stomach made a cat-like sound, stimulating the heartbeat of every soldier around. The hands holding the weapons tightened, but the weapons did not bring them any sense of security. Instead, the rapid secretion of sweat made their palms feel slippery. Lin threw out the chain, nailing the disaster horse and the volcano bird to the ground along with the broken sword of the scavenger princess. And the broken sword was the anchor. Taking off the helmet, Lin's short golden hair and tough and handsome face were revealed. He casually handed the helmet to the soldier beside him. Sir! Old Cherry rushed over as soon as he got the news. And Old Cherry, who hadn't been seen for a while, didn't look too good. You've lost weight, Lin said unexpectedly. Old Cherry smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands like a fly. I've never managed so many people before. He was indeed somewhat powerless. Never have too high expectations for the quality of the inferior people struggling in the last days. According to the report Linda received from Old Cherry, he had killed 8 people, beheading in public. But it can only serve as a warning on the day of killing. The bad nature has already taken root. When there are more people, the rat people who rely on power to bully others will hide themselves, and even a search will not find good results. Linda did not blame Old Cherry. A few months ago, the other party was just a profiteer who deducted food from ordinary people. But now he has to manage the food, drink, defecation, and urination of thousands of people. After gaining power, Old Cherry himself is too lazy to be greedy. But he can't make his people not greedy. Although Linda doesn't care about food corruption, his profit is too big, Every time the NPCs make an inconspicuous trinket, Linda can exchange it with the undead for points. And the points can drive the undead to grow a lot of food, which is enough to arrange for the NPCs to make a basket of trinket. The two sides have an information gap that they cannot understand each other, as Linda holds the final right to interpret the points. He is the link between the two parties' interests. Having said that, Linda cannot accept someone encroaching on his interests under his nose. In his eyes, it was just a small profit, but for ordinary people, it was a huge profit, enough to exchange for lives. Where is Han? I'll take you this way. Well, let's talk as we walk. Lind walked forward, while Old Cherry bent over and talked about the recent situation. But sweat kept flowing down his forehead. The sentry soldiers, who had been blackmailed by him before, now made people feel more stressed just by hearing their breathing. And Old Cherry had a premonition that someone would die today. That is to say, even though there is enough food every day and someone is supervising, some people still faint from hunger. And even if they die of starvation without being named, no one will know. He is a lord who likes to exploit. But that doesn't mean he is inhumane. On the contrary, as long as they work for him and provide enough labor, the NPCs can have enough food and clothing. I want to develop the population, but someone wants to go against me. Who is responsible for distributing food? There are 30 people. Bring them all here. Yes. Linda was already standing in front of the blacksmith's forge. He didn't say anything about Bard and Han's decision to build armor to supplement their combat power. At present, the construction of the post station has not been completely formed. After the soldiers under his command have tamed enough disaster war horses, they will really start the production of related peripherals. And the market for small accessories and linkage has been completely saturated with 180 undeads. Unless new products are continuously released, they will not be sold out. After the last round of sales of small accessories and small clothes and linkage, the points of the undeads have almost been emptied. Now the undeads are clearly accumulating points to get mounts. So Linda has slowed down the production pressure. There is no rush to earn points. Just save some first. He and Han chatted casually and mentioned weapon modification. You have to ask Lord Bard for this. Everything he makes is very beautiful. Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt a little confused about the modification proposed by Lind. More beautiful. More gorgeous. And the idea of giving the sword a scabbard and the shield a scabbard really opened Han's eyes. Would anyone really spend points just for beauty? He also roughly understood the points and understood their operating rules. But understanding did not mean that he thought it was reasonable. On the contrary, digitizing honor in detail and then spending it like currency was a disgrace to honor in his opinion. He found it hard to understand that he could leave a faction at will. But his faction points would be reset to 0. And he could join a faction at will. Is this a punishment? There is no punishment for betrayal. Fortunately, it is only a rule for undead people. Just some special designs. Lind emphasized, for example, when making weapons, you can match them up or down. Add some small designs to make them look like a series. And you can name them whatever you want. Such as Han's suit, Bard's suit, etc. As long as there are many types, there will always be people who will spend money to buy them. And the blacksmiths only have to pay a little bit of thought in the appearance design. Just change some appearance? Just change some appearance. Chapter 134. The singing voice reappears. The people arranged by Old Cherry have arrived. Most of the stewards, who are responsible for distributing food, have seen Lind for the first time. The golden armor and tall body in the sun show a sense of oppression, which makes their hearts feel like being hammered, and they can't help but bend their waists. The momentum from two superiors, a great knight, and noble blood, as well as the exquisite and excellent golden dragon skin plate armor on his body. He just stood there and made people's hearts beat. The life level is different. Who can tell me? Linda spoke, and even the sound of ironwork around him became much quieter. The blacksmiths pricked up their ears. This was an open inquiry, but it looked more like a trial to everyone. When I provide enough food, safe shelter, and warm clothes, you are still violating my rules. You who are responsible for distributing food should know who has done what. No one spoke, and everyone lowered their heads. Han. Linda was too lazy to waste words. Yes. Han was holding a hammer. Han, the hammer bearer, was extremely good at smashing the heads of unlucky people with a hammer, and then watching the blood flow down their necks. Executions were normal in the army, especially in the 2nd Legion. In the First Legion, nobles who became deserters were just a laughing stock. But in the Second Legion, becoming a deserter meant death. When the burly Han, sweating all over, approached with a hammer, several small stewards were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. But even so, no one spoke. Fortunately, the man just stood there waiting for Lin's order, and did not take action on his own. Maybe he just wanted to scare himself? They thought so. All the people present here will be delisted. And then their relatives, friends, and all those who have connections will be arrested. There is only one possibility for shielding. That is, complicity. Lin thought that he did not have so much time to be a wise lord. And the background of the world also destined ordinary people to always be at the bottom. Start interrogating from the beginning. Ask everyone. I don't care if they took advantage of a piece of bread or something else. Kill them all if they are caught. I would have turned a blind eye to taking advantage of others. But if you think this is natural, then no matter how much you eat, you will all pay with your lives. Yes. Han nodded. And the soldiers, who had been guarding beside him, took the initiative to follow behind Han. Linda looked at the stewards. No matter if they still had any family affection in their hearts, they should be afraid now. As long as they got a little news from their relatives, their fate would be doomed. The stewards were stubborn, but they could not guarantee that others would be stubborn. Of course, we have a reporting system. Linda changed the subject. I know some of you may have violated the rules, but it doesn't matter. I can give you a chance. Now line up in front of me one by one, and tell me quietly what you have done, and who else you know has done it. The first 10 most honest people can be exempted from all punishment. Linda, who controls absolute power in food, directly shows a crushing attitude when facing these small managers, who are full of small calculations. He didn't have the energy to investigate slowly. The next step was easy, with reports coming one after another. And there was no need for Lin to interrogate. Just like those rats in the dark that Old Cherry had been unable to deal with. They were now being caught one by one. In the garment factory, a bald man was dozing off. Piecework was not hard for him, and his rough carrot fingers could always get the first place in the number of piecework in delicate work. As for the trick, just sleep for a while, and grab the results from others when you get off work. The people around him dared not speak out, because he was not alone. This group of people were intertwined and helped each other. If one of them was provoked, others would rush to retaliate. So most people chose to swallow their anger. Wheel? Who is the wheel? A shout came. The bald man who was dozing off woke up, and found that it was a soldier who came over. His face changed. He glared at the people around him fiercely, knowing that someone must have reported him again. But the soldier was a symbol of absolute power, far above the little stick, and the few little stick friends he knew could not help. After this incident, he will definitely make someone suffer. Sir, I am. Luin-Che stood up obediently, with a smile on his face. Yes. The soldier nodded, walked to Luin-Che, suddenly grabbed his collar, and tripped him to the ground. Luin-Che didn't stand firmly, and hit his head on the ground. When he wanted to look up in panic and anger, he heard a sharp blade coming out of its sheath. The soldier raised the long sword in his hand, and chopped it down. The head fell to the ground. Everything happened in an instant. Ah! Some people around couldn't help but exclaim. But more people looked excited. The faces of the hidden accomplices of the wheel changed. They never expected this to happen. But no one dared to question. Everyone knew that the soldiers never managed the operation of Prey Town. They were responsible for defense, and did not interfere with the little sticks in Prey Town. They represented the Lord. Now they took action. The little sticks just wanted to shrink their necks and hide in the distance. It was not until the soldiers wiped their swords and turned away that the little sticks came over to carry the body away and clean up the blood on the ground. From beginning to end, no one dared to speak. The air was so quiet that only panting could be heard. This was a quick sweep of the rat people in Prey Town, which took the time to finish a glass of beer. A total of 31 rat people were executed, including 12 leaders who were in cahoots with each other, 8 guards involved, and 11 little rat people who tipped off. Reporting, tracking, and revenge were almost all done by little rat people. Their interests were entangled. So whether they were the leaders or accomplices, their fate was the same. The Lord didn't want to waste time on this. Soldiers have a high status, so they must not be allowed to have the right to manage others. Otherwise there will be more oppression. The management camp has also been updated, and a notice has been posted to everyone. If there are reports and they are confirmed to be true, they can get rewards. But there are only a few people who come to report. Which also shows that the rat people hiding in the dark have not been eliminated. If Saran really can't bear it, a gold badge punch and function can solve it. It's not worth it for ordinary NPCs. We can only send more people to strengthen management. People are worthless anyway. At the same time, Lind also confirmed that Old Cherry really didn't have the talent to be the mayor. And it was time to change people. Lind will rest in Prey Town for a day, waiting for the blacksmiths to make the harness for his Calamity Warhorse. With the news of Lind's quick execution during the day, the entire Prey Town became very quiet at night. But soon there was a panicked voice that broke the silence of the night. The person who came was Lance's subordinate, a great knight. He first rushed to the Star Dragon outpost. After learning that Lind had come to Prey Town, he rushed here with a potion. Speak slowly. Don't rush. Lind put on his clothes, pulled a chair over, and motioned for the other party to sit down. When our people walked near the Ghost Claw tree, they suddenly heard a strange song. The great knight looked horrified then. We walked uncontrollably towards the direction of the sound. In the end, only I escaped. They all died. He had encountered the singing voice twice. The first time was when he went to the Mad Sage village with the undead. And the second time was when he formed a team to encircle and suppress the upper-level Black Knight. However, with the mental resistance of the Great Knight, he successfully escaped. What did you see? A lake and a woman's figure. Very blurry. Chapter 135 Banshee Lake. An unknown river flows from the mysterious mist on the west side of the Ghost Claw tree. It converges in the lake that is filled with the sound of a banshee's sad chant. Then flows eastward according to the terrain, passing through the river between Star Dragon Outpost and Prey Town. And then flows westward through the underground cave to the cave exit east of Red Dragon Mountain Road. It flows northeastward and finally converges in the large lake on the west side of the mountain range in Leon territory. At this point, the water flows to the end. Linda suspected that the upstream of the water should be in the ruins on the east side of the ancient battlefield. The undead who strayed and said that there was a very large body of water there. But according to Linda's shallow geographical knowledge, the northwest region of the Land Kingdom is not close to the sea. The Kingdom of Rand is located in the north of the continent. But there is a frozen land in the north, where many tribes and hostile forces live. Sometimes, criminals are exiled to the frozen land. On the contrary, it is a frozen land mountain range far to the east, which takes about a month to travel east from Prey Town. There is a port along the north, which is connected to the inland sea area that is sunken like a bird's beak in the frozen land. Although the Great Knights are also easily confused, Lind still brought enough help. Such as a group of Great Knights led by the Hammerman Han. Although Miss Miko was at the Star Dragon outpost, Lind didn't want the other party to rush over. He had to keep a backup, and the effect of the Banshee's song would be greatly reduced for a high-ranking knight like himself. Lind led the team to act overnight, just in case there were still soldiers who could be saved. These soldiers were loyal to the old nobles without question, and they were tough. And each of them had the opportunity to become a great knight. So the casualties made Lind feel bad. He carried the broken sword, took the golden seal, and tied the disaster warhorse and the volcanic bird to the side with iron chains. The song could be heard faintly, stirring the hearts of the people, sad and cold. Stay here. Linda turned his head and looked at the soldiers who were not affected yet. Wait for my signal. He hoped he would not send a signal. Yes. Everyone was ready. The song that stirred the heartstrings was looming, and it seemed that there were fragrant lips approaching the ears, whispering softly, and the breath sprayed on the ear canal hair, blowing the ears itchy. Linda continued to move forward, but his spirit was not affected at all. The sun ring, moon ring and furnace emblem on the chest beat alternately. The power was transmitted to the limbs and bones as the heart pumped. The broken moonlight broke through the restrictions of the dark clouds and sprinkled on Lind's body. The blessing of the moon ring showed that Lind's strength was almost increased by 1/5 on the spot. And the sun ring easily digested and absorbed all the sudden increase in strength. The knight blessed by the moon had a faint moon fluorescence on his body. Looking ahead, the vision suddenly became clear. This is a pond in the dry forest area. It is not very big. The cold wind at night blows across the water and hits Lind, but it is offset by the high temperature of his body surface in an instant, and only his short hair shakes slightly. The singing is still unclear. A woman's figure appears in front of her, without clothes. Under the moonlight, She faces Lin with her back to her, and half of her body emerges from the water. The smooth skin on her back is fascinating. She seems to have noticed Lin's sight, and slightly turns her body. And two high mountains that cannot be blocked by the moonlight appear with the flowing water. The woman suddenly sank into the water, leaving only her head exposed. She slowly approached Lin, causing ripples on the water. When she got closer, she surfaced again, and the mountain turned into a waterfall. Beautiful. Lin stared at her face, then suddenly threw his hand, and the flames wrapped around the broken sword without any signs. And as he swung his arm quickly, a crescent of flames was cut. The woman was split in two. The singing continued. Hallucination? Lin frowned, and tried to throw the soul-lost chain at the singing woman, but he failed to catch her. But, splash, he plunged into the water, pulling back the chain. Lin looked at the woman who kept singing to him. His expression became more and more strange. The other party was like a program, flirting with Lin and singing continuously. Her role should be to attract people to come into the lake. But Lin's spirit was very tough, and was not affected by the singing at all. So there was a strange confrontation in front of him. The sword swept over, and there was nothing. But if Lin turned and walked to the other side, she would follow immediately. It was a bit like the special spices made by Miss Brittany. It could even be said that Lin hoped that the spices she made would be of this type. Perfect NPC program. You're still following me? Lin quickly circled the Banshee Lake. But the other party was very cautious, and would not leave the Banshee Lake with the current. Otherwise, Lin was confident that he could lead her all the way to Leon territory and let her sing at the entrance of Leon territory. In terms of bugs, not only players can do it, but he can also do it. Going into the water was obviously impossible. Lin tried to throw the broken sword tied with chains into the water. After stirring it for a while, he did not feel any obstruction, which meant that there should not be any large-scale disaster lurking below. But one thing was strange. If those soldiers had died in Banshee Lake, their bodies should have floated up. But now there were no bodies at all. Still following? He grabbed the broken sword with his backhand, and used it as a hoe to dig a pit near the edge of Banshee Lake. The pit was about 1 meter in radius. Water flowed in, and the topless woman immediately came over to sing. Linda smiled, and pushed the soil aside to block the water flow. The singing woman was trapped in the puddle, and could not return to the Banshee Lake. After circling the lake, the woman could only look at him from afar, because the water flow was blocked. After thinking again and again, Linda stuck the broken sword into the ground and jumped into the lake with the soul-lost chain. The lake water was cold, and the sun ring pumped the power of the flame, allowing the temperature to stay inside the body. The furnace emblem was pulled by the beating of the sun ring, serving the furnace. The flame has long been integrated with Linda's heartbeat. Although the more flames nearby, the stronger this improvement can be. If he stands in the magma, he may be able to completely double his strength, but only in the current state. The superposition of the two talents in the body, and the internal burning of the flame also make Linda in the water in an excellent state. It's not cold at all. Others would be scalded to death if they used the servant furnace. Lin had the talent brought by the furnace emblem. The flames would not hurt him, but would heal his injuries. The Banshee Lake was not clear, and it was dark now, so visibility was almost zero. It was only a few meters down to the bottom. After walking a few more steps, Lin kicked a corpse. Going further, there were still corpses, and even skeletons. The strange thing about these corpses was that they were not tied up, but sank to the bottom of the water and did not float up. Lin tried to swim upwards, but the buoyancy of the water still existed. He buried his doubts in his heart. He continued to explore forward, and his sight caught a faint purple light in the deep water that flickered like breathing. It was a very familiar light. Broken sword of the Carrion Princess and Golden Seal. Both emitted similar light, but the difference was that they emitted green light, which was far less attractive than the purple light in front of him. Getting closer and closer, Lin reached out and grabbed the purple light. Attraction suddenly came, trying to fix Lin in place, but Lin reacted faster, and the soul-lost chain on his body quickly contracted with his thoughts, pulling him to the surface of the water. Crash! It came out. The moment it fell to the ground, flames burst out, enveloping Lin's entire body. When the flame stopped, his body was completely dry. Lin looked at the purple light in his hand. It was a strange horn with a distorted woman's face pattern. Chapter 136 Female Ghost Selena. The weapon emitting purple light has a strange feeling. which Linda has felt on Lance's icebow. Linda's sight returned to the naked woman. She should be a ghost or something like that, without a physical body. After Linda got the horn with the woman's face, the woman stopped singing and stared at him with a pair of eyes. He approached the woman with the horn, stretched out his hand, and pushed it forward. As soon as the woman's body touched the horn, she was sucked in. Putting the horn close to his ear, he could faintly hear the singing. "My lord!" The worried shouts of his men came from afar. Linda's silence was worrying. "Come here!" Linda turned his head and looked at the swollen corpses floating up from the bottom of Banshee Lake. "Take the bodies of the brothers back and cremate them. If they are not cremated, the bodies are likely to reappear in another form." When Linda rushed back to Prey Town, it was already dawn. The disappearance of the broken moonlight made the power that was bestowed on him disappear. His body felt uncomfortable for a moment, but in the face of complete control of his physical strength, the discomfort was almost negligible. The entire processing town also moved when the first ray of sunlight came, and this time most people saw the figure wearing golden dragon skin armor and looked at him with awe. Lin temporarily suppressed the idea of rushing back to the old territory's lookout tower. Calculating the time, the soldiers should not have reached the horse pasture yet, and it would take a lot of time to rush all the way. The stable station is the top priority in the eyes of the undead at this stage, and everything else can be postponed. Moreover, the undead are currently keen on helping the newly joined undead to earn points, and they are enjoying farming. The granary must be expanded again, otherwise it will not be released at all. Sitting in the mayor's mansion, Lin dispersed everyone and told them that they were absolutely not allowed to approach. He held the strange horn and tried to inject his power into it. The singing sounded in his ears, and the scenery in front of him became blurred. When Lin opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a daze. Not only did he lose the horn in his hand, but also the broken sword of the Carrion Princess and golden seal were nowhere to be seen. He had no clothes on. Looking down, the sun, moon, and furnace on his chest were still flickering with a faint light, flickering with his heartbeat, but he could not feel any power at all. Now I am as weak as an ordinary person. Dream? Or another world? Lin raised his hand and fanned the air, trying to tear away the thick fog that blocked his vision. But the thick fog seemed to be fixed in place. He had no choice but to walk forward by himself. After about 10 steps, the vision in front became clearer and clearer, until he realized that his feet were stepping on the water. He was in a pool with extremely low visibility. The trees with branches growing wildly around him were crooked and covered his head, completely blocking the space above, creating a dome where the sky could not be seen. The sparse moonlight fell through the gaps, like a fluorescent stick piercing the air diagonally and inserting into the pool. Splash. He stepped back, making the sound of water. The fog that led him here also disappeared. He was completely trapped in this space, and there was no way to leave. The figure of the singing woman appeared again in the pool in front of him. She was still naked, but this time she looked at Lin no longer in a charming way, but with a shy expression. She hugged her chest, with only her head above the water. "Is it you?" The woman opened her mouth. "You shouldn't have come." Her voice was still as melodious as singing, so soft that it seemed to tickle people's hearts, mixed with a strange nasal sound. The voice of speaking and singing are completely different, but equally beautiful. "Can we communicate?" When she was outside, she was stunned and kept singing. "I am a ghost enslaved by the Banshee's horn." She still hugged her chest with her hands, knowing to be shy, which shows that she has the thinking ability of normal humans. Lin nodded as well, but he didn't believe the other person. If he believed what others said, he would not live to see the present day. Where is this place? Lin looked around. It was too dark. Visibility was too low. But there was a path around the small pond, and there was moonlight in front, which should be the way out. "This is the dream of the Banshee horn." "The Banshee dream?" The ghost girl replied. "Anyone who tries to use the Banshee horn must participate in a trial involving life sacrifice. If you survive to the end, you will be admired by the Banshee. Once, Linda captured the key information. What if you don't make it to the end alive?" Without waiting for the female ghost to answer, Linda said, "Are those corpses at the bottom of the lake all losers?" "Yeah. Successfully survive. And then you have a chance to use it. And you will die if you fail. Does it mean that if you want to use it next time, you must try it again?" How to leave? Leave alive. Linda was not in a hurry to leave. He believed that the female ghost should know a lot of information. The female ghost also wanted to communicate with Linda. When she was happy, she would suddenly open her arms, and Linda would never be polite to stare at her. It's not a disadvantage to look at it. And I'm naked too. You look at me and I look at you. We're even. The female ghost is called Selena, and she comes from a place called the Far East Magic School. The Far East Magic School is not on the continent where the Rand Kingdom is located. This is a bit beyond Lin's knowledge. He only knows that the Rand Kingdom is located in the northwest of the continent. There is a large frozen land to the north. The entire Rand Kingdom is divided into two halves by a mountain called the Frozen Mountains running from north to south. The entire Rand Kingdom appears shaped. Another continent? I haven't heard of it. After all, the Kingdom of Rand is just one of the many kingdoms on the continent. I don't know how many forces I have heard of and haven't heard of. As a student at a magic school, Selena accidentally obtained the Banshee horn and died in the trial while exploring the mystery. Her soul was also controlled by the Banshee horn and became a bait to trap prey. It makes sense and is believable, but not very credible. How did you come to the Kingdom of Rand? Linda pointed to the ground. This is the territory of the Rand Kingdom, close to the northern frozen land. There is no Far East Magic School. The magic ring is broken. Selena replied, on the day when the magic ring was broken, many teachers fell into madness, and their bodies were transformed. And the magic beasts kept in the school were out of control. Magic beasts? That thing has never been seen in the Rand Kingdom. Is it true? Selena continued. The teachers frantically snatched the fragments of the fallen magic ring. They fought bloody battles, and the sky turned red. Most of the country was almost destroyed. A two-legged dragon pulling a cart in the school took the Banshee horn away in a panic and came to this strange continent. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming. The school where the wyverns pulled the carts was a bit too far away from him. Some time ago, he had to use almost all his strength to barely kill a ground dragon. And that thing couldn't fly. Where's the wyvern? I don't know. Selena shook her head. The Banshee horn fell from the sky and landed in the lake. It has been 2 or 3 years. It shouldn't be nearby. If it was really nearby, it should have made a very big noise. The wyverns can fly, and it is impossible for him not to see it. Taking his mind off the unknown wyvern, Lin pointed at Selena. Can you put on clothes? He didn't mind looking at it. Nor was he pretending to be a gentleman. What he cared about was whether the ghost thing could be physically touched. Chapter 137 Blessed weapons everywhere. The professional soul of the undead nanny began to burn again, and he needed first-hand information from the ghost. Selena nodded. But I need a new set of clothes. I can't touch it. But I need a new set of clothes. Forget it. Magic matters cannot be understood with the brain. If I can leave here alive, I will prepare a set of clothes for you. Linda felt that he could give the other party a little respect. Respect the other party's sense of shame. After saying goodbye to Selena and walking out of the woods, the moment the moonlight fell on him, his physical strength increased significantly. The moonlight was strong. The sky was clear, and he could see very far. Lin was at the foot of the mountain at this time, and his sight went up with his chin raised, until he saw a mountain towering into the clouds. If the method Selena gave was correct, then he should rush all the way to the top of the mountain? It would probably take several days to walk up with just a pair of legs. He retracted his gaze and looked closer. There was an open space in front of him, and there were scattered figures swaying and moving. I have entered a dream. I don't know what will happen outside. I can't waste time here. Linda took a step forward. Although he didn't have extraordinary power, the moon ring under the moonlight increased his physical strength by 1/5, which was beyond ordinary people to a certain extent. There was a figure nearby. I could see it clearly when I got closer. It was a swaying mummy dragging a rapier, with a hunched body and wearing tattered armor. Hearing Linda approaching, the mummy immediately swayed and pounced on him. When the two sides were 2 steps away, Linda suddenly exploded, bit over and opened his arms to hug the mummy's waist and abdomen, and slammed his shoulder hard. It hurt when his body collided with the tattered armor, and his physical strength also returned to the state of an ordinary person. There was a loud crash. Linda was stronger and more powerful. He lifted the corpse up and slammed it to the ground. He stepped on the corpse's right hand holding the sword with his left foot and punched the corpse's head with his right hand. The ground groaned. His fist hit the head that was only covered with a thin layer of shriveled muscles, almost knocking the head off the neck. Linda gritted his teeth and ignored the pain that came back. The pain in his body was unbearable. He must have bled, and might have injured his bones. The strength of the human skull was not low, and the thing in front of him was not an ordinary human. The mummy tried to struggle, but it was slightly inferior in strength. Under Lin's fist, the mummy was like a shrunken bag filled with debris. It would only react with a recoil when Lin's fist fell and then raised. Iron fists hit the mummy's head one after another, and the heavy punches fell like raindrops. The mummy's head was also hit on the ground again and again by the force. Bounce up, hit down, until the opponent's head was completely blown up. The mummy stopped moving, and Lin glanced at his bleeding right hand. When he collided with the mummy just now, his body was also bruised and red by the broken armor. Ordinary people's bodies are indeed too weak. He recalled the weakness and pain of his body again, and this feeling was not good. He struggled to pry open the mummy's right hand and grab the sword that looked a bit blunt. The sword emitted a faint white light, which could only be seen clearly when you got close. Blessed weapon? Lin looked at the sword in some surprise. The white light was barely detectable. Not as strong as the banshee horn. The rich purple light that could not be suppressed even underwater. And not as strong as the broken sword of the scavenger princess. The green light was faintly visible in the flames, which was easy to ignore under the moonlight. But Lin was sure that this was a blessed weapon. He swung the weapon casually, and it seemed to be quite handy. Unfortunately, he had no strength at all, and could not use the special ability of this weapon. At the same time, he was also glad that he suppressed the mummy's right hand one step ahead. Otherwise, he would not be able to dodge the sword. With the sword in hand, the next battle was much simpler. The shaking mummy could not compare with a noble knight who had been taught swordsmanship since childhood in terms of sword fighting skills. The blunt sword was more like a smash than a cut. Linda grabbed it with both hands and chopped it, creating a series of whistles, breaking the neck of the mummy in front of him. His quick, accurate and ruthless attack succeeded in getting a crack, as the mummy's head flew away in an arc. The mummy, which had lost its strength, collapsed to the ground. Another blessed weapon? Linda looked at the mummy's pair of tattered deerskin gloves that emitted a faint white light, and sighed at the wealth of this place. Wearing deerskin gloves did not affect his sword skills. Instead, a weak force suddenly surged into his dry body. Extraordinary power. Linda glanced at the deerskin gloves, then turned his gaze to the next wandering mummy. Luckily, there is only Linda in this world. Person. Otherwise it would be really eye-catching to see a person sneaking around with his bare bottom. He is not completely naked. He is wearing gloves. He approached another wandering mummy lightly, not sure if the other party could detect him. But Linda still thought that the breath-holding method of Eastern magic in the Western magic world might also have its merits. At least it has a miraculous effect on self-comfort. When facing something that looks like a dead corpse or zombie, holding your breath will create a strange hypnotic effect in your heart. It can't see me. It can't see me. And this method can also be used when facing teachers at school or bosses at work. Approaching, the blunt sword burst out with a strong light, and Lin's body was suddenly dragged forward by the sword. Leaping in the air, Lin's shoulders spread out, and he quickly adjusted his movements, turning passive traction into active attack. The sword successfully hit the back of the head of the mummy in front of him, making a small hole in the skull. The stench was overwhelming, and the dried and smelly brain juice overflowed from the small pit at the back of the head. The moment the body landed, Lin raised his foot and kicked the mummy's knee, discarded the sword and rushed forward, and the whole person seemed to hang on the back of the mummy like a cloak, and used inertia to press the mummy to the ground. The mummy was face down, and when it hit the ground, a lot of brain juice splashed out from the small pit at the back of the head. Lin tilted his head to avoid it, pressed the mummy with his knees, and grabbed the blunt sword inserted in the mummy's head with his right hand. The ability of the blessing weapon could not be used, but its sturdiness was still there. Raise your arms high and smash down. The head of the mummy rolls down. Finally, I have a pair of shoes. Lin looks at his harvest. With gloves and shoes, he is not really naked this time. Rushing forward, Lin thinks he has mastered the rhythm of the so-called Bane Dream world. The power comes from strange weapons and equipment. If you want to go further, you can only seize the power of wandering monsters. Lin, who has changed into a set of blessed equipment in an instant, predicts that his strength has returned to the level of a great knight. But it's a pity that the previous power can't be used. Wearing a set of rotten armor, a shield in his left hand, and a long sword in his right hand, and a bow behind his back, Lin has armed himself to the teeth. But he has just crossed the plain and has not really approached the mountain. Chapter 138, Mountaintop Corpse Dragon. A roar was heard, and a strong little giant covered with rocks approached with a ground-shaking sound. It looked like a baboon, with sharp teeth and long hair. The hair was tied to rocks and woven into a rock armor. Linda didn't recognize this kind of thing. But the aura of the upper disaster on the other side could not be faked. Not only that, there was also a group of small baboons that looked similar to the giant baboon, but were only half a person tall, jumping around with some kind of red berries in their hands. The monster spotted Lind and rushed towards him quickly with two long arms, like a monkey supporting themselves on the ground. The rumbling sound was wrapped in a strong wind that could not be ignored. Lind pointed the long sword in his right hand to the top of his head, and the blade burst into light, dragging him to the sky and narrowly avoiding the attack of the giant baboon. But the opponent's flexibility was beyond imagination. Suddenly, he reached up and grabbed Lind. The huge palm opened like a big shield, covering 1/3 of Lind's body, and the 5 fingers stabbed like spears. The armor failed to stop the spear's attack, and it easily penetrated the defense and stabbed into Lind's chest. Blood immediately spurted out, and Lind coughed up blood, turned the sword backward, and pulled it with the force of the sword body, breaking free from the spear and avoiding the fate of being nailed to the ground. Blood sprayed like a column. The blood loss made Lind's heart beat faster, but his brain was very rational. At the moment of death, his body burst out with stronger power. He rushed forward with a shield and dodged sideways. Lind successfully bypassed the upper disaster and dodged behind it, and raised the blade. Gaga. Hoo-hoo. The strange cry of baboons, like rapid breathing, came from a distance. The group of short baboons pinched the red berries in their hands. The dark red berries suddenly began to flash brightly after being pinched by their fingers, and then threw them towards Lind. Lind's body had already jumped into the air and could not dodge. He could only watch the berries hit himself and the upper disaster. And then, boom, the fire broke out. The upper disaster was disturbed by the fire, and his body paused. He tried to turn around and roar at the little baboons, but he turned his head and saw that the flame curtain ignited by the explosion of the flame berries was pierced by a sword. Lind, holding the hilt with both hands, rushed through the flames and pierced the opponent's left eye. He was hanging on the head of disaster. The upper disaster was stung and completely lost his mind. He reached out to grab Lind and tried to tear Lind apart. However, Lind didn't show any signs of injury. He flexibly let go of the sword and fell down hard to avoid the claws of disaster. The loud noise made by the soles of his feet hitting the ground made people feel absurd. Those who didn't know would think that Lind was a solid iron block made of iron liquid. Although the power of the flame was gone, the furnace emblem was still beating on his chest. The flame could not cause any harm to Lind, and even directly healed his seriously injured body. He grabbed the shield with both hands and rushed forward. The upper-level disaster shook, but the feedback force made Lind's body a little overwhelmed. The rank gap was too obvious, and the opponent was obviously a disaster that relied entirely on physical strength. It was impossible to compete in strength. He abandoned the shield and jumped up to grab the arm of the disaster. The flames that kept hitting from behind provided Lind with strong assistance. The firelight not only helped Lind recover quickly, but also made the upper-level monster with only one eye left completely lose its vision. However, being injured means madness. The opponent shook his body wildly. Linda was suspended in the air several times, and only his arms were left to grab the opponent's long hair to avoid being thrown away. He was like clinging to the edge of a cliff. If his fingers were unable to loosen, what awaited him was only the abyss. The explosion of the flame berries ignited Linda's anger. There was no Clory's anger, but Linda himself also had anger. His body was full of strength. If he couldn't kill the opponent here, he would only be killed. Linda hated doing this kind of choice question. He obviously couldn't die here, and he didn't intend to die here. His toes were searching for a foothold on the long-haired rock armor of the upper disaster, and his knees were trembling slightly. Although he had the strength of a great knight because of his blessed weapons, his body was essentially an ordinary person. He stepped firmly with one foot and successfully used the force. In the interval between the upper disaster's crazy shaking and twisting, Lind let go and jumped, and successfully grabbed the blunt sword stuck in the opponent's eye socket with both hands. Just like a horizontal bar athlete holding the blunt sword in both hands, he hung in front of the upper disaster, swinging his body back and forth. The pain further ignited the opponent's anger. But before that, Lind had accelerated and swung upwards, flipping his body and jumping onto the head of the upper disaster. He quickly took off the bow on his back and stuck it close to the head of the upper disaster. Disaster shook his head and tried to throw Lind away several times, interrupting his bow drawing. Finally, at the moment of stability again, Lind pulled out a full moon, and the bowstring flashed with a sharp light. The increasingly sharp edge wrapped around the bowstring, and as Lind loosened his fingers, a blade cut through the air. Swoosh. Sound. The sharp wind blades flew out uncontrollably. This bow is so difficult to use. The wind blades released have no fixed direction, unless they are released close to the face. The upper disaster under his feet was still roaring, but the violence and savagery suddenly stopped after the continuous bombardment of the wind blades, as if being chopped and cut by an invisible sword, cutting off a piece of hair and flesh, followed by a series of puff puff, muffled sounds of drilling flesh. The upper disaster's chest burst into a roar, like a huge pendulum clock shaking in a church. After being hit hard, the upper disaster exploded again and finally threw Lind away. By the time Linda reacted, he was already suspended in the air, like a stone thrown casually into the distance. He adjusted his angle in the air and rolled over with his head in his arms to relieve the force on his body when he landed. The sound of baboons breathing rapidly came from all directions, and the little baboons came over and enthusiastically used the fire berries in their hands to congratulate Linda. Linda drew his bow, hooked the bowstring casually, and let it go, letting the wind blade fly, knocking over the little baboons holding the fire berries, and watching the fire completely ignite the nearby woods. He turned his head to look at the upper disaster who was lying on the ground, holding his head and rolling, and ignored him, turning around and running towards the mountain. It was obviously impossible to kill the opponent with his own body, so it was more important to find a way to escape first. After a series of hard battles, Lind was careful enough on the next section of the road, and he climbed to the middle of the mountain after only a dozen battles. And he was lucky. After picking up 2 pieces of armor, his strength actually surpassed the original level of his body. Blessed weapons can actually directly promote people to the hero level. The huge gap in strength made it easy for Linda to tell that he had already crossed that step. And at the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the power of blessed weapons. It is more useful than magic potions. Some of them can directly force people to cross the level and improve their strength just by wearing them. After reaching the middle of the mountain, the way up the mountain became more and more difficult. There were more and more monsters that I had never seen before, and some even started at the hero level. The most difficult to deal with were humanoid enemies, because they would not let their enemies go easily. It took at least 10 hours, and we were getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. Behind Linda, there was a huge group of people who could be called boss in the game, and they were biting at the back. Rather than saying that he was fighting his way up the mountain, it was better to say that he was fleeing all the way. Linda ran up madly until he reached the top of the mountain and saw the huge altar and the central platform. Ah! An uneasy roar came. The moonlight suddenly disappeared from the top of his head. Linda looked up at the huge wings that were spread out enough to cover the sky, and saw the rotten black body with 4 legs. Landing. The storm generated by the landing almost knocked Lind over. The last one is a dragon? Lind looked at the huge figure that crashed in front of him like a mountain. His eyes were white and lifeless, and it was obviously a dead dragon. He couldn't see the level, but he didn't need to see the level at all. If the undead couldn't see the level, they couldn't determine the strength of the other party. That's because their power didn't belong to them. It was obtained through the way of killing monsters and upgrading, and they couldn't perceive it. But it is different for the extraordinary people like Linda, who normally rely on themselves. They listen and experience it personally, and the perception of power has long been integrated into their bones. There are no detailed numbers in the eyes of the undead, but he can easily judge the strength of the opponent, like the corpse dragon in front of him. Although Linda is not sure how many times stronger the opponent is than himself, he is definitely a monster that exists in legends, and can kill him with just a little movement. The corpse dragon opened its mouth and approached Linda. Its teeth, which were thicker than the castle's load-bearing pillars, seemed to invite Linda to enter its huge mouth that was comparable to the castle hall. In a trance, it seemed that the front was not the dragon's mouth, but a crack in the mountain, and no matter how many ox carts and horses there were, they would be swallowed in one bite. Chapter 139. It's the Lord. I thought it was the boss. In Prey Town, Lind opened his eyes, feeling the familiar power in his body, The power from 3 sources jumped along with the 3 marks on his chest. It seemed like it was just a dream. Lin also felt a little regretful. In Bane Dream, he had obtained a lot of blessed weapons. Those blessed weapons not only surpassed the golden dragon skin armor on his body, but also far surpassed the broken sword. Especially the blessed weapon that directly raised his strength to the hero level. The huge leap brought by the reckless improvement of strength made Lin feel regretful every time he thought about it after waking up. As long as it can improve strength. He is not a non-prop party. All ways to improve strength are worth adopting. But it is a dream after all. Death is real death. But living cannot bring out the things in the dream. Lin looked at the banshee horn in his hand. In the end, the corpse dragon did not devour him, but judged that he failed this time and drove him out. A role that tends to be a referee. Failure naturally means that the reward for using the banshee horn cannot be obtained. Succeeded. Killed those heroes. Even those above heroes. And that corpse dragon? Lin felt that he would only go in a second time if he was crazy. Abandon all strength. Enter from scratch. And kill to the top of the mountain in one breath, with various unskilled patchwork and assembly abilities. Failure. Death. The price is too high. Not worth it. But it seems more suitable for the undead than me. The penalty for failure is death. And the undead don't worry about death at all. And he vaguely feels that if the usage of Banshee Horn is changed to another way, it will be very popular with the undead. The pace is fast, and you can experience exciting battles. Failure is nothing more than death. If you succeed, success. Linda frowned and thought, success should be rewarded with points. Maybe we can also set up a ranking system. A speed race? A prototype has already appeared in his mind. The cursed weapon, which is extremely poisonous to the local natives and has extremely terrible risks, is fun for the undead. Yes, you have to pay if you want to play. Linda found that he was becoming more and more like a qualified NPC. Not to mention that he didn't know he was a wild monster before. Even if he was the world boss, he was unwilling to do the job, regardless of whether he would win or not. Linda has now fallen in love with providing services for the undead players. Happy. This way, the points are not enough. Just a stable station, mount updates, and horse gear peripherals can make the undead people farm for a long time. Lin can't give out points even if he wants to, because the undead are too weak. Moreover, as the village chief of Novice Village, he can't give too many benefits to the undead. He can't squeeze them too much. There are too few ways to earn points, but too many ways to spend them. Some updates. You have to hide it. Otherwise it will be easy to divert traffic. Lin currently also hopes that the undead can pay more attention to the purchase of small commodities, because the cost is low enough, and consumption habits need to be cultivated. Give the undead a feeling that limited small commodities will be gone after they are sold out, so that they will work harder to earn points to buy them. But if there are too many good things to distract attention, but the undead can't work hard to earn enough points, the result may be a waste of resources. Good things should be released bit by bit. As for whether the undead can pass the sacrifice trial, there is no need to worry. They can die an unlimited number of times, so there is no way they can pass it. It only takes a certain amount of time to pass it. Lin stood up and walked out the door, only to find that it was already dark outside. With a flick of his hand, the flames on his fingertips lit up the room, and the fire pressed Lin's shaking and struggling shadow against the wall. How long has it been? Lin asked the soldier guarding outside the mayor's mansion. Sir, you rested for a day. 1 day. Not bad. Linda then realized that there was a boy standing at the door, looking at him with fear and admiration. Sir, I want to be loyal to you. I want to be as strong as you. The boy knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I remember that old Cherry should have posted a notice for soldier selection and training. Linda looked down at the boy. He could feel the strong ambition in his eyes. But compared to ambition, the other party seemed to prefer to use cleverness. The selection conditions were simple. No disease or disability. Not too weak can be selected. The boy's body is very healthy. As long as he participates in the selection, he will definitely be selected. But he did not take the selection route, but came to find himself, which is a bit interesting. Yes. The boy raised his head. I will follow your instructions and go to the selection. The boy trotted away with a smile. Go tell old Cherry. Linda said to the soldier guarding the gate, if that boy uses my name to do something, give him a hard time. Yes. The soldier nodded. The boy didn't know how long he had been waiting outside. But it was clear that his ultimate goal was to kowtow to Linda in public. As long as there was communication, it would be easy for the boy to go to this election again. How could someone who could survive the apocalypse have a simple mind? Besides, the other party knew that they might be exposed. But compared to being exposed, people who survived the apocalypse preferred to fight. The benefits in hand belong to you. And everyone here lacks a plan. Just as Linda thought. The soldier soon brought back the news that the boy claimed that he had received the guidance of Lord Linda to participate in this election. Linda, who had demonstrated a tough approach yesterday, was very famous in Preytown. So when faced with the boy's trickery, everyone chose to believe it. In fact, the reason is very simple. It is better to do less than more. It is just a little care. Linda did not kick the other party out of the training team. Didn't he use his name to say that he valued him? People who are valued by you should be trained several times more than others and have higher requirements. In one day, the harness of the disaster horse was made. Linda led the disaster horse to find the blacksmith. When the blacksmith who was nailing the horseshoe saw the ferocious disaster horse, his calves began to weaken. In the end, he let the hammerman Han do it to complete the work. The horse gear specially made for the disaster horse was also equipped at the first time. The half-wrapped horse armor immediately transformed the disaster horse from a small monster's mount to a boss mount. The heavy armor was shining with gold. Did Bard make it? Lin didn't see Bard either. But the shining gold was definitely Bard style. Han grinned. My lord. I made it. He was quite happy. As expected of a Goliath, Lin sighed. Goliath's worship of gold was simply integrated into his bones and blood. Saddle. But no reins are needed. Linda's soul-lost chain is enough to hold the opponent. Linda jumped on the horse. And it was more comfortable with the saddle. And because of the soul-lost chain, the Calamity Warhorse could really be in harmony with his mind. Back to the west of the Red Dragon Mountains. All the things that should and should not be done have been done. Linda did not plan to stay any longer. He should go back to the old territory lookout. Wherever the undead are, he should be there. This is what a novice village chief should do. Wherever the players are, I will move the novice village there. Focusing on a caring service. Linda, wearing golden dragon skin armor, carrying the broken sword of the scavenger queen, and riding an armored disaster warhorse, looked like a game boss wandering in the wild from a distance. Or, he was originally that boss. The official version 1.03 was updated. The appearance of the faction boss did make many undead people nervous. The nervous undead people immediately chose to start patrolling. Such a scary boss must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be bad if someone else took it away. The most enthusiastic about investigating patrols are the undeads of the Star Dragon Sentry. As the largest and most powerful players at this stage, they have formed a force that cannot be underestimated. In addition to the Star Dragon Sentry's reuse of undeads, the Lion Territory's reuse of undeads is also a signal that the era of players seems to have finally arrived. For some disasters and mutant monsters, this group of undeads is like locusts. They will not only rush up to kill the disasters, but also cultivate the disaster land over and over again until the last bit of value of the land is squeezed out before pulling it out and leaving. As a cyber workhorse, the undead can never die from exhaustion. But the disaster land can be destroyed. As the first-line players in the game, the three friends Xuanwu Shield, Zanuedo, and Longlinjian are strolling nearby. After Xuanwu Shield died, while playing the spell wizard, he resolutely chose to switch to playing the two-headed man. He still prefers to become a meat shield to resist damage, and likes the feeling of punching the flesh. Zanuedo and Longlinjian chose the spell wizard, which has a higher tolerance rate for long-range fireballs, and the two-headed man's fighting style is to affect the nearby terrain environment. And teammates will really be affected if they are close together. 3 people, 4 heads, chatting. That kind of disaster horse can't be tamed at all. They tried to catch 3, but found that after forcibly pulling them out, the disaster horses only turned into red names. Even if they were killed to the point of death, there was no sign of being tamed. But NPCs can ride them. It's a system setting. I guess we still have to wait until the stables are built. It's natural that NPCs and players are treated differently, but they are really greedy for mounts, thinking that riding this thing will not only save money, but also save money, commuting, time, and handsome enough. Who can refuse to decorate their own disaster warhorse by buying and buying? What's wrong? Zhang Yudao found that the two heads of Xuanwu's shield were approaching him, and subconsciously tightened his robe to cover his chest. Brother. Xuanwu's shield opened his mouth. You smell so good. Fuck. Get out. The three of them laughed and played until the sudden sound of horse hooves came from a distance. Their faces changed, and they immediately entered combat mode. Fuck. A boss dressed in gold. Wait. Why doesn't he have a red name? It seems to be Dagur. Seeing that it seemed to be one of their own, the three of them immediately put away their weapons. Regardless of whether the son of the game Linda had improved his strength again, they knew that it would be easy for him to kill the three of them. And it was a one-sided massacre. It's the Lord. I thought it was the boss. Dressed like a boss. Riding a mount like a boss. And powerful like a boss. But as long as he doesn't have a red name, he is not a boss. Did the Lord go out to find the faction boss? As an NPC, he must have received the hint first. Possibly. The Lord is definitely not the faction boss. He is just an absurdly strong novice village chief. Chapter 140 The Beauty that I want to take immediately. Lord Linda, who wanders around the territory like a boss, attracts the attention of many undeads. His fierce and powerful image may appear in the enemy camp. Many undeads inevitably have similar thoughts. That is, why is the head of the novice village in Star Dragon Outpost so fierce? And the style of the heads of other regions is completely different. After a not-so-intense discussion, all the undeads finally came to a unified conclusion. His own son, Linda, who was called the official son by the undead, had returned to the old territory lookout and received good news. They had successfully contacted the mining forces to the north of the Crossroads of Faith. The leader of the miners is called Jinan. He has a group of miners who seem to have drunk the blood of mad wolves. They are mining day and night. They do have a lot of ore. What about the transaction? Gunan doesn't trust us. He said he only trusts the village chief of Higang Village. Another friendly NPC that the official forcefully binds? Although from the perspective of the undead, it feels good to have someone who trusts you unconditionally. But for me, this feeling is undoubtedly terrible. Many resources will not be open to me because of my identity and position. Wait for me to go there in person. There are too many things waiting for him to be busy. But mineral resources are the top priority. If he cannot produce them independently, he will be controlled by others. Whether it is producing small linkage accessories for players' points, or repairing weapons, infrastructure, etc. Resources are indispensable. He was more eager to return to Goliath. As a mountainous country, Goliath was rich in mineral resources. But most of the resources were not within its territory. When he found Miss Brittany, she was grinding medicine, which was completely different from Miss Miko's medicine cooking process. Lind admired her figure. The woman with a veil on her face and a pair of big eyes twisted her body flexibly like a dancer, spinning between the medicine mortars, until she poured the magic potion with lavender smoke into the strange porous bottle. Unlike the glass bottles that must be sealed for potions, Miss Brittany's bottles are full of holes. As she shook her wrist, wisps of barely detectable lavender mist diffused out. New spices? Linda asked when she saw her stop. I only know how to make one kind of spice. Brittany handed the small bottle to Linda and said, it's just that the way of using it is different. Unlike Miss Miko's mastery of moon enhancement magic and various potion formulas, she can only make potion spices that can make people hallucinate. But what kind of effect the spices can produce needs to be determined by her as a perfumer. It can drive people crazy. It can also make people scared. It's just different from what you said. As he said that, Lin frowned and twitched his nose. What spices did you mix this time? A melodious singing voice? I seem to hear it. But it's just average. Lin raised his hand to pick his ears, then put the spices down. He is the Lord. He is the service provider. If he wants to sell props to the undead, he must strictly control the quality. Miss Brittany didn't say anything about his impolite comments. This was just a small work of hers. Lin came to see Miss Brittany this time to put the potion on the shelves. Miss Brittany obviously did not have the hard-working spirit of Miko, and was too inefficient. Spices that can affect the enemy's vision and create illusions can play a big role in battle. The undead people also have good feedback on them. The only problem is that they are too slow to make. Lin does not need hunger marketing. He would like to have unlimited supply of consumables. The undead people can waste as much as they like. The more they spend, the better. Have you considered teaching more people? Linda's eyes fell on Brittany's veil, then moved up to look at her eyes, which were completely different from those of the people of the Rand Kingdom. bright eyes, big double eyelids, and a red dot between the eyebrows. Intriguing. However, there was no ambiguous atmosphere between the two parties. Their relationship was just that of a lord and a captured perfumer. If someone defeated Linda, Brittany could go to him without any psychological burden. In contrast, Linda was confident that if he needed it, the rabbit would definitely stand by his side, with a small dagger in his hand. The only price he had to pay was probably to give her all the potion materials. It was originally going to be her job to make the potion. So rounding it off means there is no cost. Only the believers of the moon. The familiar reason for rejection began. You can ask those spell wizards to help you prepare the materials. Linda felt that he still had to remind the other party to remember to use the tools. You can ask them for dangerous, potentially fatal, and repetitive ones. You can choose not to accept apprentices, but you must speed up the efficiency. Brittany stared at Linda with her bright eyes, and her red lips covered by the veil moved slightly. Yes, I will. Lynn's eyes once again stopped at the other person's veil. He wondered if she would have to marry whoever took off the veil and saw her face. If there really was such a ridiculous setting, he would definitely agree with it, and then reach out and pull off her veil right now. You seem to be thinking about something rude? Brittany looked directly at Lynn. As she spoke, she reached out and took off the veil, revealing a delicate and royal face that matched the upper half of her face perfectly. How is it? Her lips were slightly plump and rosy, and when she spoke, her mouth pouted a little, making people want to bite her. When she wore a veil, she looked like a top beauty. But when she took off the veil, she turned into a beautiful snake. Beautiful. Lynn didn't dodge at all, and praised her directly. It's a beauty that I want to take for myself immediately after seeing it. He understood why she wore a veil. Brittany's face was hooked, especially the mouth and eyes, as if she was going to suck out people's souls. Brittany put on her veil again, and there was a rare hint of helplessness in her voice. You are really honest. I will work hard to get what I want, but I will never lie when facing what I want. That is an insult to my desire in my heart. Linda has been between life and death countless times. Although his thoughts have not been assimilated by ugly bad habits, he will choose to be straightforward most of the time. If you want it, you want it. Well, I have something else to do. Linda seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Remember to work more. The development of the territory needs you. After saying that, he turned and left, not giving the other party a chance to speak. Brittany watched the golden figure walk away, her eyes flickering. Then, puff, she laughed out loud. Her shoulders trembled slightly. You are so tough. But it can be seen that she is in a good mood. A powerful lord who is far more powerful than her claims that he loves her beauty to the extent that he wants to take it for himself immediately. But at the same time, he tries to restrain himself. The appreciation and respect from the strong are even more impressive. Linda was a little embarrassed when he left openly. Mistake. Who would have thought that Miss Brittany's face would be so attractive when seen up close? As a strong knight, whose main ability is fire, Linda has a lot of temper, and it is easy for him to get angry with a little fuel. But it should be said that Miss Brittany is really beautiful. Not just ordinary, but very beautiful. Lord. Someone greeted him on the side of the road. Ahem. Linda nodded. The image of the Lord must be maintained well, and it must not collapse.